Hey, you guys want to rank every level in the Sonic series?
Sure, why not?
What's the worst that can happen?
So, how do you guys feel after ranking all of them?
Why'd you make us do that? That kind of sucked. I hated that. You know what? This ranking killed my grandma.
I went broke. It costed $400,000 to buy every single Sonic game.
That's not my problem. Since August of 2024, we've been going through and ranking every single level from every single Sonic game in the franchise from worst to best. This video is the result of hundreds, if not thousands of hours of hard work and dedication from Jigsmain, myself, and one of our friends who goes by DMB. We hope you all enjoy. When we first conceptualized this video all that time ago, we thought they were only going to be around in like 500-600 levels. Safe to say, we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. We didn't know that Sonic Rush Adventure had 16 extra levels in the Hidden Islands, or that Sonic Colors has an additional 21 levels with the Game Land. The process of making this video was an adventure to say the least. Before we can actually get into it though, we need to quickly go over some rules, our ranking criteria, and just a few other things. First, these are all platforming levels. No puzzle games or racing games will appear at all in this video. We didn't feel like these were really considered levels, so we narrowed it down to only Sonic games that are labeled as a platformer. Even if a level isn't a platforming game though, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be ranked. Let's take a look at Route 101 from Sonic Adventure 2. This level is all about driving a car to catch up with the President. We looked at this level alongside levels like it, and came to the conclusion that if the level does not have the character doing any kind of platforming, like just driving a car forward, then it won't be counted on this list. This also extends to boss fights or zones that solely exist to be a boss fight. So while Versus Zavok from Sonic Forces won't be counted on this list, Red Gate Bridge will because it just has a small amount of platforming in it. Second, no hard modes of levels unless they are a separate act. So for example, the hard mode missions from Sonic Heroes will not be making an appearance, but Windmill Isle Act 1-2 Day will be since it's a separate level from the original. Third, if a game is more so mission based like Secret Rings, Black Knight, or Dream Team, we're only looking at the main missions for each area, but we will reference other missions if we just feel like talking about them honestly. Fourth, this list was finished towards the end of 2024. If any levels have been released after that, we will not be talking about them here. And finally, a game might appear on the screen, but the box art might not match it, like how I'll show Sonic Colors Ultimate footage, but I present the game as being Sonic Colors. The two are interchangeable in my mind. Same thing goes with other games on this list. Each level is given a score of 0 to 5 based on 5 different criteria. Speed. Does the level design encourage and help the player maintain a high speed? Platforming. Does the level design keep the player on track and help the player move forward, or is it just a nuisance? Replayability. Does the level design warrant repeat playthroughs of it for a better score, time, or just because it's fun to replay? Aesthetics. Does the level look good? Do the background or foreground elements look good? Does the music sound good? Things like that. And finally, fun. Is the level just fun to play? I've been able to gather quite a few YouTubers to help commentate over several of these levels. I would like to personally thank all of them for giving some of their time to help with this video, and make it even better than it could be otherwise. Everyone who helped out will be credited down below in alphabetical order, and their name will pop up on the screen while they're talking about a level. Also, this isn't going to be an in-depth look at every single level, but more so just a general overview of each level. I'm sorry, I know you were all looking forward to a 5-minute discussion on Biggs Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure, but we just don't have time for that today. This video is already long enough as it is, and we don't need it to be even longer. All the games we played on official hardware except for 3, and you'll know why when they come up on this list. And if you don't believe me, well then, here you go. Before we get started though, I want to hear what your favorite level in the Sonic series is. I'm very curious because I know that every level is probably someone's favorite for some reason, so I'd like to know what yours is down below. Also, go ahead and leave a comment whenever you disagree with the placement. I won't argue with that kind of YouTube engagement, honestly. Anyways, if at any point you enjoy the video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that all being said, share this video with your friend's hot mom, and let's go ahead and get into this massive list, starting with number 1005, Blue Marine Zone Act 2 from Sonic Blast. The only level in this whole list with a negative number in the category, and the worst Sonic level in the whole franchise. I hate this level. Like, I don't think I can put into words how much I despise this level in particular. It's an underwater level, which already makes it kinda slow, but Sonic moves so slow underwater in Sonic Blast, it's unbearable. Not to mention that this underwater level is a maze, and if you don't know what to do, you'll be here for quite a while. I kid you not, it took me 15 minutes to beat this level because I couldn't find the stupid pipe to take me to the end of the level. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, this level has currents that push you in the opposite direction of where you want to go. It's so bad, and I can't stand playing this level. It definitely earns the title of the worst Sonic level in the franchise.
Number 1004. Blue Marine Zone Act 1 from Sonic Blast. It's not Blue Marine Zone Act 2, but that's about the extent of the good things I can say. The most fun you'll have in this level is the first few seconds before Sonic plunges into the water, and after that, the same song and dance as before. A long, slow, underwater maze with annoying enemies and some of the best sound design that Sega has ever gifted us with. Llennox, can we play that one pipe sound effect real quick? Now that is peak game design.
Number 1003. Silver Castle Zone Act 3 from Sonic Blast. This level doesn't have a low score because it's terrible per se, but just because it's extremely short. You need to run forward to find the teleporter that brings you to the final boss, but the very first teleporter you come across is the correct teleporter. Why on earth would you make a whole level if players can just teleport to the boss in a second? It's very poorly designed and I don't like it whatsoever. Number 1002. Gene Gadget Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. There's actually a Bible verse that relates to this level. It's Isaiah 48 verse 22 and it reads, "There is no peace, says the Lord, for people who play Gene Gadget Zone." I may have fudged the words a little bit, but it's true. It's a slow and tedious trek through this mechanical world that just does not feel good to play whatsoever. Enemies are always trying to shoot you, and fans are always trying to blow you into the air, which constantly puts you into a state where you can't do any damage to an enemy, but they can hit you. It's just a really bad level and a poorly made game. Also, it just feels like a giant labyrinth, and I despise it with every ounce in my body.
Number 1001. Volcano Valley Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. Bad stage. These birds love to hop into lava, where you can't get them, and if you try to get them, you'll just lose all the birds you have, and you'll have to begin the cycle anew. Wow, this stage makes me want to jump into lava. It looks like doo-doo. The Genesis track is very repetitive and lame, and bad and lame. I want to turn these birds into lava. Chicken.
Number 1000. Yellow Desert Zone Act 2 from Sonic Blast. The best thing I can say about this stage is that you can complete it in under a minute. That's honestly about it.
Number 999. Fire Cannon 2 from Sonic Forces. If you're trying to play this level without taking any damage, good luck. Fire shoots out from practically everywhere in this level, and you will see your rings disappear very quickly if you aren't careful. Sonic's inconsistent acceleration doesn't make this any easier. Since Sonic decides to just speed up after running for a certain amount of time, you'll be jogging forward and then suddenly speed up and run right into a pillar of fire. Anyways, this level is just absolutely terrible, and it definitely deserves to be ranked as the worst level in Sonic Forces.
Number 998. Panic Puppet Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. Oh brother, this stage stinks! They put the birds as far away as possible in this stupid maze where you don't know where you're going at all because everything looks the same. I hate this stage and I hate this game! Ah!
Number 997. Gene Gadget Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. Basically just take what I said about Act 2 and apply it to Act 1 because I feel the exact same way towards this level. I did think the level layout was slightly more forgiving, so that's why it gets 1 point in aesthetics and 0 everywhere else. Number 996. Volcano Valley Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. While a nice alliteration, a Volcano Valley doesn't make too much sense. A valley is a low area of land between mountains or volcanoes, so the name Volcano Valley doesn't make too much sense. Unless it's supposed to be something like Volcanoes Valley, but that doesn't really make too much sense either. Anyways, I'm just rambling, so looking at the level, it looks alright, but this level is just boring. We're almost at the end of the game when this level isn't any different than Green Grove Zone besides just looking different. Super boring to run through, and overall it just doesn't look that good. Number 995. Blue Marine Zone Act 3 from Sonic Blast. Even being associated with all the other blue marine zones in this game means you're going to have a very bad time with this level. All you do in this level is run forward, get thrown into pipes, and then fall into the water. After you do that, you very slowly walk forward until you fall through some falling blocks and then fight the boss. No substance, nothing to do in this level, it's just very, very boring. I am never coming back to Blue Marine Zone for as long as I live. Number 994, Electric Egg Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. The level starts with hopping in a minecart that takes you straight into a bottomless pit if you don't jump out of it soon enough. After that, you ride up an elevator and fight Eggman, and this boss fight feels impossible sometimes. He takes like a million hits to defeat, and also he shoots balls that bounce all over the screen that are really hard to dodge, not to mention you don't have any rings in this boss fight. He also shoots a huge projectile that travels across the whole floor. It's just a super annoying boss fight after a kind of dumb level, and that just makes this level feel that much worse.
Number 993, Cavern Island from Tails Adventure. This is just a very slow underwater level that you do not need to come back to.
Number 992, Underground Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. This is just not a good level. You hop in a minecart, ride it down some rails, and bounce off a few springs. After that, you roll down some more rails, get flung into the air, and then get caught midair by Dr. Robotnik right before you land in some lava. He drops you in an arena with the boss, and the boss fight just kinda sucks. You literally can just stand in one spot and jump over the metal balls as they bounce beneath you. It's not fun whatsoever. Number 991, Game Land 7 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. If there's one thing I despise in a Sonic game, it's standing on a platform and waiting for it to move. The developers must have been feeling especially spiteful the day they made this level because that's exactly what it is. The level starts off innocent enough, having the virtual hedgehog run through a world made up of ugly teal Lego pieces. Then you use the rocket wisp to move upwards and hit some buttons to make some progress in the level. After about 30 seconds, you land on this platform that slowly moves up while enemies fall into the platform. You don't even need to destroy the enemies though. Billiard balls fall from the sky and take them out for you, so you can literally just sit in a corner and jump when needed. It only goes on for like a minute and a half, but it feels like a lifetime. I never want to replay this level for as long as I live. Number 990, Atomic Destroyer Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. Who on earth puts a slow elevator at the beginning of a level on top of a giant maze with tubes leading every which way? This is by far the worst level in this game. It's slow, boring, uninspiring, and just really, really, really annoying to get through. Number 989, Silver Castle Zone Act 1 from Sonic Blast. It's a mess of a maze. There are tons of teleporters throughout the level, and the goal is to figure out which one brings you to the goalpost. Sounds fun, right? Exactly. Near the end of the level, you need to outrun a wall of spikes, which can be kinda fun, but Sonic jogging is faster than the wall, so it doesn't really present any kind of challenge. Also, the level has this mechanical aesthetic that I don't really think looks good in this game.
Number 988, Iron Fortress from Sonic Forces. Oh, that's an auto-scroller in a Sonic game. I shouldn't have to explain why there shouldn't be an auto-scroller in a Sonic game. It goes against everything the Sonic series is as a series. Also, auto-scrollers are lame and dumb and lame. I don't know if I've ever seen a good one. Can we please stop doing auto-scrollers?
Number 987, Big's Ice Cap from Sonic Adventure. This level is massive. The starting room is only like a fourth of the stage, and it's so big the devs hid an upgrade here. That doesn't make the level any better though. Froggy can get stuck under the ice while fishing him up, and it's extremely annoying. Also, this is my least favorite song in Sonic Adventure. With all these issues combined, it's no wonder it's the worst level in Sonic Adventure.
Number 986, Spring Stadium Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. A big stinkeroony of a stage. The entire level consists of you collecting birds, or accidentally running into a pit of spikes, then watching the birds mess around on the spikes. Like, why do they want to stay on the pit of spikes? Poor Sonic over here is just trying to get off the spikes. You pesky birds, come over here. Stop playing on the spikes. Get off the spikes. Get off the spikes.
Number 985, Panic Puppet Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. You don't need to collect any flickies in this level, which is awesome! Unfortunately, that doesn't mean it's any good. Sonic still feels really slippery, and it was just not a great way to finish this game. If you ever plan on playing 3D Blast, please shoot me a message so I can get you to a mental institution because clearly there is something wrong with you and you need serious help. Number 984. Green Hill Zone Act 3 from Sonic Blast. It's a very short level with a boss at the end. You run up and down 2 hills and then fight Eggman. I don't know what else to say since you just hold forward through terrible looking graphics and a terrible looking game. I guess fighting Eggman can be fun since you can bounce on him a little, but yeah.
Number 983. Creeper Gorge from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Now, obviously, Sonic Boom is terrible, so therefore this stage by default is terrible. But I will say it's a lot of fun to manipulate the stage through Sonic's Spin Dash exploit and Knuckles' infinite jump. And this whole vibe of this cave with a bunch of vines swinging around you is really dope. It's such a shame that this was used for this game and not Jak and Daxter 4. Is there even a 3? I actually don't remember.
Number 982. Silent Forest Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Motion controls plus Wisp control equals not a fun level. The motion controls can be extremely hard to control in this game for no reason, and the level just goes on forever, which I can't stand. Also, there's this Wisp that you need to use that uses the motion controls. I don't remember what it's called, but it rolls and it's big and it is a thing of rock. Number 981. Green Island from Tails Adventure. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing a whole lot of green here, it's just reds and browns. And at a certain point of the level, the background literally just turns black with no visual variety whatsoever. It's a really long level that doesn't offer anything fun in return for it. It's just a super long and super boring trek through a world of frankly awful looking color. Number 980. Lyric's Lair from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Lyric's Lair is set in a generic looking villain base where you need to fight off a lot of his robots and also solve puzzles. Do this over and over and over and over again, and then you beat the level. It's just super boring and tedious, but it's the final level, so I'm at least relieved to not be playing this game ever again. Number 979. Tropical Coast Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. This level is literally just using the Drill Wisp in a 3D setting to destroy underwater tornadoes, and I find that extremely stupid because I don't like the Drill Wisp in this game, and I especially don't like using it underwater. Number 978. Aqua Lake Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. The whole level is set underwater, and the worst part about it all is that it's a giant maze. What makes this level so much worse is that there are secret paths littered throughout the level the player would never know about because you literally need to walk through a wall to find them. Anyways, I love the little crab enemies, but I just can't stand slow and boring underwater maze levels in a Sonic game. Also, the level being at least 5 minutes long is a testament to just how bad it actually is. Number 977. Wild Waterway from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. This is by far my least favorite level in the entire game, and it just makes my blood boil anytime I play it. First, you're underwater, so movement speed is already hindered, but on top of that, it seems like Eggman decided to have a field day with making bombs because there are so many that can hit you in the water, and the weird perspective this game has doesn't make avoiding them any easier. If you get past the onslaught of bombs and climb up the wall, you'll be presented with a rushing river with planks to jump on in order to cross it. The only issue is that it's super easy to fall off the planks and lose health, and also the planks move super quickly. Did I mention you're doing this all while controlling Sonic with a trackball? It's not a well-designed level, and it's definitely a lives drainer, or in the case of this game, a money drainer, because it costs real money to play for one life, so if you die, that's more money you need to fork over.
Number 976. Slowpoke Isle from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Slowpoke describes this level perfectly. It switches between a slow and dull auto runner and a slow and dull enemy gauntlet. Stage looks decent for Rise of Lyric standard, I suppose. Waiting for enemies to spawn is dull and slow and boring, and this level sucks, and I want to talk about other levels now, so let's do that.
Number 975. Sky Road Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. It was all fun and games until the pinball mechanics kicked in. I swear whoever decided they should have pinball in this game should be fired. But that being said, we need to add the obligatory
Let's go gambling!
The level is actually quite fun for the first minute, but then it just becomes absolute torture and you go through bad level design, bad pinball sections, a laser wisp section that isn't explained properly, and then a pinball section all over a pit where if you fall you need to redo the whole thing all over again, and it's really annoying. I think it's fair giving this level a low score because this level just sucks. Number 974. Lost Labyrinth Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. This level is 7 minutes of pure torture. To start off, the entire area is dark besides Sonic, who is holding a torch that emits just enough light so you can see up to 5 feet in front of him. The problem with that is that Sonic moves so fast, you don't have enough time to react to oncoming obstacles because by the time you actually see them and react, you already hit the wall and lost all your momentum. There are torches in the wall that you can light to increase how much you can see, but it's only for that one little area the torch is in. After you run forward for a half second, you'll no longer be benefiting from the light that the torch on the wall is giving off. There are also explosives you need to ignite with your torch to blow up barriers in your way, and there's also a puzzle you need to do that involves lighting torches in a certain order to create a path moving forward. The problem with this is that Sonic lights torches automatically, so you can't select which torch you want to light, and one of the torches is actively working against you. It's just really bad level design, and I actually took a break from playing this game after this level because of how much this level drained my soul to play. Number 973. Silent Force Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. This level has that stupid owl with the insta-kill eyes if he spots you. It's the worst level in Sonic Lost World by a mile. In fact, here are a list of things I like more than Silent Force Zone 2. Vegetarians, Waking Up Tired, Relish, Ubisoft, Frog Legs, Late Night Television, Sonic the Werehog, Machine Gun Kelly, hour-long commutes to work, editing over a 9-hour-long video, Cybertrucks, Ian Flynn, Anime, Curling, Watching Paint Dry, Sonic Boom Shatter Crystal, Amy Schumer, Splinters, and bits that go on for way too long. So yeah, this level sucks. Number 972. Sky Fortress Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. This level is ranked lower than Sky Chase Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The level that this level is based off of, so you know it's just going to be bad. Sonic is riding on the tornado and it's just a 3-minute auto-scroller. Also, Metal Sonic will be shooting you from the background, so good luck avoiding his onslaught of attacks. It's a very bad level, and I never want to come back here again. Number 971. Red Volcano Zone Act 3 from Sonic Blast. For a level called Red Volcano, the level is more pink than red. On a serious note, this is just straight up a bad level. All you do is jump up a few platforms and then fight a boss. No running through an area, no fun gimmicks, just jump up and land on a platform that takes you to a boss that isn't too fun to fight anyways. Number 970. Lava Mountain Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. You run around a planet and fight the first 3 of the Deadly Six, Zaz, Zaman, and Master Zik. That's all there is to it. They're different from when you fought them before, but that doesn't make it fun. Meteors fall out of the sky and can kill you, and also the planet dissolves and you can just run right into lava if you're not paying attention. Okay wait, I'm now just realizing that Zaman digs into the ground during his boss fight, but the whole planet is one thin layer of rock with lava underneath it. Is he immune to the lava? Or can he squish himself so he doesn't get touched by the lava and just stays in the rock? I don't know, but what I do know is that this level is not fun to play at all. Number 969. Hidden World Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. In literally every single game, and every level in this game, letting the timer run out is a bad thing. But here, letting the timer run out is how you beat the level? Just like, why? Defeating enemies resets the time back to 30 seconds, so I played this level for literally 10 minutes before I looked up how to beat it because I thought a capsule would spawn in eventually, but nope. The only reason this level isn't any lower because I think it looks nice at least. Anyways, you can just beat this level by slowly walking to the side. What fun. Number 968. Lost Impact from Shadow the Hedgehog. We all know why this level is ranked so low. For those unaware, this level is a long trek through the arc where you either just run until you reach the goal ring, or defeat 35 artificial chaos which are scattered throughout the arc. While the premise of helping Maria is nice, the execution was terrible. Why on earth would they make you defeat the exact number of artificial chaoses to beat the hero mission? And on top of that, why can some of them show up in sections that you can't backtrack to, like when you're riding on the rails? For a level like Westopolis, needing the exact number of enemies is more or less fine because you can run and check every open area before continuing forward. Lost Impact? Not a chance. I highly recommend doing this with a guide because I tried it without a guide once and I gave up after playing the level for like an hour and pulled up a guide to find the last 3. When I say you need to look in every nook and cranny to find the artificial chaoses, You need to look in every nook and cranny. Anyways, this level sucks, so let's just move on. Number 967. Diamond Dust Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. This level is filled with ice physics in a game that makes you feel like you're slipping all over the place 24/7. Do you see why that might be a bad idea? The flowing snow can be kind of annoying to get through since you're just going against the flow of it, but in reality, it's just all really slow. I definitely don't want to come back here anytime soon. Number 966. Desert Dodge from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. This level is by far one of the most tedious levels to get through. There's a dust cloud behind you, meaning you always have to be moving forward, but also the floor is constantly giving out on you. The longer you take, the more likely it is that you're going to fall through the floor or into giant pits of quicksand that are littered throughout this level. At the end is a section with fast moving sand that will push Sonic off if you aren't too quick. Again, a super tedious level to get through. Number 965. Sky Road Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Man, I sure do love destroying multiple Batniks that take multiple hits so I can continue on with the level. Once you defeat them, you gain access to the Asteroid Wisp that sucks up enemies, terrain, and rings alike. You also become more floaty, so this level just devolves into jumping up from platform to platform, sucking up everything around you until the animal capsule at the end of the level. I really don't like how this level controls, especially since the platforming is a little tight and can be hard to see on a 3DS screen. Number 964. Atomic Destroyer Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. It's a giant maze of tubes in Robotnik space. I don't think it looks good, and honestly it's kind of confusing to get through. There are tons of small enemies and lasers that can catch you off guard if you aren't careful. Definitely one of my least favorite levels in this entire game. Number 963. Karen Forest from Tails Adventure. This level is literally just a combination of polyforest and volcanic tunnel. There are barely any enemies in this level, so you really just walk and fly along a path for 10 minutes until you reach the boss at the end of the level. No intuitive puzzles or really anything that make this level fun. Although, you can collect Sonic in this level, so there's that, I guess?
Number 962. Yellow Desert Zone, Act 3 from Sonic Blast. Jeez, they fumbled the pre-rendered graphics so hard? Even Donkey Kong Land looks better than this. A lot of the Sonic series world and character design was inspired by early CGI, so a game made to look like that should have been a slam dunk. I guess there was also 3D Blast, but I don't really like that game either. This stage is just a straight run up to the boss, and okay, this mech design is actually pretty fire. The one part of the game where they cooked. Like, he's so awesome, he's so cool. Well, why did they just use it in this crappy game? Potential man of Sonic bosses.
Number 961. Red Volcano Zone Act 2 from Sonic Blast. The level design here is better than some of the other levels we've seen in this game so far, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. I like the implementation of the platforms you need to spin dash on to move upward, but at the same time, it's such a pace breaker that it makes the level feel so much longer than it already is. There's also things you need to jump on to move Sonic forward, but because Sonic's turning is so stiff in this game, you might just end up running into the lava and losing your rings or dying. Not a fun level whatsoever. Number 960. Green Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic Blast. You just kind of hold forward as you run over bridges. You don't need to jump and kill enemies unless you really want to. The level itself looks ugly, and near the end of the level you run through an underwater section which is just really slow and boring. Thankfully it's short so you aren't in hell for too long.
Number 959. Wacky Workbench Act 1 from Sonic CD. Have you ever wanted a Sonic level where the ground is always making you bounce? Even if it's bouncing you in the same section, getting you stuck for 30 seconds until you finally find a way to get out of the section only to get stuck in another one. No? Well, too bad, because this is exactly what this stage is. An extremely annoying stage gimmick you just have to deal with. Also, how is anyone supposed to know that these crushers actually take you to alternate paths, including the robot generator? I mean, I didn't even know about this thing until I was writing the script. Anyways, I think I've made my point. This level is just not fun to play through.
Number 958. Scrapyard from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. It's set in a rainy coastal area with tons of abandoned ships in the background, and that's the only positive thing I can really say about this level. It felt like a nothing burger. The beginning of the level requires you to stop every few seconds to use sticks as boomerang to unlock a door, and if you aren't doing that, You're just running an automated boost pads or a row of springs. It sucks because this game is much more of an exploration platformer than anything else, and this level is the worst example of it. I also don't like stopping every 5 seconds to switch characters because the one I'm using can't perform some specific action. Number 957. Game Land 5 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. This level revolves around using the spike to climb upwards and do some basic platforming through a world of ugly purple Lego pieces. The problem with this is that I absolutely hate using the spike wisp, and using it to climb the whole thing can be very frustrating, especially if you grab the mystery capsule by mistake, because then you have an inflatable Eggman head following you the whole time.
Number 956, Death Egg from Sonic Forces. Serving as a reimagining to the original stage back in Sonic & Knuckles, this stage features lots and lots of conveyor belts.
Number 955. Mecha Green Hill Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. Okay, so this level is kind of annoying. First off, there are these paths that will drop Sonic if he runs too slow, but also it's into a bottomless pit, so if you don't run fast enough, then you die, which I think is a pretty weird design choice. I think the mechanical look of the level is cool, but that's really all I can say about it. Also, the boss's head kind of looks like Omega, which I think is kind of funny. Number 954. Technobase Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. On top of being epilepsy warning the level, I'm pretty sure you can beat this level only by holding right. Bumpers push you all over the level, requiring no thought from the player on how to progress throughout the level. It's just a poorly designed level and it looks terrible. This level is also the second to last one in the game, so I'd expect it to be a bit more challenging, but maybe the challenge just comes from being able to look at the level. Number 953. Tidal Plant Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. It's an underwater level that has Sonic slowly run through it using bubbles to travel upwards. I think you guys already know what I'm going to say about this level. It's underwater, it's slow, it's just not fun to play. Number 952. Aquarium Park Act 6 from Sonic Colors.
Do you find this fun?
No.
Do you find this fun?
Not really.
Do I find this fun?
Ah crap, he's dead! Aquarium Park Act 6, it really sucks because you're underwater. Number 951. Casino Park from Sonic Heroes. What if I just try to read this as Vector? I mean, it's probably gonna suck, but let's try it anyways.
Casino Park features a lot of things I love, like money. The problem is, we're not here to gamble. We're here to chase after Dr. Eggman. This level does what every casino level does well. It makes you unable to leave with terrible pinball physics that take up a majority of a player's runtime. This entire level feels luck-based. By that, I mean it's luck-based if your teammates decide to take a nosedive into the abyss or not. Usually you're supposed to go to casinos to have a good time, but this is not one of those casinos you should go to. If you want to go to an actual good casino, may I suggest one of the other casino levels that are discussed in this list? There's a lot to choose from, so make sure to choose wisely. And before I forget, with pinball sections that drop you into slot machines, that means you can say to your friends,
Let's go gambling!
Number 950. Lyric's Weapon Facility from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. This level has Sonic saving Tails from certain doom, and then the two do a ton of stupid puzzles and fight hordes of robots until the level is over. It's super long, monotonous, and extremely boring to play. Number 949. Silent Forest Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. This level looks as if it were ripped straight out of Donkey Kong Country Returns, with all the statues with faces and things of all sort. I just did not like the level layout at all. It just felt like it was all over the place. First you're just running from left to right trying to avoid statues from falling on you, and falling off of spinning platforms, then you're just in the sky using the drill wisp to jump over large gaps? Like, where did this come from? Then you're back running from left to right, but now the whole place is dark? It just felt like this level was having an identity crisis and I was not having it. If that wasn't bad enough, the boss fight is just stupid. You're up against Zora who just turns off the lights. He does make clones of himself, so it's hard to find him, but the switch to turn on the lights is right next to you. So you just jump into that, and you can easily see which Zora is the real one, and hits him with a single multi-attack to defeat him. A really bad and boring boss and a poorly designed level seems fitting, but that doesn't mean I like it one bit. Number 948. The Pits from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. The level starts with an auto-running section and then transitions into a forest-like area. After that we move into an ugly pink and brownish area and just do a bunch of boring puzzle solving. I don't want to say it again, but this level is just boring to play, and I was actively wishing that it was over every chance I got. Number 947. Frozen Factory Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. This level is literally just pushing at least a dozen large snowballs into holes. Not to mention you need to roll around these snowballs until they get big enough to put in the holes, or nothing will happen. Once you get about halfway through the level, you start getting chased by a giant snowman head that freezes you anytime you touch it. This level is not my definition of fun. In fact, it is my definition of an awful, slow, and poorly designed level. Number 946. Spring Stadium Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. If you like springs, then you'll love this level. Seriously though, you're just getting bounced around all over the place, and this level feels like a giant maze. Sonic controls poorly in this game, so taking even more control away from the player doesn't feel good whatsoever. Number 945. Lava Mountain Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. So basically Sonic chases after the other 3 Deadly Six, Xena, Zora, and Zavok, and then fights them. The road to get there is filled with lava, enemies, spikes, and worst of all, 2D platforming! Seriously though, I actually don't like this level because it's extremely long, and running to fight the Zeddy is literally the last thing in this world that I want to do. It does look cool though. Number 944. Lava Mountain Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Mr. Modwile speaks on the next level, so just take what he says, and it probably applies to this level as well, but switch out the boss names to Zaz and Zom.
Number 943. Lava Mountain Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World 3DS. So it's a rematch against Xena and Zor. This time they're working together to give us... Wait, these are the exact same boss battles as before. There's no extra phases, no twists, not even a slight increase in difficulty? Man, that kinda blows. I mean, I really enjoy Xena's fight on the 3DS, but if I wanted to scrap with her again, I'd just go back to Frozen Factory, you know?
Number 942. Lava Mountain Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Mr. Mod spoke on the level before this one, so just take what he says, and it probably applies to this level as well, but just switch out the boss names to Master Zek and Zavok.
Number 941. Big's Twinkle Park from Sonic Adventure. It's the first fishing level in the game, so it's going to be offensively easy, or you're going to struggle for 30 minutes because you didn't know you have to press A and down to catch Froggy. Not me, but some people. I mean, for a game full of constant hints, you'd think it would tell you that here, and not just in his how to play section. But whatever, it all takes place in this little corner of the park. It doesn't have much substance, whether it's too short or too long. It doesn't matter, that's why it gets 0 points on everything gameplay related.
Number 940. Sky Citadel from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. The level looks pretty, but it's still just solving a lot of boring puzzles and running forward automatically. That's literally it. Like, I don't have any more notes on it. So let's just move on to the next level.
Number 939. Chaos Angel Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. Are you a fan of standing? Well, I got a stage for you. Just stand on this platform for 5 minutes while dodging spikes. Yep, that's how the game ends. It's a pretty anticlimactic ending, especially since there are some obstacles that are a little hard to react to. Do yourself a favor and play as Cream while going through the stage.
Number 938. Tropical Coast Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. I don't like using the drill wisp in this game, and I especially don't like being underwater. Need I say more? Well, I guess I do have one more thing to say. Drilling through underwater tornadoes is stupid. Number 937. Labyrinth Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a slow underwater walk through the zone, avoiding spikes and pits. Game Gear Sonic titles and water just do not mix very well, and because of this, Sonic moves at a literal snail's pace here. Sonic is slow, and it's just very, very painful to try and get through the zone. The boss fight against Eggman is alright, but I just don't like it whatsoever. Number 936. Labyrinth Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. Literally just a repeat of the previous level without the boss, and add in some more enemies. Number 935. Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. Literally just a repeat of the previous level, but it has this cool slide thing like in the Genesis version of Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 934. Asteroid Coaster Act 2 from Sonic Colors DS. This level features a lot of automation, Void Wisp, and Insta-Kill Skulls, 3 of my least favorite things ever. It's the worst level in Sonic Colors DS by a mile, and punishes you way too heavily for screwing up. Sure, it's the end of the game, make it more challenging. This is just taking things way too far, and I'm not a fan of it one bit. Number 933. Gameland 6 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. If you've ever wanted a chance to use the Hover Wisp for 2 minutes straight, then this is the level for you. All you do is use the Hover Wisp through a world of ugly blue Lego pieces and avoid enemies. That is literally it. It's a slow, boring level that brings no enjoyment to my life when I play it. Number 932. Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Blast. There isn't really too much to say about this level. You run forward through awkward looking graphics and jump like once or twice. I wish I could say more about this level, but it's just boring and it looks super ugly. On the bright side though, there are some loops to run through, which I guess is cool. Number 931. Lost Labyrinth Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. The subtitle for this level is called Underwater Maze Escape. Take a wild guess as to why it's ranked so low. This level is a slow underwater maze. There really isn't anything else to it. There's a section where you tilt the screen to let some water out and shoot Sonic forward, and also a part where a giant wall chases after you. But yeah, it's just a very poorly designed level. Number 930. Crystal Egg Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. You literally just run forward, jump in a tube, and then you fight Robotnik. The boss fight is pretty cool, utilizing the tubes to travel around and avoid attacks from Robotnik, but it was nothing special. I thought the level looked kind of interesting, but that's really it. Number 929. Sky Road Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. It's definitely a unique take on a Sky Chase clone. Sonic flies through the air avoiding enemies as the level slowly moves forward since it's an auto-scroller. I'm not even going to entertain this level, it's just a slow and bad level with literally no platforming whatsoever. I don't like it, so let's move on.
Number 928. Final Judgment from Sonic Forces. The final stage of Sonic Forces. I'm sure it will be different. It's just Subway Surfers. The entire stage is just quick step sections, except for the last part where you destroy 3 pink things keeping the core stable. This is taken from Star Dream Soul OS from the True Arena of Curry Planet Robobot. The stage reeks of uncreativity. It's almost like Sonic Team didn't have the proper time or budget to make the game they wanted. Whenever I think about Forces stages, I always forget this one exists. And I probably will forget about it as soon as I finish this sentence.
Number 927. Scrap Brain Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. By far the worst level in Sonic 1. This level tricks you with just being another labyrinth zone, but even worse. The level is mostly underwater and there are lots of sections where you're just waiting for platforms to move or the game to play itself so you can get by. With your slow movement, it can be hard to avoid the plentiful amount of spikes and enemies placed around this level. I just can't stand playing this level, and if I ever play Sonic 1, I just shut off my console at this point because I don't want to play this level. Number 926. Gameland 4 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. You very slowly need to jump up a ton of platforms as you make your way through this world of ugly red Lego pieces. Seriously, you just push a button, jump upwards, use a wisp, rinse and repeat until the goal ring. I just find it really boring to jump up these platforms with no challenge whatsoever.
Number 925. Plasma Cannon 2 from Sonic Forces. I'm gonna be honest, I did not play this level. I don't know why. In order to unlock this stage, you have to collect every red star ring in this game, all 120 of them. And I'm not doing that. I am not going to put up with some of the most boring stage design, songs that are so retro it makes my ears want to bleed, the terrible balancing of the Wisplins, the worst character I've ever played as in a platformer, the constant annoying quips. I'm done! I cannot do it anymore. I've had it with this game. I hate this game. I hate Forces. One day, or even now, people are gonna try and say Forces was good actually. They're wrong. This game is genuinely terrible. I used to think this game was just mediocre. But after playing through every single stage, I was proven wrong. Sonic Forces is a soul-draining experience. The only thing that kept me going was this ranking by OC Tom the Flamingo and 10 hours of silence, occasionally interrupted by Pikmin. It is an absolute failure of a game in almost every way. I never want to touch it again, ever. Anyways, I looked up footage of this stage and it seemed mediocre. This is probably a good spot for it.
Number 924. Big's Hot Shelter from Sonic Adventure. I think it's funny you need to flood a room in the egg carrier to fish for Froggy. Besides that, I'm not going to waste your time since you all know why this level sucks. The only redeeming factor is the music for Hot Shelter is really good. Number 923. Sonic's Tropical Jungle from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. It's one of 2 levels in Sonic's story where Sonic is carrying Elise. This means he doesn't have access to most of his abilities except for the homing attack, but he can now use a fire shield to stop himself from sinking into the water. I honestly don't know how you're supposed to enjoy this level since the game lags literally every 5 seconds. Also, I think this level just looks kinda ugly. The level's either forcing you to move fast so you're bumping into objects every few seconds, or you're just doing a slow jog. There's no in between whatsoever. The end of the level can be confusing to players since there's no one way to get to the goal ring. It's just a bunch of different paths leading into one another, confusing players who aren't familiar with this level. It's my least favorite level in Sonic 06 and deserves to be ranked this low on our list. Number 922. Arrow-based Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. I really don't like this level. It's a super long and tedious process of jumping without looking and praying you make it until you get to the end of the level. There are different platforms that change orientation as you climb up them, and it's very poorly telegraphed when they will change orientation. What makes the worst is the timing is different for most of them, and there's nothing you can do about it except suck it up and keep on moving. You could fall from part of the level and then have to replay the beginning section of the level for like a minute and a half, which I really didn't like. Besides that, there's some tight platforming in this level, and paired with the slippery controls this game has, makes this by far the worst level in Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. You do fight Mecha Sonic at the end, so that's cool, I guess. Number 921. Wing Fortress Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Wing Fortress Zone is the final zone in Sonic 2, and sees Sonic running through this flying battleship to stop Dr. Robotnik. It's a cool set piece, but cool set pieces don't make up for terrible level design. There's so much waiting, terrible hitboxes, and poorly timed flippers that can drop you into an earlier part of the level, so you need to run through sections all over again. If you watch someone play this level or you play it yourself, about half the level would just be the players standing there waiting for stuff to move. It's unbearable. Number 920. Tidal Plant Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. It's an underwater level that has Sonic slowly run through it using bubbles to travel upwards. I just think it looks better than the second act. I think you guys already know what I'm going to say about this level. It's underwater, it's slow, it's just not fun to play. Number 919. Robotnik Winter Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. You run up a hill to fight the boss, but penguin bombs come rushing at you every 3 seconds, so it takes quite a while to climb up the steep hill. Once you get to the top, you find the boss is a flying bird that sends out penguin bombs. All you need to do is hit them a few times, then you win. The level just felt super boring and extremely slow, especially with running up that hill. Number 918. Sky Chase Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. Hey, I won't judge you for liking this level, but if you do, then I invite you to watch this 10-hour video of paint drying. I promise you'll get the same enjoyment out of both. Sky Chase Zone just has Sonic standing atop the tornado as a handful of enemies fly by. I just find this level boring, and it doesn't really look good in my humble opinion.
Number 917. Sky Chase Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sky Chase in Sonic 2 basically follows the same points as Pocket Adventure. The aesthetic is the most unique one in the game, but the auto-scrolling really puts it down a notch. It doesn't matter how differently you play this level, you will always finish it in about 2 minutes. And that kind of matters when you're in a speedrun. It's unsurprising why it's ranked so low on this list. Great music though.
Number 916. Hidden World Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. So I know Lost World levels are more unconventional than any other Sonic levels in the series, but this one is just weird. You need to launch Sonic off of balls to reach other balls, but the whole level is an auto-scroller, which means if you're going too far forward, or you don't move forward fast enough, then you're toast. There's also this giant Pac-Man cat hybrid thing that chases you at some point in the level, which doesn't appear anywhere else in the game. This whole level is a weird mess, and I literally only played it for this list, and I don't think I'll ever be coming back here again. Number 915. Scrap Brain Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a very short maze that isn't followed by a boss fight. Instead, Sonic just chases Eggman and then he takes a platform into the sky, leading to Sky Base Zone. It's kind of weird that there isn't a boss fight in this level, but also the level is really short, so there isn't too much to do in it anyway. I wish it had more substance, but it's whatever. Number 914. Glyphic Canyon from Shadow the Hedgehog.
This is a fun stage, I have to say. It is a pretty straightforward stage, all things considered, and when you do the hero mission, the task of defeating 60 plus enemies is daunting, I will agree. But considering the amount of enemies they just kind of slap around, it's not that difficult, all things considered, to actually do the hero mission. I think it's super simple, all things considered. And the dark mission of you turning on the crystals are honestly super fun, and fit in so unbelievably perfectly with Sky Troops, it's kind of ridiculous. Glyphic Canyon's guitar is amazing, and yet again is just such a good piece that I honestly listen to on repeat. I just really seriously enjoy this level, and I think it's a solid second stage right after Westopolis. And I have to say that the beta version of the soundtrack, which please go listen to it if you haven't, is even better. Like, wow, June, why did you stop cooking after 2005?
Number 913. Arsenal Pyramid from Sonic Forces. No matter how you look at this level, it just looks like a boring and uninspired mess. The beginning of the level has Sonic and the Avatar doing some basic platforming, before the level plays itself with a double boost section and the two of them fall down. I kid you not, you can put the controller down and the level literally plays itself for at least 40 seconds, if not more. Once you make it to the bottom, you can either choose to jump along the rotating clogs defeating enemies, or if you have the lightning wisp on, you can literally just fly over the entire level. I 100%ed the game 2 years ago, and my strategy to get the achievement Ring King was literally just to play this level over and over again because you can beat the level in literally under 2 minutes, and you get so many rings. So anyways, I'm pretty sick and tired of playing this level and talking about it too, so let's just move on. Number 912. Lyric's Tomb from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. This is the first level in Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, and it really sets the stage for the whole game moving forward. We walk slowly through a forest, fight robots, do some puzzle solving, do more puzzle solving, then fight some more robots. It took me about an hour to beat this level, and I was so bored I wanted to put the controller down 10 minutes into the level. I just did not like playing it.
Number 911. Rusty Room Zone, Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. Oh boy! You like getting lost? Having to recollect these flickies over and over? Well, have I got the stage for you! Filled with such confusing pathways that twist and turn around on each other, as well as jumps that feel impossible to do until you get the spin dash! Ah! This level's no fun whatsoever. But at least the music is good in the Saturn version. Like, holy crap, listen to this. What? They cooked? They set the whole building on fire? Like, bro, you wasted it on this level? Ah!
Number 910. Poly Mountain 1 from Tails Adventure. Honestly, this level looks kinda ugly. I know they were trying their best for a Game Gear title, but as always, Tails moves slowly throughout this level with needing to wait for some platforms to move in order to progress. One thing that really bothers me about this level is that if you fall down a certain area later in the level, you're just brought back to an earlier section, and levels that do this just really get on my nerves for some reason. So yeah, I don't like it one bit. Number 909. Abandoned Research Facility from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. I'm gonna be honest, this is just like every other Rise of Lyric level. I mean, you run through an abandoned research facility, so there's moss and grass growing all over the place. You switch off between playing as Sonic and Tails and then Knuckles and Amy. It's just not that fun, it's super boring, it's so long, and honestly the game crashed while I was playing it, and that was the best part about it because I didn't have to play it anymore. Don't ever play Rise of Lyric unless you really want to torture yourself. Number 908. Desert Ruin Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Why on earth would you put flowing sand all over the place at the beginning of a level? People aren't gonna know where to go, especially new players. Once you get past that, you need to redirect this weird ball onto a switch so you can take a teleporter back to the beginning and take a spring up and over everything you just went through. There's this guy with laser eyes, which is cool, but then you go through a really annoying enemy gauntlet because you need to hit these giant worms in a certain way in order to kill them. It's just not fun whatsoever. Number 907. Amazing Arena Level 1 from Knuckles' Chaotix. I don't really like this level whatsoever. First off, you need to hit a timer in order to bring color back to the level, and I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what this does besides that. I also really don't like how the level looks, nor the music that plays in the background. This whole level feels like one giant maze, and it's not a level I'm itching to come back to anytime soon. Number 906. Poly Mountain 2 from Tails Adventure. The red bricks and fire make this level look so much cooler than it actually is. You know the drill by now. Tails moves slowly, and it's just a long boring romp through an area that has you blowing up walls and enemies every so often. Number 905. Ocean Purification Plant from Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. This big kitty looks kinda cute. I mean, it tries to kill you, but it looks like it's just having a good time. Yeah, that's all I care to talk about because this level is just like the rest of the Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric levels on this list. Number 904. Jungle Joyride Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. This level is literally just waiting the game, which sucks because I think this level looks super nice. You wait for logs to come by so you can hop on one of them and ride on to the next log. What makes it worse is the level ends with back-to-back enemy gauntlets, and it's just terrible. By far the worst level in Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Number 903. Metallic Madness Zone Act 3 from Sonic CD. I was actually really annoyed when trying to get to the boss. For some reason, I could never get the timing right for when to jump through the gap underneath the crusher and get to the boss, so I would just fall to my death or be crushed to death. It really brought down my gameplay experience as a whole in this level, but also the boss just wasn't that fun to fight against. Dr. Robotnik is in this weird four-legged or armed machine that spins in a circle and occasionally extends parts of it or even throws them at Sonic. To me, this doesn't scream final boss. This just seems like something they threw together quickly. Anyways, I love Sonic CD to death, but this level is just the worst. Number 902. Red Gate Bridge from Sonic Forces. This level is literally just a quick time event and then a boss fight against Metal Sonic's Phantom Ruby clone. Why is this level not just called Versus Metal Sonic? I honestly don't know. But anyways, the boss fight consists of just boosting and homing attacking Metal Sonic when you can, and avoiding giant pillars of electricity. It plays out exactly like every other chasing boss fight in this game, and I don't like it one bit. Number 901. Diamond Dust Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. The level looks good, but adding ice physics to a game where Sonic is already really slippery was just a bad idea. Thankfully, you are just traveling down a single path the whole time, but it's still just a poorly designed level, especially with this game's physics. Number 900. Scrambled Egg Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. In order to get to the boss, you just bounce up a bunch of springs until you fight it. It's a fight against Mecha Sonic, and they aren't really that hard of a boss, making this level just feel kinda like filler and there's nothing else to it. I just did not like it since it comes after Act 1 and Act 2 of Scrambled Egg Zone, which we'll be talking about very shortly. Number 899. Isolated Island Level 3 from Knuckles' Chaotix. This level is kind of like a search and rescue mission. You need to run all around this somewhat enclosed area and run past all these flowers in order to bring life back to them. There's no indication to tell you where the flowers are, no indication to tell you how many are left, and this is the only place you need to do this in the game. It's just super weird, and I don't like it, especially with the computer player getting launched all over the place in this level, which can get really annoying if you're just trying to move throughout the level at a kind of slow pace. Number 898. Eggman Land Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. So I heard you like defeating enemies for 5.5 minutes straight. Oh, you don't? You'd actually like to do anything except for that? Oh, well that's too bad. This level is just multiple enemy gauntlets over and over again with maybe like one platforming section to mix it up a little bit. It's pretty stupid and not that fun to play, but I will say that the giant Eggman face at the beginning was pretty cool to see. Number 897. Shadow's Flame Core from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. It's literally just Sonic's Flame Core with more enemies. It's a really long level that just feels like it goes on forever with Shadow's slow speed. There are tons of enemy gauntlets, and the level is very platform heavy, which doesn't really allow for you to get much speed in this level. You get to play as Rouge for like a minute if you're lucky, and she's not really that much fun to play as either. There are a ton of shortcuts in this level which cuts down your time, but not by much. I really love how the level looks, it's just not fun to play whatsoever.
Number 896. Silver's Flame Core from Sonic 06. This level is bogged down by a lot of what makes both 06 and specifically Silver's campaign in it such a slog, with intrusive PSI gimmicks, some very obtuse platforming, and an overabundance of insta-kill lava hazard, making this a clear standout for Silver's worst level in the game. That said, its music goes hard, and fits the story at the point in the game especially well, as Silver's basically on the battle path to finally snuff out Iblis while you hear it. Still, some cool music and well-executed integration aren't enough to save this level.
Number 895. Vanish Panel 1 from Sonic Forces. I kid you not, this is some of the most boring and generic platforming I have seen in this entire game. You literally just jump upwards or walk forward while platforms vanish beneath you. The thing is, they vanish well after you jump off of them, and they don't provide any challenge to the player whatsoever. It just felt really bland, boring, and nothing goes on in the background, so it all comes together in this one giant uninspiring pile of blandness. Number 894. Yellow Desert Zone Act 1 from Sonic Blast. There's some decent platforming in this level, but it's still the same old Sonic Blast that we've seen before. An ugly aesthetic and Sonic slow gameplay just hold this level back so much. I think the enemies that travel along the ground are kinda cool though. Number 893. Red Volcano Zone Act 1 from Sonic Blast. This level looks decent at best, but that's really the only compliment I can give it. Thankfully it is a shorter level, but there isn't just too much to do besides run forward and jump over pools of lava. I wish I had more to say about this level, but this level is just bad. And what makes it worse is that this level is one of the best in the game. Number 892. Crystal Egg Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. It looks kind of like a crystal castle, which I think is kinda cool, but the level itself is anything but. All you really do is run forward, jump over pits of spikes, and avoid blocks that may fall and land on your skull. Apparently I forgot to write what the rest of this level does. I started writing it that says there's a section of this level that has Sonic, but I don't know what else I was going to write, so I'm just going to assume that I was going to write that there's a section of this level that has Sonic doing something that I didn't like. I don't want to finish writing it, so let's just move on to the next level. Number 891. Silver's Radical Train from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The first half of this level focuses on Silver balancing boxes on scales using his telekinesis so he can continue on with the level. You could stop and defeat enemies, but none of them are actually required to defeat, which is kind of funny. They only block off things like extra lives. Anyways, you don't really do a whole lot except walk slowly from point A to point B. Imagine playing through Sonic Speed Highway and Sonic Adventure, but you could only use Amy. That's what it feels like here. Super slow, and it's just not a fun level to play. Number 890. Labyrinth Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I think the first part of the level is fun where Sonic slides down the water in Labyrinth Zone. That's really the only compliment I can give it. You go through slow water sections, and then the boss is literally just jumping up a bunch of blocks trying to not get hit by the fire or spikes that are almost guaranteed to hit you and kill you. If it doesn't kill you, you'll fall all the way down and end up drowning. It's not fun whatsoever, and is a pain to get through. Number 889. Rooftop Run Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. I had a fair amount of issues when I first played this level. It takes place high above Spagonia and you basically jump from platform to platform, homing attacking enemies and balloons to get to the end of the level. I didn't really like how staggered the platforms were, and it felt like this level was just thrown together by a toddler who just wanted to cause pain for anyone who wasn't playing the game at 60 frames per second. This level just did not feel good when I was playing it, and honestly I didn't really like it that much.
Number 888. Bingo Highway from Sonic Heroes. Bingo Highway, or as I like to call it, the lesser of the two evils. The pinball physics are the worst controlling thing in any platformer ever, and I'm being literal here. It's actually the worst. You either have barely enough control or way too much control. It's better than Casino Park because at least you are going down the entire time and you'll eventually reach your destination, instead of desperately clawing your way upwards and suffering for hours on end in Casino Park. I guess the chips are a fun gimmick. Like potato chips? And I like the visuals, but the few things I like about it cannot make up for how frustrating the pinball physics are.
Number 887. Windmill Isle Act 1-3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. Oh my gosh. I thought we got more than enough enemy gauntlets in the base game, and now you're telling me I can pay money to fight even more enemies? That's just ridiculous. So yeah, you just fight a lot of enemies in this level. That's really it. Number 886. Silver's Kingdom Valley from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Kingdom Valley is one of the most visually appealing levels in the game in my opinion, but that can only carry a level so far on this list. It's a slow and long jog, defeating enemies with Silver's telekinesis and levitating across large bodies of water. The best part of this level is honestly when you get to play as Sonic. It doesn't feel that great, but it's definitely better. The section doesn't feel great, but it's definitely better than any of Silver's sections. I do think using Silver's telekinesis to swing pendulums or bend metal bars is pretty cool, but that's really it. Number 885.
Metropolis Zone Act 3 from Sonic 2. Let's be real, Sonic 2 is amazing. However, every silver lining has a cloud, and this act is just that. Sure, this music is pretty good, but that can't save you from pistons and slow-looking platforms and... Right, that. Had the level been more fine-tuned, I would have liked it much more. But, as it stands, this act leaves much to be desired.
Number 884. Reverse Block 2 from Sonic Forces. There are these blocks that Sonic can break by boosting through or stomping on them. Enemies can also break these blocks by shooting them, so you need to jump from platform to platform before enemies destroy them under your feet. The thing is though, unless there are enemies destroying the blocks, you would play this level the exact same way if there were no blocks in the way. You would boost in the same spots, you would stomp in the same spots. The blocks don't provide any thought-provoking challenge in the slightest. Also, these blocks are just reused from colors, which I don't like whatsoever.
Number 883. Sleeping Egg Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. There's only really one ring box here, so if you don't grab it, you're screwed, I guess? Fight is a bit harder than the average classic Sonic boss, but there's nothing to write home about. This boss is so boring it cured my insomnia.
Number 882. Great Turquoise Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. It's a short level that has Sonic drop into a cavern with water and then fight the boss. After getting a couple hits on the boss, you have to bounce on a spring on the backs of these badniks, and then reach a higher platform. Following that, you need to bounce off springs on the backs of badniks and hit the boss until it's defeated. The boss fight was fine, I just didn't like playing through the level that much. Number 881. Meta Junglera Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. The level leading up to the boss is super short. You really just roll down hills and bounce off breakable bumpers until you get to the bottom of the level where you can fight the boss. It isn't really a difficult boss, but after you beat it to pieces, the boss falls down, you need to avoid them for a few seconds. You don't have too much time to react, so it will be really annoying if you get hit during this section and die because you don't have any rings. Number 880. Gameland 3 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. You just run forward and get bounced up by springs occasionally while running through a world of ugly gray Lego pieces. Seriously though, there is nothing in this level except for a slot machine. At least we know that even if our whole world turns to nothing, we can always turn to gambling as that shining light in our life. Number 879. Hidden Island R-2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This level is just really annoying to run through. It's a 5-lap race, but the thing is, you can just keep running in circles and never complete a full lap. You need to follow a very specific course in order for a lap to count, and it's just something that I personally find extremely annoying.
Number 878. 3-5 from Sonic Frontiers. Probably my least favorite cyberspace level out of all of them in the game. Firstly, because the drift in this stage is just so slow. Like it's faster to just jump over and lightspeed dash through the rings anyway. And if you're playing this stage for the first time, it can be really disorienting when they add a drift halfway through the actual game, considering cyberspace already changes so many settings from the open world. Like, don't get me wrong, if you play this stage optimally with the dash pads, it's still possible to get an S rank, but it can just be more fun to lightspeed dash through and jump over most of the obstacles. So for me, it's definitely the least fun cyberspace stage in all of the game.
Number 877. Jungle Joyride Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. You platform around a small enclosed area, either raising or lowering the water in order to progress through the level. Honestly, by this point in the game, I was just absolutely done playing stupid Werehog levels, and this one just pushed me over the edge. There's very little in terms of speed, and I just never want to replay this level for as long as I live. Number 876. Volcanic Tunnel from Tails Adventure. It's set in what looks to be some sort of man-made tunnels in a volcano with lava running through it, but that's really the only cool thing about this level. It's just a slow walk with Tails through the level as he blows up birds with bombs. There's literally nothing else to it. Number 875. Desert Ruin Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. There's nothing I love more than waiting for the level to move so I can continue on with this level. Could you hear the sarcasm in my voice? This level takes place in some sort of underground Egyptian burial ground and requires the player to move a ball over switches a bunch of times. But the ball moves automatically, tracking Sonic's movement, and Sonic needs to stun the ball when it rolls over a switch or else the ball will just keep rolling and roll off the switch. There are a few required enemy gauntlets which I thought were stupid, and it was overall not a very fun level. Number 874. Scrambled Egg Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. I love Game Gear Sonic levels that take place at night. They just look so peaceful with all the stars shimmering in the nighttime sky. Turning our attention to the actual level itself though, this one kinda sucks. It's a giant maze with all these tubes taking Sonic to different paths while needing to avoid spikes, pits, and enemies. I already don't like mazes in Sonic games, but this one is especially bad because there's just nothing else in this level besides the maze tubes. Anyways, I don't like it. Let's move on. Number 873. Scrambled Egg Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. It's literally just the same as Act 2, except it comes before Act 2 in this level order list, so it gets slightly higher in our rankings.
Number 872. Lost Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. This level should have stayed lost. Why do we have to balance on these balls for what feels like half the level? They don't add anything, they just waste your time, they're not very fun, and when you're not bouncing on them, they just lead to some boring platformer-ing. Just why? And waiting for these balls to fall from the ceiling ain't fun either, but hey, at least there's not much of it, I guess. Abysmal level, Sonic 4 Episode 1, Never Cook Again, okay? Number 871. Amazing Arena Level 4 from Knuckles Chaotix. How did they think all these clashing colors was a good idea? It's so hard to look at. The stage just makes you go up a lot and it's not very fun. These platforms you need to ride on are pretty boring. And I didn't like the music, sorry guys.
Number 870. Savannah Citadel Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, there's no defending this level. I absolutely cannot stand to play it. The only reason it's ranked this high up on the list is because I think it looks nice, but besides that, take this hunk of junk away from me. This level sees you balancing on tight platforms throughout the level, but there are some sort of slopes on the side, so if you fall off, there's no saving yourself. You're done. That's not even addressing how controlling the werehog on a tight platform like this isn't fun to begin with, and you got the worst level of Sonic Unleashed in your hands.
Number 869. Dragon Road Act 2 Night. Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, this one is interesting. It really just has a lot of bloom on the water if you've played the Xbox One edition and you just kind of carry a thing and do some tight roping stuff. Even as Unleashed's biggest glazer, even I can't really defend this level because what the frick was this?
Number 868. Sky Road Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. This level perfectly captures everything wrong with this sorry excuse of a video game. The lack of conveyance is shown with the music note wisp, which requires you to awkwardly sit on this platform while you wait for it to run out, because if you don't, the game just straight up kills you. The lack of polish is demonstrated with the deadly combination of bad level design and a death plane that moves up with the camera. Kind of like the jungle level in Sonic 1 8-bit, except this one will kill you even if you visibly land on solid ground. On top of that, this level is way too long, like most of the levels in this game. Have fun time attacking this one without checkpoints, because I never will, and all of that isn't to mention the Zavik boss fight, which I don't want to talk about it. This level sucks.
Number 867.
Metallic Madness Zone Act 2 from Sonic CD. Like the silly. The music isn't half bad. If only the level was actually good. There's so much waiting for the right opportunity. And sure, Baby Sonic before Baby Sonic is pretty cool, but what's the point if that just leads to more bad platforming? There you go, buddy. I mean, what more do you want me to say? It's good. Why would I lie to you?
Number 866. Flying Pod from Sonic Forces. All you do in this level is some basic platforming in Green Hill as you avoid giant flying pods that drop spiky balls on Sonic. If you hit the flying pods though, you get rings! There's not too much to do here, and it's honestly not that fun. Number 865. Laser Cannon 1 from Sonic Forces. There are these giant lasers that rotate in circles that will do damage to Sonic if he gets hit by them. The whole level is basically just avoiding these lasers, which isn't really fun. You need to take your time with this level if you don't want to get hit. I also don't like the look of this level that much, it just seems super dark, which is not something I'm very fond of. Anyways, bad level design and a bad looking level, so let's just move on. Number 864. Silent Forest Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. This level missed the memo that levels with ice physics are supposed to be in Frozen Factory and not Silent Forest, but here we are anyway. This level takes place in an ice cavern that you really just skate through until you get to the end. Using the laser wisp here is cool, and running on the walls is cool too, but this level just is not that fun to play with the ice physics, so please run through this level as fast as you can when you get to it. Number 863. Robot Facility from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. The level tries really hard to be this cool maze, but to be completely honest, it just falls flat on its face. It doesn't look good at all, and the only fun part of this level is jumping over lava or acid to reach a further part of the level. There are tons of places where you need to wait for lasers or enemies to stop firing so you can get by, and besides that, there's the typical automation we see in a level. This level will take you at least 10 minutes to beat, and that's if you know where everything is. If not, then you're going to be here for quite a long time. Number 862. Gimmick Mountain Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. The level starts off with Sonic falling down for a while, then jumping from conveyor belt to conveyor belt trying not to fall off. After that, Sonic rides on some more moving platforms until he reaches the boss. This level was just boring to me. You need to get off the moving platforms before they run into spikes, but that's not really fun or a challenge. You just need to pay attention to your surroundings, really. The boss fight is nothing to write home about either. Just jump over it when it charges at you and bounce on its head until you defeat the boss. This level was just really boring. Number 861. Tidal Tempest Zone Act 1 from Sonic CD. It's an underwater level, so you already know it's not going to be that good. But it's surprisingly better than most of the underwater levels, just because there's a portion of the level where you don't need to be underwater. It's just a lot of running forward, hitting switches to open up new pathways, and occasionally getting sucked into pipes that bring you to other portions of the level. It looks alright, but this level is nothing to write home about. I do like how you get shot up out of the water at the end of the level, so there's that at least. Number 860. Silver's Tropical Jungle from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The level just felt super long, boring, and like nothing was happening. There are tons of places Silver can use his telekinesis, but honestly, it's just not fun to use here. The level looks nice, but it's also kind of confusing to get through if you don't know where you're going. I just did not like this level whatsoever.
Number 859. Mortar Canyon from Sonic Forces. These level designers made interesting looking layouts and you have to, just jump over them. Whoa, buddy, you want to actually engage with the level design? Sorry, no can do, bud. Just jump right over it and take a red star ring with you. Why design all that? If you don't want me to interact with it, it doesn't make me feel cooler, it makes me feel like, why can't I play through that section?
Number 858. Turquoise Hill Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. The whole level is really just a hop, skip, and a jump to the boss fight. There is a breakable you can spin dash through, but that's really the only exciting thing in this level. The boss fight that ensues is against a modified Motobug, and it's really just a spin dash into it to beat it kind of boss. Not a long level, nor a fun one. Number 857. Silver Castle Zone Act 2 from Sonic Blast. As the best level in this game, it basically just improves on everything we saw in Act 1. There are not as many teleporters to take, it feels like a fun challenge trying to avoid the enemies that want to hunt Sonic down, and the chase sequence feels a little bit better than the previous act. It's still a bad level, but just not as bad as a bad level if that makes sense. Also, it's over in less than a minute, which makes it all that much better.
Number 856. 3-6 from Sonic Frontiers. I will go right out and say this. Sonic Frontiers is an awesome Sonic game. But if you only ever played 3-6, I would not fault you for thinking otherwise. This is a remake level of Rooftop Run Act 2 from Sonic Unleashed, and the new Sonic Frontiers rendition takes everything from its predecessor and makes it worse. The platforming is grueling, the turbo rings in the middle of the level are monotonous, and the otherwise beautiful setting is overshadowed by the lack of proper scenery. Playing this level makes me wish I didn't love Sonic Frontiers, but because I do, it ends up being somewhat okay in the end.
Number 855, Plasma Cannon 1 from Sonic Forces. As the avatar, you need to avoid giant balls that shoot out energy that can damage you if you get hit. Now, I don't really like levels that have the player waiting for the game to do something so they can continue on with the game, and this level is a blatant example of that. You need to wait for these plasma cannons to shoot out their balls of energy, and once they're done, you can run past them. It's slow, boring, and just bad level design overall. Number 854, Shadow Canyons from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. I'm gonna be honest with you, this level is just super boring. We're halfway through the game and there's nothing new that this game has introduced besides new characters with slightly different abilities. It's the same old run forward, jump over a gap, switch to X character to do the certain task, then rinse and repeat for 10 minutes. What's worse is that 2 minutes in, there's an on-rails section so the game is just taking more control away from the player because you don't need to do anything on rails except press the jump button at the right time. The canyon at sunset aesthetic looks kinda cool, and being shot into the mines is a fun idea, but at the end of the day, the level is just boring and I don't want to come back here anytime soon. Number 853, Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. What can I say about Labyrinth Zone that hasn't been said before? Sonic moves slow underwater, you need to be constantly looking for air bubbles to refill your air meter before you die, and because you move so slowly through water, anytime you get hit, and you will get hit, it seems like you're just waiting a millennia before you can actually control Sonic again. It's just not a fun Sonic level, or a fun level overall. Number 852, Labyrinth Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Riding off the heels of Act 1, Labyrinth Zone Act 2 is just more of the same. Sonic moves super slow underwater, the platforming isn't even good when above water, and it's an annoying level to get through. There's also this weird section in the middle where you need to press a button hidden behind an item box, which is cool I guess, but when it's placed in the middle of a super slow level, it just makes it that much more annoying. Number 851, Game Land 5 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly purple Lego pieces. It's literally just the exact same slow and annoying level that we talked about previously, except Sonic can now boost and stomp, making some parts of the level slightly more tolerable. Number 850, Bridge Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. Before you fight Eggman, you need to do the perilous task of running on a bridge as it's collapsing. After you've done that, you fight Eggman. It's not a hard boss fight at all, just boring, which makes this whole level just one you want to get through as quickly as possible.
Number 849, Arid Sands Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed. So, if you know me or my channel at all, you know I love Sonic Unleashed. It's one of my favorite games ever made, and I just love talking about it any chance I get. But this level blows. I think this is by far the worst level in the game for me. I actually really like the Werehog levels. The combat is kinda basic, yeah, but it can be done quick, so it's not really too tedious. What I love most about the Werehog levels is its intense platforming. Since the Werehog is slow, there can be more dangerous and precise platforming compared to his speedy blue counterpart. But this stage has none of that. Take Skyscraper Scamper for example. It has a ton of very fun platforming high up in the sky over this void. But Arid Sands has your feet planted on the ground constantly. Not to mention it has the most annoying enemies in the game. The Hornets mixed with the Fire Mages is just not it, man. I groan every time I get to this level on a playthrough. The level itself looks nice, it has some great aesthetic, but the gameplay just pulls it down. The level is simply far too combat focused. I think for a good night stage, you need a very good balance between platforming and combat. Lean too far into one direction and the level just falls apart. I think Cool Edge Act 1 Night is a perfect example of what a night level should be. But this ain't no Cool Edge. It's an Arid Sand.
Number 848, Terminal Velocity Act 2 from Sonic Colors. There isn't too much to this level, you really just run forward for 30 seconds running away from a black hole. There's some need for player input with the floor giving out on Sonic in some sections, but that's about it. Number 847.
Egggate from Sonic Forces. Listen, I'm a fan of Sonic Forces. Please refer to my channel name. But Egggate is just... it feels like generic Sonic level. Sure, there's rails and bots and homing chains, but it feels so lifeless. Like everything is here, sure, but nothing feels cohesive. Like it's not part of the same level. Heck, the same creative team. And Sonic just doesn't stop talking. Please shut up!
Number 846. Titled Tempest Zone Act 2 from Sonic CD. It starts off with a wall pushing Sonic forward into an endless fall until you land on one of the platforms on the right. There are a lot of secret paths in this level, and it's very similar to Titled Tempest Zone Act 1, which we talked about a little bit ago, but it's just a little more fun with a little less water. Number 845. Titled Plant Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. You really just run forward and then start a boss fight against Knuckles underwater. He tries to throw bombs at you, but you could just bounce on him in this corner until the boss fight is over. Once you beat him, you just leave him to drown, and that's honestly the best part about this level.
Number 844. Capital City from Sonic Forces. Sonic Forces is a game about war, so let's assault a city and make it count. While the gameplay is short, the spectacle is endless. Every rail is interrupted by infinite bending reality. He shifts the layout to have you running up buildings and platforming upside down. It also highlights the group effort that Forces attempts to uphold. Common soldiers, just like you, share the radio with Silver and Knuckles. It falls flat for its limited gameplay, but you gotta give it up for the infinite Godzillas. You don't replay this level to enjoy the mechanics, you replay it to imagine what could have been. Imagine if this thing had a bit more meat in it. So close, Forces, so close.
Number 843. Big's Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure. Just gotta find this frog. All I have to do is cruise this coast and... oh, he's right there. And if you somehow missed him, Tikal will tell you where he is. Froggy being pretty obvious to find is a bit of a blemish on this game in my opinion. Yes, I want big stages to take longer. No, I do not know what's wrong with me. The gameplay and level design ain't much different from other fishing stages, so why did we decide this was the best one? Actually, Llennox had nothing to do with this, I decided, and there's a simple reason. The atmosphere. The rippling water, the flourishing plant life, the way the light shimmers off the bottom of the sea. It's as beautiful as an ocean from 1998 video game can be. Like, come on, it's just so relaxing here. Especially with the music track. Big actually gets a unique track in this stage, and I think it's very underrated. Like, can we please use this more? We don't need to remix Radical Highway for the 15th time. We have good stage music like Big fishes at Emerald Coast. Plus, it has my favorite secret fishing spot out of all of Big's stages. This gorgeous cove features lots of coral and lots of big fish for you to catch. A cave with annoying creatures makes the Pikmin 2 fan inside of me really happy. I would want to put this stage higher on the list, but this is about as high as I can justify putting it. Imagine how high a stage with these visuals and actual level design would be.
Number 842. Atomic Destroyer Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. You climb upwards and then fight Metal Sonic and 3 different Eggman mechs. I don't really have too much to say here, besides that I thought Metal Sonic's intro sequence is cool, and I'd like to believe that Knuckles was either mind controlled or Metal Sonic shapeshifted into Knuckles, and that's why we fought him in Title Plant Zone. Number 841. Aquarium Park Act 5 from Sonic Colors. It's one of those levels that's an auto-scroller with a trampoline that Sonic bounces on. I honestly just don't find levels like this that fun, it just feels slow and it's one giant boring waiting game. Number 840. Scrap Brain Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. The level feels like one gigantic maze with tons of different paths to take in order to reach the goal. I don't really like maze levels, especially in a Sonic game. I thought the foreground elements looked kinda cool, but after a couple minutes, I just wanted the level to be over. Number 839. Skyscraper Scamper Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This level is ranked so low for 2 reasons. First, there are so many enemy gauntlets. I swear it's more than Act 1, but that's not the worst part. The second reason this level is ranked so low is because of all these beams you need to cross. They all have spikes on the side, so if you fall you can't get back up, but also most of them have electricity running on top of them periodically that will knock you off if you get hit. It's just so dumb, and I honestly can't stand levels that use this balancing beam set piece this often. It's just the worst. I do like the nighttime aesthetic of the level though, so there's that.
Number 838. Sunset Heights from Sonic Forces. The 3D section is very bare bones as it consists of boosting forward, jumping once or twice, and doing a few homing attack chains. The 2D section is a little better with some decently fun and fast-paced 2D platforming that rewards proper use of well-timed boost jumps and air boosts, but unfortunately it feels as if it ends as soon as it begins. Despite my personal bias for Sunset Heights due to the beautiful environment and great music, it's undeniable that even when trying to squeeze every ounce of fun from this level, it just leaves you feeling underwhelmed and wanting more than its under a minute runtime can provide.
Number 837. Technobase Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. This level just hurts to play. I mean that in the most literal sense of the word. The level's background is full of flashing lights. I didn't expect this Sonic ranking video to include an epilepsy warning, but here we are. The rest of the level doesn't fare much better. It's a level you get through mindlessly with a lot of enemies in your path. This level was so mindless, in fact, I was too busy looking at the background to notice that I beat the level without even thinking. Number 836. Tails' Ice Cap from Sonic Adventure. It's literally just snowboarding. Like, this barely counts as a level because you don't really do much except for snowboard. If it was a short section, then the level would be harmless, but because it's so long and how the snowboard bounces off every little incline, it can be really annoying to control. Also, I just don't like how this section looks that much, if we're being honest here.
Number 835. Black Comet from Shadow the Hedgehog. We get to listen to elevator music while traversing an alien mothership. Chef's kiss. It does look the part. I do like all of the dark, otherworldly set pieces, but it kinda fumbles the bag in playing the part. This is naturally a long level, and a large chunk of it requires you to ride the air saucer, which is not very fast, drawing it out even more. Also, the dark mission, while it's not difficult, it's very time-consuming. The slow pacing hurts this place too much.
Number 834. Landslide Limbo from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. You're running away from platforms that are constantly falling, but unlike Desert Dodge, these platforms are falling behind you and not right in front of you. This doesn't add anything crazy to the level. You can jump off the ramps or get catapulted across gaps to help you beat the level, and you can jump over these fireballs that try to knock you off. The one thing that brings this level down a lot is the mini-boss at the end. You need to hit it quite a few times in order to destroy it, but it doesn't just let you hit it. On both sides of the arena are fences of fire and lightning, it shoots spinny blades at you, and if that weren't difficult enough, you control the character using a trackball. This boss really brings the level down as a whole. Number 833. Angel Island Zone from Sonic Mania. Honestly, I totally forgot this level was in Sonic Mania until I played Mania Plus's Encore mode and saw it was there, so there's that. Anyways, this level is just a recreation of Angel Island Zone from Sonic 3. There aren't too many things to do in this level besides run forward and save either Mighty or Ray who have been captured. It was a great introduction for those two characters, but there really is nothing special about this level. Number 832. Icy Isle from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a nice level, so you're slipping half the time, and also spears pop out of the ground a lot to stop you from going forward, which just brings down how fun this level is. That and the trackball that this game uses for moving forward. Other than that, I think it looks nice. Number 831. The Doom from Shadow the Hedgehog.
This is the second worst zone of the game, by far. The only one worse is Lost Impact, because it has an even more terrible mission than the Doom. The Doom's level design, unlike the most of Shadow the Hedgehog, which are pretty open and overall pretty straightforward, is just mazes. It's mazes after mazes after mazes. And when you have to heal a certain amount of people or kill a certain amount of people, it's honestly terrible. And that's why the Doom really suffers from it. The soundtrack piece is okay, Lost Impact is significantly better, and it's definitely not what Shadow the Hedgehog kind of is in my mind. And overall, it's just such a bad level compared to most of Shadow 05. Like, even as someone who absolutely will glaze this game to no end, this level kind of sucks. I can't lie.
Number 830. Perilous Shoot from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers, or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 829. Mysterious Table from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 828. Tunnel of Treachery from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 827. Hazardous Conduit from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 826. Fiery Duct from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 825. Frozen Pipeline from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and use your fire powers to either melt giant chunks of ice with your fire powers or run across water with your ice powers. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks alright, but that's about it. Number 824. Eggman Land Act 5 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. This level is a lives drainer. Gaps that are just barely far enough to reach, but you need to jump at the right time to make it. Platforms that are out of view, so it's just kind of a leap of faith to make. Fire shooting out at you while you're climbing up poles. It's all here and it's all terrible. Not to mention that you fight a bunch of enemies at every single opportunity, and it's no wonder why this level is ranked so low.
Number 823. Lava Mountain Zone 4, Sonic Lost World. This one's basically just a boss fight, and you fight the Nega-Wist armor, and it's like in a really straight line, but in Mach speed. I mean, it's not too much different from that. It's just Sega was running out of ideas. That's just what happens sometimes. But I will say, this has got to be one of the best final boss soundtracks of all time in the series. Very underrated. I recommend go give it a listen. This song is a banger.
Number 822. Amazing Arena Level 5 from Knuckles' Chaotix. Once you bring color back into this level, it honestly just hurts your eyes to look at. The level design is kind of confusing, especially since you need to take these pods that take you to different places in the level. The boss fight against Robotnik isn't too exciting either. All you need to do is stay in the far end of the arena until he attacks, and then go in and hit him. Rinse and repeat. I don't really like this level that much. Number 821. Trap Tower from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. Like the name suggests, Trap Tower is a short level filled with traps. You run forward, avoid Tesla coils and giant spike traps, and then near the end you climb up a ladder as explosions burst out around you and fire chases you up the ladder. It's a decent level, but there isn't really anything of substance here. And also, the level just kinda looks bland. Number 820. Laser Cannon 2 from Sonic Forces. As your avatar character, you run on top of a bunch of platformings, avoiding rotating lasers by hiding behind these platforms or just outrunning them. I just find it boring. There's not too much to do, and there's this one section where the avatar grapples onto something and spins around in a bunch of circles for no reason. I just don't really find it appealing to play this level. Like, at all.
Number 819. End of the World from Sonic 06. End of the World's attempt at a last level tries to take the charm and excitement of Cannon Core from Sonic Adventure 2 and fundamentally fails in every single aspect. Mostly because every character in this game feels like how you run when you're in a dream. It's unexciting, aggravating from the instant death orbs, and I believe that the only time you would ever take this full path in Dusty Desert is because you're forced to play as the slowest character in the game. End of the World is not fun, especially because it's the longest stage in the game, and if you lose every life, you're forced to repeat it and have to play with Amy Rose all over again. A very deserving spot all the way down here.
Number 818. Amazing Arena Level 3 from Knuckles' Chaotix. You need to hit this timer in order to bring color back to the level, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what this does besides that. The music isn't really that good, and I thought the enemy placement was a little weak. You can ride on these vehicles to take you to other parts of the level, but there really isn't too much to this level whatsoever. Number 817. Tropical Coast Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. This whole level is just either chasing or being chased by fruit until they land in a giant slicer which produces a lot of juice that Sonic then rides on. You use the Rocket Wisp to travel to different places in this level until finally arriving at Master Zik, who you need to do the exact same thing you've been doing this entire level and then homing attack him? Yeah, this boss sucks and this level sucks. It looks nice though. Number 816. Amazing Arena Level 2 from Knuckles' Chaotix. You need to hit this timer in order to bring color back to the level, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what this does. You can ride these vehicles that take you to other parts of the levels, but there really isn't too much to this level.
Number 815, Speed Slider Level 3 from Knuckles Chaotix. It can be really hard to know where you're going, and that's not helped by you not being able to go as fast as you can in other levels. The name lied. It's not an enjoyable level in the slightest.
Number 814. Frozen Factory Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. This is the reason why I play Sonic games. To play as a giant snowball with extremely slippery controls making me fly off the level at every possible moment. Seriously, who thought this would be a good idea as a level gimmick? Anyways, after reaching the afterlife because I was bored to death, you fight Xena who hides inside of snowmen which you need to destroy with your giant snowball in order to damage her. Yeah, if you can't tell by the tone of my voice, this level is just stupid, only ranking this high because of the snow aesthetic of the level. Number 813. Speed Slider Level 5 from Knuckles' Chaotix. The beginning of the level starts out kinda fast, but then the middle of the level really slows down and focuses on either jumping up or falling down onto platforms. The boss fight here is super interesting though. You need to hit the blue spinning handle in the middle while avoiding the platforms with spikes on the bottom of them. It's not the best boss fight, but I still thought it was cool. It's not a good level, but the boss fight really brings up the score even if it's only by a little. Number 812. Oil Desert Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. The level features 3 sections in which Sonic is trapped in an enclosed space and you need to climb out, all while quicksand is slowly filling up, crushing you if you can't escape in time. There's also a lot of oil spills throughout this level that cause Sonic and Tails to slip all over the place. I just don't think it's really that good of a level, and also the level itself looks kind of ugly. I mean, I know oil rigs aren't the prettiest thing to look at, but having it in the desert with all the yellow sand makes it look so much worse.
Number 811. Silver's Aquatic Base from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Starting off with the positives, I love the aesthetic of an underwater base. The music is so chill too and it fits the setting perfectly. And it's cool that there's a section where you get to play as Shadow. Unfortunately, however, most of this level is hindered by just the overall problems of Sonic 06, like the bad controls, Silver's speed, and on top of that, the giant ball section is really annoying.
Number 810. Desert Ruin Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. Sonic, being the good lad he is, recommends that Zemon gets some diet and exercise for a healthier lifestyle, and Zemon responds by having us play Desert Ruin Zone 4. It's an auto-scrolling level in which Sonic is chased by a giant tornado that sucks up everything in its path, the environment, enemies, and even Sonic. After getting far enough, you drill into the ground with the drill wisp just to continue being chased by a tornado seconds later. Finally, after all that, you fight this stupid Zeddy, and that's how I feel about this whole level. It's just stupid. Why is it an auto-scroller? Why does it look so bland? Why did this happen? All these questions go unanswered and I don't like the level one bit. Number 809. Rooftop Run Act 1-2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. The level is pretty basic, but it's really dull when compared to some of the other cool things that this game does with the Werehog. All you do is run into buildings until you find a switch that opens a gate, You then defeat some enemies and repeat the same process like 10 times until you get to the end of the level. It's super boring and extremely repetitive. Number 808. Shadow's Dusty Desert from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. This level just feels like it goes on forever. You start on a hoverboard as Shadow and you need to drive in between every single one of these sets of pillars in order to open a random door where the rest of the level is. You then switch between playing as Shadow and Omega in some ancient ruins, defeating enemies and opening doors for what just feels like an eternity. Yeah, I have nothing positive to say about this level, it's just super long and super boring. Number 807. Windmill Isle Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. Man, this level sucks. All you do is open doors and fight enemies. Once you're done running around for 4 minutes doing that, you're rewarded with fighting a boss. What fun. I don't have much else to say on this level, it just wasn't very good. Number 806. Windy Hills Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. It's a really short 2D level that sees Sonic running through Windy Hill then fighting Zaz at the end. There's nothing here that stands out whatsoever besides the Zaz boss fight, and that's what I don't like about it. This level is just boring and uninspired with very few enemies and nothing really happening. The Zaz boss fight is stupid easy since you just knock him off his moon mech, then homing attack him, but it's the first mini boss fight, so what'd you expect? But yeah, this level is just not that good.
Number 805. Guardian Rock from Sonic Forces. I'll never pass up the chance to dig at Sonic Forces, and this level is no different. It's set in Green Hill and is pretty much all 2D, with some really boring and uninspired platforming and Wispin usage. Then there's a chase sequence with a giant crab at the very end, which is kinda cool.
Number 804. Cool Edge Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. It was just some really basic platforming and then a puzzle at the end where you need to put the correctly colored things on the correctly colored podium. You need to balance while holding one, and falling down into the water means you're doing it all over again. It just wasn't too fun. There's also the enemy gauntlets, which can get annoying after a while. Number 803. Tropical Coast Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. The first part of this level is literally just a continuation of what we talked about in Zone 2, with the fruits and the butterflies. It then transitions into 2D and requires Sonic to run and jump onto platforms and sections of land that can be gobbled up at any moment by a giant evil anglerfish who loves the taste of hedgehog. After surviving all that, you then get to Master Zik, who uses the masterful technique of rotating fruit around himself. Fruit that Sonic can easily jump over. Yeah, this boss fight and the level are not that good. It looks nice, but I said about literally every Tropical Coast Zone level, so what makes you think that this one would be any different?
Number 802. Ocean Base Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. Can be kind of fun at times when I'm in the right mood on the third Wednesday in January and it's not raining outside, and after I gargle vanilla pudding and I don't have to touch these stupid waterfalls. I hate these things. They should be dead. We should remove all water from the earth at all times. The stage expects you to climb up these things, which take forever, and sometimes there's not even anything up there. I did that for nothing. Nothing! Like, I just went through all that effort. At least give me some rings or something. But no, you just waste your time. I could have been wasting my time in a better level.
Number 801. Shadow's Crisis City from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. If you want to play through a slower version of Sonic's Crisis City, then you're in the right place. I really like how hectic Crisis City can be, and it even makes the janky buggy feel more natural to the environment since it's so chaotic here. I love how Crisis City looks, but the level is filled with way too many enemies that Shadow needs to defeat. And also Shadow moves so slow that it takes like 8 to 10 minutes to beat this level. So yeah, it's not a fun level, and get ready for enemies to pop out of the floor making you drop all your rings because that happens a ton in this level.
Number 800. Tidal Tempest Round Zone 3 from Sonic CD. Yeah, they're called rounds in this game instead of zones, I don't know why. Anyways, why did I decide to talk about 3 bosses from Sonic CD? I like chasing down Eggman in order to beat him up, but the actual fight leaves a lot to be desired. The bubbles can be a bit annoying, it feels like I have to use all of them in order to get a hit on Eggman. Also, chasing him down was a bit slow because the terrain is super blocky, which is kind of annoying to traverse. In the good future, the fish smile. Llennox told me to put that in.
Number 799. Silver's White Acropolis from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Even though this one is one of the better ranked Silver levels, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a fun level. Silver and Blaze both move extremely slowly, and it's even more apparent in this level because all you really need to do is walk forward. There are only 1 or 2 spots where you actually need to fight enemies or use Silver's telekinesis. White Acropolis is a visually pleasing level to look at, and I do think the platforming is good, but with Silver's speed being slower than a sloth giving birth, it's just hard to actually have fun playing the level. Number 798. Team Attack Amigo from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. In this level, you play as Tails for 3 sections, Blaze for 3 sections, and then Omega for 3 sections, ending with a boss fight against the Egg Genesis. All the sections are just remixes of levels that you've already played throughout the game. I think it can be fun since all these characters have high movement speeds in the air or on the ground, but it just goes on for way too long and the boss fight against the Egg Genesis is just boring. I really like the addition to the game, but it's still boring to play nonetheless. Number 797. Meta Jugglera Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. There were just so many bumpers that would halt your progress until you broke them. It was fine at first, but it got really annoying really quickly. There's also mud everywhere in this level that Sonic can sink into if you accidentally fall into it. It looks decent, but I did not enjoy my time with this level whatsoever. Number 796. Hidden Island R-3 from Sonic Rush Adventure. It's a 5-lap track that has you run into some giant cave, climb to the top of it, then run to the bottom of it. Once you run out of it, you're met with a loop that shoots you right into a bottomless pit if you don't react fast enough. I don't really like the race type levels in this game, and I don't like how the game can just cheaply kill you if you don't react fast enough. Number 795. Sonic's Aquatic Base from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. It's a super long and tedious run through Eggman's underwater base, with the player switching to Knuckles and Tails during certain sections. I think the level looks really nice. Being able to see dolphins and manta rays swimming around is a really nice attention to detail, which I didn't even know this game had. Looking at the level itself though, yikes. I wouldn't say there were any bad sections where you play as Sonic, but they're just boring. The only place I would say a section was bad would be running on the giant balls that evaporate instantly if Sonic touches one of the laser grids. Thankfully you can use a glitch to skip this section easily, but still. The Tails and Knuckles sections just felt annoying. You switch to Tails to hit some switches, and do the same with Knuckles. It felt like it was supposed to be this grand finale kind of level like Cannon's Core in Sonic Adventure 2, but the level just falls flat on its face at every turn. Number 794. Frozen Factory Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. Hey Sonic, could you grab some abnormally large ice cubes on your way to fight Xena? Thanks. I don't really have another funny joke for this rating. I just don't like ice levels in Sonic games, and this one just kinda really sucks. I kept getting launched from this ramp and dying because I was just barely too short. I had no idea why I was coming up short, but I finally made it across, so there's that. Oh, and the boss fight with Xena is easier here than in Zone 2 for some reason.
Number 793. Dragon Road Knight Act 1 from Sonic Unleashed. This level has 2 main paths, and both are pretty far from the peak of Werehog levels. If you go the normal route, you're greeted to small arenas where you fight lots of enemies with very minimal platforming, or you take the other route with the Gaia Dark Bat shortcut. So the 2 options in playing the level are fighting hordes of Gaia minions until you get to the end, or taking the platforming path which cuts out the battle sequences. And it makes both of these paths boring. Even the big mother at the end can be completely skipped. There's no reason to fight it since you can just run up to the lever and pull it before it starts attacking you. And whilst the platforming route is a bit more fun and much faster, instead of engaging with the level, you simply go around it. Overall, this stage has a terrible balance of both combat or platforming, whichever route you choose, and the short length leaves little to no impression at all.
Number 792. Aquarium Park Act 3 from Sonic Colors. It can be fun to try and get some of the collectibles littered throughout this level, but the level itself feels very slow to run through. Towards the end, there's a section where you just wait for an elevator to lower, which can be fun if you use the Frenzy Wisp, but boring if you don't have it or run out of it. It's just not a fun level to play. Number 791. Metropolitan Highway from Sonic Forces. It's aesthetically one of the best looking levels in this game, and I really do like the music, but unfortunately this level is just terrible to play through. The boost feels really stiff in this level, especially since if you boost around the wrong corners you can just go flying off the level, so you need to walk slowly around the corners in order not to fall into a pit. The 2D sections have you on these weird platforms that move like a second after you stand on them, which is kinda weird, but it makes for some decent platforming because if you jump too late, you'll be impaled by a bunch of spikes. Fun fact, as you're diving through the ground in this section, you can just hold up and you'll miss every single missile being fired at you. Seriously, what the heck is this level design? It's terrible.
Number 790, Aqua Road from Sonic Forces. Bumping into motor bugs on a slippery water slide is a fun idea, but the execution is a bit hollow. Part 1 on the larger slides goes on for a little too long and there's next to no challenge cause you have so much room to work with. Part 2 is more chaotic and enjoyable with its multiple smaller slides, but it only lasts for like 10 seconds. Although, if you have the drill wisp on equipped, you can rocket yourself out of the left tunnel. It is super fun to maintain this new crazy speed, so I guess that's one thing this level has going for it?
Number 789, Gameland 7 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. It's the final Gameland level in Sonic Colors. It takes place in a world made up of ugly teal Lego pieces, and all you really do is some 3D Mario platforming. Use the drill wisps underwater, do some 2D Mario platforming, use the rocket and drill wisp underwater, then you get to use some billiard balls to destroy some badniks. The level ends with the virtual hedgehog dodging enemies underwater until they find a drill wisp, and then avoid getting crushed by these platforms. I thought it was kinda enjoyable. The level gives you a lot of different things to do, but nothing really stood out to me as fun, exciting, or even challenging. The level does give us the final Chaos Emerald though, so that's nice of it. Number 788, Cloud Sanctuary's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it. Number 787, Volcanic Crater's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it. Number 786, Ancient City's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it. Number 785, Shadow Canyon's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it. Number 784, Scrapyard's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it. Number 783, Seaside Coast's Worm Tunnel from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. As Sonic, you automatically run forward, avoid electrical box things, and can boost through giant blue blocks. That's literally all there is to this level. Run forward, boost when you can, and grapple onto these bars when prompted to. It's very repetitive and gets very boring very quickly. I think it looks decent, but honestly that's about it.
Number 782, Luminous Forest from Sonic Forces. Hey, insert that 17-second clip of Sonic just boosting forward with no other input. Thanks. Okay, the stage isn't all boosting, just mostly boosting. The 2D section was actually really okay. Nothing spectacular, but serviceable. And then you just get to hold boost for the rest of the stage. But why was it designed this way? What was the thought process behind this stage? Making it so 4-year-olds can beat this stage? The 4-year-olds can have a bit of challenge in their game. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that snake quick but it's whatever.
Number 781. Gigalopolis Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. All you do is hold right until you get to the boss fight, but at least the game makes you think you're doing a lot more than you're actually doing. I think the level looks really nice, but there really is not too much substance to this level.
Number 780. Egg Utopia Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. You think the final level would be more difficult, but no. Aside from a few cheap enemy placements, this level was easy compared to other final stages in the series. I kinda just held forward and got to the end with only a couple jumps. If you think I wasn't playing the game right, I got a gold medal for doing this, so at least the game thinks I'm doing something right.
Number 779. Game Land 3 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. This level introduces mystery capsules that either have Eggman's head or the laser and drill wisp in them, and I think that's pretty cool. Eggman's head can accompany you as you run through the world of ugly gray Lego pieces, and the wisps can help you escape it quicker. In all seriousness, this level is just use X wisp to get to the goal. There isn't really anything that stands out about this level. Number 778. Chemical Plant from Sonic Forces. Yes, the infamous if I run down the slope I can't make it up the short hill level. Besides that, it rips all of its assets from Generations, and there are just weird collision issues in this level with Classic Sonic, which I really don't like. Besides that, the platforming level is just bad, and the same goes for the music. Let's just go ahead and move on.
Number 777. Hidden Island 4 from Sonic Rush Adventure. There's lots of gimmicks in this stage, like a bit too many in fact. There's hooks, coral, falling rocks, bouncy things. Like, what's the theme here? Underwater? It wasn't even a fun kind of lack of theme, where you can do anything. Just kind of bland. Also, I kept jumping off of these hooks and falling to my death. Oops.
Number 776. Skybase Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. You roll down 2 hills and then fight Eggman. He shoots fire and balls of electricity that you need to avoid while breaking his glass chamber he's hiding behind. Once you defeat him, you get a cute little cutscene of Sonic teleporting to Green Hill, chasing Eggman and defeating him, then singing in the credits. It's a fine level on a boss fight, but there isn't really any substance to this level. That's all. Number 775. Game Land 4 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Spring Yard Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly red Lego pieces. For being a remake of a Genesis level, it's somehow worse than the original. It feels like you're waiting forever for obstacles to move out of the way, or platforms to move so you can continue with the level. Also, billiard balls seem to come out of thin air and run you over with little to no indication that they're headed straight towards your dome. You do get to use billiard balls to run over some enemies though, which can be kind of enjoyable to watch, I guess. Number 774. Green Hill Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. The level is literally running up 2 hills and then fighting Eggman. The reason that I found it so fun though is because Eggman literally does not fight back, so you just wail on him for a while until he blows up, and I think that's kind of funny. Number 773. Game Land 7 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Starlight Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly teal Lego pieces. It's a lot of running forward and then waiting for some platforms to move after you hit a button, or just waiting for spinning platforms to move so you can jump on one of them. It's just a really slow and dull level. It's nothing like the level it's supposed to be based off of. For that reason, I just don't really like this level that much. Number 772. Battle Fortress 2 from Tails' Adventure. There are a lot of conveyor belts that slow Tails down, so you need to use his drone to turn off electrical currents powered by switches so you can progress. I like how the level looks, but it was just a slow, mediocre final level to walk and fly through. Number 771. Aqua Lake Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. The level looks decent, and the above water sections felt kinda fast, but as soon as you get underwater, you're bombarded with spikes and spears that just make this level not that fun to come back to. Sonic's also really slow underwater, which really doesn't help out anything either.
Number 770. Cocoa Island from Tails' Adventure. Wow, I absolutely love running around this tedious base and pressing buttons. It's so awesome. Yeah, it's pretty boring. I think the entire base shaking when you throw a bomb is cool, but yeah, I really got nothing else. Tails' Adventure is pretty boring, and my memories of it were erased as soon as I was done with it.
Number 769. Rusty Ruin Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. I like the crumbled ruins that the level takes place in, with the statues of soldiers standing guard, but that's really all I can say I enjoyed about the level. It's very bland in scope, and it doesn't really feel like this level does anything to stand out besides just being super long. There are some fans around this level that spin Sonic around, which really just acts as an active hitbox for defeating enemies, but that's really the only thing of note here. Number 768. Mad Matrix from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Honestly, it's mostly due to the hero mission, which takes so unbelievably long to finish. You have to go through each 4 of these central towers, and essentially you have to do a gauntlet within the tower in order to get back out. And these gauntlets take so long, and actually getting to that section of the level already takes like a solid minute. So the level is unnecessarily long. And the dark mission is pretty mid too, as all you have to do is just kind of go around this section and just kind of destroy all the mines that Black Doom has. I don't know. It's really bad, honestly. The only saving grace of this level is the neutral mission, because gunning for the end of this level is pretty fun, I will say that. The thing that Mad Matrix does have over Digital Circuit is the soundtrack. Genuinely, I have to say, this is one of my favorite, yet again, pieces in Shadow the Hedgehog. It's just such a good piece, and fits this electronic beat of Mad Matrix even better than Digital Circuit.
Number 766. Rooftop Run Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. As the Werehog, you run through the alleyways of Spagonia fighting off Dark Gaia monsters, alongside climbing up a tower overlooking the city of Spagonia in order to unlock gates to further areas of the level. You get to run along rooftops, but the level suffers the same fate as most of the other Werehog levels in this game. It's just not fun to play. The Werehog feels really slippery here for some reason, and there aren't really any combos in this game. The platforming was decent, but I didn't really enjoy the level all that much. Number 765. Frozen Factory Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Alright, I'll admit it, I'm a sucker for snow-themed levels, especially when you can snowboard down them. But besides that, I just don't really like this level. I don't find the Ivory Wisp really that fun to use, and I don't like the ice physics in Sonic levels. There's also places where you need to push snowballs onto switches and tight platforming on the ice, and it all just blends together in a giant pile of mediocrity. Especially with these weird cog things that roll from left to right on the screen for some reason. Number 764.
Skyscraper Scamper Night Act 1. Oh boy. It's a bit hard to explain how I feel about this level, as from a speedrunning perspective, I absolutely love it. But a lot of that comes from the fact that it's fun knowing how to skip a lot of the level. However, most people aren't going to be doing that. So if you're going to actually be playing through the level, you're going to have to deal with many enemy arenas, multiple bosses, spike beams that are just the worst to navigate through, and boring puzzles that think they are more clever than they actually are. For first-time players, or even your multiple playthroughs, it's just not gonna be fun. Unless you take time to learn how to skip things, which albeit is very fun, it's just not a great level to demonstrate your Werehog's capabilities. I'm sure there's an argument to be made there, but whatever.
Number 763. Fire Cannon 1 from Sonic Forces. There are hardly any pillars you need to avoid in this level until you get to the end, and then you get an unholy amount shoved in your face. The level looks nice since it takes place in the Mystic Jungle, and you can actually see the Mystic Jungle, but there was just nothing of substance in this level, and it was over when it just started to get going. Number 762. Jungle Joyride Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The level starts off pretty slowly with climbing up ledges and then a giant tree, which I think was kinda cool. You then run along treetops and branches until reaching what looks to be an old abandoned temple. You need to use these flying enemies to cross onto it, which would be fine, but one of these guys shoots out electricity, so alongside needing to wait for this one Dark Gaia enemy to rise up to reach the green one, you also need to wait to get on a good cycle so you don't electrify yourself and immediately fall to your death. This part was really annoying, and on top of the whole level being slow, this just brings down the level to a whole different level. Number 761. Gimmick Mountain Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. While it looks nice, at the end of the day this level is just a pain to get through. There are conveyor belts and moving platforms that try to ruin your day, but I did think that running on these spinning platforms was kind of enjoyable. There are some unfair enemy placements that will hurt you if you aren't paying attention to where you're going, but it's not going to happen often in this level. I think the level looks decent, but there's nothing to this level that makes you want to play it again. Number 760. Casino Night Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. Classic Sonic feels really stiff to control in this game, and it's most prevalent in this level.
Let's go gambling!
Here there are bumpers moving you all around the place, and it's a very slow level to get through. There's a lot of waiting in elevators, moving platforms, and it really hinders the gameplay experience. I also don't really like how the level looks, like, at all. Number 759. Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode Metal. It's a harder version of Lost Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1, and I really don't like this level. It looks ugly, there's a lot of enemies and traps that feel like they come out of nowhere and hit you, and then there's sections where you need to balance on a rolling ball for what feels like a quarter of the level. It's not fun, and I don't want to revisit this level anytime soon. Number 758. Eggman Land Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The main gimmick of this level is puzzle solving, which is kinda neat. You need to transport barrels and boxes across conveyor belts, but you need to switch which direction the conveyor belts are moving in order to do so. There are some spots where you need to fight enemies, but it was decent for the most part. Number 757. Wacky Workbench Zone Act 3 from Sonic CD. Getting to the boss can be confusing with the floor launching you up high in the air whenever you touch it, but if you just hold right and use even 1% of your brain power, you should be able to find where the boss is. The level itself is really short, and the boss fight is kind of annoying. You see, you need to be launched into the air on these platforms, but the one you're on doesn't go up high enough to reach the next platform, so you need to jump on one of the adjacent platforms to hit the boss. The third time you do this though, you need to stay on the platform or else you'll get crushed by the ceiling. It was kind of annoying that the boss just switched it up like that, but it's whatever.
Number 767. Casinopolis Sonic from Sonic Adventure. A lot of you might be saying,
"Oh, but the stage is so cool. Look at the casino. Look at the dump. Look how fast you go in the garbage."
no! As a child, I loved Emerald Coast. I loved Windy Valley. And then I'd get to Casinopolis and stop. Who thought it would be a good idea to have a child playing a kid's game have to get, like, I don't remember how many rings. What kid with autism and ADD is gonna have the patience to get that many rings from a pinball stage and a dump section that he doesn't know how to get to? And when you get a certain amount of rings, it's so easy for Sonic to just do a long jump and just freaking get the Chaos Arrow, but no, there's an invisible wall, you see. Sonic's like, oh no, there's an invisible wall, Tails, we can't jump up there, oh no! All that said, the dump part of the section, pretty decent. Everything else? There's a reason that this is right after a stage from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Number 756. Casino Street Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It's a very nice looking casino themed level, but that's literally the only positive thing I have to say about this level. It loves to have Sonic enter a cannon, spend a couple of seconds aiming the cannon, then firing Sonic out of said cannon. If it were once, then that would be fine, but it feels like you do this literally every 10 seconds. It just slows down the pace of the level exponentially, and on top of that,
let's go gambling!
There are bumpers all over the place, so it's not even guaranteed you'll hit your target if you're even off just by a little bit. The only, and I mean only reason this level is ranked so high is because this zone looks gorgeous.
Number 755. It's Mad Space. We know why it's bad. It's too big, gravity traps you on planets. It's too long, it's super vertical. The detector readings here are reversed, so be very careful. We all know this, but I think it's overhated. Just a tad. It's easy to go up and down the stage, and you'll probably detect an emerald piece along the way. The hints are reversed, but you can just pause the game. The gravity isn't as bad as people say. It's pretty much just 1.5 planets. My biggest issue with the stage are these outer ring platforming sections. They're super far away, and if a piece spawns here, my A rank is just gone. Mad Space is weak, but not one of the worst stages ever. I mean, we think that 249 stages are worse.
Number 754. Windy Hill Zone 4 from Sonic Lost World. You run through this half-pipe area of grass with some sheep being fine with your presence, but then others just do not like you for some reason, so they try to trample you, which I never understood why this happens. Anyways, after you do that, you transition into 2D, and it feels like the exact same as Windy Hill Zone 2 from earlier. Boring and uninteresting. You do get to chase Zaz in his moon mech at the end of the level, which then turns to him chasing you before fighting him at the end of the level. I honestly just did not like this level one bit. Number 753, Savannah Citadel Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. You're basically just Spider-Man on this level with how much swinging you're doing. As the Werehog, you need to push or pull some levers that push out some poles that you swing across quickly before they retract back into the wall. It was kind of fun the first time through, but not that much. There are some poles that will fall if you hold on to them for too long, but honestly, this level wasn't that much of a challenge. As long as you know how to swing in this game, then you'll be just fine. Number 752, Isolated Island Level 4 from Knuckles' Chaotix. You need to hold the computer player and align yourself on switches to open doors. That's really all you do. The holding system doesn't work too well in this game, so when you need to move vertically on this elevator, you and the computer player keep falling off it, and it's just super annoying. It looks and sounds nice, but that's about it. Number 751, 3-4 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Windmill Isle Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. There's not too much to do here besides jump from rail to rail kinda slowly, which I'm not too fond of since Sonic has tons of drag whenever he jumps off the ground. It's just not fun. The atmosphere also is kinda boring here, not gonna lie. Number 750, Sky High Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. I like how the level looks, but honestly the level just feels kinda boring. Really the only thing of note is that Sonic can use a paraglider in this level. It's not really that intuitive and it's just kinda slow. Overall, it's alright. Number 749, 2-1 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of a section from Green Hill Act 2 from Sonic Generations. I don't mean to bash on the level, but it is just a blatant copy and it's not a good one at that. Sonic's extremely slow in 2D, and running up and down hills slowly isn't going to make the level any better. The level being set near sunset is cool, but it's not doing anything to make the level better. Number 748, Mad Gear Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. First off, why do these cogs move at 3 frames a second while everything else runs at 60 frames per second? It's just a super weird design choice. What sucks is that you're going to be seeing them a lot throughout this level, since most of the level is just hopping onto a cog, waiting 50 years for it to move, then jumping off of it, hit a switch, then rinse and repeat. There are spots where you need to actually spin a cog by running on top of it, but it only comes up a couple of times throughout this level. This cog also spins at 60 frames per second, so again, why couldn't the normal cogs move at 60 frames per second? Overall, this level isn't bad, it's just slow and boring. Number 747, Marina Madness Level 2 from Knuckles' Chaotix. The level itself looks very nice, but that's about all the praise I can give it. There are tons of ships that move up and down throughout this level, which looks cool, but it can totally be a hindrance if you're trying to move downwards and keep landing on the platforms on the side of the boat. This level is also very vertical. Whenever you try to move forward, you'll smack into a wall, or you'll go up a ramp and then get rammed into a wall. You can't really get much speed in this level, and I don't really like it that much.
Number 746, Golden Capital Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. This stage is strange because it focuses not only on the pinball aspect for a second time in this game, but it's also the only stage where you cannot use the emerald powers, since Fang takes them in the beginning of the stage. But this level is pretty fun to run and bounce through, in the very brief sections where you can. A grand total of 3 auto-scrolling sections are in this level, and they go on and on. The first one isn't too bad, and once you get out, the Sonic 1 concept art loop-de-loop is shown, which is a very nice touch. But due to the nature of the pinball mechanics, it's sometimes unpredictable what will happen, but you can still do some pretty cool tricks with them to reach some shortcuts in the stage. But then the level reaches its second auto-scroller, which is both longer and more frustrating. I think the controls on these platforms are the same as ground control, but because you need to control up and down as well, it all just feels a bit clunky. But we get through the second auto-scroller, it keeps going. And that's because we get a boss fight with Fang that goes on for longer than the entire stage beforehand. The idea of this fight is pretty alright, showing Fang soup up his mech that we fight against right after, and the robot mech that we see in Trip's story. But man, all the control issues are made so much worse here, and the lengthy attack cycles and transitions just add on so much unnecessary time to this level.
Number 745, Botanic Base Level 4 from Knuckles' Chaotix. I thought the level looked nice, the only issue was it was kind of confusing to get through. Sometimes I'd be presented with a path I hadn't been down before, but it turns out the path just leads to an earlier part of the level and not the end of it. I thought the level looked nice, but that's about it.
Number 744, Skyroad Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. So, I heard you like Green Hill. Well, if you didn't like it enough, we have it in Sonic Lost World. But not only do we have it in Sonic Lost World, we ran out of time and did it again. but this time we called it Sky Road. And just made Green Hill with a bunch of clouds and a bunch of giant caterpillar thingies that you have to use the like charged homing attack, but the game never explains it. So it's just kind of, you know, there, and then you're like, what the frick? Yeah, you can tell they kind of ran out of time with this one.
Number 743, Bridge Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. It's one of the only auto-scrollers in the whole series, and it's about as slow as you can imagine. The slow scrolling means you can jump all around to reach higher platforms, which is cool I guess, but I think it would have been a lot more fun if you could just run to the end. I thought the level itself looked pretty, but that's about it.
Number 742, Silver's Dusty Desert from Sonic 06. Everyone knows why this stage sucks. It's the ball puzzle. Like, we all know it, right? We all know it sucks. Whenever someone talks about 06, they bring up this stage. It's just a bit overdone. Anyways, the rest of the stage is boring. It's just clearing out enemies and floating from platform to platform. And it's very slow and tedious. Thank goodness that Amy is here to break up the monotony, and she's the worst character in the game. Like, all she has is this double jump that kills all momentum, this hammer attack that kills all momentum, and she can turn invisible for some reason? I don't know, the stage is a boring mess, but I guess it's a more interesting boring mess than 264 other stages at least.
Number 741, Reverse Block 1 from Sonic Forces. You actually need to be somewhat smart about which blocks you destroy, which is kind of cool. There are a ton of enemies in this level, so if you use the Void Wisp, it can be fun to stuck up a bunch of enemies that are congregated in this area. The blocks do respawn, which is nice, but the level doesn't really offer any substance or value when playing it, so I'm not too fond of it.
Number 740, Frozen Base Zone Act Tails from Sonic Superstars. I don't feel much towards this stage. Having a stage dedicated to Tails' flight is pretty nice, but the level doesn't do much with it. Music is nice at least.
Number 739, Sweet Mountain Act 4 from Sonic Colors. My favorite stand around and do nothing simulator on this list. You basically stand on buttons that rotate obstacles so you can get past them, or raise platforms so you can continue on with the level. While Sweet Mountain is a nice looking area, there's nothing about this level that is sweet. It just leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Number 738, Underground Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. This level was pretty short, only lasting for less than a minute, but it was still fun nonetheless. As Sonic, you can roll down these minecart tracks, and I thought that was pretty cool. There are tons of secrets and breakable walls in this level, and I thought it looked nice. It's just not a level I want to come back to that often. Number 737, Sonic's Dusty Desert from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. It's one of two levels in Sonic's story where Sonic is carrying Elise. This means he doesn't have access to most of his abilities, except the homing attack, but now he can use a fire shield to stop him from sinking into the sand. Turning our attention to the level though, it takes place in some ruins that have been buried under a mountain of sand. I like that aspect of the level, but that's really about it. Dusty Desert just feels really slow due to Sonic moving at a snail's pace with no gems to help him move faster. There are a few shortcuts you can take to help move through the level faster, but none of them really feel that exciting to take. It also doesn't really provide any challenge to the player. Just don't run in the sand unless you have the fire shield out. There are a bunch of statues that resemble eagles and griffins in this level, so that's cool at the least.
Number 736, Park Avenue from Sonic Forces. It feels like one of those Mario Maker levels where they just give Mario a star and you run through like 50 enemies. Why? I would say hype moments and aura, but that doesn't have hype moments or aura. The only difficulty in this stage is missing the grapple points because they just came out of nowhere.
Number 735, Press Factory Zone Act Fruit from Sonic Superstars. This level is an auto-scroller that scrolls upwards as you collect rings. It's fun on the first playthrough, but there isn't much substance unless you're coming to collect more medals, so I don't find myself coming back here too often. It looks pretty though. Number 734, Pinball Carnival Zone Act Fruit from Sonic Superstars. This level is an auto-scroller that scrolls from left to right as you collect rings. It's fun on the first playthrough, but there isn't much substance unless you're coming to collect more medals, so I don't find myself coming back here too often. It looks pretty though. Number 733, Ridge Island Zone Act Fruit from Sonic Superstars. This level is an auto-scroller that scrolls upwards as you collect rings. It's fun on the first playthrough, but there isn't much substance unless you're coming to collect more medals, so I don't find myself coming back here too often. It looks pretty though. Number 732. Collision Chaos Zone Act 2 from Sonic CD. Well, I thought the level looked nice, it just felt like the bumpers were bouncing you up and down way too much in this level. It felt like every time you'd get to the top, the game would just bring you right back down to the bottom of the level. Repeat that until you get to the end of the level. I think having Sonic bounce off things in this level can be fun, but this level just does it way too much and too often for me to enjoy it. Also, one last thing real quick, I really don't like these breakable bumpers that this level loves to put in random places. Sonic just bounces up and down for a while until he can finally break free from them, and I don't really like it whatsoever. Number 731. Hidden Island R-1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. It's a 5-lap track where all you do is run forward and jump like 2 times. That's literally it. The laps don't take too long, about 10 seconds per lap if you're going slow. It's just a level you play once to get a time on the leaderboard and then never touch again. Number 730. Jungle Zone Act 3 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. You climb up what I believe are a bunch of vines, then fight Eggman. The fight was kind of enjoyable, avoiding the large balls that Eggman dropped, but there really wasn't too much to the level besides that, so I think it's just alright. Number 729. Dragon Road Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Hey, it's that one level's Frontiers remade! In all seriousness, this level is nothing to write home about. All you do is jump from spinning platform to spinning platform until you reach the goal ring. It doesn't cause the player to engage with the level that much, and in my opinion, it's just not that fun. Number 728. Shadow's Radical Train from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. As Shadow, you run forward and try to stop Dr. Eggman's train from progressing forward. You need to hit a switch to stop the train, and then you get to hit it a bunch, which is fun. At the end of the level, you even get to ride a motorcycle and shoot the train down, which I really enjoyed. The level just felt really slow because of how slow Shadow is in this game, and most of the time I was just praying I didn't accidentally homing attack into the abyss.
Number 727. Gigapolis Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. It's kind of just a forgettable level. You can really run through it mindlessly. These tilted platforms are kind of a fun gimmick, but the level doesn't do really anything interesting with them. It looks nice at least, I guess.
Number 726. Spring Yard Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. The level looks nice, but it's the endless amount of bumpers that really hold the player back. It takes control away from the player in a way that can be really annoying to deal with. There's also just a lot of waiting involved in this level, which I'm not very fond of. Number 725. Spring Yard Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Coming right off the heels of Act 1, Act 2 is just more of the same. More bumpers, more waiting, more annoying obstacles. It's just not the greatest level. I still enjoy it, but not that much. Number 724. Speed Slider Level 4 from Knuckles' Chaotix. Nothing fun really happens in this level. You run forward, and as long as you keep moving forward, then you'll reach the goal. It can be kind of annoying because the level is set up sort of like a maze, but if you know where you're going, then it's no problem at all. The level looks nice, but that's really about it. Number 723. Planet Wisp Act 2 from Sonic Colors DS. This level was not very good. If you're not using the Drill Wisp, you're running in a straight line, which I was not too fond of. I think the level looks somewhat nice, but I think what makes this level so bad is the end of the level. Using the Drill Wisp, you need to outrun a giant drill that moves way too fast for new players. I basically need to memorize the layout of the ground in order to not die in this section, and then Drill Wisp turns into a kind of arc that doesn't control that well. So yeah, I just didn't like it that much. Number 722. Savannah Citadel Act 4 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This is just a long platforming challenge with some enemies at the end, but I still enjoyed it a bit. The atmosphere was gorgeous and I love seeing all the exotic animals down below as I was jumping from pole to pole. Since it does get to be a little long, I don't find myself wanting to replay it that often, but for a single run through for an S rank, it's alright.
Number 721. Tower Velocity Act 1 from Sonic Colors. I mean, to be honest, it is just a level of you running down this tall, giant thing and quick stepping and dodging enemies on your way to victory. But I do feel like Tower Velocity deserves its flowers here, as it's the perfect way to initiate the climax of this game. You went across all these planets, saving all these little critters and putting a stop to Eggman's plans. But of course, because of some huge oversight, everything just backfires in Eggman's face. and everything goes to complete and utter chaos. Like, this is not like the time to joke around or to celebrate. Like, it's time to head down to ground zero. And instantly you can feel this sense of urgency as you launch yourself down towards Earth from space. Like, how the heck can this hedgehog do that, bro? Like, I don't understand. Oh, and the music, it just ties everything together with this rapid tempo blaring in the background as you speed your way down. Like, this level is genuinely fun to play. Whilst terminal velocity may not be all that fascinating, narrative-wise, I do think this is one of the best climactic moments out of any Sonic game.
Number 720. Sky King Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. Well, here's all those bottomless pits people keep saying the Dimps games had. This level actually threw me into a wall of spikes that sent me into a bottomless pit. Like, why would you design that? It's a little funny now that I think about it, but still poorly designed in my personal opinion.
Number 719. Hidden Island 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This level is just a 10-second vertical climb upward as you bounce up on springs, and boost through enemies while jumping on platforms. Not too much to talk about here since there really isn't too much to do here. Number 718. Starlight Carnival Act 2 from Sonic Colors. It's a short level with a very heavy reliance on using the wisps to progress. I do like when you can use the wisps to help make your way through a level. What I don't like is needing to stop what felt like every 3 seconds or so to use Q! It's a nice looking level, just not a very fun one. Number 717. Gameland 5 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. It's an alright level. As the virtual hedgehog, you run forward and use billiard balls to run over some enemies in a place which looks to be made out of ugly purple Lego pieces. After that, you do some extremely monotonous drill sections, and then ride some rails at the end of the level for like 30 seconds or so. I just didn't like how the rail grinding section took up what felt like a third of the level, and I didn't really find the drill section appealing whatsoever. Number 716. Hidden Island 11 from Sonic Rush Adventure. The level itself is fine, I just didn't really find it that appealing to play. The enemies were placed in kinda weird spots, like you would get shot out of the 3D scuba things right at an enemy unless you wanted to wait to touch the ground, then started boosting. It just kinda felt like a weird thing to do. It's not bad, I just got annoyed after a while since I kept getting hit.
Number 715. Bridge Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 8-bit. I love bridges. It's just fine overall. There's some platforming to be had here with the falling platforms and the weights, but there's also just a lot of running forward. At least the music is neat. Kinda say that a lot, but it's neat.
Number 714. Prison Hall from Sonic Forces. This is really just a whatever stage. I don't think Forces mechanics really improve the stage in any way whatsoever depending on what Wispawn you use, and the characters talking in your every 5 seconds as well as the bland backgrounds add to just a really mess stage that I don't look forward to going back to anytime soon. Luckily the song is good though, but it's a Sonic game, what'd you expect?
Number 713. Power Plant from Sonic Heroes. Going from a level like Grand Metropolis to a level like Power Plant is just such a pain. This level focuses a lot more on platforming, specifically using your flight character. This means you aren't going very fast outside of a few scripted sections like these giant spheres, but these are just here to remind you that this is a Sonic game. I just don't feel like this level offers much in terms of replay value here because of how little speed you get and how long the level ends up being. I'm also not a big fan of the music. While the intro is very catchy, once we get to the main theme, it kind of sounds like garbage. Power Plant just gets boring after a while since you spend most of the level in these rooms that all look the same. I'm not the biggest fan of the level, and I wish they would have developed something better for the game's 4th level. Number 712. Pale Forest from Tails Adventure. Within the first 5 seconds of the level, you get to see that the whole forest is on fire and you get to blow up a bird with a bomb, which I think is pretty cool. In all seriousness though, this level has Tails slowly walking through a forest that's on fire, blowing up birds and mechs until he gets to the end of the level. I really like how they made the fire animated in the background, but Tails does move pretty slowly and the level is just kinda boring. I think the face the enemies make when they get blown up is a little funny, so I like it just a little bit more than I would otherwise. Number 711. Jungle Joyride Act 4 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The level starts off pretty slow with dull platforming in which you need to wait for spikes to stop being poked out so you can continue on with the level. It picks back up toward the middle where you need to fight off some mini-bosses, but then it just slows down again when you need to platform over a pit with platforms that fall if you stand on them for too long. It's not super engaging, but kinda fun to plan out a route if you're trying to get all the collectibles in this area. I just didn't like it that much.
Number 710, Cryptic Castle from Shadow the Hedgehog. The neutral mission is mid. It's a pretty straightforward run through the castle. I will complain that is a little long, but fine enough. It's like, whatever. The dark mission, that's pretty annoying though. Eggman tasks you with lighting 5 lanterns that are part of his special defenses. Lanterns 1, 3, and 4 are on the main route and there's no trouble getting them. The problem comes with lanterns 2 and 5. You have to light some smaller non-special defense lanterns in order to activate pathways to the special defense lanterns. The issue is that these blend in pretty easily and are in out-of-the-way areas. So unless you know what you're doing, you'll stumble around while looking for these two. The hero mission has Shadow be teamed up with the best character in the series in order to look for Cream and Cheese. And unless you know where they are, you'll be tough looking for them. Like I just passed where Cream was hiding and you didn't even notice. It's like checking every single wall until you find them. At least you get to see the big room filled with Chow. That's cute.
Number 709. Oil Desert Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. Oh yes, I love nothing more than my character's controls taken away from me with oil slides and quicksand. After that, it's really just running forward, bounce off springs, quicksand, and then repeat. The level feels really slow, and also I don't like how this level looks at all.
Number 708, Tails Casinopolis from Sonic Adventure. This level stinks. I mean that literally, it takes place in the sewer. There isn't much of an opportunity to use Tails' overpowered flight due to the cramped space. Level is kind of just floating up shafts and running through cramped hallways. The hallways do give you a good chance to use rolling. I think Adventure's level design could have used a bit more of that overall, so it's nice to see. But other than that, this stage isn't that much. But it's only a minute long, so it doesn't overstay its welcome. The only other thing I can say about it is its music. Dilapidated Way is an underrated track, and it's a good spot to farm rings for the black market. Though I think you'll have more than enough by just playing the game naturally. Seriously, Adventure has so many rings.
Number 707. Dragon's Lair from Sonic and the Black Knight.
Dragon's Lair is such a fun level. It is just the absolute pinnacle of everything Black Knight strives to be. As the memes say, it is pure Kino Sauce 2000's Edge aura. And you know what? Yes, it is. But honestly, it's also super fun. As a certified Black Knight glazer, blasting through this level with the sword is just so much fun. And I seriously enjoy this level. And one last thing. This soundtrack is the best in Sonic and the Black Knight. This and Knight's Passage are unbelievable pieces that solidify Black Knight as probably one of my favorite soundtracks in Sonic history.
Number 706, Sky Troops from Shadow the Hedgehog. I kinda just held forward a lot and got through the level. The enemies were annoying a lot of the times, and the path forward is mostly just a straight line. I guess I like the jumping mech, but it's only used twice throughout the stage. Music is good at least, and I like the theming. Not enough to save this level though.
Number 705. Eggman Land Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The inside of Eggman Land isn't that fun to look at. It just looks ugly. This level has you jumping from pole to pole suspended over a pit, which was fun, and there were some nice platforming challenges in the level, but you didn't get to go too fast, which I didn't really like. The level finishes with the wall slowly closing in behind you, and you need to make your way to the end of the room before you get crushed. That part was kinda fun, but I don't really have much to say about the level. Number 704. Marina Madness Level 3 from Knuckles' Chaotix. I honestly love how the level looks. My biggest problem with this level is just how vertical it is. You could probably run it forward for a good 2 to 3 seconds before smacking headfirst into a wall because the boat was either rising up out of the water and the platform is aligned with the wall, or the level design was just poorly executed and you run face first into a wall. There is just so much running back and forth, then jumping up or dropping down this level that I get irritated whenever I play it. Number 703. Oil Desert Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. I honestly don't really like this level that much. It's set in an oil rig looking area in the desert, which I don't think looks too great, and the gimmick of this level is strong winds that will push Sonic either forward or backwards. This means if you're trying to make more precise movements at all, you'll either over or undershoot where you're looking to go. I don't like game mechanics that restrict a player's movement, and this is exactly that. Also, the end of the level is just this giant section where you need to use tails to fly over a gap, which is slow and kind of monotonous. Other than all of those complaints though, I think the level is fine.
Number 702. Green Grove Zone, Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast. For even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Sonic 3D Blast starts with a fairly innocuous stage. Just one so mediocre, you think the rest of the game is gonna be like this. Just bland and forgettable. A game you play once and forget about the next day. Oh, how I wish it were so. Green Grove Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast is like a lure, attracting naive fans who must think that people are overreacting to this game. The stage lures them into its twisted trap, into a spiral of insanity, feeding on the negativity, slowly driving them mad. Why did I say all that? I hope nobody takes that seriously. I just find the stage pretty bland. Also, I was gonna start this ranking with "Or Even the Demons of Babylon disguise itself in the cloak of the righteousness," but I found out that's not even a real Bible verse. I've been lied to. I can't believe it. Anyways, don't play 3D Blast, it sucks.
Number 701. Silent Forest Zone Act 1. Yeah, there's not really much to this level in terms of level design. You're kind of just going in a straight line, then beating up some spiders, then going in a straight line again, and then maybe fighting some other enemies on the rails, and even potentially some of the flowers that you have to jump on, while specifically in a spin dash, because if you go out of the spin dash jump and then hit it, you'll take damage, so you have to make sure that you're always in the ball when you hit them, and then keep going and do the same again, and there's just not really anything engaging about this level besides the visuals. The visuals look great, I think, but there's not really anything else to this level other than go forwards, fight some spiders, go forwards on a rail this time, wow, and then carry on. Other than that, the red rings are quite fun, and the eagle power-up you can get somewhere through it also can get you some fun. You can maybe try and get the trophy for spending a certain amount of time as an eagle, but that's about it.
Number 700. Cosmic Fall from Shadow the Hedgehog. This level takes place on a collapsing arc where you can either help Black Doom and find the Chaos Emerald, or help Vector and find the computer room! I think the arc collapsing, while cool in concept, is kinda boring since instead of jumping from platform to platform as they plummet to Earth trying to avoid certain death, the platforms just gently glide into place, so you end up waiting for what feels like forever before you can continue on with the level. It looks decent enough, I just didn't enjoy it that much. Number 699. Casino Night Act 2 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. Just like in Act 1, I don't really like how Act 2 looks. It tries to go for the city at night feeling, but the foreground graphics are really held back due to the 3DS's graphical capabilities.
Let's go gambling!
You're able to boost to go faster throughout the level, which is nice, but there really isn't a challenge at all. And a lot of pinball physics in this level don't feel too good to control. I like the roulette table, but that's about it. Also, the music in this level isn't really very good, like, at all. Number 698. Silent Forest Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. So one of my favorite things about this level is when you start off, you just jump right out of that waterfall and you're running down and you go through some...
Wait, cut.
What?
You got the right level here? That's Green Forest from Sonic Adventure.
Oh, that is Green Forest. What's Silent Forest?
Are you looking at the screen?
We don't have any footage on screen.
What are we doing then here? Get footage on the screen.
Okay, well, the viewers can see the footage, just we can't.
Why not?
Because I'm too lazy to post the footage because I don't really care about this level.
Don't be lazy.
No, I...
So stupid.
Number 697. 2-5 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Sky Sanctuary Act 2 from Sonic Generations. It just fails in every way the original succeeds in. It feels slow, there's barely any obstacles in your path, and it's generally just not a fun stage to run through. Even things like bouncing on clouds feel less impactful in this version of the level than it did in the original. If you want to play this level, just play the version from Generations and not this one. Number 696. Isolated Island Training from Knuckles Chaotix. It's just a level designed to teach the player all the mechanics in Knuckles Chaotix. I think it goes on for a bit too long, but by the second area, you've pretty much learned everything this game has to it. The level aesthetic and music are both really nice, but the level itself is pretty boring. Number 695. Casino Street Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. The level itself is gorgeous with the city in the background lighting up the night sky, but there are two big issues I have with this level.
Let's go gambling!
The first is that this level loves putting tedious platforming sections over bottomless pits. This isn't a big issue until you get to the end of the level. There's a deck of cards that will flip over occasionally, which isn't inherently bad, but the issue is that Sonic is slower than the deck of cards unless you homing attack before you land. So if you just decide to jump up there and start running, you'll have an exciting meeting with a bottomless pit. It's not a big deal, but it's just something that annoyed me while playing through it. Besides that, your typical casino themed level traits are here like bumpers and waiting for platforms to move so you can continue on with the level. Last thing I wanted to note about this level before I move on is that it has sections where Sonic automatically runs along a deck of cards as they move around the level, and I thought that was pretty cool. Number 694. Underground Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. This level feels like an 8-bit version of Luminous Forest because you mainly just hold forward and jump every once in a while. Riding in these minecarts was fun, but that's really the only fun thing about this level. Besides that, it's just a boring run through an underground railway.
Number 693. Sonic's version of Flame Core from Sonic 06. Flame Core from Sonic's story is a bit of a mixed bag. On one hand, it's a level that is home to annoying enemy placement, a very clunky and buggy lava gimmick where you lose your rings in the most visually unappealing way possible, and of course that terrible Knuckles segment where you have to light up a bunch of orbs. But despite all this, Flame Core from Sonic's story is not necessarily a bad level. It's still got an absolutely amazing soundtrack, which is both imposing and mysterious, like the location itself, and the platforming in the level can also be very good fun when it wants to be. It also has very nice looking backgrounds which truly match the vibes and atmosphere of Sonic 06's ambitious story. With flawed yet fun design, Sonic's Flame Core is what you'd consider a serviceable level. It's got a lot of fat and it certainly overstays its welcome, but hey, it at least looks cool doing it.
Number 692. Emerald Coast Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. While the level looks good for the 3DS, that's really the only praise I can give it. This level does one thing I hate most in a Sonic level, and that's to put obstacles that just stop you in your way with little to no time to react to them. There are so many boxes you can't break by running into them, and lots of spikes facing upwards that don't hurt you, but just stop you dead in your tracks. There are times the game gives you little to no time to react, which is just the worst. I do like the implementation of the Orchid Chase section in the middle, and the one that carries you upwards. I also don't understand why they gave Classic Sonic a homing attack, it just kind of feels weird to use in this level. Number 691. 2-2 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Dragon Road Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Sonic doesn't really feel like he was made for the more tight 3D platforming this level is going for. There are a lot of spinning platforms that Sonic jumps onto all while avoiding giant spiked balls spinning in the opposite direction. It could be a fun challenge for someone who got a lobotomy last week, but for anyone with more than half a brain, it's just doing some really basic jumps through Sky Sanctuary for some reason. I'm not too fond of this level, and once you get an S-break on it, there's literally no reason to come back to it. It's pretty short though, so there's that I guess. Number 690. Windy Hill Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. This level is extremely hand-holdy and straightforward, which I didn't really like. In fact, it's so straightforward and hand-holdy that I decided to go back and beat this whole level without using the analog stick and just spin dash, and guess what? Every mandatory turn is lined with a booster to launch you in that direction. So while I like how this level looks and the music in this level is really good, I just did not enjoy playing it that much. Also, why is this a level in Smash Bros?
Number 689. Shadow's Kingdom Valley from Sonic 06. The opening hang glider is alright. Rouge's treasure hunt is really dumb. I swear I can never get off of these walls. That's why I always do this neat thing that I found in Sonic 06 to skip directly to the hovercraft section. Don't try to get through here as fast as possible. One of the structures will crush Shadow through no fault of your own, and you have to be mindful of the buoyant boxes, so you gotta move at the pace of Sonic Labyrinth just to survive. Everything after that, I thought it was pretty good. Once you make it to the Eagle, the rest of it plays more like a standard Sonic level. Speed, relatively speaking, action, and platforming.
Number 688. Electric Egg Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. The stage just feels like it wants to bully you. It'll send you into bottomless pit after bottomless pit after bottomless pit, and it's really not fun to play through, but at least it's a short level. But it's not that fun. Number 687. Electric Egg Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. Why are there so many rings here? I'm not complaining, but like, why? Anyways, this stage is just a nothing stage. You go through the tubes and bounce on the springs and boom, it's over. I lost my notes for this level, so I had to play it again. Turns out, there's nothing I had to say.
Number 686. Ocean Base Act 2 from Sonic Advance 3. In order to keep up your sanity, please bring a partner who can throw you high up in the air. These flowing sections of water really limit your mobility, so if you want to make sure you don't get control taken away from you by the game, bring a partner who can toss you high into the sky. The level looks fine, but these sections just really brought down the enjoyment of the level for me.
Number 685. Bomb Block 1 from Sonic Forces. It's okay, running across the bombs can be tense. Number 684. Bomb Block 2 from Sonic Forces. It's okay, running across the bombs can be tense.
Number 683. 1-6 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Green Hill Act 1 from Sonic Generations. The level design is great because it's ripped straight from Generations, but Sonic is just so slow in this game it's hard to grasp how truly great the level actually is. If he was just a little bit faster, I think this level would be ranked a lot higher. Anyways, there are a lot of different paths to take, but none of them really feel great or rewarding to take. Honestly, if you just jump when the game tells you to, you'll get through this level pretty quickly, even though Sonic is just so slow. Number 682. Windmill Isle Act 1-2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. The platforming here is super challenging, but I thought it was a lot of fun for what it is. There's lots of buzzsaws that will knock you off ledges if you aren't careful, and enemies that will electrocute you if you're holding onto them when they decide to become electrified. There are a couple of enemy gauntlets at the end that I wasn't too fond of, and you need to run around collecting 4 keys at a certain point in the level, which is annoying, but overall, I thought it was pretty decent. Number 681. Seaside Jungle from Sonic Boom's Shattered Crystal. The level looks alright, I just don't really like the super dark forest vibe they were going for when you get shot into the second area of the level. The main area looks fine enough, but my main issue was just how much you need to use Tails in this level. Now, I understand why this game wants to incentivize switching characters, but Tails and everyone else for that matter just moves so much slower than Sonic that I will only use Sonic unless I absolutely have to switch to a different character. This level has a lot of automation with springs and dash pads that half the time, it feels like this level is just playing itself. Number 680. Jungle Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. The whole level is just jumping up a bunch of logs in front of a waterfall. It can be hard to see Sonic at times and honestly just really hurts your eyes to look at. I thought the level was kind of slow with only having the player jump upwards, but you'll be done with it in a little over a minute, so it's not that bad. Number 679. Dragon Road Act 1-2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This level is essentially a continuation of Act 1 since it picks up right where Act 1 ends. There are a lot of enemy gauntlets, you won't be going too fast, but the platforming sees you being flung from platform to platform with pulls. Other than that, there's not too much to say about this level. Number 678. Green Hill Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. The first part of this level is structured to kind of be like an underground maze with different ways to move up and down the place, and you can even find a Chaos Emerald here. Once you get out of the maze though, it really is just a straight shot to the end. The level in itself is fine, I just didn't get too much enjoyment out of it. Number 677. Hidden Island 9 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This level features a hang glider you're meant to use to glide throughout the whole level. It's only 15 seconds long, feels kind of enjoyable to use, but that's really all I can say about the level. Number 676. Marble Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. The beginning of the level has you moving really fast through it, but it's only for about 5 seconds. After that, it's the slow and tedious platforming we all know and love Marble Zone for. Unfortunately, you can't really damage tank through any of the lava, so you just need to wait on the platforms until they align properly with the platforms further in the level. I really don't like this level. The boss is super easy to beat though, so there's that I guess. Number 675. Game Land 6 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. You start off by boosting through groups of enemies in a world of ugly blue Lego pieces, but then the level transitions into 3D and you just do some basic platforming challenges. I did find it enjoyable to use the billiard balls to run over enemies, and boosting through them is always a blast. The level did just feel like a 1-minute adventure. It doesn't really give you a reason to want to come back to it whatsoever. Number 674. Turquoise Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. It's a really short level with not too much going on, but you do get to use these hover shoes in this level, which I think is pretty cool. The level looks nice and the music is decent, it's just not a level I'm dying to replay again. Number 673. Savannah Citadel Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This might just be the worst daytime level in Sonic Unleashed. I'm all for levels that test the player's skill, but at least give me a little break before throwing me into the next obstacle. This level is a vertical climb upwards in which you need to avoid fire, bombs, spikes, and a lot of other kinds of obstacles. Like the 2-minute timer. It's not harmful, but I literally don't want to come back and play this level ever again. Although I did like the giraffes on the ground. That was a nice touch. Number 672. Oil Ocean Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. This level is just one I straight up do not like playing whenever I run through Sonic 2. I think the sunrise looks beautiful, but it contrasts terribly with the purple and green look of this oil rig. On top of that, the level itself just isn't that fun to play. There are tons of spikes that you end up running into or landing on since you couldn't see them coming, and waiting for these green lids to continue on with the level can be kind of annoying. The first time it's a neat novelty, but by the 10th time you're kinda sick of it. Same with the elevators. There are also lots of oil slides that Sonic glides down, which can just feel like it's padding out the level's runtime.
Number 671. 3-2 from Sonic Frontiers, which is a remake of the 2D sections from Act 1 of Savannah Citadel from Sonic Unleashed. You know, the one where you run around the big tree at the end? A level with a good flow if you're able to hit all the swing bars first try. A couple of diverging paths with red rings depending on where you go. Not too much action after you learn the route, because you pretty much go in the same way each time. A very solid stage after you give it a chance.
Number 670. Scrap Brain Zone, Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. An alright stage with one too many traps. I don't have much to say on this stage. There are a few too many enemies for my liking. The music is just okay. Like really, why did this get added to Smash Bros? It was one of only 20 songs I got in. Only 20 songs, really? For a series, more than a lot of other series, known for having amazing music. That's a pretty low amount. Okay, but there's probably some fire mixes to make up for the low note. There's only one? And was in Brawl? In 2008? Dang, that's not a good sign. At least there's a good variety of songs, right? Nope. It's all main themes at first levels. I love Crush 40 as much as the next guy, but having a fourth of the songs be Crush 40 rock? That's kind of embarrassing. The only songs that aren't main themes are Scrap Brain, Rooftop Run, Studiopolis, and Sunset Heights. That's it. Why Scrap Brain? If you want an Eggman bass theme, you could have done Death Egg from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Crank Up the Heat from Adventure, Egg Fleet from Heroes. Come on, people! Whoever was in charge of picking out the music must have just not cared at all. This is the number one thing I want fixed in the next Smash game. Give the Sonic series a good variety of tunes, or else I will still buy the next Smash games. I'll just complain on Twitter. Wait, which stage was I talking about? I don't know, I forgot.
Number 669. Arid Sands Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This level feels like a werehog level with how open the level design is. In order to beat the mission, you need to find 10 Chow that are scattered throughout the area. There's not really anything exciting about this level, but it was fun to find the Chow and save them from relaxing on the ground? I thought we were saving them from danger, not saving them from having a vacation. It's just weird. Number 668. Lost Valley from Sonic Forces. It's the first level in Sonic Forces, and it comes out with a swing and a miss. It's super easy to just boost through everything in sight, and the platforming is weak. Like, there is nothing really stopping you from just boosting through the whole level to win. There are branching paths, but they don't really feel rewarding for the player to find. It looks nice, it's just that the level is super boring and I don't feel like coming back to it anytime soon. Number 667. Toy Kingdom Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. This level just felt like a mesh of different ideas mixed into a pot with no rhyme or reason and made into a nothing burger. While I like that the aesthetics are different, there's just so much going on here. Going up, down, spinning in a teacup, playing the waiting game, it's just all too much. Okay, except for maybe that panda teacup thing. I thought that was pretty cute. Number 666. Vanish Panel 2 from Sonic Forces. Aw, Sonic Forces level has the devil's number. How fitting! Anyways, this level takes place in the Mystic Jungle. This level was slightly challenging, which actually made it more enjoyable. And you'll need to time your jumps to make sure you don't get shot by enemies as you're running along the disappearing floor. Although there is a spot in this level which spiked balls fly in from off screen and will catch you off guard and probably hurt you if you aren't careful. That was something I didn't really like that much. Number 665. Frozen Base Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. This whole level is just a reference to Fantasy Zone, a Sega game released back in the 80s. This level just has you fly around an Eggmobile and shoot down enemies until you defeat the boss. I honestly didn't have too much fun with this level, but it's harmless, so whatever. If you enjoy it, then good for you. Number 664. Music Plant Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. Aesthetically, it's one of the best levels in the game. I mean, using piano keys as bumpers and brass instruments as tubes to be shot off is so cool. Besides that though, I feel like I just downloaded Trampoline the game. You just bounce upwards over and over and over and over again in this level. Like, could they not have thought of another unique gimmick for the level? What about instead of bouncing on cymbals upwards, Sonic runs along guitar strings and bounces on them like the ropes in Haunted Ship from Sonic Rush Adventure? Or why not just not include these sections because it slows down the pace of the level immensely? I only bring this point up because it happens so many times in this level, it's actually insane. Remove these sections of the level and it bumps up by at least 300 places in this list, no doubt about it.
Number 663. Green Hill from Sonic Forces. Green Hill is a stage that is in Sonic Forces. You can move through the stage at speeds. There is platforming. You can jump from platform to platform in order to reach the goal at the end of the stage. There are enemies and obstacles to block your path. The music for the stage sucks.
Number 662. Mystic Cave Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Some people like this level, but I'm not one of those people. The level doesn't feel too fast in my opinion, opting for a bigger emphasis on platforming and puzzle solving, which I didn't think was too fun to run through. The spike bits were kind of annoying, and honestly, I just don't like how it looks or how the music sounds.
Number 661. Eggman's Facility from Sonic Forces. It's a better version of Aqua Road. It's not quite as automated, which is a good thing. I don't have much else to add other than this stage containing my favorite line from Forces. Should have hired some defense squads for the defense squad. Hey, Doctor. Thank you, Shadow. It's a very... I don't know why they said that, but it's funny.
Number 660. Lagoon City Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. This level saddens me. In general, Superstars was one of my most anticipated Sonic games, yet levels like these fall short in so many ways. First off, you're awkward and slow underwater, which seems like a pretty big oversight for a water level. Previous games, with the exception of Sonic 1 of course, usually let you skip a decent chunk of the water or maneuver around it in other ways. But this game still has some pretty tedious water bits that you cannot entirely skip. It feels way easier to drown in this game due to the abundance of electric enemies damaging you left and right when you just need to catch your breath. It's hardly replayable, seeing as how most of the paths give you practically the same experience, and aesthetically it also leaves a lot to be desired, feeling empty and at times lifeless. But hey, my man T-Lopes cooked with the music as always, so it's not all bad.
Number 659. Hot Crater Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. Not really satisfying to play, just hold right for 20 seconds until something flings you into the air, and then you just keep holding right once you land. It's a stage where you can turn your brain off and you'll get through it just fine. At least the music is bopping.
Number 658. Metropolis Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Now don't get me wrong, this level looks really nice and I love the music here. It's just that I don't think the design of the level is very good, especially the enemy placement. Everywhere you go, it seems like there's just an enemy in the worst spot imaginable ready to give you a bad time, and I just can't stand it. I thought running on the bolts was super annoying because it takes so long and you aren't really doing much except for moving upwards at a slow speed. It's just not a level I like that much. Number 657. Metropolis Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Literally, it's just everything I said about Act 2, except very slightly better. Number 656. Gameland 6 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. This level has a fun concept. You switch between the drill and hover wisp depending on what you need to cross a gap or swim through water. Both of them have their use, especially in this world of ugly blue Lego pieces. It was a kind of fun level to play because I got to boost through the water with the drill wisp, but there really isn't anything too special about this level.
Number 655. Rooftop Run Day Act 5 from Sonic Unleashed. Do you like performing homing attacks and lightspeed dashes one after another without any real platforming? Boy, do I have the stage for you! This act is nothing but that for a measly 40 seconds. There are different paths, but they barely do anything to save time or make the stage any more engaging. The homing attack being the same button as the air boost means this is going to happen to you again, and again, and again. It's super boring and feels like a segment of a stage rather than one of its own. It is pretty fun to chain this all together, but it won't take very long to master it, and you'll very quickly switch to a stage that's actually good.
Number 654. Great Turquoise Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. It's a pretty basic level with not too much that stands out, except there are a lot of springs in this level, and I'm pretty sure every treetop has a hidden spring on it, which I think is pretty neat. Other than that, you really just run right until you reach the goal ring. There's nothing else to it.
Number 653. Leaf Forest Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. Just a hold right kind of level. Only a few times does the game actually ask you to do something other than hold right. It's extremely mindless. Just run forward and that's it. At least the music and visuals are good.
Number 652. Green Grove Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast. It's just a fine level. I don't really like how Sonic controls in this game, but you all already know that. This level is one of the least offensive in the game. I think it looks nice and it's not too long, which is always a blessing. Finding the flickies wasn't hard either, which was nice. I don't like how this level looks, and I think it's just fine. Number 651. Arid Sands Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. There's not really too much to say about this level. I just didn't really enjoy it. It was fun to run through, but I was stopping to fight enemies or wait for platforms to move what felt like every 5 seconds. Fighting those wasp enemies were super annoying, and the level was just alright in my eyes. Number 650. Air Fleet from Shadow the Hedgehog.
This level is so much fun, and it is only fun because of that dark mission. The hero mission, I mean, it's okay. You just kind of like gotta kill a bunch of black arms, and that's about it. The dark mission has you literally destroying the plane with the president. That is wild. And honestly, with how the level is built, with it being so enclosed, when you have the hangar, and then it opening up to this beautiful sunset, and having these difficult portions of platforming over a high edge, and it's just so good. It is so much fun to just absolutely shred through this plane if you know what you're doing. And honestly, there's such little cool parts of the level design. Like, for example, there are these raising platforms that allow you to get higher and right next to the plane to perform your Chaos Blast and allowing you to destroy the plane faster. It's just a really well-designed stage. Again, Jun Sonoe knows how to cook with this soundtrack because, wow, this one is so good.
Number 649. Sylvania Castle Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. You spend a lot of time underwater in this level, which I don't think is that fun. Shocker, right? You can also use Tails to fly Sonic out of the water and run along the topmost path, which is definitely a lot more fun. There are platforms you can homing attack to flip them over, revealing a spring, which is cool, and I really do like the new team-up mechanic introduced in this level. Overall, I just think the level looks really nice and it's somewhat fun to play. Number 648. Tropical Coast Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. The environments in this level look nice, but the gameplay is kinda boring. You push apples into a giant slicer which blends the apple up, and then you fight enemy gauntlet in order to unlock a spring which leads you to a new area in which you need to push apples into holes. You do this a few times throughout this level, and I just find this really boring.
Number 647. Central City from Shadow the Hedgehog. It's a pretty unique type of level, not having an endpoint. Rather, you need to find all the bombs scattered throughout the level. The hero mission sucks. You have to suck up 20 bombs. There are a lot of bombs scattered around the stage, but sometimes these bombs will just blow up without you even being nearby. I legitimately don't know what causes these bombs to blow up. The dark mission is somewhat better. You just have to find 5 big bombs, and they won't blow up until you free them. No matter which mission you're on, you'll have to deal with just how many enemies are scattered throughout the stage. You can't go 5 seconds without something hitting you. The amount of enemies and all the bombs just really drag this level down.
Bombs! Number 646. Windmill Isle Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. One thing you notice right away is that the Werehog levels in Unleashed for the Wii have a lot less enemies compared to its HD counterpart, which is both better and worse. Better because it means you get to beat the level faster, but worse because defeating enemies can be kinda fun in the HD version, while here it's not that fun. Anyways, you run through Apatos at night doing some very basic platforming like swinging across gaps and climbing up poles. This level has you collect keys as well to progress, which I didn't fully enjoy, but they're all on the main path, so you don't need to go out of your way to find any of them. It looks decent, but I think there are a few other Werehog levels that look nicer than this one. Number 645. Volcanic Vault from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. The first level in Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, and honestly, it's one of the best in the game. The idea of running through an active volcano is really cool to me, but that's the thing, you're just running. Now I know it's just to teach the player how to use the trackball, but there are only 2 instances where you need to jump in this level. Other than that, it's a straight shot to the end. I did like climbing up the fallen bridge though, and seeing Sonic be so expressive was really fun. Number 644. Dragon Road Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. If you ever wanted to take a leisurely stroll through a bamboo forest in a Sonic game, then this is the level for you. In all seriousness, this level has you running through generic looking bamboo forest, and then has you climbing up rocks and poles in front of a waterfall. It's cool in concept, but in reality, it's just super dull. Number 643. Marina Madness Level 5 from Knuckles' Chaotix. I really like how the level looks, but it's just kind of boring. There are these switches on the boats that take you to different parts of the level, which can be cool, but some of them just take you to places you've already been, which can be kind of annoying. This level really just has you go to the top of it, and then back to the bottom, and repeat the process until you reach the boss. Speaking of the boss, it's kind of weird. Robotnik surrounds himself in a crystal, and then he moves very slowly up and down so he's easy to avoid. He then emerges from it and moves around the arena faster with shards surrounding him that will hurt you if you get hit by them. It's not really a challenging boss, and it's just kind of boring like the rest of this level. Number 642. Cool Edge Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The level starts in the hub of Halaska from Sonic Unleashed HD, which I thought was pretty cool. It's by far one of the shortest Werehog levels, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Lots of forced encounters with enemies and kinda dull platforming brings this level down a lot. I did like needing to dodge the large balls of ice, but it really wasn't that much of a challenge. It really was just a straight shot to the end of the level. Number 641. Brambling Beach from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. My main issue with this level is just how much automation it has. It seems like anytime you do something cool, it's just because you're watching your character run through boost pads and bounce on springs. Besides that though, this level introduces us to Styx's gameplay, which is throwing a boomerang that the player controls. It's not terrible, but I don't enjoy using it that often. There's a lot of waiting in this level, mainly for spiky blocks to move out of the way so you can continue on with it. I find the beach aesthetic appealing, but it's just kinda boring to run through.
Number 640. The Cauldron from Sonic and the Black Knight. Quite literally, take Molten Mine, but make it harder. You can play as another playable character here, but that's about it. Oh, wait a minute. Those are wooden buildings by a volcano. How are they not on fire?
Number 639. Cybertrack Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. Wasn't really a fan of these moving platforms you had to wait on. Like, I just want to get through the stage. I don't want to move on these slowing moving platforms. The platforming doesn't feel very Sonic-y to me. They just don't have the right vibes, I'm sorry. There are some parts where you get to run forward, I guess, but it doesn't make the stage much better. At least it's something.
Number 638. Cool Edge Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Ah yes, Swing Over Gap Simulator, my favorite level. That's literally what this level is. You either cross a gap by jumping it, swinging on a pole, or swinging on these dark guy enemies. The level looks nice and I like the shot of the goal ring, but it wasn't that fun if I'm being honest. Number 637. Techno Terror Level 5 from Knuckles' Chaotix. Unlike the other Techno Terror levels, this one felt kind of slow. While you're able to run up and through these half loops, the loops are much bigger so you may not be able to complete them, or if you do make it through, you're not going as fast as you would otherwise. The springs in this level don't really benefit the player either, since only one of the characters will get launched up at the angle you enter the spring at, so both characters will be pulling each other up and down as they tangle in the air. I would have something to say about the boss here, but honestly, it was just so easy to beat I literally didn't write any notes about it besides, you fight probably the easiest boss in this game.
Number 636. Frozen Factory Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. A more cheery stage that involves a combination of ice skating, wall running, and even some slight exploration. The pure vibe and aesthetic are what carry this level though, as while the stage has decent level design, it does get very repetitive. The ice skating can also be pretty finicky for new players.
Number 635. Desert Ruins Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. Why do all the levels in this game take too long? I guess all the floating was neat, but didn't so that much for me. Also, why do we have to fight the sand-belching mirror slug like 5 times? I suppose I like sucking up its body at the end, but fighting it got really old. Seriously, we put this guy in Sonic Forces? Music was good at least, and the few platforming sequences without the asteroid wisp was pretty fun, but I'm not the biggest fan of this stage overall. Number 634. Botanic Base Zone Level 3 from Knuckles Chaotix. Holy crap, I love this tree! It's so stylized, it's weird in a good way, and so 90s, I think. Best Sonic tree in the series, no contest. Look at those curves on that trunk. The way it curves out, there's a right angle towards the center, then curves upwards. And those leaves that are just floating discs, delightful. Is that a gradient on those leaves? You guys know how much I love gradients. I wish more games got wacky with their tree designs rather than copying Green Hill for the umpteenth time. I love its delightful weirdness. I am the #1 botanic-based tree lover. Oh yeah, level design. I mean, it's there. It's a stage with ups and downs. And by that, I mean it's all you do. You just go up and down. These elevators, they don't need to be here. You can make the stage better if you just got rid of them. You don't get the chance to build up speed, nor do you get to use the Chaotix's new abilities. So it ends up being a very forgettable level. Except for this tree, I'll never forget you.
Number 633. 2-7 from Sonic Frontiers. You know, at this point, a lot of you probably think I hate Frontiers, but honestly, it's one of my favorite games of all time. I just really don't like the levels that much. Anyways, getting back on topic, the level is a remake of Sky Sanctuary Act 1 from Sonic Generations. The level felt fine to play, it was just really slow to get through. The level is much more platform heavy than most others in this game, but I did like needing to hang on the bars to progress through the level. That's something I always enjoyed. I also like the giant death egg we can see ominously in the background. He's so spooky. Number 632. Act 4 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode Metal. It's a harder version of Splash Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It's a fine level, the level just feels really crammed with the amount of enemies and spikes that block your path as you're trying to make your way forward. You can go fast, but it feels like you need to be spin dashing at all times or else you're just going to run into an enemy and lose all your ranks. It's difficult, no doubt about it, but I like when my levels actually challenge me and not just throw a million obstacles my way and then laugh in my face when I get hit.
Number 631. Wacky Workbench Zone, Act 2 from Sonic CD. Wacky Workbench.
not the best highlight of the game. Its interesting mechanic of having a bouncy floor and being maze-like for a game about trying to fix the future was a choice. Not Sega's best work. However, it's a stage, I guess.
Number 630. Botanic Base Level 5 from Knuckles Chaotix. It was a generally easy level to get through. You mainly just run forward, jump over ledges, take an elevator, rinse and repeat until you get to the boss fight at the end of the level. The boss fight was kind of annoying since Robotnik grabs your partner and you basically just need to swing back and forth with the other character until you defeat him. Overall, it was alright. Number 629.
Cyberspace 1-1. This is really how you want to start off the game, huh? It's a pretty good tutorial. It teaches you how to do everything you need to do, which is good, but also, there's a reason it's able to do that. Like, I get it's a meme that Sonic Team likes to reuse assets. That's a pretty common thing for fans to say these days. But they're not helping their case here, let's be real. Windmill Isle Act 1 was a great tutorial. So I get why they want to reuse it, but maybe try and be your own thing. I don't know. I mean, I get they tried to offer a lore reason, I'm just saying. It's good, but there's a reason it's good.
Number 628. Dragon Road Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. It's a platforming challenge where you jump on spinning platforms, homing attack pulleys while avoiding spikes, and occasionally do a quick time event. It really tests the player's reaction skills and allows for some fun shortcuts to be taken if you're fast enough. It's something too special, but this last boosting section took me quite a few tries to get right, which is more fun than frustrating. Number 627.
4-4 from Sonic Frontiers. Whilst the majority of Frontiers levels are made up of reused level design from past games, 4-4 is one of the small few that's actually original to Sonic Frontiers. It's a lot more fun than most cyberspace stages, mainly down to it being made with Frontiers controls in mind. The platforming within the levels is very tedious and can put me off from replaying it. The only time I actually replay this level is just purely for speedrunning, but nonetheless it's still a pretty good time.
Number 626. 4-I from Sonic Frontiers. This level is just weird. There are tons of cars all lined up in a row that are spread out throughout the entire level with platforms in between them that collapse a couple seconds after Sonic lands on them. The level features moon gravity, meaning that Sonic jumps higher and falls slower than he would otherwise, and honestly, I don't like it. While this level does feature some good cinematic shots, the level just feels so messy and sporadic, like a toddler was in charge of making it. I like when Sonic feels floatier, but this is just way too much for my liking. Number 625.
Marble Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Feels good to be talking about the first post-Green Hill level in the first Sonic game, because I feel like for a lot of people, this is where our nostalgia for Sonic 1 ends. It's a level with a much larger focus on platforming and light puzzle solving than anything before or after it, and turns this blast processing filled joyride into a meandering mess by the time it rolls around. I will admit though that this level's music is amazing, one of my favorite Genesis songs, and that the aesthetics are unique within Sonic 1. Not absolutely terrible, but certainly not what we want out of classic Sonic.
Number 624. Skyscraper Scamper Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This level focuses a lot on destroying generators that power barriers of electricity so you can continue climbing up the side of a building. You do occasionally need to pull levels that turn off the electricity, but for the most part you'll be destroying generators. I thought climbing up the side of buildings was kind of cool. It made me feel like Spider-Man. The level looks super nice as well. The city at night aesthetic really works here, and seeing cars drive around was a nice touch as well. Number 623. Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode Metal. This is the first level in Episode Metal, and it's basically just a harder version of Mad Gear Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It looks fine, and I had a ton of fun just running forward, attacking enemies, and being launched upwards by the clouds of steam littered throughout this level. The level design really complements Metal Sonic's moveset really well, which is actually quite uncommon in this game, believe it or not. It has its moments like walls that kind of appear out of nowhere, or enemies getting unfair hits on you, but I thought it was a decent level regardless. Number 622. Aqua Lake Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. The level alternates between being above and below water, needing to use a giant bubble and the ladder to float up and around the spikes that are trying to pop you out of your bubble. Once we get to the boss though, that's where things get fun. In order to defeat this boss, you need to blow up his balls. And I'm not even joking. He inflates his nose into a giant ball and you need to pop it in his face in order to do damage. That reason alone is why this level is so high up on this list.
Number 621. Toy Kingdom Act 2 from Sonic Advance 3. I mean, it's alright. Kinda just feels like a hodgepodge of ideas. Nothing really ties the whole thing together into one cohesive level. We doing slides now, we doing rockets now, we doing push and blocks now. It lacks focus. At least I sort of like the way it looks, maybe.
Number 620. Green Hill Zone Act 1 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. It's the first zone in 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's a pretty basic one at that. All you really do in this level is run right and jump a few times. I really like how well they were able to translate Green Hill Zone into an 8-bit level, but I just think the original game did it better.
Number 619. Savannah Citadel Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. You think Eggman Land is hard? Try us wrecking this! This level is pretty much a stage to practice your drifting skills in Unleashed. It's a simple road with tight turns that loops 3 times. Although due to the way the drifting works in Unleashed, this level can get really frustrating if you don't get the hang of it. Sometimes the best strategy is to not drift at all. It doesn't sound like fun design to me. If you do manage to S-rank this level, congrats! You mastered this game's drifting mechanics.
Number 618. Crystal Egg Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. It was a fun level overall. I liked the Crystal Castle aesthetic the level was going for, and it was a lot of vertical movement which actually felt fun and rewarding. I didn't really like how often you would travel through walls, but that's whatever. What I found most weird though is that there are hardly any enemies in this level. Just a lot of spike traps that can hurt you. Overall, it was decent. Number 617. Game Land 2 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Marble Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly orange Lego pieces. There are tons of places where you are just waiting for platforms to move, so you can continue on with the level. Thankfully it's only a minute long, but the level was just kinda boring, so I don't desire to revisit it again anytime soon. Number 616. Aquarium Park Act 4 from Sonic Colors. It's just kind of boring? If you decide to use the drill wisp to go underwater, it can be kind of fun, but there still isn't too much to it. You can just boost over everything, and towards the end of the level, you need to outrun one of Eggman's chaser robots. If you don't use your boost properly, you'll get hit over and over again until you die, so maintaining that can be annoying. I just don't really like this level that much. Number 615. Dragon Road Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. With the amount of pulls Sonic dances around in this level, you'd think he was some sort of, oh gosh, what are they called again? I forget about it. This level sees Sonic swinging over large gaps only broken up by fighting enemies. I think I've made it abundantly clear my stance on stopping and fighting enemies, and this level doesn't offer any challenge to its swinging besides poles retracting into the wall sometimes. It's just an alright level. Number 614. Sky High Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-Bit. The level is set in a dark and rainy area high in the clouds. Sonic can run on the clouds, but he can fall through some of them, so it could be a bit hard to tell which clouds you can stand on and which ones you can't. Besides that though, there really isn't anything interesting about this level, besides that there's a paraglider at the end of it.
Number 613. Spaceport from Sonic Forces. I remember playing this stage a crap ton on the original demo and trying to see if I could get that glitch where you pause during a QuickTime event and you can pause the timer and play through the rest of the stage. I don't think I ever did that correctly. I thought the stage was pretty decent back then. Nowadays? Nah. I mean, general platforming in the stage is kind of bleh because of the physics in Sonic Forces, but in terms of replayability and speed, there's a lot you can do with the different wisp spins in the game. I have distinct memories of spamming the drill wisp to specifically go high in the sky, or use the void wisp to clip through the end of the stage. And a lot of people give the Forces soundtrack flack, but this song specifically was a real highlight for me back in the day.
Number 612. Gamma's Hot Shelter from Sonic Adventure. The elevator hits the floor, the doors fly open, and the song kicks off. Gamma rolls through a congested metal maze, navigating the guts of the egg carrier while blasting every robot that dares to hold a bomb to him. Watch out for those, by the way. You jump into trouble on that high-speed rail. You bounce between train cars with so many opportunities to bob and weave. The runways are long, but there's always a path forward if you don't stop. And with an E-Series boss that uses its layout as difficulty, but is maybe not that hard, we get one of the most interesting Gamma levels ever. And if you're ever having trouble, remember, Gamma runs in guns. The laser does the aiming.
Number 611. Collision Chaos Round Zone 1 from Sonic CD. Too much bouncy, not enough playing-y. Feels like there's just way too many bumpers and springs for you to get around smoothly, and they get pretty annoying after a while. And after a while, I mean 5 seconds. They get annoying after 5 seconds. I like the place that just gives you a free time travel. I guess the game had to teach you about it somehow. It looks silly.
Number 610. Green Hills Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. The song that the zone uses is an 8-bit version of You Can Do Anything from Sonic CD, and I just think that's so cool. Besides that, this level is just an all-around decent level. You mainly run forward through loops or flying off of ramps, alongside bouncing off springs every once in a while. There are these moving platforms that take you across spikes, but it's usually just to a power-up or some rings. Not a bad level whatsoever, it just didn't really excite me all that much. Number 609. Green Hills Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. It's literally just a continuation of everything I said about Green Hills Zone Act 1, so take that as you will. Number 608. Death Egg Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. The level reminds me of the Death Star from Star Wars, which only makes sense because the Death Egg is literally just meant to be the Sonic equivalent of the Death Star. Anyways, this level has a lot of cool gimmicks, platforms that rotate depending on where you're standing, and platforms that change which direction they could take the player among other things. There are a few issues I had with this level though. There was just so much automation or so many sections where platforms slowly ascend or descend that it really brought down the level as a whole. I did find the section that has Sonic rotating in a giant tube cool, but it can be kind of annoying to try and hit all the buttons to open the latch and continue on with the level. Number 607. Egg Fortress Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. It honestly just feels like you're running through the Death Egg again, but this time it has better graphics and not just 2D graphics. There are so many spots in this level where you just aren't moving fast whatsoever because enemies are in your face, or platforms are placed in such a way where you needlessly need to jump up them like stairs. The laser rooms weren't really that fun either, if I'm being honest. Number 606. Arid Sands Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This level has a really weird obsession with fire. Enemies on fire, pillars of fire, this level just has a lot of fire in it. This level does have some fun sections using enemies and boxes as throwable objects to defeat these wizard guys though. It was just a lot of platforming while avoiding fire, and then fighting some giants periodically. It's not the best Warehog level ever, but I can definitely think of a lot worse ones. It's not that memorable, and once you get that S rank, there isn't too much to do in this level or any reason to come back to it. Number 605. Gameland 3 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Scrap Brain Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly gray Lego pieces. It's faster paced than the original, which makes it slightly better, but there still isn't too much to do here. You have to avoid traps and wait for platforms to move or change so you can continue with the level. It can be fun, but it's not one I'll find myself replaying often. I did like the use of the billiard balls in this level though. That was fun. Number 604. Gameland 1 Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The level is a reference to Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog, and the whole level looks as if it were made out of ugly green Lego pieces. There really isn't too much to do in this level. You just homing attack a few enemies, go through a loop, and knock a pool ball forward that destroys a few badniks and you're at the goal ring. Number 603. Shadows Wave Ocean from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. You start off in a glider section, which is just boring, but then you transition into playing as Omega. He can be fun to play as, but enemies pop up out of the ground a lot, so you need to be very vigilant on where enemies are placed and where you're standing. He just runs through Sonic's opening section of Wave Ocean with some harder enemies and spikes placed all over the place. Once you get to the end, you go back to playing as Shadow, hit a few switches, and then get to hop in a hovercraft and shoot out the docks beneath enemies and watch them plummet into the ocean. I thought this last part was fun, but the rest of the level was just kind of boring. Number 602. Jungle Joyride Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This level was fun, but oh my gosh, the constant stopping to fight enemies in this level was unbearable. I really enjoyed the different platforming sections in this level, but it was hard to fully enjoy when I had to stop and fight enemies for over half the level's runtime, if not more. Focusing on the platforming sections, lots of tricky jumps and grappling onto this group of flying enemies was fun. I also really liked how the level looked, but gosh, fighting enemies so often was so frustrating. Number 601. Great Turquoise Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. Just like the first act, it's a pretty simple level with tons of springs in it for some reason. There's an underwater section that actually doesn't feel slow for once, but there really isn't anything that stands out about this level. It was just a simple and fun Sonic level. Number 600. Meta Junglera Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. This level feels like a casino-themed level with all the springs and breakable bumpers that Sonic can bounce off of in this level, but it's all set in a jungle. The level is very vertical, having Sonic bounce upwards and then fall or roll down hills a lot. There really isn't too much that goes on here, but I will say I do like how the level looks. The dark green and brown jungle theme really works for a Game Gear title. Number 599. Rooftop Run Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. You run around and need to find 10 chows scattered throughout a 2D area of Spagonia. The level design wasn't created for you to zoom through the level quickly, but more so made for running around and trying to find these cute little chow. You get 5 minutes to do it, which is more than enough time than you ever need, and this level just feels like filler. I still thought it was somewhat fun though. Number 598. Silver's Crisis City from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The level was super long with a lot of frame rate issues because of all the crises going on in this city. And also the game just isn't well optimized. The city being on fire is super cool in my opinion, and I think having a telekinetic hedgehog is really cool too. The level is just really long, silver slow, and it can be a slog to get through. Number 597. Meteor Herd from Sonic Adventure 2. As I'm writing this, it's June 24th of 2025, and I'm now just realizing this level is called Meteor Herd because there's a lot of meteors in this level, and a lot of something like cows can be called a herd. Anyways, that's not the point. The level is huge, meaning it can be hard to find the emerald pieces in this level. Just getting to the top can be a chore, so I understand why someone wants to be able to locate all 3 emerald shards in this level at once. I like seeing the floating boxes and asteroids in this level, but it's not enough to bring up this level's ranking. I think if the upper section were more centralized instead of being scattered like it is, then it'd be better, but that's just my opinion.
Number 596. Sonic's Kingdom Valley from Sonic 06. This level has several alternate pathways, hidden collectibles, and stage gimmicks. The sections with Sonic, Silver, and the Mach Speed section at the end also provide some gameplay variety, and the environments in the level offer a more cinematic and serious tone, all contributing to what makes this one of the more intricately designed levels in the game, rather than what we're generally used to seeing in Sonic 06, that is, when the game isn't breaking.
Number 595. Sandopolis Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This is unfortunately one of the weaker stages in this game, although it's not that bad. It's definitely slower than most other stages and drags on for a bit longer than it needs to, but visually it's pretty nice. The light mechanic keeps you moving as much as you can, and some of the set pieces are pretty neat. I like the idea of the rising sand, but it kinda sucks to get through without a super form or tails. The boss is also really easy to cheese, for better or worse.
Number 594. Mystic Cave Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's a mysterious cave that spreads underground into an eerie network of mines, and the music helps support that uneasy feel too. It is visually pretty to look at, with the green crystals shining against the torches and the purple stones being reflected in the background. It branches out to multiple pathways which help open up the level design up. It is a slower paced zone than majority of the other Sonic 2 levels, but it does introduce the vines that is used to hang onto to ascend downwards, as well as to avoid falling into hazards and open up bridges and access new paths. With this, it opens up replayability a little bit to see what the whole act has to offer.
Number 593. Aqua Planet Zone Act 3 from Sonic Chaos. Okay, this is like the weirdest boss in classic Sonic. So it starts out with you jumping out on top of generic enemies you've been fighting through for the past 2 acts. Then a big version comes along and starts jumping everywhere. Thankfully, you can just bounce in the corner to kill it. Then the top part gets destroyed and it flies up and starts shooting at missiles at you until you destroy the bottom part. I'm sorry, what? Did I miss something? What, Eggman, you don't need to make these really complicated things. I'm fine with simple bosses. Okay, bro, okay? Number 592. Lost Jungle from Sonic Heroes. The first half of the level is actually pretty fine. There's a couple of neat shortcuts, but the stage drops off in the second half. It feels really boring afterwards. The platforming's not that engaging. The upper paths felt really slow because you have to wait for these plants to grow. And the black frogs are more annoying than anything. The level just drags near the end and you are ready to be done with the stage. Also, I don't like the music. Worst song in Heroes.
Number 591. Golden Capital Act Knuckles from Sonic Superstars. I love the idea of loving Golden Capital, but I don't know how much I actually like Golden Capital Zone. There's so many springs and bumpers knocking you around in this level, and it's just inherently not that fun. On top of that, Knuckles feels really slow in this game, so whereas if you're playing Sonic you could just drop dash and gain back all the speed you lost, Knuckles takes a bit of time to get back up to speed. Also, the whole level is built around his ability to glide and climb, so the level turns into a climbing simulator more than an actual level.
Number 590. Aquarium Park Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS. This stage is kind of bland. It feels like I'm on autopilot when I play it. There's very few engaging obstacles, and a lot of the level comes down to just holding boost and going forwards, or using the laser wisp when you can. The drill wisp is almost zero help because it travels so slow under the water, and there are tons of mines everywhere which you can't react in time because of the screen size. So the best method for underwater is to just boost through it since it's faster and avoids the annoying mines. And the laser wisp has barriers which take a few seconds to pass through, so that wisp also feels like it slows you down. It's a nice easy level to introduce you to the setting, but the wisps and their unique gimmicks feel too slow, and it feels like you're just on autopilot for 80% of the stage.
Number 589. Speed Slider Level 1 from Knuckles Chaotix. If you just run in the general direction that the level is taking you, then you'll complete it in no time flat. There are hardly any enemies in this level, and there aren't really any obstacles you need to avoid either. I thought the level looks nice, but it was kind of boring. Number 588. Arid Sands Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed. Remember a little bit ago when I talked about Dragon Road Act 3 Night and its pole problem? Well, this level is basically the same thing, but the poles stick out of the ground and the ceiling instead of the walls. Some spikes will try and knock you down, and some poles might retract on you, so you need to be extra cautious when running through this level. It's slow, but it provided some challenge, so I thought it was alright. Number 587. Asteroid Coaster Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS. I'm not a big fan of this level. Pun entirely unintended. The level aesthetics are awesome, don't get me wrong. There are just so many pits for you to fall down and die in, alongside not really liking how the Void Wisp controls. There are also way too many spikes in this level. Like, who designed this level? A goth with a vendetta against Sonic? Whatever the reason may be, I just wasn't a big fan of it. Number 586. Turquoise Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. Just like the other Game Gear levels, this level is extremely short, lasting less than 25 seconds if you're gunning to the end of the level. I think it looks kinda nice and the platforming was decent, but yeah, not too much going on here. Although you do get to use those rocket shoes in this level, which I think is always fun. Number 585. Gameland 4 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. If you've ever wanted to quick step through a land of ugly red Lego pieces, then this level has you covered. Seriously, all you do in this level is quick step and boost through enemies until you reach the goal. Satisfying? Yes. Replayable? No. Number 584. Isolated Island Level 1 from Knuckles' Chaotix. There isn't too much to do in this level except for hold left or the right button and run. The music in this level was pretty good, and towards the middle of the level you get to ride down some slides which was fun, but there really wasn't too much to this level. The half loops will keep you moving forward and it feels like there's nothing this level can do to stop you. Number 583. Digital Circuit from Shadow the Hedgehog.
This second level of the game, depending on what path you take, is probably one of my favorite levels in the game, yet again. I love it so much, and it is so much better than Mad Matrix. Digital Circuit is a non-stop trek. You just blast your way through the level, no matter what mission you're doing, and the dark mission especially is amazing, because you get to the end and you think, oh, that's it. But you take a portal to a whole separate part of the level where you have to platform up and destroy the core of the program. And I'm just saying, man, this is so much fun. I really like Digital Circuit. The soundtrack, once again, is super good. It's this electronic beat that almost doesn't fit in with any other Shadow the Hedgehog song, apart from Mad Matrix, and yet it fits so perfectly with Digital Circuit. I'm so happy this beautiful track is finally coming back in Sonic Racing Crossroads. More Shadow the Hedgehog representation in 2025 might be the greatest gift I have ever gotten in my life.
Number 582. Dragon Road Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. I like the environment this level takes place in. It looks like some Japanese homes or a large dojo that the werehog runs through. Unfortunately, it is kinda boring in the gameplay department. It feels like every 10 feet you're stopped to fight some enemies, which can be really annoying and not that fun whatsoever. Besides that, you do some basic jumps over water and inside the house as well. That's really it. Number 581. Hidden World Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World.
Man, what a cool idea for a level, okay? Like, you keep going up and down these escalators, and through a shopping mall? I mean, that's just brilliant game design.
What do you mean? I can't find the level.
Well,
it's hidden from me. I can't find it.
Just because it's in a hidden world doesn't mean you just can't look for it.
You see, I'm blind. I can't see.
Oh my gosh. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes.
Do not see my face. I have a blindfold on. I can't see.
We'll take the blindfold off.
I don't have any hands.
Oh my gosh, you're disabled and blind?
Yes.
No. It's honestly kind of a skill issue.
Number 580. Death Ruins from Shadow the Hedgehog.
I could talk so much about Death Ruins because honestly, it is such an underrated level. Genuinely has some of my favorite level design in the franchise. I'm being so serious. And while not my favorite level in Shadow the Hedgehog, I love all the stuff it's going for. It's this jungle that it's dark and grimy, filled with so many aliens for you to destroy, as you get to see more of the war between the Black Arms and the humans. The dark goop that Shadow can travel through is actually used fantastically here, with both them being as rails and as access points to separate parts of the levels. Now, the only thing that holds this level back is the fact that the missions are pretty weak on both sides. Both Hero and Dark are pretty weak, all things considered, but overall, it's a really fun piece. And dude, the soundtrack, those guitars are insane. It is the definition of Shadow the Hedgehog edgy music, and I mean, I love it. Like, nothing else to say.
Number 579. Eggman Land Act 4 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Dang, some fun platforming in a Werehog level? What's next? Eggman's Tower from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog? Number 578. Eggman's Tower from Sega Sonic... Wait, I wasn't done yet. This level does feature some fun platforming with needing to collect 3 keys that are scattered throughout the level. It features a lot of pole climbing and using these dark guy enemies to travel over pits on the ground. You then get to ride an elevator downwards and fight a bunch of enemies. The level was decent to get through, but again, I just think it looks kinda ugly. Number 578. Eggman's Tower from Sega Sonic the Hedgehog. This level is basically a combination of Trap Tower and Landside Limbo, with all the traps you need to avoid on the inside of the tower, and needing to outrun the falling section of building on the outside of Eggman's Tower. I think it's the best designed level in the game because it feels challenging, but not in a cheap way like Wild Waterway did. Also, I love how on the outside you can see yourself climbing up the tower. It's a nice detail to add that makes this level feel way more realistic than it already does. Also, that escape sequence is a lot of fun. Number 577. Arid Sands Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. It reminds me of Tatooine from Star Wars Night with all the sand and the giant walls of rock that surround you as you run through this level. It had some fun platforming with the player needing to punch down breakable walls and run across bridges of rock to progress. I didn't really like needing to use water to put out fire enemies, or just fires in general though. That was kind of annoying.
Number 576. White Park Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. Most of the levels underwater. Yay! My favorite! You really shouldn't have, Sonic Team. You really shouldn't have. It's just using Tails swimming to carry you through the stage. I don't really have any more to say.
Number 575. Iron Jungle from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Iron Jungle is such a fun stage. It is probably not the strongest of the Shadow of 5 stages, but honestly, it has some really solid parts. Destroying the blimp mission is honestly really fun, as you have to essentially get enough ammo and use the turrets that the game gives you to just shred through this blimp. I think it's super neat. I think the Dark mission is okay, just destroying a couple of gun enemies and it's not that bad, it's just okay. Honestly, the level design of this level, especially towards the latter part of it, is really solid, as I love platforming over these very vast edges that are really satisfying to control when you know how Shadow the Hedgehog controls, and when you get used to it, which is not as easy as it sounds. This game is honestly objectively terrible. Oh, and the soundtrack, it is super solid. That guitar goes absolutely crazy, it's so good.
Number 574. Frozen Hollow from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. This is the level that introduces Amy in the game, and as such, it needs to show off her power of hitting things with her hammer. This means that you're automatically running forward with boost pads, then stopping to hit something with your hammer, rinse and repeat. While I really like the frozen aesthetic of this level, I just think that it holds your hand way too much and then stops you dead in your tracks whenever it can. Number 573. Rooftop Run Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. You run through the alleyways of Spagonia as the Werehog, defeating enemies and doing some basic platforming. The level encourages you to find unconventional ways to damage enemies, like throwing boxes at them instead of just punching them, and also the Werehog spins like this whenever he grabs onto a pole, and I don't know why he does it, but I just find it hilarious. There are tons of spikes and razors along the floor to avoid, and towards the end you run along a giant bridge overlooking the city, which I just thought looked cool. Number 572. Windmill Isle Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Windmill Isle Act 2 places you on the outskirts of Apatos as you make your way more and more into the wilderness, which is some really cool world building. There wasn't really any tedious platforming, but there were these stupid flying enemies that gave me a run for my money because they always just back away whenever you get close, but you need to defeat them to move on, so it becomes this dumb game of back and forth that neither of us are enjoying. I really like the skybox this level uses, and it was just a decent Werehog level all around. Number 571. Sweet Mountain Act 6 from Sonic Colors. It's a level designed around the use of the Cube Wisp before you even get the Cube Wisp. Now, if it were just like a certain section of the level, that would be totally okay. We see that plenty of times throughout the game. But it's literally every single section of this level. If you want to even just get a good score, you'll need to revisit this level. Since you don't have the Cube Wisp, all you can do is just jump over yellow blocks until you reach the goal. When you do get it, it's slightly more fun since you get to kill enemies and get a better score, but it's not better by that much. Number 570. Isolated Island Level 2 from Knuckles' Chaotix. You move very fast at the beginning of this level, going through half loops and just feeling as free as the wind. Towards the middle though, you need to climb upwards with springs and throw other players upwards. Now I know that this is just to teach the player how to move upwards in this game, but sometimes the characters just get stuck in midair spinning in circles after bouncing off a spring and it feels impossible to climb upwards. It can be fun at first, but gets frustrating very quickly. Number 569. Rooftop Run Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The main objective of this level is to find 3 keys scattered along the broken down castle walls. You'll need to scale up holes, climb across ledges, and hold on to flying Gaia enemies in order to pass through it. I like how the level looks, the nighttime aesthetic looks really nice here, but it doesn't really go by too fast. Don't get me wrong, I like the platforming in this level, but it just feels so slow, especially when holding on to these dark Gaia enemies. They cross gaps so slowly, so you just feel like you're waiting for what feels like forever. Anyways, once you collect all 3 keys, you fight a bunch of enemies in front of the goal ring. It's overall just a somewhat decent level.
Number 568. Death Chamber from Sonic Adventure 2. This stage is taking too long. Everything is so far apart, it's annoying to travel across the stage a bunch of times. It's not like other treasure hunting stages where you are in an open area, so it's easy to glide around and find the emerald pieces. It's so segmented to the point where finding the shards is a pain. Also, who hid this lost Chow? Who? I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Oh yeah, I guess the music is cool. It swears. Don't tell my mom.
Number 567. Warriors Wasteland from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 566. Thunder Chamber from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 565. Dust Bowl from Team Fortress 2. It's one of my favorite maps in the game, and the atmosphere is a barren desert, but as you get closer and closer to the base, you get to see more industrialization, which I really... Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's the wrong game. I don't even make TF2 videos anymore. Maybe I should revisit that sometime. But anyways, let's try that again. Number 565. Dust Bowl from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 564, Mechanized Meltdown from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 563, Dusty Trail from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 562, Boulder Speedway from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As Sonic, you're pitted against one of Eggman's mechs in a 3-lap race. It's automated for the most part with all the dash pads you run on, but it can be fun jumping over gaps or needing to quickly switch to either your fire or ice power in order to continue on with the level. Overall, I had my fun with it, but it's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. Number 561, Windmill Isle Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. This level looks gorgeous for a Wii game. You're mainly just running forward, defeating enemies when needed. You need to find a set of keys scattered throughout the courtyard so you can continue, which was kinda lame. Once you do that, you get to run up to the gold ring and get this amazing shot of what looks to be some sort of church with the gold ring in its courtyard. I just thought that was neat. Number 560, Mad Gear Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I think this level is kinda cool. It starts off with a giant wall of machinery chasing Sonic throughout the whole level, encouraging speedy gameplay in order not to get crushed. Besides that though, the level is alright. The whole base is on high alert, so we see lights flashing everywhere, and giant metal presses trying to crush Sonic as he runs by. There isn't too much to do in this level besides run forward, do this weird tilt puzzle thing, hit a few switches, and avoid being crushed. Overall, a good time.
Number 559, Titanic Lane from Sonic and the Black Knight. Originally, I wanted to talk about Titanic Planes from Risk of Rain 2 instead. However, there is a joke that I think is a lot better. You, see, it's funny because, they're both vast and empty, big open fields, and yeah.
Number 558, Cool Edge Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. You enter an ancient temple frozen in time and ice, and you climb and fight your way through until you get stopped at the end with mandatory fights against enemies and 2 towering mini-bosses. They fall easily, but it was still neat. Number 557, Terminal Velocity from Sonic Colors DS. It's just Sonic running downwards, outrunning the Nega Wisp armor for some time, and then you fight against it. The level itself is kinda cool because we've never seen Sonic run down the screen like this in this game, or any other Sonic game for that matter. It's cool, but there's really nothing to this level. Number 556, Shadow's Aquatic Base from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Did any of you forget that Shadow gets to ride on his motorcycle in this level? Because I definitely did. You know what though? It's fun to use in this small section because you can run over enemies, and I think that's pretty funny. Anyways, I think this level looks really nice with the sea creatures swimming on the outside of the base, and I also just like how it looks. You need to defeat lots of Iblis monsters, which would usually annoy me, but it's oddly satisfying in this level. Silver is playable as well, and he isn't terrible. You mainly just use him to fly over gaps and hit a switch so Shadow can progress in the level. There really isn't anything I can complain about in this level besides it being so long. I just kinda had fun with it. Number 555, Botanic Base Level 1 from Knuckles Chaotix. It's honestly pretty boring. You can get going fast a couple of times, but there are no obstacles or things to avoid besides ledges that would just stop you in your place. The background and the music were both really good, that's really the only thing I liked about this level. Number 554, Glacier Forest from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. As the first level in Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, it does a good job showing off Sonic's moveset and how this game is just so much faster than anything Shadow Crystal had in it. I love the Frozen Forest aesthetic, and it shows off some really fun ways to use the new Fire and Ice powers. Now, while it does feel like you're able to go really fast in this level, There is a lot of automation with boost pads and springs, which really takes control away from the player, but besides that, it's still a fun level overall. Number 553. Misty Lake from Sonic and the Black Knight. There isn't really too much to this level since it's just meant to be a tutorial for the game. We're taught how to jump, dash forward, swing our sword, shield against enemies, and all of this culminates together when we fight the ruler of the lake, the Mist Dragon. It's a fine level, really only standing out because it's the first level in the game. The on-rails section looked cool, but we're not actually controlling Sonic in any meaningful way. I like the level, but I'll only come back here if I need to try and get my follower count up. Number 552. Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode Medal. Oh boy, a casino! You know what that means!
Let's go gambling!
It's a harder version of Casino Street Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It's the best looking level in this game with lots of bumpers and springs pushing Metal Sonic forward, alongside waiting for level pieces to move so you can continue on with the level. Due to the tighter controls of Episode Metal, the bumpers don't really hinder your gameplay in any way. It's on the shorter side of level length, so it doesn't overstay its welcome, which is nice for once. Number 551. Botanic Base Level 2 from Knuckles Chaotix. This level looks beautiful. The lush green grass against the purple ground is a color scheme I never thought would work, but now that I see it, I love it. Anyways, the level itself is pretty tame. You need to ride a couple of elevators to get to the end of the level, and also there's some pretty basic platforming. There are hardly any enemies, so you really just have free reign to run around and get to the goal. It was kinda boring, but I had some fun with it. Number 550. Snowy Peak from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. This level introduces Tails into the mix of playable characters, so a lot of the level gimmicks are based around his ability to hover. He's a lot slower than Sonic, so I find the sections where you switch to him purely to glide across some gap kind of boring after the first couple of times you do it. Besides that, there isn't too much to this level. It's set on a snowy mountaintop, and it feels like there's a lot of automation with the amount of boost panels this level has. Number 549. Gameland 1 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. You use the Q-Wisp in order to open up new pathways, and as you go along, you also need to push some containers out of the way so you can continue through the land of the ugly green Lego. You basically just keep repeatedly using Cube and pushing containers until you reach the end of the level. Honestly, I just found this level boring. You move slowly, and then do some basic platforming. That's literally it.
Number 548. Collision Chaos Round, Zone 3 from Sonic CD. It's pinball, yay! It's very hit or miss if you go where you actually want to go. At least it's not bad as something like Casino Park or whatever, but still, it's just not very fun. At least it looks very good, like the good future, chef's kiss.
Number 547. Sky High Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. The level itself was alright, but it's the boss fight that actually makes this level that much more enjoyable. Starting off with the level, you just run forward and jump on a few platforms until you reach a bunch of clouds. Once you're there, you kill a bunch of baby birds, then you fall through the clouds and kill a few more on top of cracking a few eggs. Then you fight the boss, which is a robotic bird. I like how it's only after killing all the baby birds that the mama bird comes out all angry ready to fight against Sonic. It's just kind of funny to me, that's all.
Number 546. Oil Ocean Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. Another really good game, but this level isn't one of the highlights. What's the opposite of a highlight? A low dark? So Oil Ocean is a low dark, seen through all the waiting you have to do for these green piston things. Sure, sliding down these oil ramps is fun, but it only lasts for a few seconds, then it's back to reality. The boss isn't even that good, since it takes 10 seconds to beat.
Number 545. Green Hills Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. In order to get through this level, you need to bounce on sets of springs to reach more springs until you reach the boss. After that, you fight a pig badnik that just curls up into a ball and moves from side to side after you damage it. The boss fight was just alright, but I really like bouncing on the springs. Number 544. Shadow's White Acropolis from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Shadow slowly runs down part of Sonic's snowboarding section, hits a switch, then fights a group of enemies. After that, you switch to Rouge to fly around a bunch of searchlights and hit a switch. Once you get into the giant sandbox area, you need to use a buggy to shoot down 5 of the searchlights in the area. While I like how this level looks, I can't help but feel like this level is just bland. I mean, it's slow as molasses, but also, the buggy controls can just be super finicky, and just shooting down the searchlights can be a challenge in itself. I don't really feel rewarded running through this level, and all the enemies here are just meant to distract you. It's probably better to run around avoiding enemies instead of attacking them, because you don't get any real bonus out of defeating enemies. Anyways, the level is just alright, let's move on. Number 543. Speed Slider Level 2 from Knuckles Chaotix. You run extremely fast in this level and there's literally nothing that can stop you. The only caveat is there's nothing stopping you from running so fast except for like an elevator that takes you upwards, so you can continue running fast. It looks nice and the speed aspect was fun, but there's nothing interesting about this level.
Number 542. Arid Sands Act 2 Daytime. Yeah, there's not really too much to this level. You kind of just do a load of quick time events with a couple of enemies sprinkled in here and there. You can be in and out in 45 seconds. I mean, if you want to practice your quick time events, this would be a great way to kind of build up muscle memory for the certain things, like the ones where you kind of have to hit the paddle and then have to hit the quick time button correctly to move on to the next one, because there's a set one and then a couple of random ones, so you can practice both sides of that, as well as the ramp that you have to do quick time events off of too. So yeah, just hop in, do 45 seconds of quick time events and get your free S rank towards that trophy.
Number 541. Rouge's Tropical Jungle from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. They really just plopped Rouge into Silver's Tropical Jungle and called it a day. She can glide all the way to the end of the level without much issue, and very easily take out the enemies guarding the goal ring. I think the level looks great, but my favorite thing about this level is that if you wait long enough, the laser grid just very slowly moves, allowing you to walk right past them, skipping the need to fight off any enemies. It's a short level for the most part, so I think it's kinda fun, I'm sorry.
Number 540. Marina Madness Level 1 from Knuckles Chaotic. I like how the stage looks, especially at sunset. The colors feel so smooth and relaxing. It felt like nothing got in your path and you just go through the stage with ease. The problem with this stage is that nothing is in your path and you can go through the stage with ease. There's no real obstacles or anything. It's not a lot here, but at least the vibes are on point.
Number 539. Tropical Resort Act 5 from Sonic Colors. This level makes sure you know how to use the laser wisp by having the player use it in almost every section of this level. Besides that, it's really just some generic platforming until you reach the end of the level. I do like how it looks, but it just feels kind of boring if I'm being honest. Number 538. Techno Terror Level 1 from Knuckles' Chaotix. It's a very bright and beautiful level, which sucks because you only get to experience it for like a minute or so. This level is just one short climb upwards. Thankfully, you do get to climb up it fairly quickly with these half loops that shoot you up to the next section of the level, or springs that bounce you up as well. It could be fun because you get to go fast, but there just didn't really feel like there was any substance to this level. Number 537. Sonic's White Acropolis from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The snowboarding section at the beginning of the level can be a bit clunky, especially when trying to make the final jump over a ravine, but I still thought it was kinda fun to play. When you transition to Tails, you just need to fly to the end of the section and hit a switch. In the air, Tails feels fun to play, but on the ground, he just moves extremely slow, so you basically need to make sure you're always in the air. There are a lot of enemies and things in this Tails section that the game doesn't really ask you to interact with at all, which I think is a little disappointing. Once you switch back to Sonic, it's just a giant sandbox-esque area with the sole purpose of getting to the goal ring. Once again, there are a lot of enemies and item boxes to find in this level, but if you just want to run to the goal ring and avoid all that, you totally can. I liked how the level looks, I just think it can be a bit boring to run through unless you go out of your way to destroy every enemy in your path.
Number 546. Aquarium Park Act 2 from Sonic Colors. This level is all platforming in a cube wisp, so if you don't like the platforming or wisps in Sonic Colors, chances are you won't like this level. This level can be very fun and rewarding to speedrun, but you would need to be insanely good at the game to even think about boosting in this level. If you're going for all of the medals, good luck. You have to reach it before the cube wisps gauge runs out, and believe me, it runs out quick. My favorite parts about this level are the environments and music, with this song being one of my all-time favorites in the series.
Number 535, 1-4 from Sonic Frontiers. This is one of the many cyberspace stages on this list, and it's alright. Nothing great, but nothing that bad. It's just forgettable. It reuses the level design from Sonic Generations' Green Hill, but imagine that, but a little bit worse. I do like it still kept the breakable bridges element from the original, but yeah, nothing more than that. It's one of the more mid levels in Sonic Frontiers.
Number 534. Sonic's Radical Train from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. I would say this is the game's main speed level. As Sonic, you need to run after a train before it blows up on a track, and then you chase it in a max speed section, which ends with the train blowing up? Okay, I'm confused right now, but let's just ignore that detail and talk about the level itself. I mean, it's alright. There are a couple of alternate paths you can take during the main section that involve Sonic grinding on what I believe are some sort of telephone pole wires. There are also these sections with conveyor belts that change direction every so often that I wasn't really a fan of. This level also features a max speed section which has the player jumping over moving trains and avoiding exploding cars. This level was kind of all over the place, but I still thought it was neat. Number 533. Cool Edge Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. The platforming in this level is very difficult, but that makes it so rewarding. You need to use these fire enemies to light up some switches to open up the pathway forward. I thought it was neat, but it did make the level feel kind of slow. Further in the level, you need to wait for some poles to extend so you can climb up them, which was also kinda boring. There are a few sections you need to stop and fight some enemies, but other than that, the level is neat.
Number 532. Hidden Palace Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. As an actual level, there's not really a lot here to sink your teeth into. The level is more used as a turning point within the game's narrative, this not only being your first true fight with Knuckles, but also where Knuckles realizes the error of his ways by trusting Robotnik. Overall, whilst there's some really good visual storytelling for the time, as a level, there's not really much here to come back to.
Number 531. 1-3 from Sonic Frontiers. It's one of Sonic Frontiers' 2D levels, and I honestly forgot how slow Sonic moves in 2D in this game. The level just felt kind of boring. You really just run up and down slopes the whole time, and there are only like 2 obstacles in this whole level, and that was just at the beginning. I really like the cyberspace theme that this level uses, but it was honestly just really boring, which is why it's in the middle of this list. Number 530. Marble Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. The level looks fine enough, the purple contrasts well with the lava, but there is just so much waiting involved with this level that I really just want to damage tank through the lava whenever I can. The spikes that pop out of the ground are really annoying since you can't tell where they are. The one positive I can give this level though is that the platforming is fun sometimes. Number 529. Aquatic Relic Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. The water in this level really hinders your speed, but if you're able to avoid it, then you'll be fine. There are lots of pillars that come out of the ground and stop you in your tracks, which I really didn't like, and the Eggman heads that shoot arrows at you were kinda weird, but as long as you outrun them, then you'll be fine. Number 528. Scrap Brain Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. This is the final zone of the game and you can really tell. There are traps everywhere trying to stop Sonic from moving forward, and although there aren't too many spots to gain speed here, it's a fun challenge and really tests all the skills you've gained up to this point. I find it kinda fun to play, but it's not a level I'd want to go out of my way to play.
Number 527. Casino Forest from Sonic Forces. Actually just Casino Night at Home. Felt like the level designers just gave up on the last third of the stage. It gets so boring to play at that point. I can't even think of anything else to say about it. It just leaves my mind after I play it.
Number 526. 4-9 from Sonic Frontiers. We went from escaping the city to escaping the final cyberspace level with this one. Unfortunately, 4-9 doesn't really have anything remarkable besides the skateboard returning from a previous cyberspace. There's no way to increase your speed on it since boosting while on the board does nothing. There's a little bit of platforming towards the end and then it's another few seconds drifting and turning till you reach the end. It's fun but needs a bit more time in the oven to be perfect.
Number 525. Gimmick Mountain Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit. Lives up to the name by having a lot of gimmicks. There's spikes, minecarts, spinny things, and more. The level design itself, though, is a little underwhelming. Wow, it's a hill followed by a vertical shaft, then repeated a few times. At least it was a bit challenging. They weren't screwing around with these moving platforms and spike combos.
Number 524. Final Fortress from Sonic Heroes. Final Fortress really laid the groundwork for the Werehog and Sonic Unleashed with just how often you need to stop and fight some enemies to continue on with the level. Seriously though, like I understand that giving enemies more health makes them harder to defeat, but it feels like you're just stopping to fight enemies in this level a lot. Anyways, that doesn't matter too much because of the fun grind rail system that this game has. Oh wait, no it doesn't, it's just kinda janky. I think running through Eggman's mothership during a storm is a cool set piece, but this level is just long with some frustrating parts thrown into it from good measure. Number 523. Rooftop Run Act 2-2 Dave from Sonic Unleashed. It's essentially a harder version of Rooftop Run Act 2, but it's just so much more enjoyable because of it. Instead of jumping on awkward looking platforms, you homing attack balloons to pass over large pits while trying to avoid hitting any Eggman springs that will send you to your death. On top of that, there are tons of spikes that Sonic is constantly moving towards, and you don't even get any rings until you're already halfway through the level, which just increases the difficulty of this level exponentially. It's a fun level, nowhere near my favorite, but way better than anything Act 2 had in store. Number 522. Death Egg Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. First off, let me just say that I thought the gravity changing gimmick this level has is awesome. So with the multiple different pathways this level has, there's a lot less automation in this level compared to Act 1, which I liked, and being in space is just a really cool set piece. However, I did think that the level was still a bit too platform heavy, not really allowing Sonic to pick up speed and zoom through the level, but rather zoom for 2 seconds before running into a wall or something else interrupting his speed. The boss fight at the end was interesting, but it wasn't that exciting.
Number 521. Planet Wisp Act 2 from Sonic Generations. This level is very known for being the weakest modern Sonic stage in Generations by some, and it makes sense as to why. The 2D is here more than the 3D in this level, and it can cause some to not want to play this level at all, and also with the platforming with like the carts in the construction part of Planet Wisp. It doesn't make the stage bad or anything, it's just again, this is the weakest level in Generations out of them all, but there's still some fun to be had with it.
Number 520. 4-C from Sonic Frontiers. The rocket boosters are scattered around this level, and when Sonic touches one of them, he gets an immediate burst of speed for a few seconds. While the idea is nice, Sonic's boost here is still slower than his speed in the open zone, and with the nature of the level, it's designed to essentially just be a straight line. It's a fun idea in theory, but in practice, I didn't enjoy it that much. Number 519. Hot Crater Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. I literally just held right the entire time and got through the entire level. I think I only jumped like once, maybe twice if that, and that's it. I mean, yeah, you do go fast, but this level is like a baby's first Sonic level. Even Green Hill Zone was harder than this level, and that was the first level in the series. Regardless, the music is really good, and I love the graphics in the background a lot. It's just such a shame that this level doesn't really require the player to use their brain at all. Number 518. Starlight Carnival Act 3 from Sonic Colors. As Sonic, you bounce on trampolines that automatically move forward throughout the level as you try to collect rings and collectibles. If something like that isn't something you enjoy, then you're just going to bounce on the trampoline waiting for it to move forward. It's not really that fun, but I think the level looks amazing. Number 517. Oil Ocean Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. There's a lot less automation in this level compared to Act 1, but that doesn't make the level that much better. I don't really like the color scheme this level uses. I understand that oil rigs aren't supposed to look good, but that doesn't mean a fictional video game can't try to make it look nice. This level features a lot of waiting. Waiting for elevators to rise, waiting for Sonic to be done riding oil. It's just too much. The boss fight was just fine, it didn't really do anything to stand out at all. Overall, it's just a level that was perfectly average.
Number 516. Ghost Town from Sonic Forces. The stage is in the middle of the list because it is mid. That's how rankings work. You can get some speed if you know what you're doing, but most of the time it's just bland and boring. It's not rewarding in the slightest to go on the top routes. The stage feels like someone who wasn't familiar with classic Sonic designed a classic Sonic stage.
Number 515. 3-1 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Green Forest from Sonic Adventure 2, and it helped me realize that a lot of the levels from Sonic Adventure 2 translated really well into Frontiers. Probably because Frontier Sonic has a very similar playstyle to Adventure 2 Sonic, which I liked. It takes place in Green Hill, which I like, because the level it's based off of is called Green Forest, but that's about it. It's just a more boring version of Green Forest, so we can just go ahead and move on to the next level.
Number 514. Sonic Skydeck from Sonic Adventure. The level starts off really cool where Sonic gets shot up from a cannon into the stage, but that's where stuff goes downhill. The level has these gimmicks like the ship tilting which can be very annoying to traverse through, especially with SA1's janky physics. I like that around the middle of the level it shows Sonic and Tails destroying the ship's wings, which is the reason why the egg carrier loses altitude later on. Overall, a solid level.
Number 513. Rooftop Run Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. You're boosting forward throughout this whole level, sidestepping around bombs and lasers while boosting through enemies to launch them up at chasers who won't give up the chase on you. It's a pretty mind-numbing level, really just sidestepping when needed, but you still move throughout this level pretty quickly and can be fun boosting into Eggman's robots as they just stand there helpless against your speed. Also, the level looks nice with the setting sun casting shadows on part of the level and adding a very nice warm hue to this level as a whole. Number 512. Sweet Dreams Act 2 from Sonic Dream Team. The level is beautiful, but it mainly focuses on running around and collecting dream shards in order to complete the level. It doesn't really stand out in any fun way, but it's the kind of level that's fun once, and I'm probably not going to go back to it unless I'm going to try and get that S rank. Number 511. Angel Island Zone Act 2 from Sonic Advance. You start out placed right in front of a bottomless pit, which is always a great way to start a level. Can you hear the sarcasm in my voice? This level is filled with tons of bottomless pits, which can get very annoying very quickly, especially since to continue on with the level, you need to drop into one of these pits. That's crazy. There are also these retracting spikes, which can be annoying if they stop you in your path, and the level is just kind of confusing to run through, especially for new players. However, this level gets to be ranked up so high because I think it looks really good, especially for a Game Boy Advance game, and it's also kind of fun to run through despite having a lot of flaws. Also, the fight against Mega Knuckles is stupid easy, but still fun nonetheless. Number 510. Rooftop Run Act 2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. As the Werehog, you climb around the sides of buildings in Spagonia that are littered with spikes and pillars of fire. It can be difficult to get through, but it's still fun. The platforming is occasionally broken up by fighting a group of enemies or pulling a lever, but those sections don't last too long, so it's fine. Overall, I enjoyed my time with it.
Number 509. Sonic Dimensions from LEGO Dimensions. Absolute cinema. This is the most excited I have ever been for a video game until Sonic Forces came in and gave me trust issues. The general level design, a perfect mix of top-down 3D and side-scrolling 2D. The physics perfectly adapt the existing LEGO engine and put it in this Sonic Adventure feeling, combat-riddled, like, mess of a Sonic game, and I love it. And the original tracks, you couldn't get Masato Nakamura on it, but who cares? You got this random guy from Traveler's Tales making the banger that is the special stage. Speed, it's got that in spades. Platforming, cinema, replayability, I play that thing every single night when I want to pull out my LEGO Dimensions toy pad, which is almost never.
Number 508. Game Land 2 Act 3 from Sonic Colors. I really like this level. It's just brought down a lot by how ugly the level looks, almost like it was made out of orange Lego pieces. The virtual hedgehog starts off in a short 3D section which transitions into a 2D section featuring the drill wisp which is used underwater. I really like using the drill wisp underwater outside of Aquarium Park, and I think this level makes good use of it by allowing the player to move fast underwater. After that section, we get to use some billiard balls to destroy some badniks, and overall, I just had a fun time with this level. Number 507. Aquatic Ruin Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It honestly kind of hurts my eyes to look at while playing. There's greenery in the foreground and background that moves dynamically as Sonic runs through the level, but I just don't think the developers did that good of a job integrating it into the level naturally, so it just looks super weird. Turning to the level itself, I think it's alright. You can get going really fast, but things like spears flying out of the wall, pillars that move up and down as you approach them, and swinging platforms can make this level feel slow, especially when you fall into the water. I thought the level was fun to play through, it's just not one of my favorites. I do think it looks beautiful though with the vibrant green and brown colors all over the place. Number 506. Aquatic Ruin Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Basically take everything I said about the first act and apply it to this level. That's literally it. Number 505. Sunset Park Zone Act 3 from Sonic Triple Trouble. Okay, so the level has Sonic running on top of a train, which turns out to be the boss of the zone, but that in itself isn't what makes it cool. What makes this level so much cooler is that the level transitions right from Act 2 into Act 3. Like, there's no loading screen or anything like that. You just hit the goalpost and start the level right from there. I know some Sonic games have done this before, but seeing this in a Game Gear game of all places really threw me off and made my enjoyment of this level skyrocket. Number 504. Cool Edge Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed. It was probably the longest level in the game for me when I first played the game, after Eggman Land of course, and while I did enjoy it, it just felt kinda slow. There was no sense of urgency besides when holding on to pillars that could collapse, and the ice physics made running through some of the sections really annoying. I love how the level looks and sliding down different sections was fun, it just felt like the level left a lot on the table to be desired. Number 503. Desert Ruin Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. I think it's a neat level. Sonic automatically runs down a bunch of honeycombs, avoiding obstacles and homing attacking chains of enemies when needed. I really do like this section of the level with how bright and vibrant the environment is, and I love listening to the music in this level. In fact, I use it in a lot of my videos actually. My problems with this level stem from Sonic automatically running forward, so there isn't too much platforming or speed to be had, and the boss fight at the end is just kind of dull in my mind. Other than those things though, it's a good level. Number 502. Ego City Act 2 from Sonic Dream Team. The level starts off with running forward for 15 seconds without any deviation unless you really want to, which is kinda lame. The level has a lot of type platforming, which is a complete 180 from the previous levels in this game. I know that as the game goes on, the levels are supposed to get harder, but this level just feels like it's getting more and more complex and not in a good way. I do like how it looks though.
Number 501. Casino Paradise Zone Act 1 from Sonic Advance. I'm kinda mixed on this stage. I think the first half is really fun. It's always rewarding to take the top path, bounce along the balloons, but the level gets boring by the end. Kinda just going through the motions, so this stage gets to sit right in the middle of the list. I do think the background is one of my favorites in Advance 1, but a pretty face ain't enough to save this level.
Number 500.5. 4-D from Sonic Frontiers. I'm going to be honest, I totally missed this level until we were well into this list and getting other people on board, so I'm sorry that it was awkwardly put into this list like this. Anyways, this level focuses a lot on using ramps to repel Sonic throughout the level. While I agree flying off these ramps is really fun, it can be hard to tell exactly where you are going, especially since the pop-in in this game is especially apparent in this level. It looks fine and I enjoy it, but I don't find myself coming back to it that often. Number 500. Nightmare Zone from Sonic Lost World. It's a glorified boss rush with Knight's characters, that's really it, so we're going to talk about our favorite bosses. Personally, my favorite boss is the boss baby. He's just such a boss, and he's a baby, and he's so silly getting into silly antics. What are your guys' favorite bosses?
Holy crap, the Mantis, the Man-at Legs from Pikmin 2, he's so amazing. He has a gun. Like, they just give a spider a gun. Holy crap, that thing has a gun. Can it legally have a gun? Where's its license to carry? Anyways, it can shoot Pikmin, and that's very sad, but thankfully there are walls you can hide behind, but these walls are walls, so you can't hit the boss while you're behind them, which is good because the boss is shooting a gun. Did I mention it has a gun?
Is he hot?
Look at him.
Oh, he has 4 legs. Man, oh wait. Why are his legs, one of them's mechanical? Oh, he only has 3. So there's also his body. Why does it look like a grenade? Like, his name is Manta Legs?
It's Man-at Legs.
Oh, Man-at Legs? Why is Man at the legs?
Well, the legs is a very...
I don't think they noticed, but I just moved the mic away from them. They've been at this for the past 3 hours, and they won't stop. I'm just gonna cut it to the next scene.
Alright, we had our fun rambling about the Man-at-Legs, but I really want to talk about how cool this level is. As someone who first played Knights like 1 month ago, I really appreciate the references here. Every boss from the original game except for Riala is accounted for, which is fairly commendable. The sections taking place in Windy Hill though were lackluster. Like, just running forward, really? Come on. You could have had some cool Knights-themed environments. The boss fights themselves, just okay. I mean, like, we've already faced these guys before, come on. Also, a neat detail is that all the small animals you save at the end are replaced by an Itopian. That's really cute. Actually, no, it's not. They're using the Journey of James design. This stage does feel really inspired and a fun callback to Knights. It's just that they could have gone further with it. I don't know. Like, really just a boss rush? Okay.
Number 499. Ego City Act 1 from Sonic Dream Team. The level looks nice, reminding me of Metal City from Sonic Riders, but the platforming in this level is really tight, which can lead to missing platforms and dying. There's also a lot of tubes in this level that redirect Sonic's trajectory and take control away from the player. The level was kind of fun, but there were just some glaring issues that made me not enjoy the level that much.
Number 498. Asteroid Coaster Act 4 from Sonic Colors. Whoops, that's the wrong footage. Hey, that's still not the right footage. Alright, this bit has run its course. The level is just running around in a circle a bunch of times while some motobugs try to take your lunch money. It's pretty mindless, and I'm not the biggest fan. Llennox said this was his guilty pleasure stage. I would complain about that, but I'm also the one that tried to get Big's Emerald Coast higher because I like the cave, so who am I to judge? I guess for a positive, I like how the planet and ring looked. They have this nice mechanical feeling. They remind me a bit of the retrofuturism arc that the Sonic series was partially inspired by, which is pretty cool, but that's not enough to save a circle.
Number 497. Savannah Citadel Act 3-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. While it looks very visually pleasing, I think this level is just kind of alright. While it's fun to run around this giant tree, all you need to do is collect 300 rings and then make your way to the goal. There are only a couple of obstacles in your way, so it's not really that much of a challenge, and is different from what we've come to expect from these DLC levels. Kinda fun, but I really don't see any need to come back to it anytime soon. Number 496. Tropical Coast Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. In my opinion, this is the best looking level in the entire game. Sonic is on rails the whole time, jumping from rail to rail to avoid the obstacles in his path. It's kind of slow and annoying, but my goodness, if this music and aesthetics were in a different game, I swear this level would be a top 10 for sure. I mean, the water is literally bending around you because you're in some sort of dome, and the music producers must be winners on Top Chef because they cooked with this music. I just love the aesthetics of this level a lot. Number 495. Lost Pyramid from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. This level introduces us to Knuckles and his unique ability to dig underground. As such, most of the non-automated or simple platforming in this level focuses on Knuckles digging underground, which can be kinda slow and tedious. I will say I do love the aesthetics of this level, and I especially love the song that plays in the background. I just wish there was more to do in this level besides switch to X character and do their special action, and then running through an automated section.
Number 494, Levitated Ruin from Sonic and the Secret Rings. I'm gonna be honest here, this stage blows. You get the joke, right? Because the stage quite literally blows you away. No, you don't? Moving on then.
Number 493, Jungle Joyride Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. I really like how the start of the level looks, having Sonic run past people's homes and Adabat, which I think is cool. Even when you start leaving the town, the background looks really nice for a Wii game, and I love seeing the Starry Night. Turning to the level itself, I like the platforming between the rising and lowering sections of ground and swinging in between them, but there were just so many enemy gauntlets that made this level not fun to run through. Number 492. Sky Babylon Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Okay, this whole level is awesome, don't get me wrong. The music, level design, atmosphere, it's awesome. But that all changes at the end of the level. There's this section where you need to ride a balloon upwards and avoid platforms and enemies, or else you'll just get stun locked and fall to the bottom of the screen and die. You would not believe how many times I died here. Like, I swear, I got 4 or 5 game overs here alone. You cannot react fast enough to avoid everything, and it requires you memorize the layout of this section, because if you don't, you'll be kissing the endless abyss. Love the level for the most part, but this single part ruins the entire thing for me. Number 491. Arid Sands Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The level looks really good for a Wii game, but you don't really do much in this level. You literally just run through alleyways and beat up on enemies until you get to the goal ring. You even get to fight a big boy at the end of the level right in front of the goal ring. I'm trying to find more to say about this level, but that's literally all you do in it. Number 490. Techno-Terror Level 4 from Knuckles' Chaotix. The level allows the player to move super fast, which I liked, but the problem comes when you realize you only need to jump maybe 1 or 2 times to beat this level. As long as you hold left or right depending on which way the half loop shoots you out, you can beat this level fairly easily. This level is the perfect level for any of those no jumping challenge videos that I've seen all over the place on YouTube. Anyways, level is fun because it's fast, but it doesn't really require you to have a brain to beat it. Number 489. Ancient City from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. Okay, I'm just saying, That's probably the best looking level in Shadow Crystal, and the background music adds to that so much. At least when you're outside the Ancient City, because once you slingshot into it, all that goes away, but that's whatever. Like all Shadow Crystal levels, this one focuses on exploration, so get ready for digging as Knuckles a lot and not going too fast in this level. Number 488. The Ark from Shadow the Hedgehog.
I am the biggest Shadow 05 glazer. This is not even a surprise, but the Ark is one of my favorite levels of the game because of how unique it is. The Ark is shaped so differently to every single other level of the game because you get on one of the dark aliens and you have to ride it while doing some of the missions. And especially doing the Destroy the Generator mission is so much fun, as you have to carefully control your alien and absolutely shred through these generators. And especially if you have that insta-kill gun, it is so much fun to blast through this level. My favorite thing about this level that a lot of people don't notice is there are multiple areas where you can get off the alien to get more ammo and to defeat enemies. And then you can jump back on another one and continue your trek forwards, which I think is super creative and super fun. And that song is so good. Jun Sunoe snapped with the soundtrack because it's the best of his 2000s ones. I'm sorry.
Number 487, Great Megalith from Sonic and the Black Knight. Here are two pieces of fun trivia about the stage specifically. This is the only place in the entire game where you can actually harm a townsfolk with a member of the Round Table. Additionally, this stage also reuses a song from a completely different Sega game, Black Dawn.
Number 486, Aquatic Mine from Sonic Adventure 2. There's some levels where you gotta play it a few times before you get the hang of it, but soon you'll start understanding the layout and you'll get better, and that's its own rewarding feeling, and that could be fun. Aquatic Mine definitely takes some learning because of the multiple corridors, and sometimes you have to change the water level to get places, and then you find yourself getting claustrophobic, and then you realize that the emerald's not even where you thought it was, so you have to swim all the way back up or all the way back down. But eventually you'll learn Aquatic Mine inside and out, and you realize it's not fun. This hasn't been fun the whole time. Even if you know everything about it, it's just a chore to navigate. Not the best level ever.
Number 485, Skeleton Dome from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Guys, I can't believe it. That's King Solomon! For the Bible! What does this mean?
Number 484. Arid Sands Act 4 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. This level kinda looks like that last scene in Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark where Andy and Miriam are watching the Germans get burned alive by the Ark of the Covenant. I'm not going to show you that clip because it's very gruesome, but if you're old enough, you should go watch it and you'll see what I mean. It was fun to beat up on enemies since Sonic is so strong now at this point in the game, and I thought the level design was really good and really accommodated for the Werehog playstyle. Definitely one of the best Werehog levels in this game by far, but I didn't really like fighting the fire enemies with barrels of water. That was kind of annoying. Number 483. Tropical Coast Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. What can I say? I'm a sucker for beach levels. While I like how the level looks, I can't say I'm too big of a fan of how it plays. You're mainly just running down long straightaways with giant walls blocking you off from going just straight. You can ride on these water spouts, which is kind of boring, and about halfway through the level you get to the spot where you need to bring 5 butterflies to this flower in order to progress, but all the butterflies are literally right in front of you, so there's no challenge here. There's more stuff to do here, but I don't care enough to talk about them. The level just feels boring to run through, but I guess that's really a testament to this whole game.
Number 482, Knight's Passage from Sonic and the Black Knight. Hidden deep within this stage, you can find a few rats running around. Sonic has a special piece of dialogue when he sees these rats, where he tries to remember who is always calling him a rat. I wonder who that might be. GOG, I wonder.
Number 481. Ego City Act 3 from Sonic Dream Team. The city never sleeps at night aesthetic this level has is pretty cool, but like the previous two acts, this level just feels kind of boring to run through and uninspired with some of the things it's trying to do. Lots of straight lines and grind rails that do lead to some shortcuts, which is cool, but it was just kind of boring in my opinion.
Number 480. Hidden Island 5 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Pretty much just a nothing level. You bounce up, then you bounce down, and that's it. At least I got to bounce on enemies on my way down. Not great or anything, but at least it didn't waste my time.
Number 479. Frozen Base Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. It's a cute ice base without too much actual substance to the level. The main gimmick is these conveyor belts that change direction when you hit this switch. It's a snowy level, which means I think it looks great, but it just felt very bland to me. Like, this level didn't do anything cool or exciting besides making what I think is the worst Sonic Badnik ever created because it just blinds you, which I don't think was very cash money of Dr. Robotnik here. Number 478. Techno Terror Level 3 from Knuckles' Chaotix. You know what this level needed? A section right at the beginning where you ride up a slow elevator. Yeah, the kids will love that! Techno Terror gives off the illusion that it's much better than it actually is, but I'm falling for it a bit because I like it. You're really just running forward through half loops and such, but sometimes you need to move upwards by bouncing on springs or just doing, well, whatever this is. It's a good level, but not that good. Number 477. Asteroid Coaster Act 5 from Sonic Colors. Honestly, this level is super short if you just run to the goal ring, but it can be fun using the wisps to engage with the level and collect all the red star rings since the level is basically one big open area for Sonic to run through. Stepping on buttons and waiting for lasers to rotate so you can continue through the level is kind of annoying though.
Number 476. Circus Park from Shadow the Hedgehog. Where's that dang fourth Chaos Emerald? It's a pretty straightforward level. The Dark mission is just killing enemies and Neutral mission is just reaching the end, so there's not much unique there. Having to collect rings was a unique mission, but there isn't much done with it. I like going through these fire hoops that give you rings, it's fun. At least the circus theme was cool with all these tight ropes and balloons. Also, I think this is the only stage with Tails as partner. Nice to meet him.
Number 475. Shrouded Forest from Sonic and the Black Knight. It's like Deep Woods, but the trees are evil and hate you.
Number 474. Frozen Factory Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World 3DS. This level does a very good job at showing off how dynamic Sonic's parkour system can be used in a 2D setting. It also does a good job at looking nice. It's a snowy atmosphere mixed with a beautiful song that really makes this level stand out in terms of what it does right. Those are really the only positives I can give this level though. I wasn't too big of a fan of the ice physics, and waiting for platforms to move is beyond frustrating since they're so slow. I'm indifferent to this level, but since it's packed in about halfway through Lost World 3DS, I doubt many of you are ever going to get a chance to play this level.
Number 473. Mirage Saloon Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. You can really tell the people behind Mania really loved classic Sonic, as they not only reference the parts people liked, but also the parts people didn't like. I think Sky Chase was a pretty boring section in Sonic 2's finale, so why they decided to make a sequel to it, I don't know. But this version's just alright. I think the enemy placements are really fun, and the train section is cool. Holy crap guys, there's a train. The train doesn't last as long as I wish it did, but it's still fun. Overall, it's a sort of enjoyable stage, but I'm not the biggest fan. I'm a very medium to small sized fan.
Number 472. Final Haunt from Shadow the Hedgehog. The level starts off with Shadow dropping into view and then Sonic saying some things about how we've reached the final level of the story, which is just kind of silly if you ask me. But that didn't contribute to this level's score whatsoever. You run through the Black Comet either trying to reach Black Doom or by activating these weird looking defense things. If you take the hero route, I think it's pretty cool that you follow a 3D hologram of Black Doom throughout the level, but actually playing through the level is a different story. There's a lot of starting and stopping within this level, and it's especially apparent when you need to use a certain weapon to pull chunks of the wall out so you can continue on with the level. I didn't find myself enjoying it that much, and I don't think I'll be coming back to play this level anytime soon. Number 471. Techno Terror Level 2 from Knuckles' Chaotix. It's a very bright and beautiful level, which sucks because you only get to experience it for like a minute or so. This level is just one short climb upwards. Thankfully, you do get to climb up it fairly quickly with these half loops that shoot you up to the next section of the level, or springs that bounce you up as well. It can be fun because you get to go fast, and I also really liked all the Eggman iconography in this level. Overall, I thought it was good. Number 470. 4-G from Sonic Frontiers. This level has a weird gimmick. Essentially, Sonic has different gears he can be in, which increases how long he's been running for. The higher the gear he's in, the faster he goes. If you are in top gear for too long though, you'll just explode on the spot. The gimmick is neat I guess, but I'd much rather just run fast than manage my speed. Getting back to the level itself, it's set in cyberspace and there's really nothing that stands out about it. There are some tanks and helicopters which are cool, but it's just kind of boring if you ask me. Number 469.
Westopolis from Shadow the Hedgehog, and that level I think is awesome. It's a great first level, really sets the tone for the game, shows you the mechanic of choosing which side you want to do, Doomai or Sonic. Everything's blowing up, you're running around, it's this dark, gritty city. You pick up a gun, you're running around, you're like, do I shoot the people, do I shoot the aliens, what am I doing? I think it's unironically a peak Sonic level.
Number 468. Aquarium Park Act 2 from Sonic Colors DS. There wasn't really anything that stood out to me about this level. It was just a fun level to run through, don't get me wrong. There was just nothing I could point to that I did like or didn't like, besides that I didn't like using the drill wisp in this game, and I thought the slide at the end was pretty cute. Besides that, it was just an all-around decent level.
Number 467. Sand Drift from Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. Platforming with Tails is a lot better than you think it would be. There's a decent amount of fun to be had here. It's fun to react to all the obstacles here, especially this walls you need to shoot. Stage ain't much of a looker though. There isn't much here that stands out. I like these trees that become loops, but other than that, it's really nothing. Also, the music is forgettable. I just played the stage, and I cannot for the life of that guy standing right over there tell you what the music sounds like.
Number 466. Scrap Brain Zone Act 1 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. This level is full of traps like fire, pits, and electricity. Although the level is short, only lasting about a minute, it was still a pretty fun level to run through. I think if someone asked me to make a bite-sized version of Scrap Brain Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis, then this zone would be exactly what I would make. I also thought the background looked pretty cool, having the city skyline back there during what looks to be sunset. The only real critique I have with this level is that there wasn't really too much platforming. Really just running forward and jumping when prompted to. Still a fun level though. Number 465. Marine Madness Level 4 from Knuckles' Chaotix. It's probably one of the best levels in this game. It's super straightforward and there isn't too much getting in your way of the goal ring. This level looks nice, and I also really like the music in this level. There really isn't too much to this level that I can point to as good or fun. It just felt like overall it was good.
Number 464. Splash Hill Zone Act 3 from Sonic 4 Episode 1. Yeah, the level looks like plastic. Not even good plastic, but bad plastic. A lot of speed here is artificial, only given to you by springs and boosters, and not earned naturally through player skill. As such, the stage is very stop and go, only going fast when Sonic Team lets you go fast. There's also a lot of unnecessary homing attack chains that just waste your time, yada yada yada. At least the evening skybox is new. Oh yeah, and there's a bottomless pit that comes out of nowhere. That sucks.
Number 463. 4-6 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Chemical Plant Act 1 from Sonic Generations. Even though it's a remake of a classic Sonic level, modern Sonic still feels really slow. It's almost like Sonic was shrunk down and put into this level because everything just looks so much bigger than him, and that goes for most of the other Chemical Plant themed levels in this game as well. Anyways, the level looks decent, but Sonic speed really brings down my enjoyments at this level.
Number 462. Tails Wave Ocean from Sonic 06. It's literally just the first half of Sonic's Wave Ocean, but slower and you fly over everything. The whale section was overhauled at least, making you fly across platforms till you reach the end. It's not that interesting, but still quite a bit better than a lot of 06's stages. We're gonna get flamed in the comments section for this opinion, aren't we?
Number 461. Cool Edge Act 3. You know what, there's not really much to say. You kind of just run in a circle a few times and you have to do it within a time limit. Other than that, there's a few obstacles that might trip you up, like some spikes here and there, or the option to go over the water with some falling areas. But other than that, it's literally just going in a circle, 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 going in a circle. Anyway, yeah, other than that, you can fall off sometimes into the water, but with any understanding of how the jumping and the boosting works in this game, you can get back and carry on, so sometimes the consequence isn't even there.
Number 460. Casino Street Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. This is hands down one of the best looking levels in this game. I think the plastic look that this game has really makes this level look that much better. Looking at the game, however, I mean, it's a casino themed level. What do you expect? Lots of bumpers and springs pushing Sonic forward, alongside waiting for level pieces to move so you can continue on throughout the level. Although, I will say, because Sonic feels so stiff to play as in this game, this is easily the best that the bumper controls I've ever felt. Sonic moves so stiff that you can very easily control his mid-air direction, and Sonic moves exactly where you want him to go. But anyways, the level is decent, and it's just a casino, so you know what that means.
Let's go gambling! Number 459. Sonic's Crisis City from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Man, I sure love playing my favorite Sonic stage. Early 2025 California. Crisis City is tied with Kingdom Valley as the most iconic level from Sonic 06, and for good reason. I destroyed Burning City with demon creatures attacking you on every side, and a giant fire tornado carrying buildings and rubble in the sky screams memorable. And if there's one thing I'll praise about the level is that the spectacle is front row and center. The stage opens with Sonic skateboarding down the level, dodging monsters and grinding through exploding buildings. And unlike White Acropolis' snowboarding section, it's incredibly well paced and designed not feeling like it lasts for too long. My only issue is that the snowboard controls in general feel terrible, with it feeling stiff and loose at the same time. The main platforming area with a long rail section broken up into many pathways, which ultimately end you up on a small combat section to progress to a small building after reach around a climb. Something to note about this level is how rail heavy it is, with rails connecting most of the platforming as you go through buildings with exploding windows and more combat sections until you reach the fire tornado. The fire tornado area is all about platforming above a bottomless pit, but it's pretty easy to deal with. Avoid falling and chooching yourself with broken streetlights to the end of the section. And now we get to the most iconic part of 06's Crisis City, the Mach Speed section. Infamous for being really brutal where literally anything, and I mean anything, can kill you. Enemies, debris, the tornado that's carrying a car, and with the annoying limitations of Mach Speed like the little bug that doesn't allow you to move in the air, the end result is a stressful, annoying, and life-draining section. One last middle finger before the level ends. Crisis City, in a way, perfectly represents Sonic 06, with so much potential that it has, but in the end, it's just no use.
Number 458. Starlight Carnival Act 4 from Sonic Colors. This level has Sonic running forward, avoiding giant balls that shoot electricity at him. That's literally it. I find that part of the level just boring and slow to play through, since a lot of the time you're just sitting there waiting for them to be done shooting so you can continue moving forward with the level. But then at the end of this level you can use the Frenzy Wisp, and I find it very enjoyable to eat bad guys in chunks of the level. Number 457. Sky Fortress Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. You run along the exterior of the Sky Fortress, even running on the side of it at a couple points throughout the level. It's a legally distinct Wing Fortress zone, but I will say that I thought it looked nice. There are sections where you need to get blown upwards with giant fans and avoid giant thrusters that periodically shoot out fire at Sonic and Tails. I did think it was quite fun, especially when I fell off the wall during the wall running section, and had to do something quickly, so I flew over the whole thing as Tails while landing on the platforms to recharge his flight. Overall, it was fun.
Number 456. 4E from Sonic Frontiers.
Jerry! There's a bomb!
It's clearly just a chemical plant with a bunch of floating blocks over it. Well, it's a decent chemical plant with a bunch of floating blocks over it. It's pretty easy to just spin dash over all of it, but I like how many pathways are in the stage, even if some of them aren't the most engaging thing in the world. Also, the music was pretty good.
Number 455. Flying Battery Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. You either are going really fast in this level, or you're just standing still waiting for the game to play itself. There's no in between. I think the level looks nice, but waiting in a Sonic game is like my third least favorite thing ever after ramen noodles and Cybertrucks. Anyways, the level uses some electric pipes that generate a magnetic pulse strong enough to pull some platforms upwards, which can be beneficial or detrimental to progression depending on if you're standing on one or not. It's a fun level, but I just have a lot of issues with it. Number 454. Golden Capital Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. When I first played this level back when the game came out, I liked it a lot. Now, not as much. Getting lots of rings is always fun, but it just feels like a pinball level disguised as something else with all the golden architecture and abundance of rings in this level. I don't like when control is taken away from me, and this level does that in spades. It was fun to be thrown into the background to get some speed there, but the level was pretty meh all around.
Number 453. Hydrocity Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The ever so famous water zone of the game. Being the second zone of the game, you wouldn't really expect to see this, but I think they executed the reason well. The zone itself is a bit of a slog to get through, but however, the greater mini boss at the end of the stage makes up for it.
Number 452. Spring Yard Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. If you remember from however long ago, Spring Yard Zone Act 1 and 2 suffered a lot from annoying bumper placement and a lot of waiting. Well, Act 3 effectively removes most of that. No more being tossed around like a slab of meat, Sonic can actually go somewhat fast. There's still waiting for some platforms to move so you can continue on with the level, but it's not nearly as bad as it was in Act 1 and 2. Also, the boss here is fun to fight because you're on a time limit trying to beat Eggman before he removes the ground you're standing on.
Number 451. Music Plant Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. This level is the definition of style over substance. The aesthetics? Absolutely top tier. Honestly might be one of the best looking zones in any Sonic game. But the gameplay? Yeah, not so much. Half the time you can't even see where you're going, and you'll end up smashing into walls and enemies more than actually speeding through it. It's a visual treat for sure, but a bit of a mess to play everywhere else.
Number 450. 4-2 from Sonic Frontiers. What's this? An original level design? No, it can't be! In all seriousness, this level shows me that I can run faster than Sonic in the cyberspace levels because he just looks so slow here. Besides that, it's a very open level, and I actually do like the design of the cyberspace aesthetic. I just wish there was a little more vibrance to it, that's all. The camera really steals the show in this level with all the cinematic shots, and all the different routes you can take were fun to utilize. Number 449. Planet Wisp Act 1 from Sonic Generations. Whenever I play this level, I somehow always end up taking a different path, and I never know how I got to where I was going. I think the first part of the level is great, it's just as soon as you gain access to the pink wisp is where I think this level falls apart. If I haven't mentioned it yet, and I believe I should have, the spike wisp is my least favorite wisp to use in any Sonic game, so bringing it back for Generations in my eyes was a mistake. The level feels super long and focuses a lot more on puzzle solving than actually playing the level, which really bothers me. I think the level looks visually amazing even 14 years after this game's release, but I just can't stand playing this level, and it's by far Classic Sonic's worst level in the game.
Number 448. Amy's Twinkle Park from Sonic Adventure. Listen, I know an Amy stage shouldn't be this high, but I have seen the light and now I know that Amy is very overhated in Adventure. Once you get over the fact that she's not as fast as the other characters, she's pretty fun, and so is the stage. It's nice to get into a flow of hammer flips and jumps because her jump acceleration is better than her ground acceleration for some reason. A big bulk of the stage is these cramped hallways. They aren't always the best to get through, but whatever. Also not a fan of the music in this area. Feels like Freddy Fazbear is going to jump out at me. But the music for the outdoor areas is incredible and a top 10 adventure soundtrack. I love you, Pleasure Castle. Why'd they call it that?
Number 447. Tropical Resort Act 4 from Sonic Colors. If you're just gunning towards the goal ring, then this level should take you about 20 seconds to beat. All you really do is run forward, avoid getting hit by spiky balls dropped by these flying enemies, and bounce off balloons. You can use the drill wisp to dig into the ground and find some collectibles, but there's really no reason to unless you really want to go for that coveted S rank, or you're trying to get all the red star rings. Besides that, I really like how Tropical Resort looks. I think it's a pretty level that adds a lot of life into this level by having Ferris wheels move in the background and things like that. Number 446. Seaside Race from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. It's a race against sticks in the seaside jungle area. You need to keep constantly moving forward if you want to win, and it's actually quite fun. You need to make split-second decisions in order to take quicker paths or avoid obstacles that can slow you down. It's also a little challenging, so I like it. Number 445. Facility Race from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. It's a race against Metal Sonic in the robot facility area. You need to keep constantly moving forward if you want to win, and it's actually quite fun. You need to make split-second decisions in order to take quicker paths or avoid obstacles that can slow you down. It's also a little challenging, so I like it. Number 444. Shadow Canyons Race from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. It's a race against Shadow in the Shadow Canyons area. You need to keep constantly moving forward if you want to win, and it's actually quite fun. You need to make split-second decisions in order to take quicker paths or avoid obstacles that can slow you down. It's also a little challenging, so I like it. Number 443. 3-3 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Sky Sanctuary Act 2 from Sonic Generations. I like how the level is set at sunset and how it's more open than the other levels in Sonic Frontiers, but that doesn't mean it's the best level ever. It has alternating paths, but at the end of the day it just feels like a slower, watered down version of the original from Generations.
Number 442, Toy Kingdom Act 1 from Sonic Advance 3. This level's aesthetic is really nice. It's colorful, with Ferris wheels and balloons. The enemies' designs are also great. You'll find piggy banks that steal your rings, jack-in-the-boxes that have springs or spikes depending on the colors shown, toy soldiers, and more. You can even go on a ride in a cute panda cup. Just look at it. This is also a good level to use your partner abilities to explore various pathways. Overall, a pretty decent level, until you get crushed by the moving blocks.
Number 441, 4-B from Sonic Frontiers. This level was designed to show off how the spin dash works. There are tons of ramps launching you all over the place, which can make the level fun, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't feel too well designed. It feels more like a test level than an actual Sonic level. I think it is fun, but the level design doesn't really do a good job of telling me where you need to go, besides the ramps that just fling you into the air so you can see the next set of platforms. It's not really that coherent, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy coming back to this level every once in a while. Also, you race against a hologram Tails, which is cool. Number 440, Arid Sands Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. It's just a harder version of Arid Sands Act 1 Day. Well, harder in quotation marks because it really didn't feel that different to me. I could explain how this level makes me feel, but Super Saiyan Sonic sums it up pretty well in his thoughts when he talks about Arid Sands Act 1 Day, so let's just listen to him talk about it instead.
Number 439, Arid Sands Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed. A sand-coloured rocky landscape that dominates the desert with creating formations of pillars, cliffs, valleys and gorges. The level makes great use of wall jumping, wall running, drifting through the streets and platforming across various ruins as you race through the town of Shamar. It's amazing how much the environment changes throughout the level, really showcasing how fast Sonic truly is. While not necessarily a tough stage to beat, Arid Sands Act 1 feels like the level where they take off the training wheels with no button prompts guiding you for the quick step sections, drifts that can potentially send you into a bottomless pit, falling pillars that you can get easily hit by. It feels rewarding to master it. Also featuring what I truly believe an underrated track in the Sonic series.
Number 438, Planet Wisp Act 2 from Sonic Colors. The level looks nice, but that's really it. It focuses a lot on doing short platforming sections in between using wisps that aren't really that great or intuitive. The wisps are used a lot in this level, and honestly, just not that fun. Number 437, Lava Reef Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Let's first talk about the aesthetic of this level. I really like how it looks, but then at the end of the level, as you're jumping from platform to platform, you see the Crash Death Egg looming over you, and I just think that's an amazing set piece that really helps cement the story this game tells with absolutely no dialogue whatsoever. Turning to the design of the actual level, I think it's fine. If you don't have the fire shield equipped, you'll be waiting for pillars of fire to stop shooting out fire, or you'll just damage tank through them. Besides that, there are a few spots where you're just waiting on platforms to move, but overall, I thought the level was fun. Number 436, Altitude Limit Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush. Okay Dimps, I get it. You can run over enemies while boosting on rails. I said I get it. I said this level features tons of rails for Sonic or Blaze to boost on. Oh, you want to know what else goes on in this level? That's about it. It does feature this cool flying saucer thing that blows up even if the smallest strand of hair touches it, but yeah, a lot of this level is just boosting on rails or platforms. Not too much else to say about it besides that I think it looks somewhat cool. Number 435, Volcanic Caverns from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. I honestly really like this level. It stands out compared to the other levels with puzzles that require more than half of a brain to figure out, and I think the best thing about this level is its aesthetic. The first area has you in a place that almost looks like Flame Core from Sonic 06, and the second area has bright lava as a background element, which makes your character look more like a silhouette. Same with the platforms. It's something that I really like, and it stands out among the other background elements in this game. There's also an on-rails section which would usually make me upset, but because of the different actions you need to do to actually stay on the rails, like boosting forward as Sonic, or grappling onto things at the last second to swing across gaps, it's something that I actually like to do in this level. Number 434, Asteroid Coaster Act 3 from Sonic Colors. Honestly, this level is super short if you just run to the goal ring, but it can be fun using the wisps to engage with the level and collect all the red star rings since this level is basically one big open area for Sonic to run through. Number 433, Skybase Zone Act 2 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. This level is really cool in concept. Sonic has just boarded a blimp and oh, it's over. Yeah, this level is literally 20 seconds long, which is a bummer, but those 20 seconds sure are fun. You jump up and around enemies shooting at Sonic, then you ride some sort of airstream until you enter the blimp. I don't know if there are many Sonic levels that transition to different parts of the level like this, but it's just cool to see. This level isn't too exciting, but for what it is, I like it. Number 432. Knuckles the Skydeck from Sonic Adventure. It has a neat gimmick, that being that you can tilt the ship in order to reveal where an emerald is. The annoying part of this though is that you can glide over to an emerald shard, but then not be able to reach it since it's blocked off by something. In order to get it, you need to tilt the ship in a different way, and then you can go back and collect the emerald shard. It's kind of annoying, but the level is short, so it's whatever. One thing I do headcanon about this level though is that Knuckles is the one tilting the ship while Sonic is trying to run through it. It's a fun thought to have, and makes their stories feel even more interconnected.
Number 431. Carnival Night Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I think there's too much here, to be honest. Spinning cages, balloons, water, barrels, floating. It kind of just bloats out the level and drags out everything. It was both fast and slow. I don't know how they managed that.
Number 430. Sunset Park Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. You can get some serious speed in this level if you know what you're doing, and that makes it that much more fun. I really like the rundown look of the zone, and I really enjoyed seeing the Badniks ride in minecarts. It's not a long level, but I still enjoyed it. Number 429. Robotnik Winter Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. The level was actually quite long, it just never seemed to end. So many different pathways and ways to traverse them, it just felt like this level was a big maze, but there was never any overlap in the level design. Think of it like how you would traverse Chemical Plant in Sonic 2. I thought it was a lot of fun for a Game Gear title, the snow theme level looks really nice, and I always love using the snowboard power-up in this game. Number 428. Lyric's Airship from Sonic Boom Shatter Crystal. Lyric's Airship is the final level of Sonic Boom Shatter Crystal, and does a great job on testing the player on all the skills they mastered throughout the game. When the level starts, we see that Lyric has captured all the players except for Sonic, so you need to race through his airship before the other characters get too far ahead of you. After this section, you fight Lyric, who is really easy to beat, do the same song and dance twice and you beat the level. The sections where you need to race against the others can be fun, since you need to react super quickly to oncoming obstacles. Overall, I had a fun time with it, and it was probably the best way that this boring game could have ended.
Number 427, Skyroad Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. This zone, honestly, is really fun. I like the speedrun potential in this game, especially since it's a full 2D level where you kind of just run and you have the things that are, you jump over them, and if you have the infinite spin dash and you master the infinite spin dash, it's really fun to just repeatedly jump over the things and try to dodge the lasers. It can get a little slow at times, but for the most part, this is actually a pretty fun level that I think a lot of people don't really pay attention to in this game. It's definitely a sleeper for sure.
Number 426. Chemical Plant Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. There were some parts of this level that I thought were pretty fast and actually fun to play through, but that only lasts for about 30 seconds or less. There are a few spots in this level where you need to jump up some moving platforms before you drown in the water, and these can just feel super sluggish because of how slow Sonic moves underwater. And you're just left there waiting for the platforms to move so you can continue on with the level. The latter half of this level just has more waiting, like waiting for blue orbs to bounce from one side to the other, or platforms to move so you can continue on throughout the level. The end of the level ends with a boss that I honestly just damage tank through because it seems like it always has an active hurt box around it that hurts Sonic, even if he comes close to it.
Number 425, Marble Garden Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Probably the underrated level from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. With Act 1, you have a lot of hilltops and zeniths that you traverse throughout, and the exclusive gimmick of the spinning top where you run on it and zoom across the level. I just love the multiple pathways you can take, with some being character specific, which just encourage you to replay and explore with different characters. Also, did you know that it's the only zone in all Sonic 3 alone that does not feature any water? Well, now you do. The track is also a bop, one of my favorites from Sonic 3.
Number 424, Lava Mountain Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. Oh man, that music! Gameplay wise, the stage kinda reminds me of the Donkey Kong Country series minecart levels. The constant motion and flow feels great. It's really fun to dodge these obstacles. The second half of the level does dip a bit, transforming from Donkey Kong Country to Subway Surfers. It ain't bad, but it's not very cool or interesting at all. It still looks good visually. Seeing all the water and sea life surrounding you is just fantastic, and it really heightens the atmosphere set by the music.
Number 423, 1-2 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Windmill Isle Act 2 from Sonic Unleashed. This level is infamous for its extremely difficult S rank, but that's about it. I honestly can't think of what else to say about this level except that if you want to keep moving fast throughout the level, avoid homing attacking enemies. It's just a waste of time. Other than that, I think it looks decent, but that's about it. Number 422, Metallic Madness Zone Act 1 from Sonic CD. It's one of Sonic CD's better levels, and I think the level itself looks nice and it's fun to run through. There wasn't really anything that stood out about this level though, besides the platforms that drop Sonic every 3 seconds. Other than that though, it was just a fun level to run through. Number 421, Tropical Resort Act 6 from Sonic Colors. This level's whole gimmick is that by standing on the buttons on these platforms, you can rotate them in order to get a collectible or reach a different area in the level. It was fun to run through and get all the Red Star rings, but that's about it. Other than that, this level just felt a bit bland. Number 420, Seaside Beach from Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. For the first level in Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal, I thought it was actually kinda fun. You're taught all the basics of how to homing attack, grapple enemies, double jump, and even Sonic's short boost upward. I like the beach aesthetic, especially for a 3DS game, and it just feels fun to move through. Although after a couple minutes it starts to feel super repetitive, which is kind of how this whole game feels. It's the best level in this game, but only because it doesn't take you on average 10 minutes to complete without collecting any of the collectibles.
Number 419, Faraway Avalon from Sonic and the Black Knight. I really like the way the stage looks. It just kinda sucks that you don't really get to experience more of it outside the boss battle. I mean, you do unlock missions for it later, but that's like way later into the game, but I digress.
Number 418, Radical Highway Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. I want to start off by saying I'm so glad they kept the Knights cameo on Radical Highway, but that's the only compliment I can really give this level. Classic Sonic just feels really stiff in this level, and there are tons of spots in this level where you just need to stop and fall down to a new area, swing off some poles, or are waiting for Classic Sonic to let go of a rocket. There is a section about a minute in where you bounce off a blimp, which is cool, but the rest of the level feels sluggish. Also, I really don't like the song remix of Radical Highway this level has. I don't know if it's just me or if a lot of people don't like how it sounds, but it's not something I'm pleased to listen to when I play this level.
Number 417, Prison Island from Shadow the Hedgehog. Like just about every other stage in this game, Prison Island is broken into 3 pieces. There's a hero, a dark, and a neutral mission. The hero mission has you helping Charmy Bee find 5 secret discs, and trust me, after having played the stage numerous times throughout the years, Charmy's voice might, no joke, be the worst part of the stage. I'm not even joking when I say this though, his voice is just kind of burned into my mind. I regularly quote myself saying, but like, what's a secret disc? Whenever I'm talking with friends or if I'm at work and we're doing stuff that involves CDs. The discs aren't that hard to find, which is pretty good. There's a decent chance that you'll find them while running throughout the level, and overall it's fine. The dark mission, however, falls into like my least favorite gimmick of this game. It's a mission where you just have to defeat all of a certain type of enemy, and it really just feels like it's wasting your time as you're forced to just kind of search here, there, and everywhere throughout the level without any real idea of where they should be. The neutral mission, surprisingly really solid, and I'm gonna stand by that. It's really fun to run through the stage and not have to worry about looking for secret discs or taking out specific enemies. You just have to run to the Chaos Emerald and that's it. If only more of Shadow's stages were like that.
Number 416, Tar Pit Depths from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. Seeing the charred remains of dinosaur bones was pretty cool, but that's the only thing I really liked about this level. Besides that, I think the tar looks kind of ugly, and there's not really too much that this level does to differentiate itself from the rest of the levels in this game. I will say you get to stay as Sonic for most of it and you don't need to switch to characters often, which is nice, I guess. Number 415, Splash Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. This level features quite a few vines for Sonic to swing off of, which was kind of fun. The whole level has this plastic look to it that looks somewhat nice, but it's not the greatest. One of my biggest gripes I had with this level is that the enemy placement was downright terrible. They would just come out of nowhere and Sonic would run right into them. It was a fine level, but I really don't like running headfirst into enemies that I couldn't see coming.
Number 414, Sweet Mountain, Act 5 from Sonic Colors. This stage is pretty boring. Just some mindless platforming that's boring and mindless. The lollipops were a fun gimmick, but I wish they could have been used more. They were only really near the end of the stage. There was like 4 of them in total. I was just a bit bored during this, but I think the stage looks cool at least, and it has a fun gimmick. I just wish it was better utilized.
Number 413, Hidden World Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World. This level switches up the formula heavily because you actually don't control Sonic in this level, but Tails, who's piloting the tornado. All you do is fly forward, avoiding enemies and crashing into walls, but it was actually a fun change of pace compared to the other levels in this game, and a cool change up in the gameplay formula. Number 412, 4-7 from Sonic Frontiers. Once the level stopped copying their designs from other games, they got a lot better. Overall, this level is just fun to run through. There were some fans blowing Sonic in the air that I wasn't too fond of, and it also featured a lot of these springs that rise as you homing attack them, which was cool. The level was pretty open in terms of different pathways you can take, which is something I always enjoyed in a Sonic game. Overall, this level was just your standard run-of-the-mill Sonic level. Number 411, Splash Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. Being the first level in the game, it makes sure the level design is simplistic, but at the same time teaches the player the controls of the game, which is something I really like about it. I find the alternate paths fun to run through, and the homing attack chains were kind of fun since we haven't really had that in a 2D game yet. However, there are issues I have with this level. Sonic just feels stiff to move, which makes this level less fun to run through. And I don't understand why this level is called Slash Hill Zone. It's literally just a copy and paste of Green Hill Zone in every way except the name. Besides those issues though, I think this level is fine. Number 410, Tails of Skydeck from Sonic Adventure. I think the developers forgot that Tails could fly, because seriously, all the annoying elements that I complain about in Sonic Skydeck are practically non-existent here. Tails just flies over everything, lands on one small section, and then that process repeats itself. It can be a fun level to play since you get the opportunity to skip over huge chunks of the level, but it's not one I find myself coming back to that often. Also, the level is over in like literally less than a minute, so that's pretty cool. Number 409, Tropical Resort Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS. It's the first level in Sonic Colors DS and it comes out strong, just not as strong as the previous 2 Rush games. The environments look nice, it just wasn't a very fast-paced level. Not really too much platforming besides homing attacking an obvious chain of enemies or zipline. Running into these mouths that move you around was kinda cool though. Number 408, Scrambled Shores Act 2 from Sonic Dream Team. This level looks amazing. It's vibrant and colorful, which makes this level just feel so alive. I like bouncing on the cartoonishly large springs that bounce you up into the air, and it was just a fun level to play through. Unfortunately, it did just kind of feel like a straight shot to the end with not too much platforming to it. Still a fun level, but not the best this game has to offer.
Number 407, Quartz Quadrant Round, Zone 3 from Sonic CD. The good future music is absolute cinema. Oh wait, no, it's not. Absolute banger. Yeah, there it is. Anyways, the boss is just a treadmill. Why did Eggman think this would work? Is he stupid? I guess the section leading up to the boss was fine, and at least the music and visuals are great, as always with Sonic CD.
Number 406, Mad Gear Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. It's the first level of the final zone in the game, and honestly, I think it's the best level in this game. Although the level looks just fine, I had a ton of fun just running forward, homing attacking enemy chains when they appeared, and being launched upwards by the clouds of steam littered throughout this level. It actually felt like you were going fast in this level, and the level design complements Sonic's moveset really well, which is actually quite uncommon in this game, believe it or not. It still has its moments like walls that just kind of appear out of nowhere, or enemies getting unfair hits on you, but I thought it was fun regardless.
Number 405, Rooftop Run Act 1, Night, from Sonic Unleashed. This level looks and plays really well. It's a good time, really anxiety inducing once you get to the tower though. Oh no. Yeah, once you're inside the clock, you gotta climb for your life, and if you fall down, well, you fall down all the way to the end. It doesn't help that this section is also really long, like, you can eat an endless bowl of pasta from Olive Garden while you're playing this. Rest in peace, Commander Walters. The climbing segment goes on for a while, and even one little mess up, you can fall down all the way back into the beginning, and nobody wants that. So you gotta put that anxiety aside and climb this like a man. Overall, this is one of my personal favorite night levels. However, I do still get PTSD flashbacks when I'm trying to sleep after playing the climbing the tower segment.
Number 404. Gameland 2 Act 2 from Sonic Colors. In the land of ugly orange Lego pieces, there is some joy to be found in this level. It starts off by doing some quick step sections, and then you transition into some more generic 2D platforming with the laser wisp. After that, it's more quick stepping, another 2D section, then you reach the gold ring. It is one of the better Gameland levels, but that's not really a compliment given most of the Gameland levels have a rank of 600 or lower. Number 403. Jungle Joyride Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. It's a 3-lap track that has you running in a 2D section with the level design changing each time you run around it. There are some fun obstacles to avoid, and it's a fun challenge reacting quickly to oncoming spikes or enemies, but that's really it. I thought it looks cool with the statues in the background, and it was just a fun level to run through, what can I say?
Number 402. 2-3 from Sonic Frontiers. This level is extremely short, one of the only unique levels in this game, as Sonic's moveset allows you for you to save yourself if you happen to screw up. This is a pretty fast-paced level, as it does have a bunch of platforming areas for you to actually implement the skills that you previously learned. Considering this is a very short and fast-paced stage, I personally feel like this would be a great stage for speedrunners. But it is a very fun and good level overall.
Number 401. Sonic's Wave Ocean from Sonic 06. Wave Ocean is the opening stage of Sonic 06, and it really harkens back to the series' 3D roots. Similar to its main inspiration, Emerald Coast, this level features a nice beach aesthetic, sporting a calm music track. It even has a return from the infamous killer whale. But the gameplay itself suffers due to weird collision bugs on the water sliding bits, as well as a clearly untested Mach speed section. Luckily, the layout itself isn't half bad, and the Tails diversion midway adds some variety to an otherwise just alright level.
Number 400. Tails' Mission Street from Sonic Adventure 2. We're in the top 50% of this list, and there's no place I'd rather be other than this stage. Like many other stages in Sonic Adventure 2, this stage takes some pretty heavy inspiration from the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge, and it's a huge win in aesthetics. Really, it's quite charming to look at. It's also a rare moment for a mech stage where things feel really intense and high speed. There's so many missiles always being fired at you throughout the level, and you really do get the sense that you're a fugitive on the run. It's nothing amazing, but it's a really solid level, and I never find myself groaning when I have to replay it.
Number 399. Planet Wisp Act 6 from Sonic Colors. The first 30 seconds of this level are spent on rails, and then the middle of this level is just ripped straight from the end of Act 5, which I thought was kind of weird. But anyways, use the hover wisp in the level to collect a lot of rings and move through the level quickly, which is fun. It doesn't give you too much to explore though, just moving Sonic forward throughout the level. At the end, there's a giant platforming section that you can either scale with the hover wisp or the spike wisp. Both ways are just kind of boring and don't add too much to this level. Number 398. Hidden Island 3 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This hidden island gives us a little more to do than just boosting through enemies. There are ropes we swing around on that lead to springs, and vines to grind down, which can be fun. It's still a hidden island though, so it only lasts for about 25 seconds. It can be fun at times, but it's really short, which doesn't really warrant any kind of replayability. Number 397. Egg Utopia Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. This level looks cool, I'll give it that. Especially when you get out to space, then it looks even cooler. Besides that, nah, this level is just, it's not that good. It's fast, yeah, but all you do is hold right while occasionally pressing the trick or jump button. I mean, look at the footage on screen and tell me what else is going on besides going forward. Yeah, it's just not that good.
Number 396. Gamma's Final Egg from Sonic Adventure. I like these dolls of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Eggman's so petty that he has his robots practice on these poor replicas. There's not really any platforming. Guess that makes sense because you don't have the booster yet, but it could have been a little bit fun. Fun fact, above the final room there, you can find a bunch of rings in the shape of Sonic's head. Pretty neat detail that you might even not know about. Or some of you do because you have to go here for a mission. I also like that. Oh, the level's over. Huh. Number 395. Lost Colony from Sonic Adventure 2. Gee, it's pretty dark. You bring a light? Yes! Well, they put a darkness stage in a Sonic game. And unfortunately, it would not be the last time we see the darkness. The level is a straight line to the end, and it doesn't require a ton of platforming, so it doesn't affect the stage that much. But that does also mean the level is a straight line to the end, and it doesn't require a lot of platforming. So my issue isn't with the darkness, it's how the level was designed in relation to the darkness, if that makes any sense whatsoever. I don't know, I'm rambling like a madman. The point is, the level is kind of simple once you remove it from its gimmick. Also, they should have given you the hover earlier.
Number 394. Windmill Isle Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This level is entirely in 2D and takes place exclusively on rails. While I do think this is visually the most stunning level in the entire game, that doesn't mean it's the best level ever. You really just hop from rail to rail until you get to the goal ring. It only takes about 1 to 2 minutes to get through, and it doesn't require too much interaction from the player unless you're trying to take a shortcut or need to avoid an obstacle. It's fun, but it's just kind of like a level you play it once for the S rank and medals and then never go back to it. Number 393. Night Carnival Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush. I love how this level looks. All the bright, flashing neon lights in the background and foreground were nice to look at, and also seeing signs that read Sonic and Blaze on them was pretty cool. Turning to the level itself though, I just didn't enjoy it that much. The platforming just felt kind of boring here, especially just waiting and riding on these, well, I don't even know what to call these things. It was a fun level, but I had my issues with it. Number 392. Gigantic Angel Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. I thought the level looked pretty cool, especially seeing the lava at certain sections of the level. One thing I noticed was that the level felt kind of slow at times. Like you were just waiting for Sonic to finish doing something, or the level to play itself would continue on with it. It's not long by any means, but I had fun with it.
Number 391. Eternal Engine from Sonic Adventure 2. The level starts off alright but goes downhill from there. It's a mech stage, and those are not favoured in SA2. It can be annoying to go on certain things, like the pulleys at the start of the level, and those parts where you get sucked into space can be annoying to do. And don't get me started with the Chaos Prototype creatures, but hey, at least you can suck Omochao into space. That's all I wanted to do with that little piece of crap. Overall, a mid-level.
Number 390. 3-7 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Chemical Plant Act 2 from Sonic Generations. It's a well-designed level, but it's only fun when Sonic doesn't feel slow and stiff to move. In Sonic Generations, this level feels great to play, but the 2D section we run through here is just so boring and uninspiring. It's somewhat fun, but it's not a memorable level in the slightest.
Number 389. Amy's Hot Shelter from Sonic Adventure. Feels like Sonic Team realized halfway through making the stage that they didn't want you to have fun, so they added these doors and block moving puzzles. They drag down the pace a lot and it's not that fun, but despite that, I think the stage is pretty enjoyable due to Amy's base movement mechanics being really fun. Her unique flow of jumps and hammer flips make getting to the end quite enjoyable, especially this part with the gears, that's pretty fun. I also enjoy the aesthetics of this stage. The inside of the egg carrier is really fun. I like this crank that goes absolutely sicko mode. I think this stage could fit right in with classic Sonic stages in terms of looks. Also, this aquarium part is cool, but I'm sure the person who talked about Big's Hot Shelter already gushed about its visuals, right? Right? One final note, Zero sucks, like in general, but especially on the stage. I don't mean that he's annoying, I mean that he is objectively poorly designed. He barely shows up, and when he does, he doesn't get to do anything. All he does is break through walls, then disappear into parts unknown. The only thing of note he does is annoy you during the final block section. I wish he could have been better. Also, I kind of wish the stage was a bit better because I like the vibes. I wish we got to do more fun things here.
Number 388. 1-5 from Sonic Frontiers. If you can't already tell from the footage, it's a remake of Chemical Plant Act 2 from Sonic Generations, but it's just a lot slower. It even reuses the same level assets from Generations as well. It's fun, but Sonic just moves kinda slow, and running up and down these looping pipes didn't really feel as fun as it originally did. If you want to play a better version, just go play Chemical Plant Act 2 from Generations. I promise you'll have a better time than with this level.
Number 387, Launch Base Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. While this is only the final level if you just play Sonic 3, but when playing 3 and Knuckles, it's more of the halfway point. But with that aside, this is still a really fun level among the many other levels in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But out of all of them, this one really stands out to me. This level is very fun to play through with a number of traps and cool gimmicks thrown in there. It really has that climactic feel to it that makes the level so much fun.
Number 386, Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. The very first Sonic the Hedgehog level. I like how well it's put together and really demonstrates how fast Sonic can really go. I think the developers did a really great job making this level. It's just after over 30 years of different Sonic levels, it's just kind of alright in my eyes. It's very short, but it's still super iconic and fun to play to this day.
Number 385, Sky Canyon Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. It is a hold-right simulator, but at least it's a decent hold-right simulator. The pinwheels were a pretty fun gimmick, and I like the wind focus the level had. Music is also pretty good, being a lot more relaxed than the other Advance 2 songs. Number 384, Sonic's Final Egg from Sonic Adventure. The stage feels a lot like a gauntlet. It's by far the hardest stage in the game if you ignore Big's Twinkle Park A mission. Platforming can be a little tough, and by a little tough, I mean an average platformer stage. Adventure is, in my opinion, a pretty easy game, so seeing the mildest amount of intentional difficulty is a little weird. But spots like this long shaft, or this part with the spikes and conveyor belts, but the most difficult part is the length. The stage feels like it goes on and on with no sign of stopping. While it does make the stage feel a bit dragged out, it also makes it feel like this is the final test of your skills. There's also a lot of secrets hidden here. Like in this last room, if you wait 5 whole minutes, this platform will lower and you get 4 lives. Why? Regardless, I think Final Egg is a fun stage, even if it gets overshadowed by other final stages like Eggman Land or Egg Fleet.
Number 383, Hidden Island 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. It's extremely basic. You boost forward through some enemies, bounce up a couple springs, then boost again and beat the level. That's literally all there is to it. It's not really a level I ever want to come back to anytime soon.
Number 382, Sand Sanctuary Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. Sonic Superstars, the Sonic series' greatest victim. For real though, I love this game, and I think the reception to it is really unfair with how quality it is. Well, quality aside from polish, the controls, the characters, the level design, the aesthetics, even the bosses, which I will defend until the sun dies. Guys, learn some basic patience, it will take you very far. And while Sand Sanctuary isn't one of my favorites, it's still really well designed. The entire level takes place on the back of a snake as you platform up sand slides, use floating conveyor belts to take you into one direction fast while jumping off at the right time to get to better paths. It's a bit slower than other levels, but it makes use of heavier platforming than most acts. It's also a one-act zone, with it being pretty long all things considered. My only issue is levels that it doesn't really use the emerald powers very well outside of slow. The boss in this level is pretty good in my opinion, as you carefully need to time your jumps to avoid getting hit with the falling platforms, pay attention to when the enemy bots show up to attack at the right time, and overall play your cards right to get through it efficiently. Overall, it's a good level.
Number 381, Yoshi's Island Zone from Sonic Lost World. Holy crap, it's just a Yoshi stage. Like there's 1 or 2 loops in here, but other than that, it's just Yoshi. It's all Yoshi. The level design ain't much special, but come on, it's Yoshi. Feels like a mix between Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Woolly World. It's cool because those are the 2 games most Yoshi fans actually like. It's cool seeing the Mario and Yoshi enemies pop up in a totally separate game. Shy Guy, I love you. Like, the stage can be a bit empty at times, which is unfortunate. But other than that, my only gripe is that I can't scan my Yarn Yoshi amiibo to get a double Yoshi Explosion. But other than that, it's pretty cool, and I like it. I'm glad they did this.
Number 380, Sunset Park Zone Act 2 from Sonic Triple Trouble. Sunset Park Zone Act 2 does a lot of things that I love to see in a Sonic game. It has some action, It has a fun set piece with the minecarts. The only thing holding this level back from being so great is honestly the fact that it's a Game Gear game, which inherently means short levels and not a lot going on in the level. I love the minecart gimmick a lot, but it doesn't really do much besides make you move forward in a straight line, sometimes going up and down slopes. If you make a level like this, but make the minecarts go all over the place and add some more obstacles in your path, this level would be amazing. For what it is though, I like it. Number 379. Hidden Island 15 from Sonic Rush Adventure. The level takes place on one of the haunted ships in, well, Haunted Ship Zone. Sonic blades run from right to left, bouncing on ropes between the masts of the ship until they reach the top. I find it fun since bouncing off the ropes and doing tricks is so addictive, but the level is so short that it ends before it really gets going. If there were a level where you just bounce for the whole level and it were just a little longer, then this would honestly be a top 50 level for me, not gonna lie. Number 378. Hidden Island 14 from Sonic Rush Adventure. The gimmick in this hidden island is the falling platforms that are littered throughout the level. The issue is that if you're fast enough, they really don't cause any type of hindrance. Besides that, it's really just a lot of air boosting and bouncing on springs until you get to the end of the level. It's neat, but not a level I'm going back to besides getting at S rank.
Number 377. Press Factory Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. The level is pretty long and I do like the fact that there are bombs that you have to defuse every few seconds. If you're not able to defuse them in time, unfortunately, you will die. I had to learn the hard way. It may get tedious at first, but it gives you that bit of adrenaline push in order for you to finish the level fast. The industrial type of vibe the stage gives off is pretty cool and matches with what's going on. After you complete the stage, you immediately go into a boss fight against Eggman. In this boss fight, he uses a hammer first to make you jump higher, but be careful as you don't want to get crushed. After the first 2 to 3 rounds, he sends shockwaves in order for you to jump over him and hit him from the other side. Once you endure the pain of this boss, you will have completed the level and proceed. Overall, I would say that this is a pretty alright stage.
Number 376. 4-8 from Sonic Frontiers. Does a good job of feeling unique from the stage it's based on. Even though it was designed with a busted spin dash in mind, the big boost was a fun gimmick, and even though it's a bit shallow, not a super fan of the claustrophobic hexagon section in the end, but the rest of the level is pretty good.
Number 375. Dragon Road Act 5 Day from Sonic Unleashed. You get to run around on water, running through all these different dragons, and it looks so...
You say dragons? What's your favorite dragon?
My favorite dragon?
Yes, what's your favorite dragon?
I'm trying to record here.
What's your favorite dragon?
Oh, I like the purple one. That was so cool.
I do too.
Can you guys let me finish this?
What's your favorite dragon? You never answered me.
I don't know, the Imagine. Imagine. Dragons.
But the band? My favorite song's Imagine Dragons.
Your favorite song's Imagine Dragons?
Yes.
Which
It goes boom boom, bing 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 boom bing boom.
Oh, I think you're thinking of boo boo beep bop boo boo beep.
No.
How does it go?
I just told you.
Do it again. No, it goes beep beep boop bop beep beep boop bop.
No, now we're just running this bit into the ground.
You can't run into the ground, silly. It's beneath you. You fall.
I'm gonna smash your dragon into the ground if you don't end this bit.
I'm gonna drag these.
Number 374, Starlight Zone, Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog. This serene stage feels like a reward for conquering the Labyrinth Zone. The starry night sky is beautiful, and the speed you travel at in this stage feels refreshing. Almost feels like Green Hill Zone to me. There isn't much platforming to do here, and the platforming that is here is pretty easy to get through. There's no challenge getting through here, so I can just chill out and play this stage at my own pace.
Number 373, 1-7 from Sonic Frontiers. This is a remake of City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2. Excuse me. While already being kind of a fun level because it's a remake of a classic stage, there's also a huge speedrunning skip you can use at the beginning that gives it a lot of replay value if you want to try and perfect that run. Plus, it's City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2.
Number 372. Skybase Zone Act 1 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. Honestly, the gimmick in this level is so cool. In the background there are these star-looking things, and every once in a while, they all connect in a grid-like pattern and shoot electricity between them. If you touch this electricity, then you get shocked. kind of like how the Tesla coils work in Wacky Workbench from Sonic the Hedgehog CD. But anyways, I think the platforming in this level is good, relying more on platforming than speed, and overall, I just had a fun time with the level. Number 371.
Sonic Unleashed Windmill Isle Act 1-2 Day. This starts off as a great introduction to Sonic Unleashed, especially if you're someone that hasn't ever played the franchise. There's a slowdown towards the middle, but it picks up the pace soon enough. The music is fitting, the level design is interesting, overall really fun and fast. Also, side note, I want to add the cutscenes from Unleashed are 17 years old and somehow hold up in today's quality. I love Unleashed!
Number 370. Gameland 1, Act 2 from Sonic Colors. If you like Laser, then you'll still be mildly disappointed by the stage, because it's a nothing burger. The level design is pretty bare bones, you just kinda go forward and use Laser when the game tells you to. I'll admit there is some enjoyment hitting lots of enemies with the Laser, but everything surrounding it is kinda bland. Still, isn't the worst stage ever, and it's pretty short, so it's kind of fun to run through it again and again.
Number 369. Chemical Plant Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the goofier version of Act 1. With its multiple paths exploring is a blast. I personally like the purple goop stuff and the infamous block stair climb. However, the boss fight is a bit challenging for the second boss of the game. Later! More chemical plants, please!
Number 368. Metallic Madness Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. This level feels like a pretty generic classic Sonic level, with a decent gimmick that doesn't really change up a whole lot about how the game is played. Since this is one of the final acts of the game, I think it does pretty well at balancing the difficulty and fun with just being a good endgame level. The boss fight at the end isn't really anything new though.
Number 367. Lost Prologue from Sonic and the Secret Rings. This is one of, if not the only tutorial level in the entire list that is very clearly both a tutorial level and a proper level. Let me explain. Just like every other mission in this game, each mission here will still rank you based on how fast you can complete these levels. Additionally, anything that requires a silver or gold milestone to complete, these levels will contribute to this. Furthermore, there are a few levels here that only exist to test your skill and do not teach you any new skills or mechanics.
Number 366. Sonic's Lost World from Sonic Adventure, a fairly puzzle-oriented level that has you raising water levels, shining lights at mirrors, defying the laws of gravity, and more. Even though it's one of the more lengthy levels in the game, the variety makes up for it pretty well.
Number 365. Evil Foundry from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Evil Foundry may not be the peak of Secret Rings in design, though with the aesthetic and soundtrack, it's hard to not enjoy it. But like most levels in the storybook games, there isn't much optimization to be made in routing, other than this little shortcut of dodging the crushing platforms. There's a few neat gimmicks like the exploding firebombs and the tall giants, but defeating enemies serves little purpose other than increasing your soul gauge. But you unlock Speed Break and Time Break after this stage, so up until this point in the game, the enemies are just obstacles to avoid, or homing attack chains as easy platforming. Like every stage in the game, it is a ton of fun when you have plenty of upgrades, but on the first playthrough, there are plenty of moments where you're forced to slow down or use the gimmicks that bring you to a grinding halt. The hazy heat effect can also make this stage a bit disorienting at times, and whilst that is clearly the intended effect, it doesn't mean it's a good decision. It may be in the lower half of Secret Ring stages, but I still love this level, and Secret Rings. Top 5 Sonic game fight about it.
Number 364. Deep Woods from Sonic and the Black Knight. There's not too much to say about this level, to be entirely honest. It's just Titanic plains, you plop down a bunch of trees, add a purple haze, and you're good. If you want something to talk about, you can do this in the stage. But that's about it.
Number 363. Air Fortress from Sonic Boom Shatter Crystal. This level is much more platform heavy than the rest of the levels in this game, but that's not a bad thing. It actually allows us to use the characters other than Sonic to their fullest potential, and does it in some of the most fun ways possible in this game. You're always on the move, and it isn't just simply run forward and jump. There's just a lot more substance in this level compared to the other levels. I also love going in and out of this giant blimp looking thing. The atmosphere is just amazing in this level.
Number 362. Space Gadget from Shadow the Hedgehog. I love this stage for Shadow. Either you're doing a cool race to the Emerald against Sonic, or you're going through what I consider to be Crazy Gadget and the Dark Mission due to all the gravity changing that happens in that section. Side note, I always like to pretend that Sonic is doing Final Rush in his section when you're racing over here, because it's like a throwback to Final Rush and Final Chase and Sonic Adventure 2, whatever. Anyway, it's pretty easy to beat Sonic to the Emerald, especially if you have all 5 keys, because you get access to a shortcut with a warp in it, and it just makes it so much easier than it already is. As for the Dark Mission, your head may start spinning with all the gravity switches, but stay calm and keep your focus. It can be pretty hard to navigate, and you can't speed through it too fast or else you may miss a defense matrix. The platforming can be rough, but it can easily be done if you already know where you're going with some well-timed jump dashes and spin jumps.
Number 361. Dragon Road Act 3 Night from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Okay, this level looks awesome, and the set pieces in this level are incredible. You're basically just climbing the Great Wall of China, which is just such a cool concept to me. Yeah, it might not be fast in the gameplay department with platforming and enemy rooms, but I don't really care, this looks awesome. You also get cool shots of the giant temple at the top throughout the level, which I thought was awesome. Right before you get to the temple, you have a fight against a mini-boss, which isn't really difficult at all. And once you hop on the road leading up to the temple, the camera shifts, giving you an amazing view of it. Overall, the level is just alright, but the set pieces and aesthetic of this level make it one of the best Werehog levels in the game. Number 360. Windy Hills Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. It's a very fast 2D level that focuses on running or rolling fast on the ground, walls, ceiling, and wherever you can move fast, you will move fast. I just really like how fast you can get. And the section towards the end with the environment rotating to always be on the bottom of the screen is pretty cool. I also like that this level takes place at sunset. It just looks beautiful. Now for my gripe with this level. Mr. Zaz pops up a few times, just kill the pacing of this level. If you just avoid his moon mech, he'll eventually go away, but it happens so often in this level, and it just is not fun whenever he shows up. Number 359. Cutthroat Swamps from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. This level is just kinda mid. Like, it's fun to play, but it just feels like a bland and generic mix of all the other levels in this game. The deep jungle atmosphere looks kind of cool, but there's nothing that really stands out in this level besides being shot out of a cannon about a minute and a half into the level. I will say I did like the mechanic of lighting a rope on fire in order to blow up a barrier. That was neat. The one thing I did think was kind of funny is that in the sub area in this level, the background element looks to be the same repeating picture of a skull, which made me chuckle. Number 358. Sweet Dreams Act 3 from Sonic Dream Team. The level features a super interesting gimmick. It has you playing as Knuckles or Rouge, and time only is counted when you touch the ground. So your goal is to avoid touching the ground for as long as possible. This means the level features tons of objects to homing attack, or things that launch you high into the sky. It's a fun challenge that I really liked playing through. Also, I think this level just looks really good.
Rank 357. Tails Windy Valley from Sonic Adventure. This stage is one of the best showings of just how broken Tails is in Sonic Adventure. While you can follow the stage layout like Sonic would, where's the fun in that? This is Tails' most broken form in any game in the series. And this stage shows that off well, as you can just skip massive chunks on the stage with a single flight.
Number 356. Lethal Highway from Shadow the Hedgehog. When an objective-oriented game gives you a runway, you run as fast as you can, or drive. One of the easier 05 levels. Pop the blimp or sprint out the stage. It's a win either way. Lots of collapsing freeways and a couple of loops for good measure. You also get the only subtitled Sonic swear here. Plus, this is the one level that actually has Shadow driving a motorcycle. Like, come on now. Lethal Highway walked so Jeff Fowler could run. You're welcome, Keanu.
Number 355. Aquatic Relix Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. The level features tons of slopes that keep Sonic moving fast, which I really liked, but also features Sonic dipping his toes into the water, which can really hinder the experience a bit. There were pillars that shoot out arrows, which I thought was kinda cool, and I love how the level itself looks. My favorite part would definitely be the boss fight against Knuckles. It's not hard by any means, but it's fun when you get to actually fight Sonic's rivals in any Sonic game. Well, except for the game called Sonic Rivals, then it's really not that fun to fight against them.
Number 354. Windy Hill Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. It can be pretty fun to spin around in circles. Whee! I will say that I think you run forward a bit too much and the stage can be a bit bland at times, I'll admit, yeah. Still, it's one of the more enjoyable stages from Lost World, so that's nice.
Number 353. Knuckles' Casinoopolis from Sonic Adventure. I actually prefer Knuckles' version of this stage to Sonic's, which I feel is saying something. Some of the set pieces in this level are a lot of fun to look at, and I find it really cool that you get to see a fully 3D take on the casino idea introduced in Sonic 2 for the first time. And what better way to do that than having the player run, glide, and climb all around looking for emerald shards.
Number 352. Scallywag Reef from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. I love the docks by the haunted sea kind of vibe that this level was going for. Besides that though, there isn't too much else to this level that really makes it stand out. The cannon section towards the beginning was a little bit slow for my liking, and switching to aiming to hit some pillars was kinda slow and annoying, but I thought it was a fine level overall. Number 351. Green Hill Act 1 from Sonic Generations 3DS. So this level is literally just Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic 1 on the Genesis, but I think it looks slightly better, which is why it has a higher score. Other than that, it's Green Hill Zone, so it's short, but it was still kind of fun to run through.
Number 350. Sky Fortress Act 3 from Sonic 4 Episode 2. Did you really think I'd be done talking about this game? You're wrong. The first thing you notice about Sky Fortress Act 3 is how gorgeous it looks. The sunset lighting holds up really well even after 12 years. Holy crap, has it really been 12 years? Another thing you notice is how good the platforming is. Most of it is over a bottomless pit being at the bottom of the fortress, with exhaust fans blowing fire you have to navigate through in the air, the Sonic 3K Death Egg light trail that sends you through the level, and overall just a lot more hands-off than most other levels in the game. I really don't have much to say. It looks great, the soundtrack is phenomenal. I just think the level is really well designed.
Number 349. Hidden Island 8 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This hidden island takes place in an underwater cavern and features two minecart sections. The first just has you jump over a couple of gaps, while the second one brings the camera behind the player, and you need to tilt left or right to influence which direction you want to head. It's a fun level, and really reminds me of Minecart Carnage from Donkey Kong Country. Number 348. Silent Forest Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. If every level were like this one except a lot shorter, then this would be one of the best 3D Sonic games of all time. It takes place mostly on rails with enemy gauntlets breaking up the pacing every minute or so. The sections where you need a parkour are tight, but they feel super rewarding to complete when you finish those sections. There are parts of the level where Sonic automatically runs forward and you need to avoid obstacles, but I just thought this was a great level overall. One of my only critiques is that it takes a while to beat. Cut the runtime in half or even a third, and you have one of the best levels in 3D Sonic. Number 347. Prison Lane from Sonic Adventure 2. Man, what a great way to introduce Tails into this game. I don't know if this was intentional, but both Tails and Eggman break into a gun base for their first level, and I just really like the contrast of having Eggman descend downwards further and further into the base, while Tails seems to be ascending upwards into the base. I just thought that was a cool detail. Anyways, turning our attention to the level itself, I just like wasting government money by blowing up their machines. The level tends to get a little clunky with the tight corridors and the enemies that just fly in from out of nowhere, but as someone who's been playing this level since before I even started first grade, I think it's a great level. It can get a little slow waiting for elevators to rise, but other than that, I like it a lot.
Number 346. Gamma's Red Mountain from Sonic Adventure. A lot of this stage is running forward and blasting enemies. There isn't much substance here, but I like it. Blasting is just real fun, especially racking up all that time. Hot riggedy dog, what a good time. Plus you get to go through this tunnel and visit a unique part of the stage. That's nice, I like unique parts of stages in Sonic Adventure. Number 345, Castaway Bay. Finally, my area of expertise. Castaway Bay has similar mechanics to Mario's Rainbow Castle from the first game. DK sells a star, Bowser takes a star, they swap with each other whenever one of them is passed or when one of these happening spaces is landed on. Now you can either try to rush to DK as soon as it's available, but you might not get there in time and Bowser may steal your star. Or you could take it a bit more slower, landing on happening spaces to give yourself an advantage and to bring down others, and eventually getting there for yourself. But all that slow rolling you did might not let you get enough stars by the end. It's a really fun dynamic then. Wait, what? Sonic Boom? Fire and Ice? developed by Sanzaru Games and published by Sega for the Nintendo 3DS in 2016. The stage is fine, I guess. It's fine. I like the platforming. Yeah, moving on.
Number 344. 4-3 from Sonic Frontiers. There are a lot of pulleys that slowly drop Sonic down and pull him back up, which just wastes a lot of time in this level, but besides that, I enjoyed it. It was fun riding on the rails that went all over the place, and some of the platforming was pretty decent as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the chemical plant aesthetic, but it's whatever. I find it funny that the gold just kind of appears after you defeat the enemies. You'd think it would fade into existence or something like that, but nope. Anyways, yeah, this level is kinda cool, not that exciting though.
Number 343, Gamma's Windy Valley from Sonic Adventure. Do you know about the gunman of the Windy Valley? Gamma is a crazy mad robot here. The amount of time you can gather here from locking on and shooting all the robots here is insane. I'm always able to keep that clock ticking upwards throughout the whole entire stage because there's just so much to lock onto and just keep on increasing that score. The platforming isn't too complicated here, especially because of the jet booster. The speed you go at isn't too fast though. There is a spring you can use to get a major shortcut and skip the whole stage with hovering, but then you'll miss out on all the fun stuff the stage has for you to do. Gunning down all the robots and then fighting your robotic brethren at the end makes this stage a joy to play and something I'm always excited to come back to.
Number 342. Mushroom Hill Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. Although the level doesn't look the best on the 3DS, I still think it's one of classic Sonic's best levels in this game. I love the liveliness of the mushrooms, and the music is honestly the best track in this game. It's just a modern version of the song from Sonic and Knuckles, but I think it's still good. The level keeps up the pace by not placing too many enemies in your path to keep Sonic moving forward. There are some spots where it slows down a little bit, but I think the good aspects outweigh any of the bad in this regard. Number 341. Virtual Reality from Sonic Forces. It was probably the hardest level in Sonic Forces, which isn't really saying much. Even though it's all in 2D, I liked it for the most part. The illusion cubes were a fun obstacle to avoid, and it was fun being able to time your jumps so you can get through sections of the level without having to wait for the illusion cubes to get out of your way. Unfortunately, you will most likely have to wait for the cubes to rotate in such a way so you can escape, and waiting for that was a little annoying. Taking place in Green Hill was just alright, but what raises its score so much was the amazing Supporting Me remix this level has. Just take a listen. It's a good level, and it's really fun to speedrun. Number 340. Tropical Resort Act 2 from Sonic Colors DS. This is a great level to teach a player how to boost in this game, especially since the level starts off with Sonic being chased by a giant Ferris wheel. This level features tons of cool set pieces like running on water and ziplining, which all comes together to make just a wonderful level. The background environments look gorgeous and I love the music, but I just didn't think there was anything too exciting about this level going on.
Number 339. Sylvania Castle Zone, Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Episode 2. Dang, Sonic Team, that's a good looking background. The colors absolutely pop out. It's very vibrant, beautiful. Good job. It's a pretty fun level with a good amount of speed. The stage also takes a lot from Aquatic Rune from Sonic 2. Like, yeah, sure, okay. It's fine. At least it has running on water, my beloved. Fun fact, each level in Sonic 4 Episode 2 has its own subtitle. This stage's subtitle is A New Frontier? How did they know?
Number 338. Planet Wisp Act 4 from Sonic Colors. Sonic runs up one of Eggman's giant drills, and it's actually a lot of fun. Using the laser wisp to scale this machinery was a lot of fun, and I thought the level looked good. I was annoyed by the moving platforms just because sometimes you accidentally homing attack an enemy when you're just trying to double jump, but besides that small hiccup, I thought it was a good level.
Number 337. Quest Factory Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. This level is bad. What makes it bad is the stupid gimmick where every few seconds the cylinder in the background drops and makes the player go up. Now that wouldn't be an issue if this level wasn't vertical, but since this game wants me to crash out, it is a vertical level. And don't get me started with the music. It is a definition of an identity crisis.
Number 336. Dream Factory Act 1 from Sonic Dream Team. When I'm in a rail grinding competition and my opponent is Dream Factory Act 1, in all seriousness, this is a great level. It's fun to play, the atmosphere feels fresh like nothing we've seen before, and I've never seen lava in a Sonic game that has the surrounding area not be extremely dark. There is a lot of rail grinding in this level, but it's not stagnant rail grinding. You're able to jump to adjacent rails to take shorter paths throughout the level, which is cool. You're also able to switch to different characters to reach unintended shortcuts, which I think is pretty neat. Number 335. Desert Ruin Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World. There's no sugarcoating it. This level is just the sweetest. While the level itself is a piece of cake to get through, the sugary atmosphere just makes me so happy to see. I love how the level name is called Desert Ruin Zone 3, but then that extra S is just squeezed in there to make it dessert, because that's what this whole level is. There are a lot of automated segments in this level which I'm not too fond of, but overall, I had fun with it, and this level makes me snicker anytime I play it. Number 334. Ocean Base Act 1 from Sonic Advance 3. This level is very vertical. In fact, the very first section of this level is just running up a steep incline, which I didn't think was very fun. If you're playing as a character who has a means of traveling vertically, then you'll be fine, but if you don't have one, then good luck. I like the level, it doesn't do anything wrong, and I did have fun with it, besides that beginning part. It just wasn't too fast, which is perfectly fine for a Sonic level.
Number 333. Skyscraper Scamper Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Now, this entry is funny, because when seeing the stage as a Sonic fan in 2025, all sorts of alarms go off in my head. Like, somebody please tell me the difference between this and Shadow Generations trailers. But jokes aside, this level is pretty much just a straight line done to test your ability to properly use the quick step and react quickly. In fact, I am pretty sure this level was the basis for gaming's most anticipated release ever, 2013's Sonic Dash. So, aside from the infinite irony this level brings to the table, it is pretty fun overall, especially seeing how long it lasts. I mean, it's an eternity. 30 seconds, that is above average. Actually, scratch that. It's way too long. It's way too long. Screw this level.
Number 332. Haunted Ship Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Dude, Ghostbusters was right. Bustin' makes me feel good, especially when it's busting these undead pirates off the ship. In all seriousness though, it was a fun level. It has a ton of bouncy rope to bounce off of and do tricks in the air, which was addicting, and being able to grind up ropes was fun. I thought that having a section with an opposing battleship shooting cannonballs at you was cool, but as long as you boost, you'll be fine. A lot of this level was just holding forward and boosting. I still like the level a lot, but there are just a couple issues that I have with it that really brings this level down for me.
Number 331. Desert Ruins Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World. This is one of the most fun levels in Lost World. The 3D sections are very wide and open, which allows for great use of the infinite spin dash. It's not all empty though, as there are lots of enemies for you to dodge, and ruins for you to use to your advantage in traversing through the level. The 2D sections can feel a little tedious, but allow you to take maximum advantage of the parkour mechanics to blaze through them. Even though it's not the most unique theme ever, I think the bright colors and detailed set dressing make it nice enough to look at, not to mention that great music.
Number 330. Jungle Joyride Act 1-2 Night from Sonic Unleashed. It's just Jungle Joyride Act 1 Night, but backwards and with some tougher enemies. It's one of the shortest Werehog levels in the game, which is awesome. It focuses on doing tough platforming over fighting hordes of enemies, and that makes it a million times better than the other Werehog levels in this game. It also looks really nice, which is a good perk. Overall, it's just a fun Werehog level, which is quite rare in this game.
Number 329. Sandopolis Zone, Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Crap, I forgot to write down my notes. I like how the stage looks. The background is pretty. It's pretty platforming heavy. I remember that. Pushing the rocks, that was kind of annoying. It's sand. There's some tasty sand here, and there's sand waterfalls that I don't like. It's a good stage overall, but I probably won't be going back to it anytime soon.
Number 328. Cybertrack Act 2 from Sonic Advance 3. I think this level is the definition of a holding right simulator. It looks nice and fun to play, don't get me wrong, it just feels like all you do in this level is hold right and jump or spin dash when needed. There's also bits of automation and I just didn't like that part of it much either. It was fun to play, but I think there are better levels in this game to play.
Number 327, The Legend of Zelda Zone from Sonic Lost World. This level is neat. I think it's really cool that Sega got to put this in their game, but it's also pretty basic, all things considered. I like the references to past Zelda games, and that Sonic is to wear a silly little Link outfit. The stage is also a good place to grind out flickies if you need them in your playthrough for whatever reason.
Number 326, 4-1 from Sonic Frontiers. It's a remake of Metal Harbor from Adventure 2. It's fun because Metal Harbor was already a fun stage in Adventure 2. I like they kept the smaller touches like placing a red ring where the life was in the original, and they kept the higher rocket path. It doesn't feel as exciting because there's no time limit on the rocket parts, but at least the sections here. And I'm a big fan of this skateboarding section at the end. It's very slow and narrow.
Number 325, Blazes Wave Ocean from Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. I honestly think this level is the best level in Sonic 06, and Blaze is the best character to play as in Sonic 06. You play through the first half of Sonic's Wave Ocean with just some more enemies and obstacles blocking your path. I love how this level looks, and it's on the shortest side of Sonic 06 levels, making it that much more fun because you're playing it for less amount of time. Number 324, Mecha Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. I love the mechanical look of the whole level. The only issue is that the level is pretty short. If you grab the rocket shoes at the beginning of the level, you can be done with it in about 15 seconds. It's fun to run through, but it doesn't really give the player too much to do besides holding right. Number 323, Leaf Forest Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. I'm honestly so confused on what the background is supposed to be here, but that's besides the point. Being the first level of Sonic Advance 2, it's pretty basic, mainly just requiring the player to hold right and do some pretty basic platforming. I think it looks good for what it is, but for all intents and purposes, it's really just a modern day Green Hill clone that changes just enough to be different.
Number 322, Green Hill from Sonic Adventure 2. Nowadays, we all know that Green Hill's been overused quite a bit, but at this point it was only the 10th anniversary of Sonic, so it was a perfect tribute as a secret level, fitting for the best video game ever made. Anyway, the level itself is just fine. Nothing too special about it mechanically, it's just a great way to cap off, in my opinion, a perfect game.
Number 321, Cosmic Casino Zone, Act 1 from Sonic Pocket Adventure. Hey, that's just Casino Night! Yeah, it looks pretty much the exact same as Casino Night. Hey, at least they ripped off a good stage. I think charging up with these spring thinginators are pretty fun. You get to go zoom and all of that. I like it. Platforming is a little iffy, but still an exquisite stage. Or a gambling stage. Woo!
Let's go gambling!
Number 320, Green Hill Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. It's home to the very first boss in the series, and that's what makes this level so memorable. Besides that though, the level itself is just fine. There are some breakable walls you can find, and also some spinning logs with spikes on it that you'll need to watch out for. Green Hill Zone is a fun level aesthetic, and the music just adds to it so much. It's a fun level to run through, but it's over in 30 seconds, so there isn't much to talk about.
Number 319, Windmill Isle Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed. The first Werehog level of the game, and starting off it doesn't get too tedious straight away. The level gives you a lot of easy enemies to begin with before you start leveling up your Werehog. As much as I love going fast, it's nice to have a change of pace sometimes. Plus, it's really fun to shred through these enemies.
Number 318, Aquarium Park Act 1 from Sonic Colors for Wii. What more can I say about this stage? It's beautiful, the level is fun to speed through, the stage environment is great to look at, and not to mention boosting over the water and destroying the enemies that come up out of the water is so much fun. Sure, that's only in 2D, but I've always loved this level. It's always really fun to play through while playing through Colors. I mean, look at the fish here.
Number 317, Hidden Palace Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Hidden Palace Zone is a cut level from Sonic 2, brought back to life thanks to the Christian Whitehead port. The zone itself is a vibe, it looks great, and I really love its unique badniks like the little dragon guy or T-Rex guy. It's just all such great vibes, and I really love the music. The level itself, though, isn't anything too out of this world. Like, it's a fun basic Sonic 2 level. The water sections are a little though. I don't really like the water sections that much. It's definitely one of those levels that kind of loses its charm on repeat playthroughs. I mean, its whole thing is to be charming. It's a cut level brought back after all. Still, I'm very grateful it ever saw the light of day.
Number 316.
Frozen Factory Zone 3. Now this is an interesting level. Not only does it have one of the most unique aesthetics of the entire game, but you get to gamble! My wildest dreams have come true!
Let's go gambling!
While it might seem straightforward at first, it's actually a lot of fun to zigzag through all these things and spin dash all the way down to the end of the level. You have the option to rack up tons of points if you really want to, or you could just blast to the end and get a better time. There's options for everyone here. And best of all, manual pinball! Let's go! Nah, but for real, I get it if you're not into this kind of thing. A lot of people really don't like actual pinball sections in Sonic games, so being forced to do this isn't everyone's cup of tea. I personally don't have a problem with it, but it completely makes sense why someone wouldn't enjoy it. But all in all, a pretty good stage. That is the nicest you'll ever hear me beat at this game.
Number 315. Gigalopolis Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. One thing that stood out to me about this level is just how pretty it looked. The shimmering stars in the night sky looks beautiful, and I think the color palette they chose for the foreground elements looks so nice as well. The level was fun to play, incorporating a lot of alternate paths, but the level doesn't really go on for too long, so I just think it's a fine level overall. Number 314. Neo South Island Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. It's a pretty short level all things considered, but it's still fun to play. I love the art style this game uses, and this level takes advantage of that. The bright greens contrasted against the dark colors of the ground and the background look really nice, and overall, it was just a lot of fun to play.
Number 313. Network Terminal from Sonic Forces. While this isn't the highest ranked Forces level in the list, it's one of the highest ranked, and for good reason. While these game stages leave a lot to be desired or are just plain bad in most instances, Network Terminal actually implements some fun alternate paths to take for once, while also having one of the most satisfying 2D segments to traverse in the game. It just flows really well, and using the homing attack and slides to swiftly glide across the level and avoid the slower platforming is always fun, so it's no wonder why it's so high on the list compared to its contemporaries.
Number 312. Sky Sanctuary Zone from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Of all the levels from the original Mega Drive tetralogy, this is the most cinematic. The opening segment of the Death Egg rising through the clouds as tons of egg robos come flying out of it immediately raises the stakes. Fighting Mecha Sonic in machines from the first two games is a really cool throwback that shows how far the series had come in just 3 years, and that ending of Sonic running up the crumbling corkscrew and jumping onto the Death Egg? Incredible. Honestly, the spectacle alone more than makes up for Sky Sanctuary's two biggest flaws. It's incredibly short for one. There's a lot of ideas here like the bouncy clouds, crumbling pillars, warp points, these pole things that could easily be fleshed out into 2 full acts as proven in Sonic Generations. And for another, the level design is kind of basic, especially when compared to a lot of the other zones in this game. It's still a great time though, and I always look forward to it on my many replays of Sonic 3. Also, that Easter egg of Knuckles effectively telling you to leave him alone and play the level is still hilarious to me.
Number 311. Starlight Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Feels like Act 1 but more. A bit faster, a bit better than Act 1, but that's pretty much it. The fans are still a good gimmick, and the music is very pretty. Shout out to the parallax effect on the stars. Stage is a little short but fun to run through. Sega, can we please bring this stage back instead of Green Hill for the 3 billionth time?
Number 310. Green Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Similar to the first act, Sonic Team was still trying to figure out what a Sonic the Hedgehog even was. This level does a good job showing off how fast Sonic can go, but also places obstacles in the way that the player needs to avoid by either jumping over them quickly, or just getting hit and moving on from there. Either way, still a really fun level. Number 309. Hydro City Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. At this point in the video, you all should know how much I don't like underwater levels in Sonic games. Well, I think this one is actually good. The underwater parts did feel a bit slow, but there were a lot of boosters under the water to keep you moving forward quickly. When you're above the water though, it's an absolute blast. You're zooming all over the place, running on water, and there are tons of spots where you just get launched into the sky, and overall, I thought it was pretty fun. The boss fight felt a bit dull when the palace was collapsing, but once you got to actually fight Eggman and you were piloting a mech instead of him, it made you feel pretty cool. Number 308. Egg Quarters from Sonic Adventure 2. Okay, I first want to say that I beat this level in like a minute when I went to record footage for this level, and I wanted to brag about that a little bit. Anyways, this level is actually kind of fun. There's this guard robot that flies around the entire base that will shoot lasers at you if you get too close to it. But if you just keep running forward or hide and wait for it to pass by, then it won't be a problem. Since it is just a giant circle, you won't really have a hard time finding all the keys. You may run past one if your radar isn't picking it up, but the level is honestly a lot of fun. Number 307. Speed Jungle Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. It's hard to like the aesthetics of a level when half the time the level is just covered in darkness. I understand what they were trying to do, but darkness and Sonic don't go well together. We already experienced that all the way back when we talked about Lost Labyrinth Zone from Sonic 4. Darkness aside, I enjoyed my time with the level. Getting flung all over the level with the vines was a lot of fun, and grinding on the vines was so cool. Overall, it was a good level, but the darkness definitely did not help this level by any means.
Number 306. Null Space from Sonic Forces. Ah yes, Null Space, the inescapable prison that you escaped from instantly. The level is actually kinda good. There's a couple of pathways you can go down depending on your wristband, and this makes the level seem way bigger than it actually is. The second half does kinda derail into just rail grinding, but it was fun while it lasted.
Number 305. Starlight Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog. Running through this level is always a treat for me. The music is fun, the level design is pleasing to look at, and I love the seesaws that Sonic bounces on throughout the level, and even in the boss fight. You're able to keep the pace going with lots of slopes and loops to push Sonic forward, and it's by far my favorite level in this game. Number 304. Security Hall from Sonic Adventure 2. Rouge cuts your timer down to 5 minutes, which is a little weird, but you'll have more than enough time to find the Chaos Emeralds. You're basically in a giant box and you need to fly high and low and sometimes press switches up top to unlock doors down below. I like how the level looks, but it's not a level I ever get excited to play. I do find it funny how Eggman berates Rouge throughout the entire level though. That part is pretty funny.
Number 303. Knuckles Mirage Saloon Act 1 from Sonic Mania. There's nothing I love more than a Knuckles exclusive section. Knuckles' version of Mirage Saloon Act 1 is very fun. This level utilizes Knuckles' skill set to a T, creating some very fun obstacles using his moveset. Climbing, gliding obstacles that are very fun. And they just have some really cool ideas here, like these little moving platforms that you have to climb and go all around with your gliding. It's so much fun. It's a rather long level, most playthroughs of this taking me around 4 to 5 minutes, and it's definitely a lot more interesting than the rest of the Act 1s. Also, not to mention, the music here rules, and I think it's a very underrated track in Mania's soundtrack. Also, I need to mention his Act 1 boss is a reference to the Beadworm from Sonic Chaos. Love that. Overall, a very solid level.
Number 302. Jungle Joyride Act 5 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Sonic running on water will never not be cool, and this whole level revolves around that. Sonic runs on top of water avoiding spikes, bombs, and eventually lasers from enemies. It's not a long level by any means, but it was just a fun change of pace. Since you're running on water, one wrong step means lights out for you, so you need to be extra careful as you're treading this water. Number 301.
Carnival Night Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3. Now, what makes this the best Sonic level ever is it has pretty good music. I like the song. The setting's nice too. I mean, it looks good. It's a cool stage.
Number 300. Mystic Mansion from Sonic Heroes. Cracking the 300th spot, Mystic Mansion upholds the similar vibe of Hang Castle, but is fixated on giving worse platforming and a messy presentation. While the mansion itself isn't hard to traverse and at times is very fascinating, you'll have these awkward grind rails, hidden points that you'll get hurt if you're unfamiliar with the stage layout, and an end section that is more infuriating than inventive. Like, why did it go from a cool haunted mansion to just red? At least the goal ring area is super cool. Mystic Mansion is a mixed bag that is filled with high highs and low lows, which averages out to a stage that is just alright.
Number 299. Secret Base Zone Act 2 from Sonic Advance. It's a fun level, don't get me wrong. It just feels like there's a lot going on and it's hard to keep track of what's even going on in the level. The background is very noisy with all the different colors, and the foreground colors all look rusty, making it harder for platforms and different level objects to stand out. I have fun moving fast throughout this level, it's just not a good looking level, which really brings down everything else this level has to offer for me.
Number 298. Hilltop Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's more of a jump level than a run level. You can still run, but you'll be jumping more. These seesaw things you have to wait for really drag down the pace. The platforming's just okay, and the parts where you have to jump out of the lava are cool and awesome and fun and awesome and fun and awesome. Just an alright act overall.
Number 297. Cool Edge Act 2-2 from Sonic Unleashed. So, the initial base game of Act 2 of Cool Edge Day is pretty engaging, putting you within 3 loops of the same level design but changes up the structure on every loop to keep you on your toes. And it's pretty good. But for my Sonic Unleashed brethren, you'll know that when these stages have their own DLC level, they will crank up the difficulty to a maximum. Act 2-2 brings you a lot more of the challenging platforming and moments where quick reaction times are necessary to keep going. And with the amount of fluff they've added into this DLC act like obstacles and enemies, you are not getting a good run of this on your first try. But that's what makes this level so fun, mastering the level design across multiple variant loops of gameplay, whilst also having a thrill moving at high speeds all the time. And it's levels like this that make me want to come back and have another crack out of it. This may not be the best DLC level for Unleashed, but it's definitely up there for one of the best.
Number 296. Molten Mine from Sonic the Black Knight. Some obstacles were a little bit too much, and every single time a specific wall shimmy appeared, the game slowed down a little bit. It's okay otherwise.
Number 295. Spooky Hedge Maze from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. I love how the level is set in a spooky graveyard in a haunted castle-esque area, but the rest of the level feels pretty much the same to all the other levels in this game, except it has a lot of rail grinding sections, and a ton, and I mean a ton, of spikes. It seems like every other second you're on the brink of running into something spiky, which can really make the level feel more dangerous in a sense, but you're hardly at any actual risk of danger as long as you don't intentionally run into the spikes.
Number 294. Radical Highway Act 2 from Sonic Generations 3DS. Pretty good stage. There are a couple of sections that I was just kind of mindlessly running forward, and some enemies appear out of nowhere, but it's still fun. I like the spinning bars, they're pretty cool, and they open up some fun new pathways. I don't think the music was the best. It sounds crunchy and dried up. Also, hey look, the Knights building is back. That's really cool. Sonic Team, I am on my hands and knees. Please make a new Knights game, or at least include a Knights stage in next Sonic game or something. Please do something with Knights. I'll take them getting into Sonic Rumble. Overall, a nice stage that's fun to run through over and over again.
Number 293. Pirate Storm from Sonic and the Secret Rings. For being a designated water level, it is very surprising that you don't ever actually enter the water. The theming here is super fun, however you have to stop a lot for the platforms to emerge from the water, and also do a decent amount of backtracking in certain segments in order to move forward.
Number 292. Prehistoric Outback from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. With you melting or freezing water to access new platforms, it's pretty fun. I liked all the skeletons around. It reminds me of I'm not super fan of these big spike cubes that you have to dodge. It's a small part of the stage, but I'm not a big fan. The stage is good overall, I'm just not blown away by anything here.
Number 291. Sweet Mountain Act 3 from Sonic Colors. Sonic transitions from 3D into 2D and vice versa quite a lot in this level as you drift around tight corners and avoid missiles full of candy that try and flatten you like a pancake. I love the environment that this level takes place in. A planet made up of sweets is always a good choice for a level set piece in my opinion, unless it doesn't make sense in the game. That aside, this level is just fun to play through. There's a top path that isn't really too fun, but the bottom path in the second half of the level is fun to run through. There's really nothing special about it besides the fact that I thought it was fun and it looks amazing.
Number 290. Crystal Cave from Sonic and the Black Knight. It's a pretty fun stage that looks really nice as well. My only gripe with it is that I do not like the sword beam gimmick that you had to do for one of the missions.
Number 289. Rolling Ramparts from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. I love this level for two reasons. The first is the atmosphere of the level. It's set in medieval castle grounds during sunset, and I just think that looks amazing. All of the castles you run by, and also using helmets and swords as targets for homing attacks is just so cool. Also, if you look at any of the banners in the background, they look eerily similar to the Black Arms logo. Is it just a coincidence? I'm honestly not too sure. But anyways, the second biggest reason I love this level is just because of how you travel through the level. There are tons of bridges that either get raised for you to use as a ramp, or open up for you to fall through, and they need to quickly react so you can grapple onto things you can swing off of, or obstacles you can homing attack. I will say this level has just a bit too much automation for my liking, but it's still a great level overall. Number 288. Mushroom Hell Act 2 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. Take everything I said about Act 1 and make it slightly faster. That's essentially what this one is. The dancing mushrooms were fun, the music and the aesthetic were fine, nothing to write home about, but I thought the level design was good. The real spectacle is towards the end where the level transitions into 3D, and while all you need to do is hold down the boost button, I still think it looks cool. Then, at the end, you homing attack a piece of bark to break out of this giant tree, and I just think that's awesome. Number 287. Hidden Island 12 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Sonic or Blaze are put on a snowboard, which I think is pretty cool. In this level, it doesn't really add any kind of new gameplay elements since all you really do in this level is boost forward and jump off icy platforms. The problem is you need to know when to time your jumps because there were plenty of times where I just jumped too early or too late and fell straight into the abyss. It's still a fun level, it's just kind of basic though.
Number 286. Palm Tree Panic Zone Act 3 from Sonic CD. Hello you, I am Sonic the Hedgehog. I have travelled to the future to stop that naughty man Dr. Robotnik. Oh look, an invincibility monitor. That will come in handy for my first fight with him. Ooh, another one! And some rings and power sneakers. It's my lucky day. Ah, here he comes. Get a load of this, you... Oh. Why didn't he just turn around and block me with those springs? Is he stupid? Yeah, I've discussed this before, but Palm Tree Panic's boss is a complete joke. I'd legitimately be amazed if you somehow got hit by him. The only way it's possible is to walk right into him or just stand around like an idiot. That being said, the beginning part is fun and rewards you for exploring, and that music is so good.
Number 285. Knuckles Lost World from Sonic Adventure. I couldn't afford level design this year, so I got you this box. They just place you in a giant box. It kinda works. I mean, there isn't much room to hide emerald pieces, so most of the pieces are going to be either in corners or random enemies. That does mean the stage can be beaten quickly. It can be fun when the emeralds are a bit more spaced out, but it's not uncommon to start the stage with 2 emeralds on the radar. It's an alright stage with a very funky beats. Like that is an underrated song. Oh my gosh, why did this only get used here?
Number 284. Treetop Marsh from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. The best part about this level is how it shows off how fast you can really get moving in this game. You're able to get some serious speed in this level, especially if you know how to use Sonic. I think it's a lot of fun to play. The setting of being deep in a jungle has kind of gotten old at this point in the game, and needing to wait for cannons to shoot you out to the next cannon can be kind of annoying to wait for. There were a lot of times where you needed to light a rope on fire and wait for the berry to blow up, which can be a bit monotonous after a while. Number 283. Cosmic Casino Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. It's a casino themed level with a fun vibrance to it, so you know what that means.
Let's go gambling!
There are not too many bumpers heating your progress like there was in the first act, so I enjoyed it. I love the starry night sky in the background, and the colors contrast really well in this level. Some sections allow you to get some serious speed, and the platforming in this level wasn't really a challenge, but still fun. Overall, pretty solid level. Number 282. Mirage Road Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush. This level features a ton of different level gimmicks. Enemy gauntlets that have no place being in a Sonic game, whatever these things that are that move you up and down. This level has it all. I really like how the level looks. It's set in what seems to be some sort of Egyptian ruins, with the top screen showing the outside of the ruins, while the bottom screen features the inside of the ruins. It's a somewhat fast level that is really brought down by the end. It features a slow-moving auto-scrolling platform that has enemies and boulders falling onto it for almost a minute and a half. That's about a third of the level that's just Sonic slowly walking left or right to avoid getting hit. This part definitely brings down my enjoyment to the level, and would be ranked so much higher if this section didn't exist. Number 281. Mirage Road Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush. Take everything I said about Act 2 and apply it here. The only reason this is ranked higher is because it's the first act and not the second. Number 280. Terror Tower from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. In my opinion, this level is basically just a better looking rolling ramparts with a bit more automation. There's this one section towards the beginning where I kid you not, it's just 10 seconds of automation. Now you don't really notice that because it looks cool, but it's just a little bit annoying. I wish I were the one controlling the character doing all these cool things, but I digress. This level does a great job of utilizing Sonic's moveset, especially in the middle of the level. As you climb up this section, you need a boost, homing attack, and swing your way up as bridges fall down, allowing you to clear it. This level does things like that a lot, which is why I like it. Number 279. Savannah Citadel Act 1 Nights from Sonic Unleashed.
Fighting enemies in this stage was kinda fun. The platforming was just okay, but the environment was stellar to look at and be in. Absolutely beautiful stage.
Number 278. Sweet Dreams Act 1 from Sonic Dream Team. First off, the environment here is absolutely gorgeous. I love the dreamy aesthetic this level is going for. Second, this level is just fun. As Knuckles or Rouge, you need to run to the end of this long stretch of platforms, but you need to glide and homing attack your way to the end. And I don't know, it's just a lot of fun. I don't know what else to say besides that, so let's move on.
Number 277. Gamma's Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure. Did you enjoy catching frogs as a kid? Well, have no fear, you get that same feeling as you venture as a large killer robot through one of Sonic's most aesthetically pleasing stages. A totally harmless stage that is fixated on filling the quota of having the main cast visit a good chunk of the stages, Gamma's Emerald Coast is simply just Gamma and Emerald Coast. However you feel about Emerald Coast, you'll probably like it as it wraps up just as quick as it starts. A good stage that I think you can't find much wrong with, but it doesn't go on long enough to make a lasting impression.
Number 276. Starlight Carnival Act 5 from Sonic Colors. This level starts off with you in a section where you automatically run for it as Sonic, then get shot into a section that teaches you how to use the Hover Wisp. It was a great tutorial level for this wisp, but there really isn't anything too memorable about this level besides flying all the way to the goal ring during the final section of this level. Number 275. Machine Labyrinth Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This giant mechanical island is just such a treat to run through, bouncing off puffs of steam and running through enemies, but it just felt a bit bland to me and I didn't fully enjoy the glider controls in the game, so I just tried to figure out how to abandon them as soon as I could. About halfway through the level you're bounced around on these drums, which I thought was pretty fun. There were also a lot of tubes in this level, which if you remember from the beginning of this video, I don't like tubes that take you around the level that much. It's not the best level in Sonic Rush Adventure, but you'll still have a ton of fun playing this level regardless.
Number 274. Amy's Final Egg from Sonic Adventure. Finally, they gave Amy a stage we can go decently fast. Too bad this is her last stage. Seriously, like what? Why only 3 stages? All I'm saying is that Lost World only had 2 characters visit opposed to the standard 3. Final Egg gives Amy some opportunities to go fast. Pretty much most of the stage is good for letting loose with what you have learned about Amy. Stage makes good use of her hammer flip with these lasers you can leap over and some high ledges you can leap onto. There are a few things that drag the stage out, however, like this elevator you have to wait on. The call says you have to hide from Zero, but he almost never shows up. Also, there's a section where you have to choose one of the 5 doors to go through. Which one is the correct one? Guess? No, really, guess. The correct one changes every time you play the stage. In spite of some shortcomings, this is a pretty good level that takes full advantage of Amy's abilities. If only more of her stages were designed like this. Or if she had more stages in general.
Number 273. 4-F from Sonic Frontiers. The level is short all things considered, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun. It's set in Chemical Plant, and while it essentially is a straight line, there are tons of spots where you're able to just use the new spin dash to get some serious heightened momentum, which makes this level a lot better. If you stay on the ground, it's alright, but flying through the air and jumping on top of loops instead of just running through them is really fun. You also race against a hologram Tails in this level, which is cool. Number 272. Sweet Dreams Act 4 from Sonic Dream Team. The level felt really exhilarating to run through. You need to run to the end of the level and then run back to where you started to get the Dream Orb. But platforms disappear permanently after you step on one, so on top of needing to grab the key and run back, you need to carefully plan out your path so you can get back to the beginning of the level. I've never seen a Sonic level do something like this before, and it's just a super cool gimmick to see implemented in this game. Number 271. Jungle Joyride Act 3 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Sonic runs on the boardwalks of Adabat, needing to quick step in order to stay on the boardwalk and also avoid obstacles such as enemies or giant spouts of water. It's not a long level by any means, but I still had a good time just boosting forward, needing to react quickly to oncoming obstacles to keep up my speed. Overall, I thought it was just a fun level.
Number 270. Sonic's Ice Cap, Sonic Adventure. Now this level is a really good level, but it certainly isn't perfect. It has a lot of cool scenery and an awesome snowboarding bit at the end, but unfortunately it's not the smoothest playthrough. These little ice gimmicks are not the funnest to go through, and the snowboarding section unfortunately lasts way longer than it should and feels like it overstays its welcome. So while this stage certainly has some good, it is nowhere near perfect, which is why it's at its place on the list.
Number 269. Launch Base Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3. This was a great final level to the first half of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Much like the rest of Sonic 3, this level design is really big and expansive. Also, for a 16-bit game in the 90s, this stage has a pretty climactic feel with the end of Act 2 transitioning into Big Arms. Easily the best part of this level though is the amazing music made by Michael Jackson. It gets me excited to play this stage every time, and I love the Go vocal sample that builds up throughout the song.
Number 268. Windmill Isle Act 1 from Sonic Unleashed. My favorite Sonic game. Starting a masterpiece is really hard to do, especially when the masterpiece is Sonic Unleashed, which means that this level is basically just a tutorial level for the player. It's still a lot of fun though because it's Sonic Unleashed. It introduces the player everything they need to know before going into this adventure. It's a very responsive level and really fun, despite it being a very short tutorial, and you can easily get it done in a short amount of time.
Number 267. 2-4 from Sonic Frontiers. This stage, while taking place in Chemical Plant, actually uses Shadow's radical highway level design from Sonic Adventure 2. This one actually translates fairly well, I'd say, but I'd argue that in a few spots it's still a little bit rough around the edges, although the homing dashes in this one are actually really fun. I also think the music maybe could be a little more better, I'd say.
Number 266. Sleeping Egg Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. There's a decent amount of platforming here. It's more vertical than I was expecting, but it led to some good platforming. The springy shoes were pretty fun. It was cool how much of the stage you could break. Number 265. Sleeping Egg Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. It's a lot more breaking the stage here. Absolutely demolishing the stage. It's also Eggman, he's trapped in the walls, and you jump over the
spaghetti. Ravioli. Mamma mia.
Number 264. Cosmic Angel Zone from Sonic Advance. It reminds me of a modern day Scrap Brain Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog. The conveyor belts, spikes, and flying enemies really trying to slow you down, but not in a way that really hinders the player all that much. I thought the reversed gravity was cool towards the end of the level, but something that bothered me a lot was the background. It just looked so bright and flashy, and I thought it was really distracted while I was running through the level. Aside from that, I thought it was fun. Number 263. Seaside Hill Act 1 from Sonic Generations. I like doing this cool trick at the beginning of the level. It puts you on the top path, so I think it's beneficial. Seaside Hill is the game's designated underwater level, and it has a fine balance of underwater and above water sections. The problem is that both sections just feel a bit clunky to get through at a moderately fast pace. The underwater sections have Sonic moving slowly or just waiting for platforms to move, and the above water sections features a lot of slopes and precise jumps in order to keep going forward. I think the level looks nice though, and being chased by a giant wheel at the end of the level was fun. Unless it runs you over right away, which in that case you're chasing it throughout the entire rest of the level, which is also kinda cool. Number 262. Stardust Speedway Zone Act 1 from Sonic CD. The level is fast. Like, really fast. There are tons of places where the level just shoots you forward at Mach speed and expects you to react to oncoming obstacles, which I had a lot of fun with. All the level themes look great, my favorite being the present with the starry night sky with all the gold in the foreground. It just looks so beautiful.
Number 261, Weapons Bed. Right off the bat, it's pretty satisfying to be able to lock on to just so many targets at once in this stage. I also love how open it is compared to some of the other Eggman stages in SA2. These stages where you can see the water and the sky in the background are some of my favorites in the game. That being said, there are a lot of boxes that get in your way constantly, and there are some enemies that appear out of nowhere, which can be a bit annoying.
Number 260. Planet Wisp, Act 1 from Sonic Colors. Talk about aesthetics. This is a nice looking level for the Nintendo Wii. And that music, holy Gaia, that is great. That starting point where you're at the garden, it looks so nice. Like honestly, if the aesthetics of Planet Wisp Act 1 from Sonic Colors was a meal, it'd definitely be lasagna, cause it is perfect. However, the level itself is just kind of okay. The Wisp kind of slowed down the pace of the stage though. Around the middle and end sections of the stage, the little aliens just kind of mess up the flow of the stage. And flow is a really important thing to have in your Sonic level. Sonic without flow is like me without Kid Cudi music. It cannot be. Overall, a good stage. Nothing too special about it though.
Number 259. 2-6 from Sonic Frontiers. This level is a remake of Skyrail from Sonic Adventure 2. Out of all the level remakes that are in cyberspace, I think the adventure level remakes are some of the best ones. Being able to abuse momentum with rail jumps and skip sections of the level, and also just knowing the level layout already, make this a pretty fun level to replay, even if it isn't as good as its SA2 counterpart.
Number 258. Savannah Citadel Act 5 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This level has you run in a giant circle, quick-stepping to avoid lasers and bombs that come up pretty quickly if you aren't being careful. There are also some 2D sections that aren't very difficult to travel through if you know how to air boost and lightspeed dash. It was on the shorter side of Unleashed levels, but I still had fun with it. Number 257. Marble Garden Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. It definitely improves on the groundwork that Act 1 laid out. The spinning tops moved more smoothly, especially over longer sections of the level, and I thought the ground that kind of collapses revealing a new section of the level was pretty cool. There are some enemies that just pop out at you and that can be annoying, but that's a small nitpick for an otherwise amazing level. I thought the level collapsing on itself at times was a cool gimmick, and the boss fight was super unique with Tails carrying Sonic as they chase Robotnik in the sky, and as Sonic you needed to jump out of Tails' arms and land hits on Robotnik. Overall, just a great classic Sonic level.
Number 256. Final Chase from Sonic Adventure 2. The final stage in the Dark Story isn't quite as great as Final Rush with Sonic. It's a pretty solid stage, but all you do is platform from grind rails to horizontal gravity pillars to vertical gravity pillars to more grind rails. The level looks amazing and has a phenomenal opening that continues the tone from the prior cutscene, but the level itself feels slightly drawn out and doesn't evolve the mechanics in enough meaningful ways to justify its length. The gravity pillars can also have some wonky physics that make the platforming more annoying than it needs to be, coupled with the artificial chaos getting some cheap hits now and then. But overall, the stage is still fun, even if it ranks the lowest of the main speed stages in Adventure 2.
Number 255. Casino Paradise Zone Act 2 from Sonic Advanced. Another casino level in a Sonic game. That means... let's go gambling! Casino Paradise is filled to the brim with bright lights and colors that just feel like a fever dream is going on in your Game Boy Advance. It has a lot of casino-themed elements like bumpers and springs, but they don't really get in the way too much, and I actually quite enjoyed this level. There are tons of arrows pointing you which directions to go, and I just had a good time with it. Even the boss fight isn't bad. I mean, it is random which tube he'll come out of, but that's about it. It's overall just a really fun, good-looking casino level. Number 254. Windmill Isle Act 2-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. At the end of the day, Windmill Isle Act 2-2 Day is just a harder, more intense version of Windmill Isle Act 2. It doesn't do too much to make it stand out against the original, so I don't know why anyone would choose to play this version over the original. It's still a fun level, but if I want to have fun, I'm just going to go play Act 2 and not this quote-unquote harder version that doesn't really change much.
Number 253. Hilltop Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. One of the funkiest mountains of all time. The aesthetics of Hilltop are a bit mismatched, but that's what makes it memorable. Hilltop Act 1 rises above the clouds, but also sends you down lava-filled interiors. And this mismatch bleeds right through the background and onto the stage. Act 1 gives you a healthy dose of platforming and running. A lot of those pits can be avoided with some speed. We also get a mid-level shift drilling down that loop and into the mountain. And the skips there, oh man, who needs a gondola when you got legs like these? Plus, Act 1 has an honest-to-God set piece in it, with that daring run through through the collapsing cave. Look, I don't like the seesaws either, but no one ever built a turquoise mountain before, so show Hilltop some love.
Number 252. Jungle Joyride Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Okay, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure you can play the first 2/3 of this level without using the analog stick. It's just a really short level, only lasting less than a minute, and it sees Sonic boosting across water, doing a quick time event, and then some very, very short and basic platforming. The level looks absolutely incredible, and I think if this level were just another minute or two longer, it would definitely make the top 100. Unfortunately, this level does feel a bit automated, which I wasn't too big of a fan of.
Number 251. Tropical Resort Act 2 from Sonic Colors. While it doesn't make a striking first impression like its Act 1 counterpart, Tropical Resort Act 2 still has a lot going for it. It focuses more on 2D platforming and acts as a good introduction to a lot of design philosophies that you'll see a lot later on in the game. This level also makes pretty good use of the wisps upon return playthroughs, giving you access to both the laser and drill, which you can use to take a variety of routes through the stage. My only real gripe with this act is one I have with the game in general, that being its ranking system. Because it relies so heavily on score, and because wisps give you a ton of points simply for using them, you can cheese this level's S rank pretty easily just by using the drill wisp for as long as possible. Again, it's not a problem exclusive to this stage, but it is pretty severely affected by it. Putting the S rank aside though, Tropical Resort Act 2 is a solid level. I like it.
Number 250. Hidden Island 16 from Sonic Rush Adventure. A very quick stage, one that is just go go go, lots of platforming here, and just going fast in general. It's a lot more in-depth than other Hidden Islands, feel like an actual stage. If they had spruced up the visuals, then this could have passed as a stage in a main game, but sadly, this unique level is hidden on the Hidden Islands. What a shame. Number 249. Rail Canyon Act 2 from Shadow Generations. Yeah, it took us this long to get to a Shadow Generations level. Just goes to show how good this game's stages are. Despite it being the weakest stage in the game, Rail Canyon Act 2 is a blast to get through. Using the rails to fling yourself forward was just as fun here as was back in Frontiers. Stage also makes great use of chaos control, with it being used a couple of times to get way far ahead. My only real gripe with the stage is that it uses rails. Yeah, Rail Canyon uses rails, big shocker. I've never been that big on rails in the boost games, kinda just feels like it's automatically sending you forward. That isn't big enough of a deal in order to ruin the stage or anything.
Number 248. Eggman Land from Sonic Unleashed. Eggman Land is debatably the hardest level in the entirety of the Sonic the Hedgehog series, and for good reason. This level pulls no punches, requiring quick reaction time to take shortcuts and avoid obstacles. It's a visually amazing level to look at, with amusement park rides all over the place, and Sonic even riding on a roller coaster at one point in the level. The level becomes so difficult because this isn't just another 3 to 5 minute run through a Sonic, but it could take upwards of an hour because you constantly switch between nighttime and daytime Sonic, alongside what seems like unfair obstacles that raises your runtime tenfold. The lowest time I've been able to get is around 20 minutes, but I know others, after practicing over and over again, have gotten their runtimes down to around 10 minutes. But that's with hours of practice, not just the first run through. Anyways, this level has good music, an amazing atmosphere, and the level concept is really cool, but I just wish they trimmed some of that fat that's packed onto this level, just a little bit. Number 247. Huge Crisis Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush. Running through and destroying guns, military robots is always a blast to do, but why did they need to lock Sonic or Blaze in a room to fight like 5 of them and then continue on with the level several times? I'll never understood why they chose to add so many enemy gauntlets to this game, but besides that, I really did like how this level looked, and it features some fast gameplay alongside some crushers that will kill you if you're not careful. Overall, I had fun with it, but I just wish they removed any semblance of enemy gauntlets from this level, and this game entirely. Number 246. Press Garden Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. In my opinion, it's Sonic Mania's weirdest level. There's a lot of starting and stopping in this level, which when you're going really fast can be fun, but stopping to wait for blocks to pop out so you can continue, while cool, still feels just a bit slow. Press Garden Zone Act 1 is visually pleasing to look at, and using the conveyor belts to bounce around and speed throughout the level is pretty cool. The boss fight is just alright though. Dude looks like an idiot.
Number 245. Sonic's Windy Valley from Sonic Adventure. This is one of the best stages at showing off Sonic's pure speed. The beginning of the level really eases you into it, but pretty soon you'll be running down pathways in the sky at blitzing speeds. And the tornado section is pretty cool and it doesn't overstay its welcome.
Number 244. Dinosaur Jungle from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Now you'll see other Secret Rings levels higher up on this list, but Dinosaur Jungle is one of my favorite level aesthetics in a Sonic game. The Wicked Wild is a perfect song for this level. Running away from and on dinosaurs is super cool to me, and it's honestly all just kind of a vibe.
Number 243. Asteroid Coaster Act 6 from Sonic Colors. Asteroid Coaster Act 6 is pretty fun and it takes a lot of cues from Asteroid Coaster Act 1. You still start off in a roller coaster, but this time you can hop between multiple different coasters on different paths. I remember the first time I played Colors, this definitely really encouraged replayability because I'd always experiment with different paths to see where they'd take me. Throughout the rest of the level, the only wisp you're going to be using is Frenzy, but it is pretty fun to chomp your way through the entire level, especially when you find out you can break the canister in the middle to get to this spring to get to a secret path. The level culminates with a pretty simple mini boss fight. It's not all that impressive, but I mean, it is something. So overall, it's a pretty aight stage. I dig it.
Number 242. Water Palace Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush. So this is the point in the game where the bottomless pits start showing up. It's not all that tough to avoid them, but it's worth mentioning. It does feel a bit slow running through the water, but if you're good enough, you can skip most of these areas. Stage is a total blast to go through. I love these blasts and water things. They're very fun, and you get to do tricks off of them, which is fun.
Number 241. Water Palace Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. About half the level is spent underwater, but that doesn't mean it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. This level focuses a lot on using water spouts to shoot classic Sonic up in the air, and then run through some platforms until eventually being brought back down into the water. Towards the end of the level, classic Sonic is chased underwater by a giant egg flapper, and it's fun to try and stay ahead of it. It's a decently fun level that's really carried by how good it looks above and under the water.
Number 240. Camelot Castle from Sonic and the Black Knight. This has a very interesting setting for a stage, and it is really fun to play through. However, it is very easy to accidentally harm a civilian, as they can move of their own accord on this stage. So, be careful.
Number 239, Eggman Land Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed Wii. Since this version of the level focuses only on modern Sonic, it really goes all in on testing the reaction skills you've been building up since the start of the game. It's all about timing your boost just at the right time to keep things smooth. And if you really know what you're doing, you can pull off some pretty sick skips too.
Number 238. Planet Wisp Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS.
Sonic Colors DS is also known as the better version of Sonic Colors, because it's better than the Wii version in my opinion. But the only thing it's not better in is Planet Wisp Act 1. While I do love this zone and I think it's super fun, the only big downside for me is the fact that the drill controls pretty badly, all things considered. I don't know, something about it just does not control well, and especially with the D-pad the DS has. But level design wise, it's actually a super solid stage. There are some bits of automation here and there, but honestly, in the end, it is super fun to run through. And I have to say that chiptune remakes of Planet Wisp, it slaps.
Number 237. Windy Hill Zone 2 from Sonic Lost World 3DS. The whole level takes place in an underground cavern, which I thought was cool. The main gimmick of this level is teaching the player how to run along walls, which I thought was pretty fun. There are tons of shortcuts you can take by jumping off early, and overall, I just had a good time with it. There are a lot of places that just have Sonic spin dashing down a long stretch of hallway, but you can run on the walls and ceiling, which is cool, and there's also a slide, which is fun. It's one of the rare good levels in Lost World 3DS. Number 236. Oil Ocean Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. While I'm not too big of a fan of the cannons that shoot you automatically throughout the level, being able to set fire to an oil rig is pretty cool. I like the idea of an area getting more and more smoky, so you need to clear it out, but in practice, it can be a little annoying since sometimes you need to go out of your way to clear out the smoke. I liked being able to use the submarines to travel around the level. It added a new way to traverse it, and I'm always down for having new ways to get to the end of the level, as long as they don't take control away from the player.
Number 235. Hidden Base from Sonic Adventure 2. When thinking of the most memorable Sonic Adventure 2 levels, fan favorites such as City Escape or Pumpkin Hill might be the first classics to come to mind. But
For me, among these staples of early 2000 Sonic is Tails' humble adventure in the Hidden Base. It still amazes me how well mech gameplay was implemented into what is otherwise a traditional go-fast Sonic title. And despite the clunky PS3 controls that flew me to my death more than I'd like to admit, the atmosphere and addictive level design kept me coming right back every time.
Number 234. Green Hill Act 2 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. This is the first modern Sonic level in Generations 3DS, and it's really all about teaching us as the player how to use the boost. There aren't too many obstacles, only some places to homing attack enemies and take some shortcuts, but I think it's a very good first level to teach the player about the mechanics of the game. Towards the end of the level, you need a boost in order to outrun a falling pillar, which I think is pretty cool.
Number 233. Ice Paradise Act 2 from Sonic Advance 2. I know I've been acting like this game killed my grandma, but this level is pretty decent. Definitely features some more involved platforming than the average Advance 2 stage. It manages to balance speed and platforming well and avoids the common Advance 2 pitfall of just being a hold-right simulator. Big fan of the visuals as well. I don't think a snowy city has really been done before in the Sonic series.
Number 232. Mecha Green Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. It's a short level, but it's still fun. I love how everything looks so robotic, and the level is kinda fun. There are some enemies that will launch you into spikes if you jump on them, and bridges that will drop Sonic off if he doesn't run on them fast enough. There really is not too much to this level, but it's still fun nonetheless.
Number 231. Night Carnival Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush. Night Carnival, not to be confused with Carnival Night. Really guys? You could have called this stage something else. Regardless, I like all the bright nights. I like all the bright lights in the background. It's like Casino Park with good level design. It's fun to use tricks in order to leap through the stage. The bombless pits are here, but I don't think they're that bad. If you don't learn the level gimmicks, you'll fall down, but it's not that big of an issue. Just be good at the game, Wolf.
Number 230. Sky Road Zone 3 from Sonic Lost World for 3DS. It's one of the best levels this game has to offer, and it really tests you on all the skills you've gained throughout this game. You start off on riding rockets using gyro controls to move around and collect rings, all while avoiding enemies and even Zavok's giant dragon buddy. Once you're on solid ground, the level becomes even better with this game's amazing parkour system. It just feels so smooth to control Sonic in this level, and it's no wonder this is one of the best levels in the game. Number 229. Nightmare Maze Act 1 from Sonic Dream Team.
Now, while a lot of the levels in Sonic Dream Team sort of fit together with themselves, Nightmare Maze Act 1 stands out for me. It is your first interaction to this level, and when comparing it to the other two zones that are happy and upbeat and have this happy music, Nightmare Maze slaps you across the face with this dark, foreboding music that is making you feel like I am somewhere I'm not supposed to be and I am in danger. And that feeling is accentuated through this level with these brittle thorns everywhere and just these terrifying faces coming out of the walls. It's just so good, man. The entire level design of this level, and especially post-updates with Sonic Dream Team as more and more moves get added onto your characters, is honestly just super fun. Playing as all three character types is super fun, and the water geysers are really fun to play around with. This is probably the best version of Nightmare Maze out of all of the acts.
Number 228. Sylvania Castle Zone Act 3 from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2. Yo, are those fireflies? That's how you know a nighttime level is sick. The night sky is gorgeous. I wish I lived here. Actually, there's nowhere for me to sleep. I wish I vacationed here. You can go decently fast here. There's a couple of pillars and platforms you need a homing attack for, but they don't slow down the pace that much. You also get to use the rolling attack, which makes you blast across the entire stage, makes your foes beg for mercy, and makes me beg for better level design. But at least it's not that bad in this level. Good stage overall.
Number 227. 4-8 from Sonic Frontiers. If you play this level right, you need to touch the ground for a collective 10th of the level, which I just absolutely love. Sonic is flying all over the place and you're just enjoying the ride. There are tons of springs, enemies, and pulleys dragging you all over the place, and while you can take the boring route, flying in the air route is a lot more fun. I love how much you can do in this level, especially since Sonic seems to excel when it comes to air movement in levels like this. The environment looks fine to me, but I absolutely adore this level. Number 226. Jungle Joyride Act 1 Night from Sonic Unleashed. This first section of land looks like Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure, which I thought was pretty neat. It's probably the shortest main Werehog level in the whole game, which makes me enjoy it that much more, and it actually feels fun. There are only a couple of enemy gauntlets, so your progress isn't halted often, and you really can't just go at your own pace in this level. The platforming felt enjoyable, and I just love how the level looks. I don't know how else to describe it. This level just fills me with so much joy and whimsy, I just love it. Number 225. 4-5 from Sonic Frontiers. This is definitely one of Frontier's best levels. Sonic gets launched off these ramps, you need to control him in the air to make him land on some falling platforms. The difficulty comes into play when you need to avoid giant spiked balls littered throughout the air. It's a fun level overall and it was a bit challenging when first playing, but I've grown fond of it ever since.
Number 224. Radical Highway Act 2 from Shadow Generations. Shadow Generations' final level is particularly one of my favorites in the game, and for multiple reasons. For one thing, it breaks the trend from every other Act 2 by being fully 3D, which is a big plus. I mean, seriously, could you imagine the final level being a 2D zone? Another thing is that it's easily the hardest and most climactic level in the game, which should be a given for a final level, but at the same time, Planet Wisp and Sonic Gens wasn't hard, or climactic, or fun. But back to Radical Highway, it follows this game's design philosophies by being really wide open, with some shortcuts still blowing my mind even to this day. There are a lot of pathways to use if you want to effectively speedrun the level, which is really fun in this game. But it's not punishing and still fun if you go through the level the normal way. This level also uses the Doom Wings, which allows you to trivialize a lot of the level design in this game, but in this level it feels effectively built for it. I don't feel like I'm just flying over the level most of the time, but man, going back to the level without the Doom Wings feels like a completely different level. There's so much level to explore and zoom past. This is one of my favorite levels in the game. My only issue is that it feels like it drags a teeny tiny bit by the end, and the No Wings S rank was brutal. Other than that, this level is a phenomenal closer to a phenomenal game.
Number 223. Neo Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Advance. There really isn't too much to say about this level. It's just a good Sonic level. You get to move fast, run through loops, roll through enemies. It's just a fun level. I like the beach aesthetic that this level has, but it sucks it's only kept for the first 20 seconds or so of the level. I wish the whole thing kept the beachy vibe that it has, but the zone is called Neo Green Hill Zone, so what else did I expect other than to see Green Hill Zone in this level? Number 222.
Sonic Superstars Lagoon City Zone Act 1. Lagoon City Zone reminds me of a water park. The water tube you go through is just so satisfying, but I feel like some of the platforms are easy to miss for you to jump on. At least there aren't pitfalls. The ocean theme and music is so fitting for this level and really balances everything out. It's not amazing, but it's a pretty standard classic Sonic level.
Number 221.
Port Quadrant Zone Act 1 from Sonic CD. As a Sonic CD enjoyer myself, this is one of my favorite stages in the game, from the stage aesthetics to the music and the gameplay. Right away, the level presents you with a top and bottom path, but I recommend going in the top because the pass sign is up there. There are plenty of speedy places to time travel through thanks to the conveyor belts. The stage goes by fast and is relatively easy, but watch out for rocks that can crush you if you're not fast enough.
Number 220, Chaos Island, Act 2, from Shadow Generations. This stage right here is a nice place to get used to the movement ability that the Doom Morph has. It really shows me just how fast this power truly can go. The platforming in this stage flows so well, man. It's like second nature. And the background of the stage is gorgeous. I love that you can see the volcano. It just makes me want to sit there and just enjoy the environment, enjoy that background. The scenery is just so nice. It also gives me a whole new perspective on the island that's already so beautiful in Sonic Frontiers. I love going back to the stage and really appreciating everything it has to offer. And the Doom Morph, it's just so way past cool. Like I said before, it just makes everything feel like it just flows, like the whole stage is connected. Like you don't have to go out of your way to use the Doom Morph and slow down a little. You can just maintain that speed and keep on going. Now the one thing that you can't really maintain the speed with is that gondola. You know it, you probably don't like it, but it does definitely make you take a break in speeding through the stage and really having to focus on jumping up and down to avoid the spiked balls. It's not that hard, but it definitely makes you breathe a little, which Could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on how you see it. Either way, almost everything just comes naturally as part of your path to the goal. Again, that gondola section, it's there.
Number 219. Cool Edge Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. I don't know who thought of this level, but give them a raise because I thought this level was super fun. You boost off of ramps and need to land on platforms far away in order to continue on with the level. Spikes and ice physics will try and slow you down, but once you get the hang of it, it's a blast. I also thought the level looked really good. It's not a long level by any means unless you suck at Unleashed like I do, but it's still a lot of fun.
Number 218. Haunted Ship Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Very fast and very bouncy. I liked it when you bounce and then you bounce some more. I loved bouncing on the cool ropes. Really engaging. Love zooming through the pirate's ship. Getting grabbed by the barrels kind of broke up the pace a bit, and I'm not a fan of these anchors. And I didn't really like getting shot out of these cannons. It looks cool at least, but I'm very bad at timing the button prances, so I didn't like them. The theme here is also really cool. What was with Sonic games in 2007's having broken pirate ship themes?
Number 217.
Sonic Advance 3 Twinkle Snow Act 2. The crystal mine background of the level is super pretty. The music is a bit annoying, but yeah, you've got a zoom action and a minecart along with some platforms to jump off of. I wish the water section was removed. It quite literally slows the zooming down. Despite that, mostly everything is pretty solid.
Number 216. Hydrocity Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. How on earth did Christian Whitehead make a water level that is this much fun to play? You get to run on the water, zoom through enemies, and it's overall just a fast-paced level. I think this level looks great, and the only hindrance I really have with it is that the boss fight isn't that enjoyable. It's still good, don't get me wrong, I just enjoy the actual boss fight a lot more. It's just a fun level to play without too many interruptions in it.
Number 215. Imperial Tower from Sonic Forces. This level of Forces is definitely one of my most favorite levels in the entire game. The level design may seem pretty simple at first, but the complexity opens up when you figure out how many different pathways there are due to the amount of different wisps that are available, which opens itself up for different wisps that can be acquired from using different wisp pods. Thus, I think that this level is very replayable and is worth replaying. This level keeps you on your toes to the very final running section of the level. Heck, even the story surrounding this level is flipping sick. Eggman literally summons the sun on everyone. Like, how old is this man? And it may look like the resistance against his army was all for nothing, but you are still standing. You haven't given up the fight. And as you play through this level, the melancholic feel of the music really sets the tone of this climatic level. You can feel the gravity of this dire situation. Everyone is literally counting on you to come through for them. Even later on in the song, the beat feels like it's cheering you on to keep on going, to keep on moving and win the day. And you know how like one of Force's main themes about how Eggman takes over the world and the people in danger need a light of hope, and you are that light of hope, the one to literally save everybody. And I may have cut a bit too deep into this, but man, Imperial Tower is so flipping goated, honestly, both narrative wise and as a level. I would not hesitate to go back to this level every time I load up Forces. It's genuinely really good.
Number 214. Cyberstation Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. I really love this level gimmick, with it trying to make a 2D sprite in 3D, and I also really like the music. It's fun seeing all the different transformations you can take on, and there are so many different routes in this level that I swear I run on a different one every time. The boss fight at the end brings this level down a bit, but it's cool that it changes what it looks like depending on what your battle fighter looks like. I thought the level was fantastic. Number 213. Iron Gate from Sonic Adventure 2. What a great way to introduce Eggman's playstyle. Running through a military base, blowing up robots, and busting down doors is such a thrill, but the mech can feel a little clunky since you're in such a confined space. The little boost pads can help, but not by much. The level can feel a bit slow waiting for elevators and such, but I still thought it was fun. Number 212. Quiet Wisp Act 5 from Sonic Colors. If you're just gunning towards the end of the level, then it's going to be pretty short and not that fun. If you engage with the level though, it's a blast. There are tons of regenerating blocks in this level that kind of act like temporary platforms because badniks are destroying them every so often. You can use the Frenzy Wisp toward the middle of the level to destroy a lot of enemies and blocks, which is just so fun to me. I don't know about you guys, but I love when I can just lobotomize my brain and just destroy everything in my path with the Frenzy Wisp. After that section, you just jump up some platforms as badniks are destroying them and then run to the goal ring. It's a super fun level, and also the level just looks gorgeous.
Number 211. Speed Jungle Zone Act Sonic from Sonic Superstars. A lot of the stages is running forward and dodging Fang's very telegraphed attacks. There were some good platforming moments that felt kinda tense, but I can't really get a good flow going here. That being said, it's very fun to take massive jumps off these rails and go absolutely flying.
Number 210, Cannon's Core from Sonic Adventure 2. It's really cool how you can play as 5 characters in this stage. You have to quickly recall all 3 playstyles and use all the skills and tricks that you learned throughout the whole game to beat this stage. It's not the fastest stage, but it's definitely not the slowest. The time stuff that you can do here proves just that. And you know, I always like to pretend that I'm doing chaos control whenever I activate a switch. It's just my own personal thing. It's really fun, and the platforming with Eggman was challenging at first. But I managed to memorize where the blocks go in that one section. You know what I'm talking about, you know! However, this stage does hit a wall with Knuckles because of the swimming section you have to go through. And if you don't have that air necklace, then good luck.
Number 209. Jungle Joyride 1-2 from Sonic Unleashed. JJ is already vibrating with absolute energy, finesse, and control. How do you top that? You make it even faster. One of the stranger hard modes that actually gets easier and speedier, removing methodical moments like the pressure plate and bounce pad climb. See, it bumps up the obstacles on your runways, but loses none of that thrill. So many new dynamic camera shots, and the first time they sprung me onto that ending waterfall, I nearly fell out of my chair. A rug pull on the goal ring too, plus you climb down the ending mountain and then grind up to the finish. It's switcheroos all the way through. A flawless level that stretches nearly every leg of Unleashed. The only Dash 2 I immediately hit after the original. It's just that good. All hail Jungle Joyride, every version.
Number 208. Jungle Joyride Day, Act 1 from Sonic Unleashed. One of the longer levels in any Boost Sonic game. This stage is filled with a mix of platforming, reaction time checks, and alternate pathways, making it one of the more open and replayable daytime levels in Unleashed. The set pieces are also breathtaking.
Number 207. Flying Battery Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. It starts out really strong, but then it slows down almost immediately. This level focuses a lot more on platforming than anything else, which is just fine, I guess. There are sections where you can go fast, but it never seems like you can go fast and do some platforming at the same time, which I wasn't really a fan of. I did like spinning around the fans, and the music is some of the best in the series. It just really helps sell that we're traveling through a flying base, which is super cool. It's overall a good level, only brought down by a couple of small issues I have with it. Number 206. Secret Plant Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. It's just a fun level. Aesthetically speaking, it looks like a bite-sized version of Chemical Plant from Sonic 2. You're able to move fast, run through loops, and overall, just have a good time. Only problem with this level is it doesn't feel like it has much an identity of its own. There's nothing I could think of that is memorable about this level, besides that it's a bite-sized version of Chemical Plant Zone from Sonic 2.
Number 205. Lagoon City Zone Act Amy from Sonic Superstars. That's right, baby, my girl Amy gets her own stage, and it's amazing. You can really blast through it if you know what you're doing. Plus you get to bounce giant fruit around. I don't know why there's giant fruit around, but it's fun, it looks fun. I think it's fun. It's fun, fun, fun. I like seeing how much fruit you can pound. I like number go up. The water jets and water slides are pretty fun. That scene at the end where Amy sees Trip so sad and helps her out. That's my girl right there. You got this, Amy.
Number 204. Dry Lagoon from Sonic Adventure 2. Rouge the Bat's first level is pretty easy after you learn the map layout. But if you picked Dark Story first, you'll end up learning how treasure hunting stages work too. For me personally, when I played this level for the first time, I didn't realize you had to rescue the turtle from the robots to unlock the other half of the map. I think I was the only one to have this skill issue though, but yeah, pretty easy starter level for Rouge.
Number 203. Space Colony Arc Act 2 from Shadow Generations. This level is awesome, especially for a 2D level in a Boost game. I love how we get our first glimpse of the Doom Wings in the stage, which look really cool, and it's pretty fun tearing through enemies in the sky with them. It's also pretty fun going through the spinning anti-gravity platforms that were originally in Final Chase from SA2. There should have been a remix of Final Chase though.
Number 202.
Sand Ocean from Sonic Adventure 2. Mwahaha! Those idiots will never find my base in this pyramid. Wait, why doesn't Eggman just fly to his base? Is he stupid? Doesn't matter because his stupidity led to a pretty good level. It's alright on a first playthrough, but it gets better once you come back with the hover. Seeing just how many platforms you can risk hovering over is really fun. Having to keep stopping to destroy these pillars does kill the base a bit, but it doesn't ruin the stage that much. Also, I like how big the moon is.
Number 201. Cool Edge Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This level is basically a hard mode version of Cool Edge Act 1 Day, but I still thought it was a lot of fun. It looks as good as ever, but there's just a lot of spikes and cold gusts of air that will stop you dead in your track as you get hit by them. It still keeps a lot of the same set pieces from Act 1, like riding on the backs of whales or riding the bobsled. You just need to make sure you're paying attention to what's going on, or else you'll end up sleeping with the fishes.
Number 200. Secret Base Zone Act 1 from Sonic Advance. Doesn't feel like much of a secret, but alright I guess. Has its ups and its downs, and by that I mean you go up and down a lot. It's very fun to run through, especially as my goat. I like the use of these bouncy platforms. They're very bouncy and very fun. It's kind of just a good standard Sonic stage. I don't have much to say about it. Sorry. Number 199. Egg Fortress Zone Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. Oh yeah, it's the level where they go back in time to the first act to get Eggman off the menu. It's a great concept for a stage, having to go through the level you just went through but in reverse while time is reversing. Stage works surprisingly well, and it's fun to see enemies appear right before your eyes and for falling platforms to unfall. You can sometimes be blindsided by enemies, and there are a couple parts where not much happens. And the anti-gravity spots are really slow and dull, but it works out for the most part. Oh yeah, and the boss sucks a lot. I mean, look at this.
Number 198. Dream Factory Act 2 from Sonic Dream Team. This level is extremely open, leading to unintentional skips and being able to launch yourself high into the air with these rising pillars. Now, I know I've discussed it before, but this level just looks stunning, and with how loose the characters feel to play in this game, you really can do just about anything you put your mind to. But anyways, this is a really good level, and it's just really fun to play.
Number 197. Lava Reef Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. A great classic Sonic level. I mean, there's a reason they remade it in Mania. Running through a volcano gives it some great visuals and fun gameplay gimmicks to make use of. There's a really good balance between speed and platforming, as you'll often find yourself blitzing through the open sections, while needing to take it slow on others in order to avoid getting hit. The boss fight is okay, definitely not the greatest, but at least it isn't the Act 2 boss fight.
Number 196. Radical Highway Act 1 from Shadow Generations.
This level is just peak Shadow Generations gameplay. You have so many different ways to beat the level, so many alternate paths, so many different just ways to beat it with the Doom Wings, or you just play it without them and it feels like a completely different level. I love this level to death. It is so good. My only complaint is that it's Radical Highway. If it was a different stage, it would be even better. But we've already seen Radical Highway like 3 times before, but it's still a fantastic level.
Number 195. Dragon Road Act 2-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Chunan. This level is insane. It's got this really interesting multi-lab structure that changes the level design up every time you get through a section. It's really challenging too. Like, the mastery you need to even get close to an S rank here is diabolical, in the best way possible. It feels super satisfying to finally get a perfect run on this stage.
Number 194. Dragon Road Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. This level is probably the most unique level that comes to mind when thinking of Sonic Unleashed. And the fact that its gimmick was reserved for this random one-off act annoys me beyond comprehension. This whole level is a loop, whose layout changes slightly every time you finish a lap. It requires fast reactions, decisions, and is full of shortcuts and alternate paths that keep you trying the level again and again. If this game ever gets a remaster, they should call this act the Sonic Cycle. And Ian Flynn should write it, and when Sonic sees the balloons in this level, he should say, "So many balloons. Maybe they drifted in from Spagonia. Ah crap, Sonic Twitter's after me, I'll just make like this level and tell you that the next entry is
Number 193, Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. This stage is a fantastic first impression of a game. It hits you hard with the nostalgia, taking set pieces from the original acts and making something new, whilst also letting you gush about the physics engine after multiple mistranslations. Even on the lower routes, you can still travel at high speeds, so less skilled players can still get a taste of the action, as well as enjoy a change of scenery with the cavernous backdrop. It's unlikely that anyone finds the first special stage down here, since advanced players know to stick to the top paths, and new players likely struggle with the platforming to get here. So the second hidden ring is where players encounter the special stage in their first playthrough. It forces you into the special stage and shows you what to look for without feeling like a tutorial. The only real downside is the stage being derivative and having barely an identity of its own, though it does end with a mini-boss bringing a brand new element to a familiar stage before throwing you into the all-new Act 2.
Number 192, Ocean Palace from Sonic Heroes. This level doesn't really have a ton of platforming, but what it does have is a lot of cool set pieces. Towards the middle you see the characters riding on the backs of turtles, and at the end they're running away from giant rolling rocks, which is pretty cool. This level has a lot of stop and go moments, like you'll be running down a path and then need to switch to Knuckles quickly to punch open a door, or punch some fallen pillars out of the way. It's kind of a shame since I think the other parts of this level are good, I just don't really like having to stop so often. The level is visually similar to Seaside Hill, but I think it looks really good, and I love the song that plays throughout the level. Number 191, Gargoyle's Perch from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. It's one of the only levels I've seen in the series to truly nail the whole gothic theme without just putting dark and spooky things all over the place. There isn't too much automation in this level besides one section in the middle, and the automation that is in this level is typically just meant to help you move upwards and not running along the ground automatically. There are a few swinging platforms in this level that could be slow, but you can just jump over them, so it doesn't really slow you down at all. I wouldn't really say that there's anything that truly stands out about this level, but I just thought that the level design really complemented Sonic's speed, and that's something I enjoyed. Number 190.
Sonic Dream Team Factory Act 3. We start sliding in SA2 style, we've got some more sliding, though it appears at some point there are like 3 different paths you can get to a specific section, which is pretty intriguing. The level is so open in some areas and others more tight. I like the lava floating that looks like chicken wings. This does remind me a lot of Sonic Superstars' style of game design. Open world funness all around. I feel so free!
Number 189, 4-H from Sonic Frontiers. One of, if not the best level in Frontiers. Smashing through boxes, dodging lasers, and making quick decisions to keep yourself moving is so much fun. It makes great use of the spin dash as a tool to traverse ground rather than to fly over huge chunks of the level design, though that's not to say there aren't any opportunities to do so, only it feels a lot more rewarding as you have to align and maneuver yourself just right to stay alive. The weakest aspect of this stage is the environment, as it mostly consists of detached platforms and scattered boxes. Thankfully, the music makes up for it with how mesmerizing it is.
Number 188, Jungle Zone Act 1 from 8-Bit Sonic the Hedgehog. Honestly, Jungle Zone Act 1 surprised me with just how much fun this level actually was to play. The music adds so much whimsical joy, and I just love how the background looks in this zone. I thought riding the logs was a ton of fun, running forward didn't feel slow whatsoever, you can even get a Chaos Emerald here, which is cool. This is by far my favorite level in the entire game by a mile. Heck, even 1,000 miles. Number 187, Cliffside Blizzard from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. I wish every level in this game was like this one. You constantly need to be switching between fire and ice powers, but since it happens instantly, you're able to just soar through this level. It focuses a lot on speed and rewarding the player for quick reaction times, which is everything I want to see out of a Sonic level. Of course, there are things that I would love to see implemented, like less automation with the boost pads and such, but besides that, it was just a super fun level to run through, and one that always keeps you on your toes. Number 186, Hidden Island 10 from Sonic Rush Adventure. What a fun level. You're put in Machine Labyrinth Zone, get blasted upward by clouds of steam, springs, and you get to boost through enemies like there's no tomorrow. It's a very chaotic, high energy level that I love to play whenever I get the chance to. Using steam clouds as gusts of wind to push either Sonic or Blaze through the level is what I think to be a great use of the environment to keep the player moving forward in an organic way, instead of just putting something like a giant fan or even more springs in the level. Number 185. Arid Sands Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. There was a lot of creativity and shortcuts in the level design, but I just did not think it looked that good. There were some times where things just felt a little bit janky. The quicksand parts of the level were a bit annoying to get used to, but after playing it about a dozen times, you find a strategy on how to navigate it. I thought it was interesting how it seems like Sonic enters the city and exits over and over throughout the level, just something I noticed. As always, this level was fast paced and fun. I expected nothing less from an Unleashed a Daytime level.
Number 184, White Park Zone Act 2 from Sonic 4 Episode 2. It's like a roller coaster! Quite literally, we're running on roller coaster tracks, going up and down and all around at a constant fast pace. I absolutely love all the bright colors, the nighttime theme park aesthetics, and the little Twinkle Park reference in the music.
Number 183. Asteroid Coaster Act 2 from Sonic Colors. I absolutely love all things space, so an entire zone set in space is like my dream come true. Anyways, the first part of the level was loads of fun. Sonic runs up and around one of these planets using the Frenzy Wisp and doing some basic platforming, which was fun. And then he gets sent to run around some planets and homing attack some asteroids, which I just absolutely loved. After using the Frenzy Wisp again, Sonic gets sent into a section in which gravity keeps switching, and I did not have that much fun with this. It was a slow wait for objects to move out of the way so Sonic could continue going forward, and also learning which platforms were actually going to flip upside down was annoying. Other than that though, I loved this level. Number 182. Nightmare Maze Act 3 from Sonic Dream Team. It's kinda spooky since the whole area is set up in some sort of nightmarish maze? Hey, wait a second. A purple hue is layered over most of the objects in this level, and I think that looks pretty cool. There's some fun platforming and rail grinding sections, but I think my favorite part of this level is being able to climb up the spouts of water that this level has. There's nothing in this level that stands out to me that much, it's just generally a really fun Sonic level. Number 181. Cybertrack Act 1 from Sonic Advance 3. So I'm a computer nerd, and this whole level's aesthetic is computers, so I kinda like how it looks a lot, at least the background. This level always keeps you on your toes with tons of different routes to take that can easily be missed if you're not paying attention. It does take control away from your characters at points which I didn't like, but overall, it was just a fast-paced, fun level. Also, the gravity changing gimmick was cool. I know Jacob Jane doesn't like it, but too bad, that's my video and I think it's neat. Number 180. Hidden Island 6 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This level is just a blast. While it's short, it crams so much stuff in this level that it's just a lot of fun to play. Boosting, tricking in the air, bouncing on mushrooms, it's just a lot of fun. I also love the level design when traveling through the bottom half of the screen. The deep jungle kind of aesthetic it's going for really works for this level.
Number 179. Scrambled Shores Act 1 from Sonic Dream Team. Scrambled Shores is a very colorful and inviting first zone for a game like this. The pacing really shines here. There are multiple pathways at the beginning, a strong introduction to the gate keys, and a really catchy and upbeat tune to excite the player and welcome them to the game. To me, this is what a starting level should feel like. An easy, welcoming stage with a simple yet effective level design.
Number 178. Enemy Territory from Sonic Forces. What? A good stage? From Sonic Forces? I can't believe it. It feels really fun to move and boost through. It is just a reskin, but it's a good reskin. Alright, homing attacks actually feel good. It feels impactful to use boost. You can skip a little bit of the stage. They did it. They made a fun stage.
Number 177. Hidden Island 13 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Have you ever played a level that just feels fun to play, but you can't pinpoint exactly why it's fun to play? That's what this level is. Sonic or Blaze just feels like a ton of fun to play in this level, but there isn't a single thing I can point to and say, well, that's why I like the level. Well, there is one thing I know I like about this level, and that's the Snow Mountain aesthetic this level has going for it. Number 176. Sweet Mountain Act 1 from Sonic Colors. Gosh, I love how this level looks. It kinda makes me hungry if we're being honest. This level does a great job of using the laser wisp to find shortcuts, and introducing the drill wisp here to do the same is great. One of the things I love about this level is just how many different routes you can take to beat this level. Each run through of Sweet Mountain can feel unique depending on when you use the wisps. You could use them right away, or you could wait to use them and take a different shortcut. It's just such a great level that I want to come back to anytime I play this game. Number 175. Windmill Isle Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Windmill Isle Act 1 is meant to be an introductory level for Sonic Unleashed after teaching the player about all the moves that Sonic has access to. I think it shows this off perfectly, giving you plenty of room to boost and slide under obstacles, but what I like most about this level is the setting it takes place in. You start off on the outskirts of town and slowly make your way into the center of the town where Act 2 takes place. It's not a long level by any means, but it's still a pretty fun introductory level to the game. Number 174. Gigantic Angel Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. The level opens with Eggman and a snazzy new getup dropping Sonic further down to Gigantic Angel Zone, where Sonic then travels to try and escape it. There's a lot of lava, tons of crushers, and a lot of rotating platforms that make the level such a blast to run through. Besides waiting for crushers, the level never halts your progress, even on rotating platforms. The level looks amazing and the boss fight is super cool, needing to jump on top of explosions to then jump off them and hit Eggman. It's just such a cool idea, and I'm surprised it's never been done again, or done before this I guess, but it was just a super cool boss fight and a fun level to boot. I love it.
Number 173. Windmill Isle Act 4 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Clearly, you've never speedrun Windmill Isle Act 4. This stage is tough as nails. It's not bullcrap hard like a Celeste B-side stage, but it demands that you know the ins and outs of how Sonic plays, how the enemies function, and most of all, have good reflexes. If you tell your grandma to play this stage after playing Windmill Isle Act 1, she is screwed. And in general, it is perfect for speedrunning. Since mastery in this stage is key, getting a solid time in this stage can give you such a high.
Number 172. Tropical Resort Act 3 from Sonic Colors. This one's a pretty fun stage to go through. It's the first stage where you get to use the wisps, mainly the laser one, so it works as a pretty effective tutorial. Once you do learn the layout of the level, it becomes very fun to speedrun through. Not much else to say on it, just an overall fun level, even on multiple playthroughs.
Number 171. Crazy Gadget from Sonic Adventure 2. The name had it right. This level is in fact crazy and full of gadgets. This is a level that I distinctively remember getting very stuck in as a kid, as it's filled with deliberately obtuse beginner's traps and gravity controlling gimmicks that are just begging for you to die on your first playthrough. Yet despite that, I still appreciate this level's frantic vibe and its very unique approach to level design, as far as SA2 goes anyways. Also, Eggman's constant shouting and demands over the loudspeaker really heighten the sense of tension and urgency present in this level, making it all around one of the most memorable Sonic levels in the game for me.
Number 170. Cool Edge Act 2 from Sonic Unleashed. This is one of Sonic Unleashed's many extra stages. This stage particularly though is focused on this game's obsession with reaction times, taking you through the same minute course over and over again with just small changes to keep you on your toes. This is one of those levels that perfectly shows how much you need to learn a Sonic Unleashed level to get an S rank. You really need to learn this level at the back of your hand, so if you're looking to get to more grips with Unleashed and how unruly Sonic can be in the day sometimes, this is definitely the level for you.
Number 169. Twinkle Snow Act 1 from Sonic Advance 3. It's a pretty cool level, pun entirely intended. You get to jump up a lot, which is very fun. I love jumping in a platformer. These boxes you have to crouch on to spring up can be a little annoying to contend with, but there isn't much of a hassle. There's also a couple of minecarts here for some reason. Like, why are they here? I don't know. Overall, a pretty cool stage. Pun entirely intended.
Number 168. City Escape Act 2 from Sonic Generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to put our big boy pants on and admit that City Escape Act 2 from Gens is not all that. Snowboarding section at the beginning doesn't hit the same because you're not naturally getting speed, and the courtyard section kind of is designed weird, but regardless, it's still a pretty good level. The truck chasing scene is pretty good, the 2D sections are really fun, and the 3D platform here is pretty neat, and the truck chase changes here make it so much more chaotic and probably more iconic than the original, in my opinion.
Rank 167.
Quartz Quadrant Zone Act 2 from Sonic CD. This stage is one of the fastest in all of Sonic CD, if you can play it well. This stage can be incredibly punishing. If you make even the slightest of errors, you'll be regretting all of your life decisions. This stage is really what you make of it, and is one of the cooler stages in Sonic CD when it goes well.
Number 166.
Sonic Rush, Altitude Limit Zone Act 1. I love the design, I love the music, it fits with the speed of the level, but I don't really enjoy getting punished for boosting. Isn't the point of a Sonic level in a Sonic game to go fast? Despite this though, it's fun, just don't enjoy the pitfalls.
Number 165. Flying Battery Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. The level flip-flops between going really fast and doing some fun platforming, but it never feels like you're doing these at the same time. You're either going fast, or doing a platforming challenge like staying on the fins, or regardless, this level was still pretty fun. I really like the dark and stormy atmosphere this level has whenever you exit the flying battery, and the boss fight against the Spider-Mobile was difficult when it doesn't cooperate with the player, but fun when you actually can launch the mech around the room into some spikes. Number 164. Ice Paradise Act 1 from Sonic Advance 2. The level itself is quite fun, but I love the snow-filled city at night look that Ice Paradise is going for here. Snow-themed levels are my kryptonite, and this level just dropped a boatload of it on my lap. I just love how it looks so much. It brings in fun sections that require you to react quickly to keep up the pace of your run through the level, and I just find that a lot of fun. Also, there's some slides in this level, and I just think that's fun. Number 163. Lava Reef Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. Although the level wasn't really that fast, I still had a lot of fun with it. Giving players the fire shield to make running through the level easier was a great choice, and having the player need to avoid giant spiked balls or things of the sort was a lot of fun. I just thought the level looked really nice and was exciting to play through.
Number 162. Emerald Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. For fans of traditional 2D Sonic, Emerald Hill Zone is about the purest form of level design you could come up with. It's not overly exciting, long, annoying, difficult, or any other number of differentiating things. But what it does have is the nostalgic feeling found in classic Sonic favorites, and a solid sense of platforming and speed, which sets it apart from other levels, all found in the quick 1 or 2 minutes that it will take you to breeze through this introduction.
Number 161. Aqua Planet Zone Act 2 from Sonic Chaos. Despite being called Aqua Planet, there isn't really any water here, which is a good thing, trust me. The level reminds me of an old rundown temple, which I think is cool, and also I didn't realize until playing through this game that every zone takes place in a different dimension. Back to the level though, it has a ton of ring boxes for Sonic to collect, and spears to stop Sonic in his tracks. It's a short level, so it only goes on for like 30 seconds, but I still thought it was a lot of fun. Number 160. Wild Canyon from Sonic Adventure 2. Knuckles calls Rouge sexy and smooth in this level. That's honestly just funny to me. Besides that, I thought the level was pretty good. It's a very small confined area, so your raider is able to pick up the emerald pieces very quickly. There are usually 2 emerald pieces up top, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the bottom. So if you fly through all these areas, you'll be able to find the pieces fairly quickly. If people ever hate on the emerald hunting levels and ever use this level as an example, then they're just a hater, but honestly, I gotta respect the grind. I like the desert theme this level was going for, and I think this was honestly the best way to introduce Knuckles' gameplay style in this game.
Number 159. Aqua Planet Zone Act 1 from Sonic Chaos. This is a water level, and I kinda enjoyed it. Okay, I know that sounds bad. The water doesn't hamper the fun that much. It was pretty fun to get through, actually. And the music was pretty good for what this little console could put out. Number 158. Sunset Hills Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. This level's kinda a weird one. It's built sorta like a maze, you don't really know where you're going. You just have to keep taking paths until you find the way through. And if you take a wrong path, then you're sent backwards. It's very fun. You can even end up at the beginning of the level. Okay, very cool, Sonic team. It's pretty interesting. And yeah, that's kind of why it's up here. Also, the level's like fun to play, I guess, but who cares about that?
Number 157. Stardust Speedway Zone Act 2 from Sonic CD. I know it's been about 100 placements since Act 1, but Stardust Speedway Act 2 is just Act 1 but better. It's faster, and I generally like the platforming in this level more than Act 1. To reiterate what I said before though, there are tons of places where level just shoots you forward at Mach speed and expects you to react to oncoming obstacles, which I just had a lot of fun with. All the level themes look great, my favorite being the present with the starry night sky with all the gold in the foreground. It just looks beautiful.
Number 156. Angel Island Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. I think this is one of the best opening levels in Sonic. I love Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I replay it all the time. One of the cooler openings to a Sonic game, with Sonic going super. I wonder what other game I love opens with Sonic doing that. After that, you get your explosive first meeting with Knuckles, punching the emeralds right out of you and just leaving. This level introduces you to the new Sonic 3 mechanics in very organic ways. If you have a keen eye, you'll be able to find these breakable rocks which will lead to a giant ring, introducing you to the new special stage system and the new giant ring system. There's the swinging ropes to get you more familiar with hanging on things, an expanded feature from Sonic 2. There's lots of fun platforming and speed segments, plenty of loops. There's also some water, which the water sections do suck, but they can be avoided as you get better at the game. Oh, and another thing the level teaches you. Halfway through the level, and suddenly, a boss. This boss can be damaged and will play a cutscene that sets everything on fire. This teaches you two things about the game. One, bosses can appear mid-level and in Act 1s. 2, the level can and will drastically change. The new fiery look is awesome and makes Robotnik's invasion of Angel Island just look way more threatening. Overall, I think this is a great level, and I'm very happy with its placement on this list.
Number 155. Sky Sanctuary Act 1 from Sonic Generations. This level is amazing and easily one of the best classic Sonic levels in Generations. I love how many different pathways and secrets there are. I've been playing this stage for years and I always find something new. The visuals of Sky Sanctuary also just look beautiful in HD, and the dynamic camera throughout really adds to the whole playthrough.
Number 154. Savannah Citadel Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. It's really just a hard mode version of Savannah Citadel Act 1 Day. It really just adds more spikes and enemies and calls it a day, honestly. It doesn't do too much to stand out from the original, but I still enjoyed it a lot. This level still allows me to go fast and doesn't stonewall me every 5 seconds, so I enjoyed it.
Number 153. Mushroom Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. After the chuckling echidna blows our heroes upwards, we are greeted to the brown counterpart of Act 1. The level is a little bit more platforming focused compared to Act 1. And it has its own set of gimmicks like the wind that blows your mushroom umbrellas upwards and the transition to the white winter section that leads you to the boss. But ultimately it's not as good as Act 1 thanks to the dull colors and slower pacing.
Number 152. Whale Canyon Act 1 from Shadow Generations. This one's a bit weaker compared to the other 3D stages in Shadow Generations, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's still a lot of fun to replay, and seeing a fan favorite level from Sonic Heroes get the modern treatment is honestly pretty awesome. Even if Black Doom hijacks it about a third of the way through with his love for Radical Highway, it's still a pretty solid ride all the way through.
Number 151. Plant Kingdom Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. When thinking about the first stage in a Sonic game, there's a lot of good first impressions to be made. I believe that Plant Kingdom Act 1 does that in spades. While it's your standard first Sonic stage, it lets you have plenty of time to get back in the groove of the Rush formula. It's a good stage that is just loads of fun. The only thing that kind of holds it back is this 10-second 3D on-rail section at the very end of the stage that's a bit of a pace breaker. Besides that one complaint, this stage is overall really good.
Number 150. Studiopolis Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. Mania is a game filled with tons of great levels, but Studiopolis is really one that stands out as being one of the best in the whole game. But I feel at times Act 2 specifically goes a bit underappreciated. Combining both the traditional Sonic Casino level and a huge movie set is a stroke of genius by the Mania team. It's a level that constantly makes me feel like I'm moving forward no matter what's actually happening in the moment. And whilst the level boss isn't all that great, I'll never not love the Buzz sound reference to the 25th anniversary party. Truly made this game feel like a true celebration for Sonic fans.
Number 149. Hydrocity Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I really like these carvings of a dragon head in the walls of Hydro City. It reminds me of the legendary dragon from Sonic 3's manual. You might not have heard of it because Sega of America was lame as balls when it came to Western Sonic lore, The only thing we know about the legendary dragon is that its legend was depicted on the altar of the Chaos Emerald, and that it has a giant egg. I think this is a neat bit of lore that, while not necessary, adds a lot of texture to Sonic's world. Like there's more than just what we see in the games. We don't exactly know the identity of the legendary dragon. Some say it's the Death Egg robot, some say it's the Black Dragon from Sonic Superstars, but my personal favorite option is that it's Chaos, the god of destruction. I like this because of course the Echidnas would absolutely record legends about perfect chaos. Plus I like the idea of chaos existing in some form back in 1994. I think that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, the stage is good as well, I guess. I like these ball things. They're weird but fun. Stages does a good job of making you feel fast. Running on water and speeding through these tubes make this place feel like a water park. Also, you can like barely go in the water if you're good at the game, which, of course, I am not.
Number 148. Sky Sanctuary Act 2 from Sonic Generations. So right out of the gate, I gotta say that this level looks visually stunning. The lighting really brings this whole level together, even for today's standards. It's one of the most gorgeous Sonic levels I've ever played. Also, the music's some of the best in the game. My issues really stem from the level alternating between going fast and platforming, but not doing so much at the same time. Now believe me, you do go fast and do good platforming at the same time, but it's just not a ton throughout the entire level. I'd say it's one of my least favorite Act 2s from this game, but that does in no way mean that this level is bad. If it just cut down a little bit on the slower platforming, I think this level could have been amazing.
Number 147, the Extra Tokyo level from Shadow Generations. Here we have the first showcase of movie content being included in a mainline Sonic game, and not just as a sticker or a boost aura, but a true representation of the movies, designs, and even voice. Keanu Reeves himself voices Shadow in this level, which is a great touch. Unfortunately, it's not a great performance, but the level starts with Shadow in Tokyo seeing a gun helicopter, getting viscerally angry, cue the Westopolis music sync, and boom, we're off. This opening section is great, zigzagging between these cars, finding hidden springs to a wall run shortcut, taking the upper path with the Chaos Dash. This section with the trains is a bit linear, but at least there's lots of obstacles to carefully avoid. Entering the underground train station, we see lots more opportunities to wall run in unique ways to find different paths to take, which is always appreciated. Returning to the city, we get a 40-second cutscene with Shadow fighting back against a gun helicopter, with some fantastic animation deflecting and riding a missile, followed by ripping off the door. I think this was a great cutscene, but it's forever unskippable, which really slows the pace of the level down. Back to gameplay, we run through some more roadways with some solid level design with multiple pathways, but it does feel a lot more open this time around. The level ends by grinding up this massive tower, with the helicopter returning to shoot missiles that we grind to avoid. And these are actually shot out quite quickly, making it a bit difficult to avoid them all, but if you chaos control, yeah, they're gone. We then get another cutscene of Shadow taking down this helicopter with the most generous QTE I've seen in a long time, ending the level. I think this level is pretty good, but the abundance of cutscenes does bring it down a bit. Yes, the cutscenes are animated very well, but they can't hold up actual level design, and while what is here is good level design, the stage isn't much more than pretty good.
Number 146. The Last Way from Shadow the Hedgehog. So I'm not the only one who thinks it's weird that the final traditional level in this game is a straight asset flip of the levels immediately before it, right? Well, aside from that, The Last Way really is a testament to how cool Shadow the Hedgehog could have been and is in concept. Blasting through its shadow speed, taking out every Black Doom grunt in your way is very riveting, and the time limit adds some tension without ever feeling too oppressive. My only real issue with this level is the several mandatory sections where you have to stop down and grind chaos energy against enemies to utilize chaos control, as they really slow down what's otherwise a very high octane level, but otherwise this is a fine send-off to a very mixed game for me.
Number 145. White Park Act 1 from Sonic 4 Episode 2. Episode 2 is my underdog Sonic game. It might be forgotten by the rest of the Sonic fandom, but I see how surprisingly good the game is, and this level is perfectly emblematic of why. This level is big, very big, and it shows off Sonic's core design philosophies very well. Top is the easiest path but the hardest to get to, the middle route is neutral, and the bottom usually has the hardest or most time-consuming challenges. The gimmicks you see vary wildly, from snowboarding down an icy avalanche like Sonic 3, to performing the rolling combo through deadly snow in a small platforming section, to pushing snowballs before using them as platforms, to waiting before the avalanche hits you, ending off with a giant snowboarding section where getting to the top path as you reach a shortcut with a little extra life for grabs before reaching the end. Overall, this is a really fun level with amazing visuals, a cozy OST, and a great 2D level in a game I think more people need to play. Give Sonic 4 Episode 2 a chance. I am its #1 glazer.
Number 144. Tangled Tropics from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. While I'm not 100% on board with the graphics here, I will say that this level was a blast to run through. Although the beginning feels a bit slow with waiting for platforms to rise, the speed really picks up and it feels like nothing can stop you. Now, while yes, it does have automated parts, they're either really short or so spread out it's hard to tell that you're not even in control of the player. I love how you can keep switching between your fire and ice powers on the fly to keep up the pace of the level. I think it's one of the best levels in this game, and it's really fun to go back and revisit whenever I want to play this game.
Number 143. Windy Hill Zone 1 from Sonic Lost World 3DS. This is such a good stage, whether it be the music, the graphics, the gameplay. Dimps did a really good job all around here. It also serves as the opening stage, so it definitely introduces you to a lot of concepts that you're going to have to learn for the rest of the game, and I think it does a really good job of that as well. This is probably one of my favorite Sonic handheld stages, hands down.
Number 142. Jungle Labyrinth from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. Primeval Jungle is next, so just take everything I say about this level and apply it to that one, because they're literally the exact same in terms of why they're awesome. Number 141. Primeval Jungle from Sonic Boom Fire and Ice. I know I've said this before, how much I dislike automation in these Sonic Boom levels, but this is the one exception, and that's only because of the atmosphere. It's not every day you get to run atop giant spines and rib cages which are littered throughout this level, and I also thought that freezing the water spouts so you can grind across them was pretty cool. I just think that it's a really cool level to run through, and even though there isn't a whole lot of substance in terms of things to do, I think that the giant eggs, animal skulls, and backbones make it so much more fun to play than it would otherwise be. Number 140. Ice Mountain Zone Act 2 from Sonic Advance. It's super fast paced and it seems like everything in this level is just trying to keep the player moving forward and not slow them down whatsoever. I like the snowy forest aesthetic that this level is going for, and I also love the little penguin enemies. They look so cute. It's not a super long level though, but I still had fun with it.
Number 139. Sky Temple Zone from Sonic Superstars. A level where speed takes a bit of a backseat to focus on platforming, and the platforming is pretty solid. I like these blocks that extend but only when you stand on them. While the speed isn't a big focus here, it's still there and you get a decent amount of it. And I don't know if this is a popular opinion or not, but I think this is one of my favorite songs from Superstars.
Number 138. Starlight Carnival Act 6 from Sonic Colors. The main gimmick in this level is having Sonic fly upwards using the hover wisp, avoiding badniks and other obstacles as you make your way to the top. Although not a very fast level, I thought it was a lot of fun to fly upwards and learn how to get through the level very quickly. I just had a lot of fun using it in this level to reach the top, alongside getting all the collectibles. Number 137. Tropical Resort Act 1 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. It's the best classic Sonic level in this game by a mile. The atmosphere of Tropical Resort is so fun, and the Burst Wisp you used in this level is leagues better than the Spike or Rocket Wisp used in the HD versions of Sonic Generations. Flying through the level with the Burst Wisp is just so much fun, and also there are sections where you bounce off balloons in between pits that just made me smile anytime I went through that section of the level. The end of the level has classic Sonic jumping from firework to firework as they climb higher and higher towards the goalpost, which I just thought was really fun. Number 136. Sunset Hill Act 1 from Sonic Advance 3. Sunset Hill's looking a lot more like, Green Hill Zone at sunset. This level is just great. You got your speed, you got your beautiful atmosphere, you got your loops. This truly is a Sonic level, alright, but no Sonic level can be complete without some flaws. It does feature these poles Sonic will automatically cling onto, which can get kind of annoying if you're trying to go fast. And yeah, that's it for the flaws. Sunset Hill is just a great level all around. It allows you to just zoom through the level at the speed of sound, and I always have a good time anytime I go back and replay this level.
Number 135. Angel Island Zone Act 1 from Sonic Advance. I love seeing this different take on Angel Island Zone. This is easily one of my favorite stages from Sonic Advance. The decaying ruins everywhere, the clouds soaring by in the background, the sort of majestic sounding music. I'm not a big fan of those wheel things you have to run on to advance in certain sections, but other than that, this is a great stage.
Number 134. Angel Island Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. One gripe with Sonic 3 I've had for the longest time is that the forest should have been torched at the start of Act 2. Like in Act 1, you get the nice music, the place gets burned down, and the nice music still plays. It's always been so weird for me, even though the solution was right there. Maybe if there was more dev time, they would have fixed this, McDonald's. Oh right, stage design. It's pretty fun. A solid, good stage. I think some people, Sega sometimes included, forgets that Sonic is a platforming. It's not all about speed. Jumping is as much of a part of the series as running is. And the stage has a good mix of both. Could be a bit better, but it's still good.
Number 133. Press Garden Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. Besides probably being the most beautiful zone out of any classic game, it's also a really good stage gameplay-wise. Given how everything's covered in snow now, the main mechanic is ice blocks, which can only be broken from above or by hitting them while frozen. This allows you to collect items and take paths you normally wouldn't be able to, as well as build a lot of momentum, but sometimes it's also mandatory to progress, which may leave you confused as to what you're actually supposed to do at times when there aren't any snowblowers nearby. Even so, it's a very fun level with very unique and creative gimmicks that never feel unnecessary and fit it like a glove. It's just very smooth and cohesive.
Number 132. Tails of Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure. Speed Highway is without a doubt Tails' best level. It feels so rewarding to just blast through this level. It's a race against Dr. Eggman to reach a missile that Eggman will detonate if he beats Tails to it. Flying through and around skyscrapers was just so much fun. There are tons of these green rings that Tails can fly through to get a boost, which just really makes the level that much more enjoyable. Also, Tails gets his own unique section, which I think is cool. I really like the music in this level as well. Run Through the Speed Highway is a certified hood classic. My only real gripe with this level is they could have removed all the flight boosters from the end. I don't really think they need to be here since most people just fly over this section and you wouldn't need the boosters to fly over it, like you'd get to the end just fine, but it certainly doesn't hurt to have them here. Number 131. Emerald Coast Act 2 from Sonic Generations for 3DS. One detail I didn't notice until working on this project is that in Act 1, it plays Azure Blue World from the first half of Emerald Coast as its background music, but then Act 2 plays Windy and Ripley, the song that plays in the second half of Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure. Just a cool little detail I wanted to point out, but anyways, back to the level. This level focuses on having a lot of cool moments, homing attacking dolphins as they rise out of the water, running on water, riding wind drafts upwards, it's all here. It does a great job referencing the source material. My only wish is that this level had some better platforming. It's usually just hold boost and jump when you obviously need to, or ride the wind drafts upwards. Rinse and repeat. One thing I really loved about this level is at the end during the Orca chase, you need to do a short QTE to stop the Orca from chomping on Sonic, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Number 130. Tropical Resort Act 1 from Sonic Colors. It's the first and tutorial stage from the game. As such, it's one of its simplest levels, yet it's ranked so high due to being an amazing opening level. It teaches you the main mechanics, boosting, rail grinding and switching, homing attacking, and most importantly, how the wisps work. Specifically how the laser can be used to skip portions of the level and save time, while the drill is more focused on exploration and collecting items. It also shows you that, to get all collectibles, which are also new to this game, you must progress in the story, since there are a lot of blank wisp capsules representing said wisps that you haven't unlocked yet. Even if it's simple gameplay-wise, the environment itself is very detailed and serves as a perfect introduction to the game's amusement park setting, and for that it's no wonder that it's so memorable.
Number 129. Dragon Road Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. The stage got me with mixed emotions, as the beginning part of this level is mostly just boosting and it feels great. This is essentially a hard mode of Act 1, as there are more spikes, enemies, and the platforms spin much faster, so it's easier to fall off of them. But putting all that aside, this level is peak Sonic, as you run on water, jump into wooden dragons, and you even run down their backs. This level is peak and amazing. The only thing holding this level back is the middle section with the platforming as it slows you down. And to top it off, there is a boost section at the end of the level where you're getting chased by a robot and have to dodge its lasers. Overall, one of the best levels in the entire game.
Number 128. Ice Cap Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Ice Cap is the first real ice level you'll find in the mainline classic games, and man, does it give a good first impression. After Carnival Night, you get sent through a canyon to the snowy mountains as you ride down a skateboard, and this level's sweet tune plays in the background. For a show of spectacle, it sells you almost instantaneously. Though if you're looking at it for gameplay, it's considerably weak, as you don't control the board and you're automatically sent down without any challenge. However, Sonic only gets this set piece, as Tails just crashes into the snowy cavern and Knuckles refuses to have fun and just gets teleported there. A bummer. Once you've fallen down to the icy caves, you start the actual platforming, and from there the level gets into a bit of repetition. You'll be sliding down a lot of snowy inclines, pushing rocks to break walls and passing through icicles safely while progressing in an upwards fashion. It does a good job. A concept with Sonic 3 as a whole is that the level design is rarely short of brilliant, but it's noticeably linear. And while Act 2 solves that with a really open level, Act 1 serves more as a build-up to, the end result here is a memorable, yet not amazing, level.
Number 127. Pinball Carnival Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. Superstars is a game that reuses a lot of level themes to an inferior extent than their predecessor. However, Pinball Carnival breaks this trend by being one of the better pinball levels. It's boosted a lot by the incredible music featured in this level, which isn't something that the entire game features. And whilst I don't really enjoy Sonic Superstars, I'll give credit where it's due, as this level is one of the game's many small gems.
Number 126. Chemical Plant Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The first appearance of this level that would later become an iconic zone in the Sonic series. Act 1 offers many loops which help gain you lots of speed to maintain and blast through, even outrun the screen, including high-speed warp tubes that suck and deposit you across the level. It is filled to the brim with light grey infrastructure with warning signs, pipes, various machinery, and tubes that carry chemicals all over the factory. It has difficult obstacles that require fast reflexes, but combine that with the high-speed gameplay makes it a fun challenge and experience. No wonder this became such a memorable zone in the Sonic series, because it takes what made Green Hill fun and expanded it into a new setting and location with more ways to go fast. It's no surprise why people love Chemical Plant, including myself.
Number 125. Sweet Mountain Act 2 from Sonic Colors.
If you want to talk about peak 2D level design in Sonic Colors, this level is the perfect example. You have this really nice flow of going around this whole giant burger thing, and if you're smart, you can get through all these little platforming sections really quick, and the flow and the music is just perfect. This is probably the best 2D level in the entire game, and for good reason. I love this level to death, and it is an example of how 2D is done right in this game.
Number 124. Rail Canyon from Sonic Heroes. An interesting level concept of a railway train system in a large canyon. You spend most of the stage grinding on rails and dodging armored trains across this surprisingly long level that is surrounded by bottomless pits. And there are a huge amount of rails, like, I'm not exaggerating how many rails they are. It's the most rails in any Sonic level, going in all directions. I love the warmer hue color palette from this zone, with the reds and the yellows, with the purple sky in the background, as there are many canyons spotted everywhere. It is one of the fun stages in Heroes and the series in general. It was the very first Sonic level that I experienced, so I'm a little bit biased towards it, but it's still a fun level that I love immensely.
Number 123. Emerald Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Dang, I keep forgetting how good Emerald Hill is. There's like a buttload to pass here. You need to go up, down, and all around. I don't have much to say, just an amazing level that always gets overshadowed by Green Hill.
Number 122. Robotnik Winter Zone Act 1 from Sonic Triple Trouble. I have very fond memories of Triple Trouble, since it was the first Virtual Console game I owned on my 3DS, and I thought this was the coolest level back then. Still do, actually. Riding the snowboard and blasting through enemies and ice walls is a lot of fun, and you can keep hold of the board for a good amount of time provided you take the right path. This act isn't particularly long, but it's a Game Gear Sonic game. I don't think any of them after Sonic Chaos had an act longer than 2 minutes. I'm genuinely trying to think if there were any now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This level is a major highlight of an absolute gem in Sonic's handheld adventures.
Number 121. Frog Forest from Sonic Heroes, a level that perhaps not too many people even remember exists, yet is a pretty solid one. Its strongest aspect is definitely the sheer amount of speed you can gain by utilizing the character's movesets to their highest potential, in conjunction with the level design itself, either by gaining and keeping your momentum when going through loops and long straights, or creating your own shortcuts by quickly traversing or skipping the slow and sometimes dull platforming. The frogs in the level also allow you to go to alternate routes to collect items or skip entire sections of the stage, but they can be a bit of a pace breaker considering how some platforms take a long time to grow with terrain, and their detection range being too small. Even with that, it's one of the most fluid and skill-based areas in Heroes, making it positively stand out among the rest.
Rank 120. Skyrail from Sonic Adventure 2. This stage has an incredible layout and is one of the best examples of the true freedom in the adventure formula. From your first casual playthrough going around and around, slowly climbing these mountains, or all the way up to the speedrun, skipping nearly the entire thing via slope jumps and smart routing. This stage shines in Sonic Adventure 2, which is saying a lot considering how beloved the game is.
Number 119, Palm Tree Panic Round, Zone 2 from Sonic CD. The visuals in this stage are absolutely amazing. Like the background, I just love all those mountains and how they look. The exaggerated terrain, the plants with the star shapes in it are so amazing visually. Like, can we get another Sonic game that looks like this, pretty please? I like touching a pass sign and running through the loop and time traveling right before ramming into the robot transporter. Stage feels really open with lots of secrets around every corner. Absolutely amazing stage.
Number 118. Palm Tree Panic Zone Act 1 from Sonic CD.
Palm Tree Panic is probably one of my favorite classic stages in Sonic. It is a bit short, but it is a great intro level to start off the game, and is a good way to introduce you to the robot transporters because it's not that far away. The vibe is immaculate, the music is iconic, and it is such a great level. Definitely one of my favorites in classic Sonic history.
Number 117, Asteroid Coaster Act 1 from Sonic Colors. Opening with a 20-second roller coaster ride surrounded by this haunting background, Asteroid Coaster begins by introducing the new Frenzy Wisp, which propels you forward whilst eating up everything in its path. It feels a bit chaotic to control, but the animations and graphical effects make this a really fun wisp to use. After some 2D platforming alongside the beautiful background aesthetics, we jump back onto a roller coaster, having to switch between them to reach certain paths inside of this volcano. I like how open this top path is, really letting you experiment with the controls in this game. This shot of Sonic running away from the volcano was one of my favorites too. It just looks so epic and he doesn't stop moving. Homing attacking these asteroids leads to some secrets, but alongside the music, this feels so grand, obliterating these rocks while soaring through the sky as this rocking song is just ripping away. I genuinely think this is top 3 songs in this game. It really adds to making this level feel climactic and special. Entering a gravity switch 2D section, the controls can get a little bit funky, but you can still get very creative with how you navigate this bit. And using the Frenzy Wisp to escape, tearing apart all the obstacles in front of you feels very satisfying. Some more asteroid homing attacks, and an entire optional lower section hiding a red ring, we finish the level, and even get to see Act 2 in the distance. The amount of switching between many modes of movement that is done in this level, along with the amazing music pushing you forward, I think this is one of the best levels that Colors has to offer.
Number 116, Egg Rocket Zone from Sonic Advance. Why is the timer ticking down? So yeah, I love Egg Rocket. It's a brutal gauntlet of challenge after challenge. Unlike most levels, Egg Rocket is all about going up. Why? Because you're on a giant rocket that's breaking apart. That's why. What an amazing setting for a level. Seeing you go higher and higher into the sky before ending up right in space changes in a way no other level really does. The level design can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, like it'll just drop you into sections you've already completed. But other than that, it's a really fun challenge. And when I say gauntlet, I mean gauntlet. It took me 8 levels to beat. I know some stages can feel like bloated and they don't earn their length, but this one does. Like the previous level in Advanced 1, Angel Island Act 2, only took me 3 minutes to get through. So yeah, this is a long stage, but a very, very fun stage.
Number 115, Metallic Madness Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. First off, we all need to acknowledge what an amazing job T-Lopes did on the song that plays in this level, because it is just the peak of Sonic Mania's music. You switch off between shrinking and growing depending on which laser you get hit with and what size you were before. The level looks great and gives off the spectacle that you're running through one of Eggman's bases with all the machinery working in both the background and the foreground. I just had a good time with this level, avoiding the crushers and spikes this level throws at you, and the boss fight at the end was a blast to fight.
Number 114, Sweet Mountain Act 2 from Sonic Colors DS. This level offers some annoyances in the way of how many gimmicks it uses throughout the stage, whether it be rockets, hot air balloons, or whatever else you can think of. But it does use the aesthetics to its advantage to make better gameplay, and I feel as though it uses the wisps effectively as well throughout the stage, with you having to use the burst many times as well as void once or twice to get all of the red star rings. Everything else is also really good as well in terms of music, gameplay, sound design, everything.
Number 113, Route 99 Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. This level is a pure adrenaline rush with how fast you can get. I love how it looks, and I love how fast this level makes me feel. That's really all I have to say about it. It's just awesome.
Number 112, Play Wisp Act 3 from Sonic Colors. This level starts out with you doing the sidestepping portion of Play Wisp Act 1, and then takes you to a 2D area. It's really satisfying getting through that sidestepping section without falling to the lower platforms, because if you stay on top without falling and complete it, you're rewarded the first red medal. This was one of the medals that I had the most difficulty collecting, because of how fast you need to sidestep without one of the robots hitting you. The 2D section is pretty short, which has you relying on the cube list to break and unbreak blocks for you to platform your way to the goal ring. The use of the cube is fun here, and makes for some challenging platforming with little room between blocks. For a non-challenging game, this was a pretty challenging stage.
Number 111, Neo South Island Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. You feel like a speed demon running through this level. So many loops and slopes pushing you forward, you just get a real sense of speed in this level, and that feels amazing. The footage doesn't do this level nearly enough justice, but I urge you to play it for yourself if you can get a hold of a copy, or totally not find a version of it to play in your browser by just looking up Sonic Pocket Adventure online. Anyways, this level is just great. Number 110, Sweet Mountain Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS. Blowing up things is just something that anyone can enjoy, and thankfully, the Burst Wisp gives us that option. This level is just a lot of fun, using the Burst Wisp as extra jumps, boosting throughout this world of food, it's just awesome. All the level gimmicks being something food related is also cool, like the rockets are gumball dispensers, the trampolines are gelatin, and the rails are candy canes, but just not shaped like a cane. This whole level feels like you're running through a kid's food fantasy, and I just love it a lot.
Number 109, Knuckles Green Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. I found Knuckles' Act of Green Hill Zone more enjoyable and replayable than everyone else's. Starting off with Knuckles being underground, he teaches the player to use their abilities and make their way back above ground. What I find unique about this stage is that it gives Knuckles access to an exclusive large ring that's only available for his Act of Green Hill, which means you can get up to 3 Chaos Emeralds after the first level, which I think is pretty cool. And after maneuvering your way up through Knuckles' stage, it will spring you back up halfway through the original Green Hill Zone, so you can play, well, the Green Hill Zone.
Number 108, Crisis City Act 1 from Sonic Generations. Everything is on fire, and I love it so much. It feels like every single section of this level was tailor-made to be adaptable to Sonic's moveset. Not just in a way so you can get through it, but in a way that's fun. Running up and around a section of a crumbled building, spin dashing and running through a crumbled building, jumping in a fire tornado on top of a crumbling building. This level has it all. It's just so much fun to play. There are death pits that I'm not too fond of, and the strong winds that the fire tornado generates isn't that fun to go through, but other than that, it was a very good level to run through, especially as Classic Sonic. Number 107, Water Palace Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush.
You can really run at times, but it can also get a bit slow since you're dealing with water physics. The music absolutely slaps though.
Number 106, Speed Jungle Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. Eat your heart out, Madness No Cuts, because a Sonic Superstar stage made it this high on the list. And I'm pretty sure there's more to come. Speed Jungle Act 1 from the jump has tons of cool gimmicks. You've got the vines, you've got these badniks that bring out like zip lines or something that you walk onto. The speed in this stage's name is no joke. You'll be going up and down slopes, going round and around, gaining so much speed, it puts frickin' Sonic 2 to shame. I don't care what anyone says, Sonic Superstars is a really good game, and this stage is a perfect example of that.
Number 105, Route 99 Act 1. This is a very speedy level. It's actually kinda rare to have a city be the first level in a Sonic game. Outside of City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2, there's not much else. While the level is pretty good on its own, it's even better when you test it out with a bunch of different team combinations. Side note, since Eggman transports you here in a big flash of light, as a kid I always thought this meant that this game had something to do with Sonic X. I was wrong.
Number 104, Savannah Citadel Act 3 from Sonic Unleashed. The level is very vertical and can be very annoying when you miss a point, otherwise it will bring you back to the section where you failed, and can drag for too long if you fail too much or if you just have a skill issue. Bear in mind, this is a DLC stage, so it doesn't affect the overall experience of the game.
Number 103, Mirage Saloon Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. This level gets pretty much everything right, from the beautiful pixel art, the banger soundtrack, and the extremely creative level design, with fun set pieces throughout like the water pumps, the pianos on the ground, and of course the giant gun that shoots you across the stage. We even get to see the hooligans.
Number 102, Starlight Carnival Act 1 from Sonic Colors DS. I love when levels test your abilities as the player, and this level does it in spades. It's never anything too challenging, but just rewarding the player for air boosting at the right time or things like that really goes a long way. Starlight Carnival Act 1 was nothing but pure speed, which I just absolutely loved. The only reason it got docked a point for speed and platforming was because I didn't like needing to run into these cannons and then spam the B button for a few seconds. If it just shot me out right away, this level would have been ranked higher. For what it is though, the level was just awesome. Also, the music in this level, so great. Number 101, Lava Reef Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. This is hands down one of the best looking levels in Mania, no doubt about it. Sonic is traveling through a cooler part of the cavern, and the way these stones sparkle just make me smile. The level has you jumping around large moving platforms and being flung upwards to continue on with the level. There are tons of pillars of fire in this level, but if you picked up the fire shield that the game gives you right away at the beginning, then it should cause you no trouble. The level is just gorgeous, which adds to how fun it is to play. The boss fight was fun, and it's overall just a really good level. Number 100, Skyscraper Scamper Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. It's a harder version of Skyscraper Scamper Act 1 Day, but it's still a lot of fun. The level just became harder by placing a ton of spikes and bombs, which, while it made the level harder, it didn't make the level feel as exciting or fun as the base version of the level. I'll save my rest of the thoughts on this level for the base version of Skyscraper Scamper, but I just thought this level was a lot of fun regardless of what obstacles are in the way. Number 99, Hang Castle from Sonic Heroes. It's one of the best looking levels in Sonic Heroes, and I love the level gimmick they used here. Flipping the level upside down with the switch is such a simple yet effective way to keep the level going, and I think it's just awesome. The platforming in this level is good, and the spooky aesthetic is a nice change of pace instead of the cutesy charm this game usually goes for. I love the comically large moon that looms over you throughout the entire level, and the end of the level where you run down the side of a castle wall is really nice in its own way. Number 98, Windmill Isle Act 2 Day from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. Running along the coast of Apatos with windmills in the hills surrounding Sonic is so surreal. This level is jam-packed with shortcuts to shave off your time little by little, and there isn't too much stopping Sonic, so you really can just boost through this level to your heart's content. You could boost, drift, homing attack enemies, this level has everything to it. My favorite part is honestly when Sonic runs around the windmill. It's just a small section, but it fills my heart with so much joy every time I see it. The only downside this level really has is that running away and then boosting into the chaser wasn't too exciting, but I thought running in and out of the small towns of Apatos was tons of fun.
Number 97, Twinkle Snow Act 3 from Sonic Advance 3. This is a super duper tubular level, and by that I mean it's pretty good. You get to go fast in this level. It feels really good to speed through the stage. All the dash rings and rails certainly help with that sense of speed. The enemies can be a little annoying and kind of tricky to defeat, like the snowman guy. I do like this penguin at Top Hat though. At Sonic Retro, what's this guy's name? Ginpy. Sega put Ginpy in Crossbow, you cowards. And the minecarts are still here, like, why are they here? This ain't Donkey Kong Country. Overall, still a pretty fun stage to go through.
Number 96. Scrambled Shores Act 3 from Sonic Dream Team. Definitely the best act of Scrambled Shores in Dream Team, and it also looks really pretty. There's a ton of alternate paths to take, some being character specific, but a lot of them are just paths that any character can take, which adds a lot of replayability and exploration to a game like this where the characters control as well as they do. Dream Team does a pretty good job at having really open levels, probably because it's a mobile game and some people might be using touch controls, but it's very refreshing to see such wide open levels in a Sonic game.
Number 95. Sunset Heights Act 2 from Shadow Generations. This is a really fast-paced level that has the player constantly on the move with a great blend of 2D platforming and quick reaction level design. Sunset Heights looks absolutely beautiful, covered in cloudy skies and pouring rain that fittingly lets you travel on the sewer waterways with the Doom Surf. The standout aspect of this stage is its excellent use of background obstacles like sewer pipes that can push you onto lower pathways, and Death Egg Sentinels that can alter the level design. It's just a shame that all this great stuff is paired up with a rather forgettable remix of Sunset Heights.
Number 94. White Jungle from Sonic Adventure 2. The music is great, the level design is great, everything about this level just screams great. The timer and music give it a sense of urgency. It's basically telling you to move, mother. I love how it's raining here too. Great aesthetics. Raining in video games just make it seem so much cooler, and it fits because it's the Shadow level instead of a Sonic level. In comparison to Sonic's level, it gives out a darker atmosphere, since raining is often a connotation for negative, and I think that symbolism is really cool. And it's also just a great level to play through. Shadow the Hedgehog is cool, so Shadow the Hedgehog in a jungle is even more cool. Double the cool, double the madness, double the insanity. And that music has me going.
Number 93. Rooftop Run Act 1-2 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Rooftop Run itself is a phenomenal stage. Now you take that same formula and make yourself on edge for the entire time and you have Rooftop Run 1-2. What is essentially a hard mode to one of the best stages in the franchise, this version is very unforgiving and will make you see the game over screen more than you could imagine. Don't be fooled. While the difficulty spike may be a bit of a jump to a casual player, the seasoned veterans know that it's still massively rewarding and fun to play through. Just make sure to have some patience.
Number 92. Cool Edge Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed Wii. Cool Edge Day is really when I think the Unleashed gameplay really gets to flex its muscles. I feel very oftentimes in this version of the game, it can come off as very clunky and not very intuitive, and can suffer from its level design less than its control. But this stage I feel really uses the boost being in charges, and just the general control of this game exceptionally well. While this version isn't as good as his HD counterpart, it is definitely pretty close.
Number 91. Stardust Speedway Zone, Act 1 from Sonic Mania. Wowie zowie, this is a fun stage. First off, it's pretty. The golden runes combined with the plant life flowing all over is simply amazing. The music here is pretty calming and relaxing, combined with the atmosphere. Like, come on! These light bulb guys can be a bit annoying to deal with, especially more platforming heavy sections, but they aren't that bad. The plants are a cool gimmick, they create some fun platforming, and I like how they come out with these giant metal flowers found at the ends of rounds in Sonic CD. That's a neat touch. The stage has a bunch of neat touches, that's why I think it is neat.
Number 90. Speed Highway Act 1 from Sonic Generations. As someone who's a big fan of classic Sonic and Generations, this is how you combine classic and modern together perfectly. This stage has platforming, multiple pathways, reaction time, and spectacle, and it's all balanced perfectly. All of that plus being a really good reimagining of Speed Highway for classic Sonic. This stage is an incredible level. It has everything you need and it's going on all cylinders. So I am a huge fan of this stage and it definitely deserves the place that it gets.
Number 89. Windmill Isle Act 2 Day. This level is such a fun opening to this new game, of course focusing a lot on its speed. Not to mention some of the most beautiful aesthetics you'll see in the game. The only real issue is how the game likes to hide its oncoming obstacles, which of course to a seasoned player probably won't matter, but to a new player, they're going to be hitting them. It can also be a little bit laggy, but that's not really the game's fault, so we're not docking it.
Number 88. Mushroom Hill Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. What a cool concept for a stage. Sure, we've seen mushrooms in Mario, but Sonic has a completely different take on the mushroom thing. Now they're giant, and you can bounce on them. It can be a little annoying to replay at times, mainly because of those lever things you have to pull on to ascend in certain sections, but I just really love how different it is.
Number 87. Cool Edge Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Just a bit ago I talked about the Wii version of this stage, so we gotta bring it back with the HD version. The HD version of this stage, while not entirely perfect, is still a phenomenal stage. The spectacle, platforming, reaction time, all the things that Unleashed is generally going for, is done pretty darn well here. If I did have to give a criticism though, it would be that the snow sledding lasts a little bit too long.
Number 86. Water Palace Act 2 from Sonic Generations 3DS. This level starts guns blazing and propels you forward like crazy, speeding through loops and slopes, going down a water slide, and grinding or running on water, which looks and feels great. This level really tests the player and their grasp of the controls, as obstacles come flying in really fast, leaving it to the player to react in time. Unfortunately, this does lead to you missing paths that you could have never seen, but memorizing it and finding it is a part of the fun, I suppose. Later in the level, there's these precise jumps you have to make over the water, but if you fail, you have to try it all over again. I actually really like this section because Sonic's jump in this game keeps all of your momentum, and this jump rewards you for knowing how it works in that context. I do feel like some of the upper paths can be reached with blind leaps of faith, but they still feel great regardless. I overall just really like how this level wants you to keep up a fast pace, but makes you work for it in unique ways.
Number 85. Gun Fortress from Shadow the Hedgehog. Set at the end of the True Villain pathway, this stage acts as a reminder of the choices Shadow has made along his journey. It's not Sonic in any way. Narrow corridors, parking garages, blast doors to block his path. It's built more like how a real human base would be. No matter how much fun running and gunning with infinite ammo is, the somber music still plays. All hope for humanity is lost. The storytelling is what makes the level so great, an amazing example of breaking the status quo.
Number 84. Starlight Carnival Act 2 from Sonic Colors for DS. Sonic Colors on the Wii was my first Sonic game, and holds a very special place in my nerdy heart. So when my 10-year-old self learned that I could play Sonic on the bus home from school, you could bet I'd be excited. And excited I was. The DS adaptation of Sonic Colors had all of the things I loved of the original title. Starlight Carnival 2 is what I believe to be the pinnacle of this experience. It is fast, bright, exciting, and all the things a good Sonic level must be. If only the auto-scroller at the end kept to this trend, we might have seen this level even higher on the list. Instead, all that remains is a mostly perfect Sonic level.
Number 83. Skyscraper Scamper Act 3 from Sonic Unleashed. I don't understand how this level didn't melt every kid's PS3 or Xbox 360 when they were playing it. You go so fast and launch debris all over the place, it just feels exhilarating. You run around a giant loop avoiding bombs, spikes, and enemies. This level is as fun as you make it. You can take things slow if you'd like, but I would recommend putting your thumb on that boost button and pray you can avoid everything moving at Mach speeds towards your face. I can't express just how much fun this level was, and it's by far the best DLC level to come out of this game.
Number 82. Jungle Joyride Act 1 from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. The day stages in the Wii version of Unleashed are truly something to behold. Whilst they may not be as thrilling speed-wise or have complex level design like the HD version, in this version, the level design is constructed to corroborate with the mechanics of Sonic's gameplay, and it's really genius in the way they do it. There's always something new to look forward to within these day stages in this version of Unleashed, and Jungle Joyride Act 1 is no exception. There are many moments where the game allows you to choose which path you want to venture on, and even presents opportunities for some really obscure shortcuts. But the aim of the game is to optimize your run, so you can get to the goal in time and get that sensational S rank. And this stage definitely provides a fair challenge to achieving this. Gameplay aside, they really made Jungle Joyride look so good. It's impressive for a game running on relatively weak hardware, and the results the devs got with these environments are truly amazing. This is truly one of the best day stages in the game, Heck, even across both versions of Unleashed.
Number 81. Pyramid Cave from Sonic Adventure 2. A quick sprint through Eggman's secret base, Pyramid Cave offers tons of speed and plenty of fun ways to score extra points. However, some of the gimmicks like the keys and ghosts can slow down the pace, making this level slightly less exhilarating than it could be. But those blemishes are outweighed by everything else the stage does, especially its unique combination of ancient Egyptian architecture mixed with the Eggman and casino-themed iconography. I'll never get tired of this level. Number 80. Tropical Resort Act 2 from Sonic Generations 3DS. This stage is the closest I think we'll get to a 2D version of Sonic Unleashed. It's a mad dash through Tropical Resort, complete with park benches and our main gimmick, the Laser Wisp. Instead of halting the action, the Cyan Wisps here only keep up the pace, letting you shoot across these crystals with little to no startup. While the level design emphasizes fast reaction times for the majority of the stage, there are many points where it falls back on simple and stagnant homing attack chains. Luckily, these little segments don't ruin the stage at all, and it's still a blast to play.
Number 79. Neo Green Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic Advance. Okay, so first off, screw this flying enemy right above the item box at the beginning. I hate him. He kills me every time. I want him dead. Now. And second off, I really like this level. It feels so great to soar into the air with Amy's hammer off the springs. The stage utilizes her abilities very well. It's also a very fast level, at least more than Act 1. Though it's fun to destroy the boss with Amy's hammer spiral attack and then use her hammer vault to jump onto the capsule right as it lands. Can you tell I like Amy in this game, and I wish all of her other playable appearances would use this version as a base? Oh yeah, it's also fun to see other characters, but who cares about them?
Number 78. Secret Plant Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. If you want to move fast, this level is for you. Slopes, loops, half loops, this level has it all. I think the design is a bit basic, but the level layout was just so much fun to run through that I honestly didn't care. The boss fight against Eggman is super unique and also kind of challenging. I honestly died here a few times, but I didn't really care. It was just a super fun level to run through. Number 77. Chaos Angel Act 2 from Sonic Advance 3. This level is hard. Like, really hard. Lots of platforms fall out from under you, and the level design is not forgiving with spikes and enemies everywhere, and yet, this level is still awesome. Learning to avoid all these hazards was just so much fun to me, and it really adds to the replay value of the level. Add in the fact that this level looks amazing and you got one of the best levels in Sonic Advance 3. Number 76. Dragon Road Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii. It's my favorite level from Sonic Unleashed for the Wii, and for good reason. This level just has everything you'd want in a Sonic level. Skating on water, getting spears thrown at you, quick time events. What else could you ask for? In all seriousness, this level just rocks. There are tons of shortcuts in this level to help bring your time down, and it was just so much fun to see how much time you can save. For example, instead of running forward on this bridge, you skate to the right and you get into this tunnel, which gives about 20 to 30 seconds of the level. The level also just looks gorgeous. The cherry blossom trees near the goal ring look amazing, and the temple-like structures Sonic runs through all look amazing as well. I love this level, and it's literally the first one I show people whenever I have them play this game. Number 75. Cosmic Wall from Sonic Adventure 2. I love Cosmic Wall. The low gravity being used as a means to ascend throughout the level is so cool, and adds so much more depth to this level that I really like. It's the only level that you can get over 100,000 points on, and whenever I play this level I always try and break that score, because I love seeing the number super high. Here's a tip. These barrier enemies give points on how many frames are destroyed on screen, so while you're driving past them on the rail, make sure you shoot them but don't try and go for the high combo. You'll actually lose out on getting more points. So just go ahead and just spam that B button or whatever other button you have and destroy them. It's only for this enemy though, and not for other enemies in this game. I love running through the arc while destroying the enemies in the process, and this level just gives you the freedom to do so, and it makes me so happy.
Number 74. Nightmare Maze Act 2 from Sonic Dream Team. This level really emphasizes how you're in a dream with various unique gimmicks such as wall running, the twisty grind rails, and a distorted look to it similar to having real nightmares, such as buying Sonic Forces. You can have loads of fun playing this stage as any character, and it's even quite tough in some areas. Glad to see that this is the highest rated level in the game. Really great stuff, and it truly deserves this spot.
Number 73.
Flying Battery Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. This iteration of the stage is a lot like the original, with some of its level design altered. It was fun in the original, and it is fun here. and works great with Mania's controls and momentum. I found this version of the level a little bit easier than the original, because Mania's controls to me are a lot more smoother than the classics, and because of the inspiration it takes from the original, I know what to look forward to when it came to the stage hazards. The main difference between Mania and Sonic & Knuckles version is the boss. This one has you going under the airship, where you're locked in a room, and have to keep jumping toward an electric crane machine that pulls out a broken Badnik and avoid being crushed. Once you defeat it, you're dropped outside of the airship. It's simple, but it's fun.
Number 72. City Escape Act 1 from Sonic Generations. This level does a great job integrating Sonic Adventure 2's iconic set pieces in such a delightfully classic-y way, always giving you something neat to look at, but still giving you full control over Sonic the whole time. I think the best example of this is the part on the scaffolding, with the gun truck constantly crashing into it and giving you less and less ground to stand on. It really builds tension and easily redeems the admittedly janky platforming in this section. The skateboard power-up is a definite highlight here. It fits so well for classic Sonic that I'm surprised it was never a thing until this game. The level design with it rewards quick thinking and fast reaction times and makes the level super replayable. All of this, and I haven't even mentioned the Cash Cash remix of City Escape, which is a certified hood classic, if it even needs to be said. City Escape Act 1 is an excellent tribute to both the classic and adventure eras, and an incredibly well-designed level even in a vacuum. Also, the truck crashing at the end is hilarious.
Number 71. Bridge Island Zone Act 1 from Sonic Superstars. This is such a great first level. The balance of platforming and speed here is on point. Visually, it could be a little less obviously inspired by Green Hill, but the gray dirt, abundance of waterfalls, and unique set pieces help it stand out quite a bit. I love the giant enemy fish that chases you down at the end of the level too. He's such a cool guy.
Number 70. Coral Cave Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. It was just an absolute blast to run through. This level gives you the keys to a Ferrari and tells you to put your foot on the gas with just how fast you can run in this level. There are so many little optimizations you can take to cut down your runtime, and it's one of the reasons I adore this level. I also liked riding in the minecarts in this level, and it's a really pretty level to boot. I love replaying this level whenever I get the chance, and I highly recommend you try it out for yourself whenever you get the chance.
Number 69. Pinball Carnival Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. So imagine Pinball Carnival Act 1, but spooky. The atmosphere really feels like a haunted carnival, especially with the enemies wearing ghost costumes. They look very silly. The pinballing works great here too. Bouncing around is more fun than ever. I think the roller coaster part's going a little too long, but that's a minor annoyance compared to how annoying this boss is. Like, he takes so hard to defeat. Come on, jeez. Eggman, make weaker machines.
Number 68. Machine Labyrinth Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. This level does so many things right, and I can't help but love it. There are so many shortcuts you can take, objects that help you progress the level but feel natural to the environment, and even seeing Sonic flail his arms during the 3D sections as he gets bounced from drum to drum. It was just so much fun to see, and even more so to play. While I think the level looks just fine, actually playing it and landing all the tight shortcuts makes you feel like $1,000,000. The only downside I could say I didn't like is these tubes Sonic travels in automatically. It only appears a couple of times, but I really don't like when a Sonic game takes control away from the player. Other than that though, I love it.
Number 67. Casino Night Zone Act 1 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Our first introduction to gambling, and the fourth zone of the game.
Let's go gambling!
The aesthetics of the stage is very colorful and bright, and with multiple paths, you might as well think this is a real casino. The flipper mechanic is honestly the highlight of the stage. Did I mention gambling? Number 66. Casino Night Zone Act 2 from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The second stage of Oh So Peak. This stage is more maze-like-ish, and the boss fight at the end is an easy fun challenge. If you liked Act 1, you'll like this stage. Also,
let's go gambling!
Number 65. Green Hill Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. It's Sonic Mania. It's good. No, but really, one of the best time attack levels in the franchise. The complexity of the fastest route weaving between upper paths through the use of the speed shoes is as much fun to play as it is to watch. Plus, the Death Egg robot at the end shows this game really means business. The only problem is that I need a new Y button after all the resets, but it's worth it.
Number 64. Seaside Hill from Sonic Heroes. Ah, Seaside Hill, the first level we ranked. Back when we were so young and happy. Oh, where did the years go? There's lots of places to go fast. There isn't much platforming here, but it's the first stage, so whatever. But what is here is pretty good. It's very replayable as no sections last too long or too short. It's also a very pretty stage. I like how the islands are shaped like whales, and I love my blue 2000 skyboxes. It's no wonder why this stage will become so overused in spin-offs. It's just that good.
Number 63. Space Colony Arc Act 1 from Shadow Generations. Yes, the first level of Shadow Generations. This level is here to make a statement. Shadow is cool again. Level design is straightforward but engaging, shortcuts are only quick diversions from the main path till you go inside, and the missile QTE plus the Doomsday encounter are nice breaks from the frantic pace. The level looks fantastic as well, especially during the Radical Highway segment. Overall, great level and an even better opening to one of the best Sonic games in recent years.
Number 62. Sand Oasis from Sonic and the Secret Rings. What do you guys think about this level? Honestly.
I think it's like one of the best starting stage, or one of the best starter stages in a game like Secret Rings that anyone could ask for. It's relatively easy for people to get their hands on. A good just playground to get a feel for the controls. Nothing like too difficult. And towards the, I think end of the stage, I keep forgetting, there's a thing that you actually need to come back later for because you'll have unlocked an upgrade for that later. So there is still a reason to come back to this level, even after you maybe have cleared it with the gold medal.
Jigsman?
Yeah, plus it's really fun to replay. Like, once you get some upgrades, you can, like, blast through it in no time. It's honestly really satisfying. What do you think?
Yeah, I like how the level looks. And some of the set pieces too, like when you're shuffling along the wall and then part of the floor breaks out and you have to you like ride this, you don't ride the sand, you just kind of
No, so what happens in that level is you ride a rock, or you run a ledge that has spears being thrown at you, and you shuffle around it, and then after a bit, the rock breaks, and then you ride the rock down to the sand.
Number 61, Studiopolis Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania. Come on. We all know it, we all love it, it was bound to be high up on this list. This is the stage you think about whenever Sonic Mania is brought up. The level looks gorgeous, the music is a certified banger, bless you T-Lips, the stage gimmicks are cool, and the stage itself is just a blast to run through and get a better time in. Also the mini-boss at the end of the level, just chef's kiss.
Number 60. Sunset Heights Act 1 from Shadow Generations. A huge improvement over the Force's original, Sunset Heights Act 1 iterates and improves on everything that one tried to achieve. Spouts of water from sewer covers reveal new pathways, allowing for quick time saves. Another point over the OG, this version of Sunset Heights actually utilizes the Death Egg robots by having them throw rubble for you to dodge. After a swift cutscene, Shadow drops into an underground discharge tunnel that focuses mostly on the Doom Blast, and it all wraps up with a fun Radical Highway section at the end. This is one of the biggest glow-ups a Sonic level has ever gotten, and I'm so glad that Sonic Team decided to give Sunset Heights another chance.
Number 59. Lava Shelter from Shadow the Hedgehog. Lava Shelter really shows to me that Shadow the Hedgehog as a game could have been way better than it was, because this stage is this game at its best. The missions feel different and varied. It's not just a different enemy kill count like the rest of the game. It's not overly gimmicky or boring. It's just good level design that offers different takes on the level depending on the mission you choose to go with. It has variety, good music, good scenery, and most of all, good level design. Overall, an amazing stage, and it deserves the place that it gets.
Number 58. Starlight Carnival Act 1 from Sonic Colors. The music and visuals in this stage are absolutely breathtaking. Traveling from spaceship to spaceship on multicolored roads that materialize as you run on them is just incredible. The level design is just as amazing, with lots of platforming and opportunities for skips via quick reaction time and proper boost management. The only downside is that certain sections can feel a little slow, but luckily even those can be sped up with smart use of your moveset. Overall, this is a really great level that lasts over 3 minutes for even experienced players.
Number 57. Coral Cave Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. If Act 1 gave you the keys to a Ferrari, Act 2 gives you the keys to a Bugatti, a Leadfoot, and a runway with nothing to stop you. It's fast, fun, and really tests your reaction time and level memorization skills. I played this level over and over again for this review, and each time it called back to me like the Green Goblin mask because it was just that much fun to play. On top of that, the background and foreground both look spectacular, and riding the minecart is just as fun as it was in the first level.
56. Sunset Hill Act 2 Sonic Advance 3. Sunset Hill is another really good level with amazing music. It kinda reminds me of Splash Hill from Sonic 4 Episode 1 mixed with Emerald Hill from Sonic 2. You get a ton of speed in this level, which makes it all the more fun, and the platforming is also really fun to do when you're going fast. All in all, it's a really good level.
Number 55. Titanic Monarch Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. Titanic Monarch Zone Act 2 really switches up the traditional Sonic formula in a big way. Instead of playing one level all the way through, you play through 4 shorter segments of a level, which is pretty cool. It's this creativity that makes me love this level so much because each of these 4 areas you visit represents one of the 4 hard-boiled heavies you'll fight during the boss fight against Eggman at the end, minus the Heavy King. This level has you using magnetic balls to launch Sonic around, bumpers to help progress through the level, and just places you can run fast. There's so much to do in this level, and it's by far one of my favorite levels in Sonic Mania, just because of how much it interacts with the player. Number 54. Titanic Monarch Zone Act 1 from Sonic Mania.
I have to say, this has to be one of my favorite levels in classic Sonic history. The absolute aura of evil and foreboding that comes out of Titanic Monarch is unlike any final level of any Sonic game. When it comes to its own competitors with the classic games, something like Death Egg, it's just simply not on the same level. Sonic 2's Death Egg is over very quickly, and you can't even hear that foreboding music that it has. Sonic 3's Death Egg just feels very upbeat and very electronic. Mania's Titanic Monarch feels like this is it. You are finally at the climax. And especially after that funky and upbeat metallic madness, this zone hits so hard. The level design is phenomenal of this Act 1. The only real criticism I have is with the Act 1 boss, and that you can't hit it because of the gravity gimmick in its second phase, but considering what it was in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, this is honestly a fantastic upgrade.
Number 53.
Knuckle Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure. This level is my smoking gun to show people how cool the emerald hunting levels in the adventure games can be when executed properly. It's very open, with a good degree of both vertical and horizontal exploration, and SA1's very generous emerald radar compared to 2 means that it's a breeze to uncover each emerald without too much time or difficulty. Plus, you get to explore the inner city section of this level and listen to its gorgeous music at dawn for way longer than you do in Sonic's version of the level. All in all, goes hard.
Number 52. Sky Babylon Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. A relatively vertical level that has you using these ballooned things to get to higher places. Many moments include fire, so using Blaze is a big help in this level. It's also really satisfying to speedrun, as you can take different routes depending on what character you play as.
Number 51. Knuckles' Red Mountain from Sonic Adventure. First off, this level is super open. Like, you can go just about anywhere, and it's a ton of fun just gliding through the canyon. It gets to be a bit tall though, so if one emerald is at the bottom of the level, and the other one is all the way at the top, it can be annoying either climbing up or dropping down to get the other one. Knuckles can climb pretty quick though, so it's not really a big deal.
Number 50. Rooftop Run Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed Wii. Much like its HD counterpart, Rooftop Run here is all about keeping a fast pace. Shortcuts are plentiful and grant massive time saves for overcoming them, but they aren't just handed out. You'll need a keen eye to catch some of these, in addition to maintaining your boost units. While the art direction is great, the limited graphical capability of the Wii leaves some areas looking blocky and some textures looking muddy at times. But none of that detracts from the pure gameplay quality of this level. It's exhilarating to run through.
Number 49. Chemical Plant Act 2 from Sonic Generations. After the tutorial that is Green Hill, Sonic 2's rep shows what a cool concept Generation is. It's incredible the first time playing, realizing you can jump on the side pipes at the beginning, and the boost gives the crane swinging mechanic slightly more depth. With an awesome remix playing in the background and the amazing visuals of the plant being blown up as Sonic runs through it, you'll definitely be coming back for more.
48. Plant Kingdom Zone Act 2 Sonic Rush Adventure. This level is really awesome and it reminds me greatly of Mushroom Island from Sonic & Knuckles, or one of the levels from Super Mario Bros. The music is amazing and I really like the part where you have to swing on vines. The level design allows for great speed to be built while also providing fun platforming too, which is also really cool.
Number 47. Route 99 Act 2 from Sonic Advance 3. If speed is what you're after, then this level has you covered. So many different intertwining paths for you to explore, and using different characters that can fly or boost you upwards is a big help in some of these platforming sections. The level just feels addicting to play with how fast you can get moving in this level, and it's one of the reasons why I love it. I also love the visuals of this level. The vibrant city in the background really sells you on the fact that you're literally just running through a city during the day. It's awesome.
Number 46. Leaf Storm Act 2 from Sonic Rush. This stage offers some amazing gameplay in terms of the boost formula. It also provides some amazing sounds to go alongside it. This track is so great. The spectacle isn't lost on us either. There are some amazing moments in this stage, especially the ball at the end that really keeps the players captivated. I have to commend Imps here because this is pretty much just a masterclass in terms of 2D Sonic.
Number 45. Leaf Storm Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush. This level was my first ever experience with the Sonic series. And wow dude, what an intro. It makes great use of the trick system and boost mechanic that started with this game. Blasting through this level from start to finish is just pure fun, with some great spectacle thrown in along the way.
Number 44. Crisis City Act 2 from Sonic Generations. Honestly, I know this level gets flack for being a city level in a game where over half the levels are city-based, but honestly, I don't care. This level's awesome. The whole city's on fire, which, while morbid, makes this level so bright and it honestly looks amazing. This level is more platform heavy than others, but I think it's actually towards this level's benefit. I have a blast speedrunning this level, especially the 2D section, and it's super cool how you run towards the fire tornado at the end. My issues with this level are very small nitpicks about some of the enemies' placements, but other than that, this level is amazing.
Number 43. Green Forest from Sonic Adventure 2. This level is a whole lot of fun and a very fast-paced level with the whole theme of trying to escape Prison Island. It really captures that feeling well throughout the level, from the vine swinging and spin dashing down the mossy pipes to even the timer at the top right that you have to beat. This level has stayed as one of my favorites in SA2 for a long time. Also, with the amazing music in the background, it makes this level such a fun time to escape this forest that is, well, green. I guess I really wanted to make it obvious.
42. Chaos Angel Act 1, Sonic Advance 3. What I find cool about this level is how the platforming allows for a ton of speed to be obtained while also keeping the level layout interesting. I think the crumbling platforms in the beginning are really awesome, and they're a really cool mechanic for the level too. The music sounds incredible, but I will say the textures for the ground look a little odd in my opinion.
Number 41. Kingdom Valley Act 1 from Sonic X Shadow Generations. This is by far the most open level out of any boost game, and it makes it all the better. With how open it is, you can find multiple opportunities to bypass certain areas of the level using the Doom Blast or Spear Gliding technique. This is also one of the more fun uses of the Doom Wings whenever you unlock them in the game. Even ignoring the skips you can make, this level is just simply amazing to go through no matter what route you take.
Number 40. Huge Crisis Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush. As one of the later levels in Sonic Rush, this one is pretty easy, besides some crushing pillars as obstacles. The stage blends a good mix of speed, platforming, and combat. I'm not a big fan of the enemy rooms concept, where they lock you in a room and you have to beat a certain amount of enemies to progress, as I think it slows the level down a little bit. But it could be a lot worse, as they don't take that long. The music in the stage is great as always. It is Sonic Rush after all, and I love the crane and rocket launcher gimmicks in this level as well. Overall, it's a great stage.
Number 39. Seaside Hill Act 2 from Sonic Generations. For me personally at least, this is the best level from the game and one of the best in the whole series. Of course it isn't number one on the entire list, but has a fair rating anyways. It has a ton of alternate paths and routes to take, which will provide hugely different experiences depending on which one you choose, keeping it fresh for new playthroughs, as well as being designed to keep you engaged with the number of obstacles and tricks you can and need to do while also preserving your speeds. It's also a really pretty level, being a very good tribute to the original one from Heroes, which already looked really nice in 2003.
Number 38. Kingdom Valley Act 2 from Shadow Generations. Look, this was the closest I could get to PO6, okay? This stage does what Generations is best at, taking the ideas of the original level and expanding upon it. Not only does it have really solid pacing, but also expands the setting by having Shadow boost through the castle. Not sure where the pillars came from though.
Number 37. Dragon Road Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed.
When it comes to Sonic Unleashed levels, I think Dragon Road might be the most underrated level in the game. Running on water, running on the Great Wall of China basically, and running on dragons' backs is such a cool scene. My only issue with the level is that sometimes you have to do some really weird platforming on the spinning blocks because Unleashed's controls aren't built for that, but besides that, it's a great level. Super underrated.
Number 36. Final Rush from Sonic Adventure 2. Final Rush just makes me feel so cool. Like, yeah, I just did that rail grind. I just blasted through this platforming section. I just jumped off this rail right here in order to get to the gold beetle. I did that, and it was awesome. The stage might be the best use of grind rails in the series. You are constantly engaging with them, leaning to the left and leaning to the right, and crouching down for speed to stop the Eclipse Cannon from blowing up. Jumping off these Tetris pieces with rails attached to them to find faster pathways is super fun. Adds a lot of secrets and new pathways to the stage. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of pathways in the stage. Finding and executing the best route is so enjoyable. It's so good! Except for when I fall off and have to restart the stage because I want to get that A rank. Other than that, it's amazing.
Have you ever found your favorite level and you just really want to gush about it? Well, that's me with number
35.
Night Palace from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Its theming is amazing, the music fits really well, and it's a lot of fun mastering the zone. The only problem that I have with this stage, however, is that some objectives can take a little too long, the level itself can sometimes be a little bit too long, and that the platformer segments can be a little annoying.
Rank 34. Bridge Island Act 2 from Sonic Superstars. The second stage of the game is arguably the game's best showing of what Sonic Superstars looks like at its best. Bridge Island Act 2 never loses that sense of flow and momentum. Even if you do fall down to the lower path or lose your speed, the stage mechanic of the boosters scattered all around will get you right back up to the breakneck pace.
Number 33. Hidden Island 7 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Sonic or Blaze bounce from giant mushroom to giant mushroom until you reach the end of the level. I know it seems really basic, but I just absolutely love bouncing on these mushrooms and doing tricks in the air. It was just so much fun for me, and that's why this level is ranked so high up on this list.
Number 32. Ice Cap Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Ice Cap Zone Act 2 is a really fun stage for people like me who just want to run fast and enjoy an amazing soundtrack along with some really great pixel art that came out of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Seriously though, the soundtrack for the stage is so good. It was no joke my ringtone for almost a decade on my phone. However, from a platforming point of view, there isn't much going on other than being flung up into the air only to try and land on something that will also fling you up into the air. There's not a ton going here, but it's still a fantastic level from this game, and through one of my all-time favorites.
Rank 31. Green Hill Act 1 from Sonic Generations. This is the opening act of the game, and boy is it a banger. You immediately see just how powerful classic Sonic Spin Dash is in this game, and this stage makes it so satisfying to utilize. The stage's layout naturally makes for some of the fastest speeds you'll see from classic Sonic in Generations. From flying through corkscrews, the nostalgic Green Hill aesthetic, and the reimagined level theme, this stage is a blast from start to finish.
Number 30. Chemical Plant Act 1 from Sonic Generations. It was so cool seeing this stage again for the first time in 19 years. Chemical Plant is easily one of my favorite stages from Sonic 2, and it's easily one of my favorite classic stages from Generations. Not only are the aesthetics cool and unique, but it's just such a fast-paced level, as long as you're good at it and don't fall in the water.
Number 29. Stardust Speedway Zone Act 3 from Sonic CD. This has got to be one of the best, most memorable boss levels in this series. The race against Metal Sonic is such an iconic fight, and the quick platforming and obstacle dodging you have to perform adds a great layer of intensity. Visually, the level looks really good too, both in the good and bad futures. I also love that this is the level that you finally save Amy.
Number 28. Rooftop Run Act 1 from Sonic Generations. This level opens by utilizing the balloons to boost Sonic up to higher paths, clearly showing where this level is going. By combining spin dash jumping with the balloon bouncing, you can find some great exploits, but without losing control. Soon in, we enter the underground area, with lots of rolling wine barrels to avoid. Jumping around these tight platforms and gaining enough momentum to make the jumps feels satisfying, and I like how they let you break one of the barrels on your way out, like you earned it. Following this, we begin climbing the clock tower, trying to get through quick enough to avoid the lasers, and ping-ponging back and forth to get higher. There's this really cool bit where you have to navigate your way to the center of the clock hands and rev up a spin dash to break it. And this actually affects the level now, as this pops open the clock head, smashing into an Eggman ship which is actually flying battery zone. We briefly run over and inside of the ship until exiting the back, seeing it explode in the background, ending the level. This level was very tightly designed, with lots of ways to interact with the balloons, barrels, slopes, and running up the clock tower. It was all a ton of fun. Great stage, one of classic Sonic's best.
27. Blizzard Peaks Act 2 Sonic Rush Adventure. I actually really like this level, mostly because it resembles Ice Cap Zone, and the music sounds really good too. I think this level is really cool because of its icy theme, which isn't present in many modern Sonic games anymore.
Number 26. Blizzard Peaks Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure.
You get to ride a snowboard? That's so cool! Besides that, the stage is pretty linear with you blasting through the level in your boost. Not much in the way of platforming, but speed and cool things make this level so much fun. Also, the half-pipe tricks are so cool, oh my days! It's just so satisfying to pull them off.
Number 25. Pumpkin Hill from Sonic Adventure 2. This is by far the best Knuckles level in Sonic Adventure 2. The pure atmosphere of this level alone makes it so great. The spookiness of the whole level and the goofy song that Sonic fans absolutely adore just absolutely blows me out of the water. I know I'm letting my bias show towards this level, but seriously, this level is one of my favorites in the game. I remember playing this level all the time trying to get the best time and just replaying it because, it's Pumpkin Hill, come on. I would always farm skeleton dogs here because I thought it was the best way to level up my Chow in the Chow Garden, and I made this stupid route in order to collect 100 rings quickly for the 100 rings mission. I'm getting off track, but Pumpkin Hill will always hold a special place in my heart for being probably my favorite looking level in this whole game.
Number 24. Ice Mountain Zone Act 1 from Sonic Advance. That's right, my GOAT, Sonic Advance 1, got a stage all the way up in 24th place. Let's go! When you start the stage, you just hear that lovely music. It's so perfect, beautiful. My personal favorite song in the Advance trilogy. Even though this is a water level, you don't spend much time in the water. And if you're good enough, you can avoid like 90% of it. The platforming is really good here. It just feels like a joy to run through.
Number 23. Chemical Plants on Act 2 from Sonic Mania. If you like bouncing on things, ayo, this is the level for you. The gimmick of the chemical bouncers that turn from liquid to solid is already a peak idea, but letting you bounce on it like a trampoline, ayo, that's just the perfect gimmick right there. With this gimmick, you end up flying across the stage and it's awesome. It reminds me of that level in Shovel Knight that has the same gimmick, however, two legends can definitely coexist. It really does lapse around the first act. Don't get me wrong, the first act is also pretty great, but that one was mainly nostalgia. This one is innovation and I love it. Let me just say the flow is insane in this level, and don't even get me started on that boss fight, Mean Bean Madness. It's basically Puyo Puyo, or Mean Bean Machine if you're feeling freaky, and that's a really nice deep cut right there. Everything about this level screams mania. It's peak, I love it, 10 out of 10, no notes.
Number 22. Bullet Station from Sonic Heroes. As a capstone to the first half of a team's playthrough, this stage has that finale feeling. With fun gimmicks like getting shot out of a cannon or destroying a train, the characters ramping up with the line delivery to match the stakes, and an absolutely banging song backing it up, it's no surprise this one sticks out. Even the Chaotix mission isn't that bad.
Number 21. Radical Highway from Sonic Adventure 2. Let's be real here, we all know this stage very well, and for many of us, myself included, this is the stage that comes to mind whenever somebody brings up Shadow. Grinding down the Golden Gate Bridge while being chased down by government robots and playing as what was at the time the brand new Speedy Hedgehog is just so much fun. A part of me thinks that it might be a little bit of nostalgia talking here, but I would go as far as to say that this is one of the best levels to come out of SA2, and I think everybody should give it a shot. It's a really good time, and it's hard to say stuff that hasn't already been said about it in the past.
Number 20. Savannah Citadel Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed. Despite this being one of the more shorter boost levels with less 3D segments, it all makes up for it for how smooth it goes through, especially in the 2D sections, by having some of the best platforming bits in the entire game. Especially once you get to the tree climb at the end, truly amazing stuff all around.
Number 19. Green Hill Act 2 from Sonic Generations. If you want a pure rush of adrenaline right now, go boot up Sonic Generations and play this level. I know you have Sonic Generations. Every Sonic fan has Sonic Generations. Green Hill Act 2 is all about going fast and reacting quickly to oncoming obstacles, which on paper sounds somewhat enjoyable, but in practice it makes this one of the best Sonic levels ever. I think what really sells me on this level in particular is the camera work when boosting in 3D. I mean, just watch me take out all these motobugs. I feel so alive. It's just so much fun to run through. The level looks amazing, the music sounds so cheery and alive, everything in this level culminates together into just being an amazing level to run through.
Number 18. Sonic's Twinkle Park from Sonic Adventure. Twinkle Park is kind of a sleeper in Sonic Adventure. It initially presents itself as an amusement park where cute couples get in for free, but it's actually quite bopping in both gameplay and soundtrack. It starts off with a surprisingly fun minigame, which is a rare win among the other Sonic Adventure minigames. I feel like it's worth mentioning that Llennox added in their notes that they used to always pick the black cart here because they felt it was faster. However, they were obviously wrong here because green cart is obviously superior, based only on my own childhood belief of it being the fastest. The stage itself feels more like a sci-fi fever dream than anything else, and I mean that with all of the love possible. It's really fun to play and it ramps up in that fun quality just as you finish the karting minigame. You get launched into a roller coaster going around some kind of space castle. Everything about it is just a blast. It's so fun to use Sonic as a bowling ball, and climbing around and exploring the castle is just a really good time. It's no wonder this stage made it into the top 20.
Number 17. Deadline Act 2 from Sonic Rush. Act 2 of the zone does what Act 1 does best. You're always on the move, and this act will get you with the most surprising things. Plus, if you're going for like points, seething for that S rank, there are a plethora, a myriad, a cluster of springs and cannons ready for you to style off of. But I do think this is where the speed and the platforming for Sonic Rush really shines best. However, I do dislike the whole concept of enemy rooms, where the game just locks you into a space and you have to defeat all the enemies to get out. It really slows down the flow of gameplay, which is a gripe of mine in most Sonic games. Also, this is a game created by Dims, so you're bound to come across a bombless build or two. Like, this is just tradition now, don't get it twisted. The music in this level is, like, really good. Hideki Naganuma's work really shines bright here. They might even went to create two versions of the same tracks for both Sonic and Blaze exclusively, which really sets their stories apart in some way, shape or form. I also love how the music tones down the percussion when the gravity is inverted, so it feels like you are actually immersed into the environment of this level, playing it upside down, similar to how Sonic Heroes Hang Castle did it. Overall, this level is like really fun, and it is an absolute testament to the brilliance of Sonic Rush's gameplay.
Number 16. Deadlight Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush. I mean, just look at your screen right now. This is not only visually appealing, but it's also an amazing place to run around. This level just feels made for the mechanics of Rush, and the switching of screens changing the gravity is really clever. I love it. I know I said Sonic talking was an issue way back in Eggate from Sonic Forces, but Sonic's voice here is so charming. You just gotta love it.
Number 15. Grand Metropolis from Sonic Heroes. This level really pops out with its bright colors, making it stand out from all the other futuristic stages in the series. It doesn't totally avoid the automated feel some Sonic levels have, but the smooth flow and fun vibe makes it a blast to come back to.
Number 14. Chaos Island Act 1 from Shadow Generations. This level is one of the most fun levels I have ever played. There are so many ways to traverse through the level through the different sections this level has, and the harder the shortcut is to take, the more fun it is. It feels like there is so much to learn in this level, but once you master it, you'll be flying through it at speeds you never thought possible. Chaos spearing enemies to stop them from spinning as you home in on them has never felt so rewarding. Once you learn how to use the Doom Morph, you're going to have an absolute blast with this level. I guarantee it.
Number 13. Rooftop Run Act 1 Day
from Sonic Unleashed. This stage is one of the most iconic Sonic Boost stages to ever exist. So iconic, they made it again, and even more iconic. How do you do that? This stage is the stage from Unleashed. Well, rooftop running is just so much fun, and tearing through the city of Smogonia, so much fun to be had, even finding Sonic 06 in the daily paper. Not to mention the thrilling shortcuts you could take in this level using the upgrades from throughout the game, and this level is just so dang fun to speedrun. Overall, this is just a dang good stage that was well put together in this awesome Boost game.
Number 12. Stardust Speedway Zone Act 2 from Sonic Mania. Stardust Speedway Zone Act 2 is the first level with a perfect score, so you know it's gonna be good. This is by far Mania's best level. First off, the design of the level. All the spotlights moving back and forth in this level and the nighttime sky show us that this is a city that never sleeps. It's always party time in Stardust Speedway Zone Act 2. Then there's the brass instruments and gold coloring that are built into the ground that make the foreground elements pop that much more against the nighttime sky we see. Also, the music sells that this level is going to be a party from beginning to end. There are tons of winding roads and booster pads that shoot Sonic forward, needing the player to react to oncoming obstacles like walls or enemies to make sure that they don't get hit so they can just keep the flow going. Once we get about halfway through the level, Metal Sonic shows up and we do a quick race against him before he mans a machine and starts shooting electric balls and Mecha Sonics at us for us to fight against. Once we destroy the machine, we finally fight against him in his Giga Metal form. The boss fight is a bit challenging, but it's an all-around great way to end off an amazing level. Number 11. Metal Harbor from Sonic Adventure 2. Running through Metal Harbor makes you feel like a drug addict because you'll be chasing that high throughout the entire level. This level is focused entirely on speed, which only makes sense because Sonic just broke out of a highly fortified prison on an isolated island, so getting as far away from the prison as you can is probably his best bet. While the level is very linear, I think in this instance being linear is the best thing for it. As you run through the harbor, you see tons of missiles and robots that are trying to stop you from escaping. By far the coolest thing in this level has to be catching a ride on the missile at the end. You can run up the landings to try and make it in time, but if I'm ever going for pure speed, I just do this cool jump off the base of the missile to launch myself upwards towards the spring. I don't have enough time to talk about everything I love in this level, but it is truly one of the greatest levels Sonic Team has ever created.
Number 10. Sonic's Red Mountain from Sonic Adventure. An extremely peak stage, hopping between pillars, zipping through the canyon, escaping from the fire blasting all over. It feels so cool. Finding new ways to get through the stage is such a blast. There are a ton of skips, both big and small, you can do. Stage feels just like an adventure. A Sonic adventure. And then you get to the second part of the stage and you get that fire! Escaping from the rising lava and rushing past these ghost prisoners. Knuckles, what are these things? Well, whatever they are listening to Peak. I love both music tracks here. Mount Red, a symbol of thrill, and Red Hot Mountain both fit their acts extremely well and add to this already fantastic stage. So yeah, this stage, it's a blast.
Number 9. Pirates Island Zone Act 2 from Sonic Rush Adventure. Have you ever wanted to shoot water at your enemies and then ride said water? Have you ever wanted to ride a dolphin in a Sonic level? Well, do I have the level for you. Pirates Island Zone Act 2 is the final level of Sonic Rush Adventure, and to go with that, this level is filled with nothing but excitement. It has the best level design I've ever seen out of a 2D level, and a beautiful song to go along with you running on the water as you're zooming through these pirate-filled ancient ruins. It's just a beautiful level, and my favorite zone in all of Sonic Rush Adventure. At points of the level, you get launched out of a catapult, which is just awesome, but it also shows you the level of detail put into this level because a giant stone gets launched alongside you, which breaks whatever barriers would be in your way so you can continue on with the level. Overall, it's just awesome. Number 8. Pirates Island Zone Act 1 from Sonic Rush Adventure. So yeah, take everything I said about Act 2 and put it here as well, since Act 1 and Act 2 are basically the exact same levels, just with different level designs. Number 7. Speed Highway Act 2 from Sonic Generations. They definitely undersold this level when it comes to the name of it. It should be called something like Mach Speed Highway or Super Speed Highway because you just go fast in this level. There are so many shortcuts here and the entire level is built around going fast and reacting quickly to oncoming obstacles, like taking a ride on this helicopter or jumping over this ramp and boosting through this section at the bottom. Running on the side or even down buildings just feels unreal. I know it doesn't feel like it is when you're just watching someone play the game, but when you play it for yourself, you swear you feel the wind in your face. This level looks absolutely gorgeous, and I love how you can see the sun rising when you get to the end of the level. Speed Highway Act 2 is endlessly replayable, and it feels like every run through this level is unique in one way or another. Number 6. Sonic Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure. There's a reason why Speed Highway was chosen to be the level to represent Sonic Adventure and Sonic Generations. It's just such a good level with so many different routes to take, and the developers actively encourage you to use the level to your advantage. If you want to run up the side of this building, then do it and we'll give you an extra life. It's just so much fun to run through and find these new paths to cut down your time more and more with each and every run. Honestly, it's really a spectacle of what the Dreamcast was capable of at the time of its release. Running through the city at night and sunrise is just so amazing, and running down the side of the building is so cool. I love this level so much, and it's a Sonic Adventure level that I'll always come back to. Number 5. City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2. I mean, come on, it's City Escape, one of the best adventure-style levels ever to be made. It's fast-paced, always keeps you moving forward, and does a great job teaching the player the mechanics of the game. The music and set pieces are amazing, the concept of Sonic running away from the military is so cool, and it's just so much fun to play as Sonic in this game. The level itself is just super fun to play. Running down the sides of buildings, homing attacking enemies over gaps, zooming through the streets of Central City, all of it is just a blast. If you've ever played City Escape, you know just how fun this level is, and why it's loved by so many Sonic fans. Number 4. Rooftop Run Act 2 from Sonic Generations. It's just a perfect Sonic level, there's no doubt about that. The bright atmosphere, the loud song that's just so fun to listen to, and even though you're boosting through this level, it feels like you're just taking a stroll through the alleyways and on the rooftops with how open this level feels. Running up the side of the clock tower isn't a challenge whatsoever, but I don't think it's supposed to be. This level was just meant to bring players joy, and I feel like Sonic's giving me a tour of Spagonia, which I love. It feels like we're running through some festival with all the bright balloons and hot air balloons that we can see sprinkled throughout the level. It's pretty easy all things considered, but when you get good at this level and nail all the drifts and sidesteps, it becomes a blast to play. Also, just boosting into Eggman's robots at the end of the level is just so much fun, especially when the flying battery starts dropping rings for you after you hit it enough times. Number 3. Skyscraper Scamper Act 1 Day from Sonic Unleashed. I love Skyscraper Scamper with all my heart. I mean, what's not to love about this level? Sonic is running through a bustling city, and this whole level just felt like it was meant to show off what Sonic Unleashed was truly capable of. There are shortcuts within shortcuts. It's just insane. You get to run up the side of buildings, run along long stretches of a freeway while being chased by Eggman's badniks, and just so much more. I know I can't think of too many things to say about this level, but there aren't just a couple of things I can point out that make this level great because the whole level is just a jaw-dropping, eye-opening masterpiece of a level. For those who are asking about the drift section, well, my friend, once you learn how to properly drift in this game, you'll be nailing it every time, and that just makes this level so much more fun. Or you could just avoid it altogether by running through a building and probably harming several families in the process. Anyways, this level is just so much fun, the music is a joy to listen to, and I highly recommend you go back and play this level if you can, because it's just an absolute blast to run through.
Number 2.
Witness this invincible battleship, built by the hands of a genius. Its power, unmatched throughout the universe.
Alright, Eggman, let's get this party started.
Egg Fleet from Sonic Heroes. Oh my goodness, Egg Fleet is so amazing. There's so many different pathways to take. Just looking at the stage just tells you where you need to go. Look how many rails there are. There's tons of places to go. The enemies are placed amazingly. Feels like you are decimating Eggman's army and demolishing his elite troops. And the game is still introducing new enemies with the E2000 box, which feel like mid-bosses as they fire lasers. All while a bunch of cannons constantly fire at you, makes the battle feel really engaging, and the level actually justifies its length. I think hero stages can go on a bit longer than they need to, but Egg Fleet is completely justified in being 9 minutes long. It feels so good with each section throwing new obstacles and challenges at you. Not to mention that amazing music, a complete masterpiece by all counts. The stage was at the top of the list for a while, but we decided another stage was a slightly more of a masterpiece than Egg Fleet. Also, the stage should have been in Generations instead of Seaside Hill. I suppose it's in Generations now because of the Metal Overlord fight, but it should have been here in the beginning. What an incredible stage, worthy of all the praise it deserves. From the theming to the different layouts to its pacing to its challenge, Egg Fleet is simply spectacular. Anyways, that's all from me. I'm gonna take a nap because this took a while.
And finally, number 1. Sonic's Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure. Emerald Coast is a level that I instantly fell in love with when I first played it. It's not a challenging level by any means, but a level doesn't need to be challenging to be fun to play. I love taking this level at my own pace and just exploring everything this level has to offer. If you look hard enough, there are tons of hidden item boxes sprinkled throughout the level that reward you with a ton of rings and even some extra lives. At the same time though, I love speeding through this level at supersonic speeds by taking all these little shortcuts that help cut down your time little by little. I especially love running up the side of this cliff in the first act of the level. It's not a long skip, or even a technically challenging shortcut, but just watching Sonic run up a wall is something that I always find cool. Just so you all know, this isn't some nostalgia-fueled rant by a guy who grew up with the game. In fact, when I first played Sonic Adventure when I was in my teens, I didn't like it at all. I was so frustrated that the game didn't control like Sonic Adventure 2, I just stopped playing it altogether. That is until I bought it during a Steam sale a few years later. Once I tried it again, something clicked with me, and I started to enjoy the game a lot more, especially Sonic's Emerald Coast. I was infatuated with it. I watched videos dissecting it, I watched speedruns about it, I just wanted to learn everything I could about Sonic's Emerald Coast. I think what I love most about this level though is the aesthetic of it. The vibrance of this whole level is something unseen in every game moving forward. In fact, the only other time I can think of a Sonic game being this vibrant is in Sonic CD. I just love how this level looks. But Llennox, I hear you saying, you're playing with mods to make it look better. It doesn't look or play that good in the base version. And you're right. The footage on screen does show me using the Dreamcast conversion mod on my PC to make it look better on my computer. So let's fix that. Here's me playing through Emerald Coast on my Dreamcast with my copy of Sonic Adventure, and honestly, the Dreamcast conversion mod doesn't do this level justice because it looks perfect on the Dreamcast. I know I've been rambling a lot more about this level than any other, but that's just because I love this level so much, and there's so much that this level does right in my eyes. When I go back and play this level, it just makes me feel like a little kid playing this level for the first time, even though I never played this game as a child. I've never had a level in any video game for that matter make me feel the way that this level makes me feel. The music here is also just so good. Azure Blue World and Windy and Ripley both sell the fact that we're just running through a coastal landscape. I couldn't even begin to conceptualize masterpieces as good as these songs. Whenever I go to the beach, I expect this music to be playing somewhere in the distance, and when I hear the music outside of the game, like while I'm at work, I'm instantly transported back to my Dreamcast watching a blue anthropomorphic hedgehog running through loops and bouncing off springs at the beach. I decided to turn around and ask my subscribers to describe Sonic's Emerald Coast in one word. They described the level as energetic, beautiful, breathtaking, phenomenal, vibes, freedom, whimsical, breezy, perfect, sexy, home, peace, cozy, blue, summer, fun, and ethereal. That last one is probably my favorite because it describes Sonic's Emerald Coast perfectly. For those unaware, ethereal means extremely delicate and light in a way that seems too perfect for this world. For example, Sonic's Emerald Coast from Sonic Adventure is ethereal. This level is just too perfect for the world that we live in. I just love Emerald Coast with all of my heart, and it is by far my favorite Sonic level of all time. And with that, every Sonic level has been ranked, but this video isn't over, so don't go yet. I wanted to take some time to recap every game, starting with the lowest scoring on our list and moving our way up from there. We won't spend too much time with each game, so let's go ahead and get started. Taking last place with a total average score of 3 out of a total 25 points, Sonic Blast is just a poorly put together mess of a game with bad controls, bad visuals, and terrible sound design. The game is boring at best, makes you want to pull your hair out at worst. I feel so bad for the kids who got this game from their parents for Christmas that year. May God have mercy on their souls. In 46th place with an average score of 4.14, Sonic 3D Blast suffers from a lot of the same issues that Sonic Blast did. It does not control well at all, but at least the game looks decent and Sonic is able to actually move fast in this game. The music and graphics carried this game a bit, but the decision to make Sonic feel like he's on ice the whole time and need to collect flickies in order to continue was a very bizarre choice to say the least. In 45th place with an average score of 4.67, we have Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. We all know why this game is so bad. It's a broken mess and the game is just straight up boring. The levels are way too long and yeah, that's about it. It's just straight up not a good game. Taking 44th place with an average score of 6.22, Tails' adventure is just painfully mediocre, which makes it better than the previous 3 games because those ones were just straight up bad. It features a lot of backtracking with Tails' slow gameplay, it can just take a while to get through. Following that, 43rd place sees Sega Sonic the Hedgehog with an average score of 7.71. The level environments were all vibrant and unique, which I liked, but the game really falls flat in the gameplay department. Since it uses a trackball, it's very limited in its gameplay variety. The game also being run on an arcade machine doesn't really help things either. In 42nd place, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 8-bit got an average score of 8.57. Sonic 2 8-bit shows that the developers had a ton of ideas for gimmicks and stage themes, but not enough time to make them actually fun to play. Having a whole zone locked behind getting all the Chaos Emeralds was certainly one of the decisions they should have left behind during the design phase of this game. In 41st place, we have Sonic Forces with an average score of 8.7. What Sonic Forces does right are its aesthetics and music. If you're wondering what else it does right, nothing. The game features bonus missions which brought down the score a little bit, but overall it just wasn't that fun to play. In 40th place with an average score of 8.72, which is just 0.02 points higher than Forces, Sonic Triple Trouble is really just not the most enjoyable Sonic game to run through, even compared to the rest of the Game Gear games. It features some good ideas like the mine carts, and some of the levels are really good like Robotnik Winter Zone, but as a whole there are just a lot of level ideas in this game that I just don't enjoy. In 39th place, we have Sonic Lost World for 3DS with an average score of 8.95. Sonic Lost World for 3DS is a game I hope I never have to come back to anytime ever again. Every level lasts for like 10 to 15 minutes, and you're not really enjoying it because it's just stupid gimmicks for most of the level's runtime. It does have some good levels like those seen in Windy Hill Zone, but overall, it's just not that fun of a game in my opinion. Taking 38th place is 8-bit Sonic 1 with an average score of 9.22. I think there are some pretty good levels in this game, like Jungle Zone and Skybase Zone, but none of the levels were ever spectacular. Having 3 acts of Labyrinth Zone, which features Sonic running slower than a dead goldfish, didn't help things either. Following that, Sonic 06 takes 37th place with an average score of 9.57. While I think the level concepts and aesthetics in this game are really good, actually playing them is a whole different story. You move extremely slowly as every character, and the game slowing down to compensate isn't helping the game's case either. It's a fun game to glitch your way through, but actually playing it the way it's intended is very dull. In 36th place, Sonic Lost World got an average score of 9.66. I think overall, the game looks pretty good. Beautiful environments everywhere in this game, and the music is especially some of my favorite in the series. But the gameplay switching up every level was not one I was super fond of. I didn't find the wisps fun to use, and most of the levels were just not that fun to play in my humble opinion. Following that up, 35th place is home to Sonic Boom Shatter Crystal with an average score of 10.17. It's the first game to feature an average score of above 10, and with that, I do think it's better than everything else we've seen so far. I mean, the gameplay is just kinda boring, but being boring is better than just being a poorly made game. I know the levels take a long time to beat, but I just thought this game was alright. 34th place is home to Knuckles' Chaotix with an average score of 10.2. I think Chaotix could have been a great game if they just changed up a couple things with the gameplay formula and the level design didn't feel as repetitive as it does. I think it's a great looking Sonic game, but it's hard to appreciate how nice it really looks when you're just running forward without much input from the player whatsoever. With an average score of 10.25, Sonic 4 Episode 1 fills up the 33rd spot on this list. The game starts and ends well, it's just those 2 middle zones that really bring down my enjoyment of this game. I don't think it's as bad as everyone says it is, but there are definitely a few levels from this game that deserve to be thrown into an incinerator and then blown up by a nuke because they are just truly awful. In 32nd place, Sonic 4 Episode Metal finishes with an average score of 10.75. It's only 4 acts, each of them reusing the first act of each zone from Sonic 4 Episode 1, but just with some more enemies and some different object layouts. It's decent, but yeah, it's basically just Episode 1 again, but slightly more challenging. 31st place is home to Sonic 1 on the Genesis with an average score of 11.06. It is by no means a bad Sonic game. I just think in today's age you look at the game and see that the levels are just somewhat good, or they really suck to get through. Like, I love Starlight Zone, but the way I get to play Starlight Zone is if I painfully trek through Labyrinth Zone first. Not that the games were ranked like that, but a good chunk of the levels are just painfully slow compared to the Sonic games we get nowadays. In 30th place, we have Sonic Chaos with an average score of 11.28. Sonic Chaos has a lot of cool concepts with Sonic running through different dimensions, but over half the levels are just a total pain to run through while the rest are a lot of fun. For example, the lowest rated level from Sonic Chaos is ranked in 994th place, while the best is ranked at 159th. That's an 835 level difference. This game was just all over the place in terms of how good it was, but a majority was leaning towards the latter half of the list. Following Sonic Chaos, Sonic Advance 2 comes in 29th place with an average score of 11.5. The only zone that featured both acts being ranked higher than the average was Ice Mountain Zone. Other than that, one or both acts always had a low score on this list. The game just isn't that fun to play compared to the other advanced games. It feels so automated with just holding right and the game basically playing itself at times. 28th place features Sonic Dimensions with a score of 12. It's only one level and Xpool did a pretty good job of explaining why the level was good, but that it features a lot of things that hold it back from being great. Honestly, it's just really long, and while I'd love to go fast in this level, it's just really slow with some of its more boring and tedious sections. Up next in 27th place is Sonic Colors with an average score of 12.14. Now the reason this game got a lower score than otherwise would have gotten is due to the numerous Gameland levels that this game features. In fact, only one Gameland level scored a 14 and everything else was a 12 or lower. That's not to say the main levels were the best in the game. There were certainly some stinkers like Terminal Velocity Act 2 or Aquarium Park Act 6, but a lot of the game's levels were just mid to surprisingly a lot of fun. Like, I did not expect to have as much fun with Starlight Carnival Act 1 as I did. I can't believe I'm saying this, but beating out Sonic Colors in 26th place is Shadow the Hedgehog with an average score of 12.17. Now while Sonic Colors varied in quality, Shadow the Hedgehog was, for the most part, consistently average aside from a couple levels that were ranked really high or really low. There were some levels I thought were pretty neat and had some fun missions, but then there's levels like Lost Impact that make you want to pull your hair out no matter which mission you're playing. 25th place is the first game to be above average, but by just barely, with Sonic 4 Episode 2 having an average score of 12.58. This game is a lot better than Episode 1, there's no doubt about that. The graphics were better, the music was better, and dare I say the game was actually fun to play? Well, besides Oil Desert Zone. Most of the levels were just mid, but there were a good chunk of levels that I thoroughly enjoyed playing. In 24th place we have Sonic Frontiers with an average score of 12.615. You'll see why we added the extra digit here in a second. Sonic Frontiers has an amazing open zone, but we're not looking at the open zone, we're looking at the cyberspace levels. These levels span from just being blatant copies of previous levels, not even good ones at that, to just being good because the levels they're remaking were good. The level themes get boring very quickly, but I was able to still find some joy in these cyberspace levels. Beating out Sonic Frontiers by 0.004 points is our number 23 spot with Sonic CD having an average score of 12.619. Sonic CD is a game I'm growing to love more and more each day, but it can't be understated how much levels like Wacky, Workbench, or Collision Chaos hurt to play because of how punishing they can be for screwing up. But on the bright side, I think these levels look absolutely gorgeous. In our number 22 spot is Sonic Unleashed for the Wii and PS2 with an average score of 13. The divide in quality between the daytime levels and nighttime levels are, for a lack of better terms, night and day. Daytime Sonic feels so fast and fluid with environments that feel amazing to run through, especially for the consoles the game was released on. On the other hand, the nighttime levels are slow, clunky, and there really isn't any depth in the combat. 21st place goes to Sonic the Hedgehog 2 with an average score of 13.05. I really do like this game a lot. I mean, levels like Emerald Hill, Hilltop, Casino Night, and Chemical Plant are so good, it's just brought down by how boring Sky Chase Zone is to play, how rough Wing Fortress Zone is, and how unbelievably frustrating Metropolis Zone is to run through. It's just overall a fun game, but for the best experience you should turn off the console as soon as you get to Metropolis Zone. Starting off the top 20 games on this list, Sonic Boom Fire and Ice got an average score of 13.28. Now I know what you're thinking. How did a Sonic Boom game rank so high? Well, because at worst, it's just mid. The lowest it scored was an 8 for some levels, but that was because there were all those pipeline levels that were kind of annoying to run through. I genuinely had a good time with the game, and I had a lot more fun than I thought I was going to have. In 19th place with an average score of 13.5 is Sonic and the Black Knight. I don't really know what to say about this game besides I love swinging a sword as Sonic the Hedgehog. The level environments and set pieces are awesome to run through, and you get to move at your own pace through most of these levels, which can be a lot of fun. It is just a lot of straight lines, but you get to run really fast and do cool things while running fast, so it doesn't matter. Now, don't be alarmed, but in 18th place is Sonic Unleashed with an average score of 13.67. I know, Sonic Unleashed does have some really great levels. In fact, 4 of its levels made the top 40 for this list. But in all reality, what brings this game down so much are the slow Werehog levels and the DLC levels that aren't always that fun. It still places above average, but myself, along with everyone else, just thinks that the Werehog levels drag the gameplay down. Not all of them suck, but they just aren't as fun as boosting through the streets of Spagonia. 17th place brings us Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure with an average score of 14.42. Pocket Adventure being placed above Unleashed is kind of weird, until you stop to think about it for more than 5 seconds and realize that a game with 12 really good to mid levels is probably going to be better than a game with over 70 amazing to terrible levels. That being said, Pocket Adventure just has a lot of really fun, fast-paced levels. Its bright and vibrant environments are beautiful to look and run through. A lot of these levels are just pulled from Sonic 2, but the different sprite work and pulled in camera just make it look so much better. Staying on handhelds for a bit longer, 16th place sees Sonic Colors DS with an average score of 14.46. It places a lot higher than its counterpart, but it also doesn't feature 21 Gameland levels and a lot of filler levels in general. Colors DS does a great job of mixing the Rush boost formula with the Colors Wisp abilities. I do think level design does tend to be a bit weaker since there is just a bit too much reliance on the Wisps, but I still had a great time with the game regardless. Except for those Asteroid Coaster levels. Those kinda sucked. In 15th place, we have Sonic Superstars with an average score of 14.58. If there's one thing this game does well, it's having absolutely stunning visuals. No matter which level you run through, you know it's going to look amazing. Well, except for Speed Jungle Zone Act 2 because you can't see anything for half the level. Besides that though, I think a lot of the levels brought unique concepts to the tables that look cool or were just fun to run through. The levels did suffer due to some of the boss fights at the end, but that's whatever. If the game's ever on sale, you should buy it because it's actually a lot of fun. Beating out Superstars by just 0.01, Sonic Adventure nabs the 14th spot with an average score of 14.59. In general, I think Sonic Adventure is one of my favorite games of all time. It's a game I can always pick up and play, and I'll usually end up having a good time. But that's only because I choose to play the levels I like, which don't include any of Big's levels. Big single-handedly brings this game down so much. All his levels scored at 7 or lower, and he only got that high because Emerald Coast looks so good. Aside from Big though, all of the levels in this game are just so much fun to play, and I'm always down to play as any other character in this game. 13th place sees the final Genesis game on this list, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, with an average score of 15.46. Is it cheating to count these as one game? I don't know and I really don't care. This is my video that I spent way too much time on and not yours. Anyways, every level in this game is just a treat to play. Really the low point of the game was Death Egg Zone, and that's because it became a lot more platform heavy over speed. Besides that though, every level felt fast, fun to play, and looked amazing. Some levels were more middle of the road, but they didn't hinder my experience with the game one bit. Surprisingly in 12th place, Sonic Generations 3DS takes the cake with an average score of 15.64. While Sonic Generations 3DS does start out a little slow on the draw, the final 2 zones really blow me away with how good they look, and how much fun they are to play. It's hard to judge how they look when you see them on a giant monitor, but playing them on your 3DS system makes it look way better. The game has some bad levels, but the good levels are really good. Maybe the devs just pulled the lever that chose if a game was going to be good or not, because some of these levels are a blast to play while others make me want to pull my hair out in frustration or fall asleep due to boredom. In 11th place is Sonic Dream Team with an average score of 15.88. Sonic Dream Team is by far the most unique game on this list, at least in terms of level design. It's really open with all the different paths you can take and different ways to traverse the levels. Really the only bad part about Sonic Dream Team is that it's locked to the Apple Arcade. Once the game comes to Steam or even home consoles, then I think a lot more people's eyes will be open to just how good of a game it actually is. Starting off our top 10 with an average score of 15.95 is Sonic Advance 3. Sonic Advance 3 does have a couple stinkers, but for the most part, this game is awesome. So many unique environments that the game has you run through, and the levels never really get stale to play, especially Route 99 and Sunset Hill. Those levels are awesome. Overall, I think the levels in this game are fun to play. Not the best, but still fun. 9th place is home to Sonic Heroes with an average score of 16.07. Now Sonic Heroes is one of those games you either love or hate, and there's no in between. Personally speaking, I really like it. While levels like Casino Park and Bingo Highway really just kill all your fun and ambition while playing this game, levels like Grand Metropolis, Bullet Station, and especially Egg Fleet are just a masterclass of level design and some of the best levels in the series. It's a Sonic game I hold close to my heart, and it deserves being up here on this list. Turning to 8th place, we see Sonic Rush Adventure with an average score of 16.21. Sonic Rush Adventure is probably my favorite Sonic handheld game. No, just my favorite handheld game of all time. Every level is fast-paced, fun, and looks amazing. Really, the only reason this game isn't at the very top of this list is because of the game's 19 extra levels it comes with in the form of the Hidden Islands. These are quick 10 to 45 second levels that are just there to pad out the game's runtime, and most of them are just alright. Anyways, you should really check out this game if you ever get the chance to. I promise you'll have a good time with it. Now 7th place might be a bit controversial, but it's Sonic and the Secret Rings with an average score of 16.63. Okay, now just hear me out. On a first playthrough, then sure, it can be a bit rough, but revisiting it with upgrades and being more comfortable with the controls opens your eyes to the wonderful levels that this game has in store. Each level is so unique and off the beaten path for what a normal Sonic level feels like. You could be flying on a magic carpet, running on the backs of dinosaurs, or just running through a desert town, and it all feels so refreshing. It's just a game I like a lot, and these levels are so much fun to run through. In 6th place with an average score of 17.17, Sonic Advance is just a good Sonic game with good levels, and that's what makes it rank so high on this list. Every level in this game aside from 2 are just good levels. The only zone that featured both acts being ranked higher than average was Ice Paradise Zone, but that's okay, they don't have to. This is just a game with good level design, and it's honestly just a lot of fun to play. At the number 5 spot is Sonic Adventure 2 with an average score of 17.37. Well, having a little over a fourth of your levels get a score of 20 or higher certainly helps with your overall average score. Sonic Adventure 2 is a game that I believe only has like 1 or 2 bad levels. Everything else is just mediocre at worst and literal perfection at best. Sonic and Shadows levels really take the cake here, but I truly do enjoy a lot of the mech and treasure hunting levels as well. Obviously, you don't move too fast in these levels, but gliding through the eeriness of Pumpkin Hill or blowing up tons of military robots in the vacuum of space is just something I always enjoy whenever I go back and replay this game. In 4th place is Sonic Mania with an average score of 18.35. This game truly doesn't have any bad levels. Some are a bit more sluggish than others, but I could never say that any level in this game is objectively bad. In fact, a lot of them are really good. You can get so much speed in a lot of these levels, and these levels are just so much fun to play. It also helps that every single one of these levels looks amazing and the background music is equally as great. This is just hands down my favorite classic Sonic game, but what other Sonic games could have levels that are better than Sonic Mania? Well, that's of course our number 3 spot, Sonic Rush, with an average score of 18.57. Dimps made a game that was fast-paced, barely featured any stupid gimmicks that stopped the player in place, made great looking environments, and didn't try to bloat out the level count, keeping it a solid 14 levels. Sonic Rush starts out strong with Leaf Storm Zone and ends strong with Deadline Zone, and every level in between is just equally as amazing. It's no wonder why this game was ranked so highly. It just has a ton of great levels. That being said though, what 2 games are left that have levels that are better than Rush's great levels? In our number 2 spot is Shadow Generations with an average score of 19.23. This game is incredible. Every level in this game is either great or astounding. No level got a perfect score, although Chaos Island Act 1 was close, but that's okay because all of these levels are still an absolute blast to play. In fact, the lowest score level got was a 16, which is only because Rail Canyon Act 2 is just a hold boost button to win simulator some of the time. I absolutely love Shadow Generations. My only wish is that Radical Highway was a bit more enjoyable to play. It's a great level, but I think it could have been a little bit better. Well, with that being number 2, what's the highest rated game overall? It's of course Sonic Generations with an average score of 20.22, almost a whole point higher than Shadow Generations. Sonic Generations is peak by every sense of the word. Over half the levels got an overall score of 20 or higher, with 2 levels getting perfect scores. There's only 2 mediocre levels and 1 that's just good, nothing more. But then everything else is just amazing. Almost every level in this game is lightning fast, requiring the player to have good knowledge of the level to keep up their speed, and also find shortcuts that you would never think of finding on the first playthrough. Sonic Generations is by far the best looking Sonic game in the series. There's a reason that every level in this game got a 4 or 5 for aesthetics. This game is just drop dead gorgeous, and it is so much fun to play. It's weird. This video has been a part of my life for every day for over a year now, and now this chapter of my life is finally coming to a close. I've seen my channel over double in size since I started making this video, I've made tons of friends in the Sonic community over the past year, and I've even been blessed by my wife who gave birth to our daughter a couple months ago. I've learned and grown so much over this past year, and this video has been a part of every step of it. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you God for giving me the strength to sit down and work on this project for the thousands of hours I've put into it. Thank you to my wife who has encouraged me to make this video and other Sonic videos for so long. None of this would have been possible without you. And I promise I'll no longer be getting up at 5 in the morning to work on this video. That part of this video is over. Thank you to my brother Jigsmane who's let me stop by their house dozens of times unannounced on my way to or from work and just let me discuss this video or other stupid videos I have going on in my mind. Thank you to all the creators who talked about levels on this list. On top of just saving me time, you all brought something unique to the table, whether it be your jokes or deep insight into the levels, or even just learning a little bit more about your history with the games that I love to play. Finally, thank you, the viewer. I know a lot of you won't make it this far, but even to the viewers who'll never hear this, I just wanted to say thank you for supporting me on my YouTube journey. I want this channel to go somewhere, and so far, y'all have been helping me achieve this dream I've had since I was a little kid. So once again, I just say, thank you. For those who have made it this far, Jigsmane and I plan on ranking the over 300 racetracks in the Sonic series, but that video won't be done for a few months, so stay tuned. Once again, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. I hope you all have a great day. Peace.